Call out. Pietro walked quickly through the fighting crowd, because his speed was so fast that everything in his eyes slowed down and seemed to stand still. Pietro's speed was already infinitely close to the speed of light. Although it was not as heaven-defying as his other self in the X-Men universe next door, his speed had also reached a terrifying level. Time completely slowed down in front of him, and even stood still. So, Pietro will be killed by a bullet in the end. Is the screenwriter funny? Marvel's speedster Quine didn't have time to dodge the bullet. Are you trying to make the Flash next door in the DC universe laugh to death? Just when Steve threw a shield at a robot, Pietro took a shoveling step, dodged the hard vibrating gold shield, then rushed to Steve and punched Steve hard in the face. Steve didn't react at all, and was knocked to the ground by Pietro's punch. After a successful blow, Pietro didn't stop. A bit of contempt appeared on his face, thinking that Captain America was nothing more than that. But when he thought of Gao Ming, the complacency he had just borne disappeared instantly, and he continued to sprint unwillingly. After smashing a robot, Thor catches Pietro sneaking up on Steve and throws his hammer at him. Facing the incoming Thor's hammer, the confident Pietro subconsciously wanted to grab the hammer and throw it back, but instead was pulled out by Thor's hammer, fell down the stairs, and fell heavily on the metal cabinet with a sounding grunt. Shit. Pietro, the sneaky little mouse, finally stopped. Taking advantage of this gap, Steve and Saul cooperated with each other to eliminate the robots besieging them, and then got up while Pietro shook his head. At that moment, Steve jumped down from upstairs, rushed to Pietro, smashed the shield in his hand, and knocked Pietro to the ground again. Stay here, kid, Steve said calmly, and then went on to deal with other enemies, leaving Pietro sitting on the ground staring at the stars, waiting to recover. Tony and Ultron continued to fight, but Ultron didn't want to waste time here, and found the right time to knock out a big hole in the ship. The main body rushed out of the ship and flew away, leaving a few robots controlled by it, carrying remaining vibration gold. Naturally, Tony couldn't let Ultron escape from under his nose, and immediately chased after him. One of the robots came to Wanda and said in a low voice, "It's your turn." Wanda walked up to Soul silently, raised her hand, and the crimson magic energy floated with her nimble fingers, merged into Soul's mind, and then floated away like a ghost. Soul was talking to Steve on the walkie-talkie that he met the girl who disturbed his mind, but he was strong enough to be immune. But the next second, when Soul walked around a corner, he found himself in Aspen. In Gad's palace feast, countless graceful girls are dancing. Looks like Thor is not as powerful as he thought. Immediately afterwards, Wanda repeated the same mistakes and confused the Black Widow who was fighting with the mercenaries. The Black Widow also realized that she was also tricked and fell into a hallucination. When leaving the Black Widow, Wanda still felt strange. Why there were only 3 defeated mercenaries beside the Black Widow? And what about the others? Just as Steve grabbed a mercenary, he threw it out heavily. Pietro, who had recovered from his shock, sprinted over and knocked Steve to the ground. Hallucinated. Looking at Steve, who was dull and lifeless, Pietro swept away the unhappiness of being beaten to the ground by Steve just now, glanced at Captain America contemptuously, and ran away in a happy mood. Solving 3 Avengers in a row boosted Pietro and Wanda's confidence, and they were gearing up to find the next target. However, when they came to a corner and found Gao Ming, they lost all confidence in an instant. At this moment, more than a dozen mercenaries knelt down on the ground tremblingly, howling and begging, watching Gao Ming in horror as he moved his fingers back and forth in a relaxed tone, and everyone kept praying in their hearts that they would not be selected. Beside them, there are a few animals running and flopping in panic: crows, kittens, monkeys, koalas, all kinds of weird animals, and these were their companions not long ago, and now they are all seen by the person in front of them, turned into animals. Even their boss, the black market arms dealer, turned into an alpaca missing a leg, fell to the ground screaming in despair. Well, it's up to you, Tortoise. Soon, another unlucky guy was selected, and without any accident, Gao Ming turned into a green tortoise, also extremely desperate, and retracted into the tortoise shell. It's not that these mercenaries didn't think about resisting, but they were all easily beaten to the ground by Gao Ming. All of them had their legs broken, and they didn't even have a chance to escape, except for a few mercenaries who had slipped through the net and had already met with Steve and the others. After fighting and escaping, most of the enemies were caught here by Gao Ming, and they were forced to accept the fate of not being human. Pietro and Wanda stared dumbfounded at Gao Ming turning enemies into animals like a wicked devil. Gao Ming noticed Pietro and Wanda and greeted them enthusiastically. "Hey little guy, are you interested in joining?" Although the helmet covered Gao Ming's face, they could imagine that there was definitely a happy smiling face underneath. No, it was the devil's smile, making their scalps tingle. There is no need to hesitate. Pietro immediately led Wanda away from Gao Ming's sight. "I can't afford it. I can't afford it. I'd better find someone else." Seeing the two fleeing, Gao Ming didn't stop them, but just shrugged nonchalantly, and continued to turn the remaining enemies into animals, while thinking in his heart, Ultron is going to use vibration gold to build a body and make the device that can destroy Sokovia. Not to mention the device. This time it must be destroyed one step ahead of time to prevent the residents of Sokovia from being threatened by a catastrophe. As for Shinjin's body, that is a vision of the future, and Ao Chuang is doomed not to enjoy the new body made by Shinjin. Vision is the backbone of the Avengers Alliance, and it can also be ranked among the top superheroes in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Gao Ming couldn't bear to kill the birth of this superhero, and it was for this reason that Gao Ming let Ultron take it away. Vibration gold. Among the Avengers present, apart from Iron Man who went after Ultron, Gao Ming couldn't afford to offend him, and there was only Hawkeye left to solve. Pietro and Wanda's goal was naturally on Hawkeye. Barton drew an arrow from his back, put it on the bowstring, and shot it without hesitation. The arrow hit the wall, and a huge sound wave spread rapidly, stunning enemies in different positions. In addition to his excellent eyesight, Hawkeye Barton possesses a one-handed archery technique. In addition, he relies on the high-tech arrows made by S.H.I.E.L.D. Each arrow has a different effect, such as bursting arrows, tracking arrows, and climbing arrows. Arrows of all kinds. Just when Wanda thought that Hawkeye had dealt with the enemy, she let down her vigilance, approached him quietly, and raised her hand to release magical energy to disturb Hawkeye's mind. But Hawkeye suddenly turned around and dodged, and with his backhand, an arrow was entangled. The special arrow of the electric current stuck to Wanda's forehead, and the strong electric current instantly paralyzed Wanda's whole body, and severe pain flooded Wanda's mind. "I've had enough of the mind control drama," Hawkeye said coldly, obviously recalling the unpleasant experience of being controlled by Loki back then. Just when Hawkeye was about to subdue Wanda in one fell swoop, Pietro rushed to knock down Hawkeye, pulled out the arrow from Wanda's forehead, gave Button a fierce look, and then quickly left with Wanda in his arms. The ship did not know when it had arrived not far from the land. There was a large forest on the edge of the land. After leaving the forest, it was the city where people lived. Pietro helped Wanda to sit on the broken box. A lot of things were blown out of the ship just now, and sawdust and scrap iron were scattered all over the place. Wanda was panting in pain. The severe pain caused by the electric shock to the brain had not dissipated. "It hurts." Seeing Wanda's pain, Pietro was furious, and was about to go back to Hawkeye to settle the score, but Wanda stopped him. "I can hold on, I think. I want to complete this task." Wanda looked angrily at the Avengers fighter plane parked in the distance, and Dr. Banner, who was worried about the safety of his companions, was standing anxiously at the door and looking around. "I want that big guy to kill." It has been a long time since Banner turned into Hulk. Ever since Gao Ming cut down the concentration of gamma rays in his body, he will not lose control, and it has become extremely difficult to even actively transform. Except for the time of the Battle of New York, Hulk came out twice. These years have been very quiet and never came out. which made Banner feel relieved and lived a peaceful life with Betty. Because he hasn't transformed into Hulk for a long time, Banner naturally retreated from combat personnel to logistics scientific research personnel and has been doing scientific research work. At the same time, he is a technical consultant in Stark Industries, but he is naturally a member of the Avengers. This time, because Banner was also responsible for the birth of Ultron, Banner, who felt ashamed in his heart, offered to act together. Of course, he was only responsible for flying the fighter plane to meet other Avengers. This was an easy and simple job, and there would be no accidents. But when Banner opened the door of the fighter plane and stood at the door to look at the roaring ship in the distance, Pietro appeared in front of Banner in an instant, and Banner had not had time to close the cabin. The door was knocked down by Pietro's continuous blows, and he fell to the ground, watching Wanda, who was waving crimson magic energy in both hands, slowly walking towards him. When the bewitching magical energy invaded Banner's brain, Banner's heartbeat accelerated in vain, and an unknown fire arose spontaneously. He could clearly feel that the beast in his body was gradually waking up. Do not. Well, the last one, I'll give you some treats, Panda. Gao Ming flicked his finger casually, and a white light shot out quickly, hitting the last enemy, and this enemy completely gave up after seeing the fate of his companions. Without any reaction, he turned into a simple and honest. The panda is lying lazily on the ground, revealing its round belly. Well, it's cute, but when I think about it being transformed from a vicious mercenary, I can't give birth to love. Dozens of enemies were turned into various animals by Gao Ming, and the variety was rich enough to open a small zoo. Gao Ming was thinking about whether to call the zoo and let them lead this group of animals. Walk. Well, I'll let Tony contact the people at the zoo and take these animals away. It's Gao Ming's kindness, and let these bad guys have a chance to start again, although they will spend the rest of their lives as animals. After strolling around the courtyard, Gao Ming found other people. Except for Hawkeye, everyone else was under Wanda's illusion. Their faces were different, and they were immersed in the illusion. Hey, are you awake? Gao Ming casually patted his companion who had fallen into the illusion and asked jokingly. Natasha's face was a little pale. She recalled those gloomy childhoods. The famous Agent Black Widow, who was born in a secret agency in the former Soviet Union, had to accept hellish killer training since she was a child, full of blood and darkness. Their graduation ceremony even used cannibalism to elect the only graduate, which was a past she couldn't bear to look back on. Steve, on the contrary, showed some sadness and reluctance, and now he and Peggy are together as they wished. Naturally, it is not like the movie, where he fell into the illusion of dancing with Peggy because of regret. What he recalled was that he was with Peggy. He didn't even want to wake up when his comrades fought against the enemy together, because those heroic comrades in his memory had long been sleeping underground. Soul smiled awkwardly. After all, he was the first one to be recruited. The majestic Thor of Asgard, who claimed to be strong and fearless, was still overwhelmed by Wanda. In a trance, Soul also saw some fleeting images, for gemstones juxtaposed in fragmentary scenes, which made him tremble, and planned to find a way to enter the illusion again later. See those fleeting images clearly. After everyone woke up, Tony's pretendingly calm but anxious voice came from the communicator. Hey, guys, I'm glad you woke up so quickly, but you'd better hurry over here. Banner, come on. Our big guy is enjoying his long-lost freedom wantonly, and I'm playing with him. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, and Steve replied calmly. Hold on, Tony, we'll be right there. After finishing speaking, Steve looked at Gao Ming. Needless to say, Gao Ming consciously opened a space door and greeted him gracefully. Let's go, everyone. Looking at Hulk, who was snarling and roaring angrily, Tony had a headache, but he didn't stop attacking. The giant steel fist hit Hulk's face continuously, and at the same time he said hurriedly, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep soon. At this time, Tony was wearing the steel suit, Mark 44, also known as anti-Hulk armor. It was a giant armor specially developed to restrain the Hulk. After the command, it will fly back to the Earth from the satellite and assemble it on Tony's body, with a flight equipment library attached. When the armor is damaged, it will automatically fly to the corresponding parts to repair the armor. The anti-Hulk armor turns Tony into a steel giant that is not inferior to the Hulk. Regardless of his physique or brute force, he can be evenly matched with the Hulk. However, Hulk, who is in a berserk state, obviously has a particularly irritable temper. Tony's armor has been ripped off a lot by Hulk. If it weren't for the supplementary parts in the equipment library, Hulk would have been torn apart by Hulk. The giant fist that was making continuous assaults was suddenly grabbed by Hulk. Tony hurriedly switched the shape of the hand armor, turned it into a lock, and imprisoned Hulk's fist, and then dragged Hulk into the air, ready to take him away. Crowds were roaring. Veronica, haven't they arrived yet? Tony anxiously asked about the anti-Hulk armor system. Veronica. Independent system. Veronica is just a system, not the artificial intelligence of Jarvis. After a while of scanning and searching, a message is displayed on the system interface of the helmet. No other Avengers found. Seeing Veronica's reply, Tony became even more anxious. The Hulk locked in his hand shook restlessly. Tony couldn't fly smoothly and bumped into a building, scaring the staff in the office into panic. Fleeing in a panic. Everyone evacuate quickly. Tony threw himself on Hulk, trying to hold Hulk down, and shouted loudly. People quickly took the opportunity to escape from this disaster. Along the way, the battle between Tony and the Hulk has destroyed several blocks, and the damage caused is not a small amount. If the Hulk cannot be transformed back into Banner before the situation becomes uncontrollable, then Tony, who is rich and powerful, well, also there is no way to salvage the Hulk's image in front of the masses. Please, Bruce, don't let us down. Wake up quickly. Tony kept trying to dissuade him, but it didn't work. The Hulk, who was provoked by Wanda's anger, completely lost control, and Tony's words could only have the opposite effect, making him Hulk is even more irritable. Hulk roared furiously. Roar. I'm Hulk, not Banner. Hulk struggled violently, about to push away the steel giant pressing on him. Tony quickly comforted him. Okay, let's not talk about the weak Banner. Calm down. Hulk slammed Tony away, got up, opened his arms wide, and made a foreshadowing of a terrifying roar. At this moment, a space door appeared out of thin air, and Tony breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Ming, who came out of the window, suddenly lost his momentum and made a weak voice. Wow. Gao Ming waved his hands with great interest. Hey, long time no see, big guy. After the Avengers following Gao Ming came out from the space gate, they couldn't help laughing when they saw Hulk, who was just like a berserk beast, suddenly lacked confidence. Seeing everyone laughing at him, Hulk suddenly became angry from embarrassment, thinking that he had only been scared a few times. So he raised his courage and roared loudly. Roar. After roaring boldly, Hulk rushed towards Gao Ming angrily. Hee, you're so courageous. Seeing Hulk rushing forward recklessly, Gao Ming nodded in agreement and didn't dodge. Dash in front of the Hulk, then lightly punched the Hulk on the jaw. Bang! Hulk was hit by Gao Ming's random punch and smashed through the ceiling, and smashed straight through the upper floors, and finally smashed through the roof, flying straight into the air. Looking up at the hole that penetrates several floors of the building, Gao Ming turned his head and asked, Tony, remember to pay the repair fee here. After all, without waiting for Tony to respond, Gao Ming flew up along the passage that Hulk knocked out, stood up on the roof, looked at the sky quietly, and then waited until Hulk fell from the sky, kicked out at random. With one kick, Hulk was kicked back into the air. When the Avengers came to the rooftop, what they saw was Gao Ming kicking Hulk back into the air continuously, just like playing football, except that the small football was replaced by a huge Hulk. Tony couldn't help but swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and was speechless. The reaction of the others was similar. They all looked at Gao Ming playing Hulk in horror. The rough-skinned and thick-skinned Hulk was stunned by Gao Ming kicking him until his nose was blue and his eyes were swollen. He whimpered aggrievedly. Stop, Hulk, admit defeat. No, 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 I have to make you remember. Gao Mingyu said earnestly. He didn't stop kicking and continued to kick Hulk in time when he was about to fall, kicking Hulk back into the air, just not letting him fall. Hulk was completely terrified by Gao Ming's toss. He lost his breath and fell into a deep sleep. His burly body gradually shrunk, his green complexion receded like a tide and turned back to white, and when he fell down again, he seemed to have turned back to class nah. It's just that Banner, who is usually melancholy and handsome, doesn't look very good now. His whole body is bruised, and his handsome face is also swollen. He actually looks a bit like Uncle Mark. Seeing this, Gao Ming was startled, hugged the unconscious Banner in time, and immediately used his healing power to heal Banner's injury. No way, do unrecognizable feet really exist? Edward is going to be kicked in a mark by him. It was hard for Banner to keep Edward's appearance. Gao Ming didn't want to change Banner's face because of himself. Would he take Uncle Ma back and tell Betty, is this fat uncle your husband? The picture is too beautiful. Gao Ming dare not imagine. Fortunately, the power of healing has never disappointed Gao Ming. Even though Banner was almost facelifted by Gao Ming, he healed immediately in the blink of an eye. All the scars all over the place disappeared, and his chest was breathing steadily. Seeing that Banner's face returned to normal, back to the usual melancholy face, Gao Ming couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was still Edward. Putting the bare-chested Banner flat on the ground, Gao Ming resisted the idea of taking off his trousers as he looked at the pants that were tightly covering Banner's lower body, because he knew that he would never be able to research anything, since Banner was wearing a suit today pants. Turned into the Hulk still did not break, just turned into tattered patch pants. The rules settings are really cheating. Without complaining, Gao Ming turned around and looked at the Avengers, only to find that they all backed up a few steps in unison. He couldn't help but say speechlessly, hey, I'm not Godzilla. What are you afraid of? But you were scarier than Godzilla. This thought came to everyone in the same way. Tony laughed dryly and said, ahem, well, now that Banner has stabilized, let's leave as soon as possible. The disturbance caused is too great. I will let the Stark Relief Foundation handle the follow-up. The others nodded. Steve picked up Banner. Gao Ming opened the space door and returned to the fighter jet together. I must have disappeared for a while. When Banner woke up, he fell into endless self-blame, finally got rid of the nightmare of the past, and lived a stable life for several years, but now he still caused such a big mess. Steve walked up to Banner, put his hand on his shoulder, and comforted him. You don't have to be so guilty. It's not your fault. You were also used, and you couldn't control yourself. Natasha, who was in a video call with the computer, also interjected. Fortunately, we arrived in time, and the damage was not caused too much. Although some people were injured, fortunately, there were no dead people. What? How come? Banner couldn't help being stunned. He didn't believe that Hulk would be so kind, and avoided the crowd. How could no one die? Agent Hill on the computer side explained, many Black Shadow ninjas appeared at the scene, and the injured people were taken away from the scene in time and sent to a safe area. Hearing this, everyone looked at Gao Ming one after another. They had speculated about these mysterious black ninjas for a long time. Gao Ming shrugged and said, I admit that the black ninjas are the strength of my subordinates. With Gao Ming's own admission, everyone got what they wanted. Thanks to Gao Ming's arrangements for the Black Shadow ninjas to help the masses, no irreparable consequences were caused, and Banner's sense of guilt also disappeared a lot. Since no one died, the damage caused was the injury of some people and the destruction of a large area. These can be solved with money, and Tony, who is rich and powerful, can handle this matter flawlessly. Turning off the video call with Agent Hill, everyone was a little helpless. Thanks to Ultron, they now had to embark on the road of escape. Any place with the internet is now Ultron's eyeliner. What should they do next? How to do it? They are very confused. Tony walked up to Hawkeye, who was flying the fighter jet, and said, hey, do you need a shift change? Hawkeye fixed his eyes on the front, controlled the fighter plane smoothly, and responded, no, I can. If you need to rest, now is a good time. After all, we still have to fly for several hours. Tony asked suspiciously, where are you going in a few hours? Hawkeye smiled mysteriously. A safe place. Seeing Hawkeye talking dumb, everyone was aroused curiosity, but Hawkeye just smiled and said nothing, which made everyone more curious. Of course, Gao Ming, who was an insider, was not in the ranks, and Gao Ming looked at it calmly. Our comrade Hawkeye, Barton, you think that not many people know that you secretly got married and had 2 children. As a time traveler, Gao Ming already knew the secret when he was watching a movie. When a group of people came to Hawkeye's peaceful manor and saw his gentle wife and 2 lively and lovely children, everyone was really surprised. Tony couldn't even calm down and teased in a strange tone said, this is a certain agent. These 2 are smaller agents. Well, Tony didn't even know what he was talking about. Looking at the eagle eyes with both children, everyone present felt envious. Even Gao Ming was no exception. My eagle eye is amazing. I got married quietly and gave birth to 2 children, and from his wife's slightly raised belly, it is obvious that a new member of the family is coming, a winner in life. Except for the answer that Soul saw in the picture when he needed to seek the illusion in the middle of the journey, everyone else recovered their spirits in this isolated paradise and prepared for the next battle. While Steve and Tony were chopping wood and chatting outside the house, Gao Ming wandered around Hawkeye's house, leisurely and contented, without any sense of tension. Estimate the time. Ultron should control Dr. Zhao Hailuan to use the regeneration cradle to create a vibrating gold body for him. Gao Ming said to himself while wondering. So far, the plot of Avengers 2 has not changed much. It is generally in accordance with the development in the movie. Gao Ming can still take advantage of the plot, and everything is still under his control. Even Dr. Zhao Hailuan, who was controlled by Ultron with the scepter, still has the space coordinates quietly set by Gao Ming. Gao Ming can teleport there at any time according to the coordinates, but it is not yet time. Vision, the future superhero. When Dr. Helen Zhao is about to be silenced by Ultron, hurry over there, save Dr. Helen Zhao, and bring the 2 little guys, Pietro and Wanda, over here. It's time for them to realize Ultron's true colors. When passing by Banner's room, Gao Ming saw that Banner was sitting cross-legged on the bed with his upper body bare, with his eyes closed, breathing rhythmically. He should be reviewing the method of breathing and exhalation learned when he fled before to calm himself down. Emotions. Without disturbing Banner, Gao Ming left quietly, and then passed Natasha's room, and found that the confident Black Widow in the past was sitting on a chair with a haggard face, staring blankly at the scenery outside the window. Recalling the past of the Black Widow, Gao Ming can also understand why she was like this. She was trained as a killer by the former Soviet secret organization Red House since she was a child, and received all kinds of cruel knowledge, and even deprived women of the most important fertility ability. This unbearable memory brought up by Wanda is like a bloody scar, and it is difficult to calm down. In the movie, because of the ambiguity between Banner and Natasha, Natasha can recover as soon as possible because of Banner, the listener who listens to and enlightens her. Now, because of Gao Ming, Banner has not left his girlfriend Betty and is married, live a happy life. Natasha is still alone. The widow is still a widow, and Gao Ming is also responsible. Although he is a little ashamed, he will not make any compensation for the brain damage. He is a married man, and he loves Sophia, his wife, so he is not interested in learning those stallion novels the protagonists meet one and receive one. At worst, help Natasha look out for any good men in the future. As for now, there is also a way to cheer her up. Knocking on the door to signal her presence, Natasha, who came back to her senses, saw that it was Gao Ming, forced a smile, and asked, what's the matter? Gao Ming walked into the room, stretched out a finger, tapped on Natasha's forehead, and said, I'll help you make up for a regret. What? Natasha looked at Gao Ming blankly. Out of trust, she did not avoid it, and patiently waited for the next development. The power of healing is activated. Soon, Natasha felt a warm current pouring from Gao Ming's fingertips into her forehead, and then quickly filled her whole body. Every cell was full of vitality. This feeling of vitality made her moan uncontrollably. Fortunately, Gao Ming is already a husband, facing the seductive and criminal moans of the former screen goddess. There is not much turmoil in his heart. When Gao Ming's finger left Natasha's forehead, Natasha still had some unfinished looks, but she quickly restrained herself. Thanks to Gao Ming's healing power, the haggardness before was gone, and she became her face was radiant, and at the same time, Natasha also felt that some changes had taken place in her body, but she couldn't tell what it was. Gao Ming smiled and said, "You should feel that you are a little different, right?" "Yes, what did you do?" Natasha asked suspiciously. "Helping you get back your rights as a mother." Gao Ming said something meaningful, then turned and left. Hearing this, Natasha couldn't help being taken aback, and subconsciously asked, "What are you talking about?" The word stopped abruptly before she finished speaking, and Natasha reacted with a look of surprise. Suddenly, Gao Ming turned back and reminded him, pretending to be serious. "Don't get me wrong. I'm trying to restore your body to normal, so that you can become a mother like other women, and I'm not so kind as to have children. I don't even have children yet." Gao Ming said solemnly. His words were full of jokes. Natasha smiled. The sadness on her face disappeared, and she thanked sincerely. "Thank you, Gao Ming. You're welcome." After unraveling a knot in Natasha's heart, Gao Ming walked out of the house and saw Steve and Tony, who were chopping wood, suddenly had an argument. The agitated Steve even tore a thick piece of wood in half with his bare hands. Tony was taken aback. Fortunately, Hawkeye's wife came out to make a rescue at this time, hoping that Tony could help check the malfunctioning tractor. Tony walked into the warehouse with a sulky face. The tractor was out of order, of course, as an excuse. In the world's impression, the dead chief stewed egg had been waiting there for a long time. "Oh, Mrs. Barton is such a clever ghost." Seeing Nick Fury, who was resurrected from the dead, Tony made a small complaint, and then listened to Fury's long speech. Gao Ming, who had nothing to do, was sitting on the steps at the door when Hawkeye's son and daughter ran over and asked excitedly, "Are you the godfather of superheroes?" "Yeah, little ones." Gao Ming smiled, and immediately after, the casual clothes on his body instantly changed into speed suits. Seeing this scene, the two children immediately screamed excitedly. The two eagle-eyed children, the older one is a boy of about 10 years old, the younger one is a girl of 4 or 5 years old. The elder brother held up the doll in his hand, which was a beautiful figure of a superhero godfather, and the younger sister showed it a crayon drawing of a cute version of the superhero godfather. The two children showed Gao Ming their baby with great anticipation. "I like you very much," the younger sister said in a clear voice unique to children, and the older brother nodded excitedly. Gao Ming laughed heartily and replied cheerfully, "Thank you. I like you very much too." Afterwards, Gao Ming accompanied the two children to play happily in front of the house, and even used the power of the reality gem to conjure up all kinds of strange and interesting things, which attracted the two children's amazement, and they looked at Gao Ming with even more admiration. Seeing this harmonious picture, Steve and others felt a little relieved, with a smile on their faces. That night, after dinner, everyone gathered to discuss and think about Ultron's intentions. In the middle, they heard Fury complain a little. "In the past, my eyeliner was everywhere, and I could give you kids all the high-tech you want, but it's not what it used to be, and we can only rely on our wisdom and consciousness to save the world. Our Braze director is still brooding over the revelation of the secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D. While everyone was discussing anxiously, Gao Ming still played with Hawkeye's two children heartlessly. Seeing the children playing so closely with Gao Ming, it made Hawkeye a little jealous. Soon, after everyone brainstormed, they finally guessed a part of Ultron's plan, using vibration gold to create a body, and the best candidate for this project was undoubtedly Dr. Helen Zhao, who is well known in biogenetics. After repeated contact with no results, everyone understood that Dr. Helen Zhao had fallen into the hands of Ultron, and considering the power of the scepter to control people's hearts, Dr. Helen Zhao must have been controlled to create a new body for Ultron. There is no time to delay, except for Tony, who went to the World Internet Center Lexus in Oslo to check information. Everyone else was going to rush to Dr. Helen Zhao's laboratory through Gao Ming's space gate. "Goodbye, little guys." Gao Ming smiled and waved goodbye to the two little guys. Then, under the adoring gaze of the two little guys, he opened a space door and led everyone to the door of the laboratory. Inside the laboratory, A.O. Chuang's body was connected to the biological chamber with a few transmission lines, and there was a person with red skin lying in the biological chamber, in the new body, but this process takes a lot of time. Wanda felt that the body in the biocabin seemed to be dreaming, so she couldn't help but put her hand on the biocabin, carefully sensing its mind. However, Wanda saw a terrifying scene. On the blue Earth, an earth-shaking nuclear explosion destroyed everything on the land. "Oh!" Wanda screamed out in shock at Ultron's crazy idea, and Pietro quickly touched Wanda's cheek to comfort her. Wanda said angrily, "How can you? How can I?" Ultron stood up and said calmly. Wanda looked at Ultron angrily and asked loudly, "You said we would destroy the Avengers and create a better world. It would be a wonderful world. When everyone is dead." Wanda shouted loudly. Ultron explained calmly, "God is cleaning up the Earth. We are evolving, and the weak will be cleaned up." Wanda scolded angrily, "You are a madman." At the same time, Wanda calmly circulated the magic energy and released Dr. Helen Zhao's mind control. The sober Dr. Helen Zhao no longer had dull eyes, and walked slowly to the console. "There are intruders." A.O. Chuang was saying a high-sounding excuse, but suddenly stopped talking, and his tone became indifferent in an instant. Pietro glared at Ultron and hugged Wanda. They finally recognized Ultron's true nature, which is a crazy and ruthless guy. Ultron said calmly, "The Avengers are coming. We must retreat." At this moment, Dr. Helen Zhao replied abruptly, "That's not a problem." A.O. Chuang looked at Dr. Helen Zhao in astonishment, only to see her typing on the keyboard quickly, turning off the halfway consciousness transfer program. A.O. Chuang let out a sigh of disappointment, and then his eyes flashed fiercely. He raised his left hand like lightning and shot a palm cannon. Just when the laser was about to hit Dr. Zhao Hailuan, Gao Ming arrived in time. His eyes also emitted laser light, which eliminated the laser emitted by Ultron and instantly penetrated Ultron's body. "What?" Before Ultron could react, he lowered his head, looked at his shattered metal body, and flew into a rage. "It's you again." "That's right, Iron Pimple." Gao Ming waved his hand indifferently, crushed the other two robots with his mind, then turned his head and said to Pietro and Wanda, "Stand there and don't move." The tone was full of unquestionable attitude. Thinking of Gao Ming's method, Pietro and Wanda trembled involuntarily and obediently stood aside without trying to escape. Ultron pulled off the transmission line from the back of his head and said resentfully, "You are destined to be unable to stop me." After finishing speaking, the whole person fell to the ground. The eyes of the machine lost their light, and the blasted body exposed scattered parts and wires, and dazzling electric sparks flew everywhere. Realizing that the situation was unfavorable, although Ultron felt sorry for his new body, he also acted decisively and immediately evacuated the carrier and transferred it to other machine carriers. A.O. Chuang's swiftness was unexpected, and Gao Ming ran away before he had time to eliminate him. I have to say that Ultron is indeed a very troublesome enemy. Although his strength is not worth mentioning, he can hide in the online world and is everywhere. If he is not careful, he will slip away. Don't trap him in a carrier. There is really no way to eliminate him once and for all. Forget it. Let the Vision be born first, and then let the Vision bind Ultron in the metal body, and then kill him completely. The three of Steve also rushed over. Seeing the wreckage of Ultron on the ground, and the Maximov brothers and sisters who were honestly standing aside, they couldn't help saying, "Have you solved the matter again?" After taking the biological chamber to a safer laboratory, everyone looked at the people in the biological chamber curiously, and Banner said to Tony, who had just returned, "The biological chamber is sealed. We can activate the program to accelerate tissue aging." Ahem. Tony gave a fake cough. Seeing that everyone was present, he couldn't help it, so he gritted his teeth and expressed his opinion. I think we can keep this body. What? Banner exclaimed, and the others looked at Tony in surprise, not understanding Tony's words. Tony took out a card, flicked it, and a familiar orange light ball appeared in front of everyone. Hi everyone. Jarvis's gentle voice sounded. Tony explained, I went to Oslo this time and found that Jarvis was not completely wiped out by Ultron. Ultron was just afraid of Jarvis's computing power. Although Jarvis was broken up and lost his memory, but the core data still exists, I reassembled Jarvis, and then, I want to transfer Jarvis into this body. Tony, haven't you learned your lesson yet? Steve frowned and shouted in a deep voice. Tony said solemnly, think about it. As long as we transmit Jarvis into this body, we can create a more powerful intelligence than Ultron, and this is our chance to defeat Ultron. Jarvis echoed, I believe it's worth trying. But with Ultron's lessons learned from the past, even if the target is Jarvis this time, everyone can't rest assured. Except for Banner, who is a little moved and hesitant. Everyone else speaks out against Tony's idea, and Tony is not to be outdone. Refuted. Gao Ming stood silently at the side, looking at the vision in the biological chamber, or more precisely, at the yellow gem on his forehead, the soul gem, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Compared with the power gem guarded by the Nova Empire's heavy soldiers, the soul gem is close at hand. Gao Ming doesn't need to worry too much. He can easily pick off this infinity gem and put it in his pocket. The only worry is that after collecting the soul gems, sitting on 3 infinite gems, I will attract the invasion of the tyrant in advance, especially the future scene I saw before, the scene where the tyrant collects all the gems and snaps his fingers to eliminate half of the universe, making Gao Ming full of worries. Call. With a heavy breath, Gao Ming interrupted everyone's quarrel and said calmly, Steve, let Tony go and do it. Hearing this, Steve and others looked at Gao Ming in puzzlement. Tony was also very astonished. He did not expect Gao Ming to support him. Steve looked at Gao Ming seriously and asked solemnly, are you kidding me? Gao Ming shook his head lightly, looked at the biological warehouse with complicated eyes, and said, trust me. Steve's eyes flickered, and finally he said helplessly, well, I hope you're not going crazy with Tony. Captain. Seeing that Steve also supported Tony's crazy idea, Hawkeye and Black Widow hurriedly wanted to say something, but when they saw Steve's dignified and solemn expression, they knew that he had made up his mind, so they could only sigh, take a breath, and step aside. With everyone's permission, Tony immediately urged Banner to transfer Jarvis's body into the biological chamber, for fear that everyone would change their minds later. Watching Banner start to transmit Jarvis, Gao Ming's eyes were erratic, making it difficult to guess what he was thinking. When the transmission index bar on the computer screen reached the end, everyone held their breath and waited nervously for the next situation. Soul also rushed back at this time, staring at the biological chamber solemnly. Even Tony, who had been swearing that he would not make trouble, at this moment, his whole heart hung up, staring intently, his palms gradually sweating. And Gao Ming also made a decision in his heart, looking firmly at the faintly shining yellow light in the biological warehouse. Bang! The ceiling cover of the biological chamber exploded, and everyone immediately stood up and watched with vigilance. Wisps of white smoke drifted out from the biological chamber, and a red figure gradually became clear from the smoke, looking at them suspiciously. When the smoke dissipated, everyone could clearly see the person standing on the biological warehouse. Let's call it a human being. Although the other party was in the shape of a human, with a very human-like demeanor and vivid eyes, but the red skin and lines on his body, the distinct lines all indicate that he is not a human being, but a biochemical human beyond human and intelligence. Vision, who had just been born in this world, was unfamiliar with everything, and looked at the people around him uneasily, like a frightened little animal. Everyone tacitly didn't step forward to startle Vision, and quietly watched the blankness and fear on Vision's face gradually disappear, turning into a calm expression. The Mind Stone on his forehead continuously transmits some knowledge to Vision, allowing him to quickly understand the world and no longer be ignorant. After everything was clear in his chest, the illusion floated above the biological cabin, neither sad nor happy, and then slowly landed, and a set of dark green clothes appeared on his body. It was completely attached to his body, and he couldn't find it. Any seams, on the contrary, seemed to have an extra layer of dark green skin. Vision said calmly, I'm sorry, this is weird. When Vision saw the bright red cloak behind Soul, he thought for a while, and a golden cloak condensed and formed behind Vision. Soul looked at the mind gem on Vision's forehead, and said, I saw a picture in the illusion. A vortex sucked in all the hopes of life, and it was in the center of the vortex. Soul pointed to the shiny yellow gemstone on Vision's forehead, and Banner couldn't help being surprised. What? It's this gemstone. This is the Mind Stone, one of the 6 infinity stones, the most powerful force in the universe, possessing incomparable abilities, and each infinity stone is an unattainable treasure, said Sultan after a while. The eyes were a little complicated and a little depressed. And we just met a person who has mastered 2 gems. Everyone looked at Gao Ming in unison. Gao Ming didn't speak, just watched the illusion quietly. Tony asked suspiciously, why does your voice sound so much like Jarvis? We reconfigured Jarvis Matrix to create new things. I think I'm fresh enough, Vision said calmly. You think I'm a child of Ultron, but I'm not. I'm not Ultron. I'm not Jarvis. I'm just me. Wanda said worriedly. I once entered your brain and saw annihilation. Vision replied calmly. Try again. Soul explained. Her abilities, the fear in our minds, Ultron himself, they all come from the Mind Stone, but these are not as powerful as the gem itself, and he is with us. Really? Steve turned his head to look at Vision and asked calmly, are you with us? Vision thought for a while and said, I am with life, but Ultron is not. He will end all life. Steve asked, then what is he waiting for? He's waiting for you, Vision replied calmly. In Sokovia. Knowing the whereabouts of Ultron, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Banner walked up to Vision and asked seriously, if we misunderstood you, what would you do if you were a monster made by Ultron? Facing everyone's gaze, Vision was silent for a while and slowly said, I don't want to kill Ultron. He is unique, and he is in pain, but he will vent his pain to this world, so he must be destroyed. We must together. Maybe I'm a monster. Maybe I used to be a monster. Maybe I didn't realize it. Vision stared blankly at his hands. Maybe you have no reason to trust me, but you really have to go now. After that, Vision suddenly picked up the hammer that Soul put on the table and handed it to Soul. Everyone looked at this scene with weird eyes. Soul took the hammer, with a look of embarrassment and depression on his face. He laughed a few times and didn't know what to say. He patted Tony on the shoulder and said well done, walked away in embarrassment. Doesn't it mean that only Thor himself can pick up this hammer? As a result, they were slapped in the face one after another. First Gao Ming, and now Vision can also pick up the hammer. Thor's hammer doesn't seem so honorable. Steve said majestically. I'll give you 3 minutes to get your bags ready. Everyone went to prepare their equipment one after another. Tony walked to his research desk, took out a chip labeled Friday from a pile of chips, inserted it into the machine to activate it, and a gentle female voice sounded. Good evening, boss. This is one of several artificial intelligences developed by Tony, named Friday. Although the computing power and thinking ability are not as good as Jarvis, it is also a very powerful artificial intelligence. Tony controls the computer and issues instructions to Friday. Bring over Mark 45. Hawkeye and Natasha equipped their bodies with various high-tech equipment, and Steve stroked the smooth surface of the shield with a firm expression on his face. Pietro put on a pair of elastic running shoes. Seeing Wanda gazing out of the window at the illusion of talking with Soul, he took out a dark red leather jacket from the cabinet and threw it to Wanda. He said with a smile, don't be dazed. Now, knowing that you like red, I have prepared a gift for you. On the balcony, Sol was talking with Vision. Gao Ming walked over slowly and said calmly, I have something to discuss with him. Sol, can you avoid it? Sol looked at Vision and then at Gao Ming. Although he didn't know what Gao Ming was looking for Vision, he still nodded and walked into the room, leaving space for Gao Ming and Vision. Vision looked at Gao Ming calmly and said, hello. Gao Ming said blankly, do you know me? I know a lot of things. Vision touched the mind gemstone on his forehead. It made me understand a lot of things. Then what do you think? Gao Ming looked meaningfully at the soul gem on Vision's forehead and slowly asked, what can I do with you? Vision was silent for a while and said, for it, you have 2 infinity stones, so naturally you will not give up the soul stone. Gao Ming didn't hide his purpose and simply replied, that's right, I need the soul gem on your forehead. Why? There was no anger or fear on Vision's face, and he looked very calm. He was just born without such a rich emotional color. Gao Ming hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand and pressed on Vision's forehead. The next moment, a picture appeared in Vision's mind. A burly man with purple skin, wearing a gold glove on his left hand, and the glove was inlaid with 6 infinity gems of different colors. With a snap of the fingers, countless creatures were instantly wiped out. When Gao Ming let go of his hand, the face of the illusion became extremely solemn, and the state of mind like still water was instantly shattered, and the plain tone was mixed with a trembling. What is this? Who is that? Gao Ming replied with a heavy heart. That is the future I see, and that person is the ruthless planet destroyer in the universe, the tyrannical overlord of the universe, Thanos. Vision was silent for a while, and his mood returned to calm, saying, you want to stop Thanos, that's why you need the Mind Stone. Thanos is an extremely dangerous person. For the sake of all creatures in the universe, I can sacrifice my life. I must get the Soul Stone, there is no doubt about it. Gao Ming suddenly changed his words, but you don't need to sacrifice. Looking at the somewhat confused eyes of Vision, Gao Ming smiled lightly. I have the ability to solve this problem. Sokovia, police station. The police officers were doing nothing to pass the time. A group of armed guards gathered together to chat, and a civilian police officer sitting at a computer desk was bored playing a computer game of poker and solitaire. Suddenly, Pietro rushed into the police station with a silver-gray afterimage, shouting, the city is under attack. Let the civilians evacuate. Hurry. After finishing speaking, Pietro ran out of the police station with a swipe, but his appearance did not cause much reaction. All the police officers just glanced casually and continued with their entertainment activities. Cut. So what about superpowers? It's not surprising. Maybe they came here to play a prank. The officers didn't take Pietro's word seriously. A few seconds later, Pietro ran in again, holding a submachine gun in his hand, and fired randomly at the ceiling, scaring all the police officers to cover their heads and bend down. After the gunshot, Pietro shouted angrily, get the fuck up. Throwing the gun in his hand to the police officers sitting aside, Pietro ran away at a high speed again, and the police officers didn't dare to take it as a joke anymore. They were fully armed and dispatched. On the street, Wanda spread the crimson magic energy, gradually covering a large area, and invading the brains of the residents in this area. Under her control, the residents put down what they were doing one after another, and walked with dull eyes. On the street, under Wanda's control, they were evacuated in an orderly manner. It's just that Sokovia is a city, and there are not a few civilians living there. No matter how hard Pietro and Wanda evacuate, it's just a drop in the bucket, and the time is still not enough. Standing on a high place with a wide view, Gao Ming, wearing a speed suit, saw Pietro and Wanda evacuating the residents nonstop, and nodded appreciatively. The nature is not bad, so I will help you. Come out, Shadow Core. The next moment, countless figures emerged from the shadows. After breaking away from the shadows, all the Black Shadow ninjas saluted Gao Ming loyally, waiting for his order. In the blink of an eye, countless shadow ninjas appeared in response, densely packed. Looking around, it was so dark that it was impossible to see how many there were. Gao Ming said casually, take all the residents out of this city. Without saying a word, the Black Shadow ninjas got up neatly, jumped and sprinted with agility, flying over the roof and walls, and came to every resident, then picked them up and went outside the area of Sokovia. Gao Ming nodded in satisfaction as he watched his Shadow Core execute orders meticulously and led the residents to evacuate. Suddenly, a red figure flashed across the sky. It was Tony wearing a steel battle suit, marked 45, flying straight towards a church in Sokovia. According to the search results on Friday, Tony learned that Ultron was in the church and immediately rushed to the church to stop Ultron. Seeing Tony's figure, Gao Ming flew to his side in an instant and said, let's go and deal with Ultron. Upon discovering Gao Ming, Tony was immediately full of confidence, flew aggressively above the church, and landed forcefully. Gao Ming landed on the ground unhurriedly, then watched Ultron come out from the corner, and said indifferently, hey, Iron Pimple. Looking at the tall Ultron, Tony said in a strange voice, son, you grow up really fast. The Ultron in front of me is still in the shape of a robot, but compared with the previously abandoned robot carrier, this one is now taller and mightier, full of oppression, obviously painstakingly built, and its performance has been greatly improved. It's just that Ultron is very dissatisfied with his own carrier, and it can even be said to be disgusted. If it weren't for these damned Avengers, he would have a new body beyond imagination and evolve to a new level of life. However, all of this was disturbed by the Avenger, who had to give up that perfect body and continue to be trapped in this stupid piece of junk. Because Ultron is a robot, he can't express as vividly as Vision, but can only be cold and expressionless. But the electronic eyes glow with a thick red light, showing the anger in his heart. Ultron said violently, don't you, wanting to delay time. Today I will absolutely destroy the city, and then spread despair and pain to the whole world, and let all lower creatures go extinct. The tone is not small, Gao Ming sneered. Tony, has your son reached the stage of rebellion? He needs to be disciplined. Tony opened his hand pretending to be helpless and said, oh, it's my fault that I didn't pay him much attention. I only cared about work and neglected education. As a result, this kid didn't even learn any of my strengths. He only learned some messy things. Son, Tony said in a heartbroken tone. Don't make the same mistakes again and again. Go back to daddy's arms and receive the education of love. Gao Ming and Tony uttered one word after another, completely ruined Ultron, made Ultron furious, and yelled fiercely, you should all be cleaned up. Boom. A device suddenly broke out from the ground in the center of the church, and a burst of flying sand and rocks rolled up. Several metal brackets hit the ground heavily, making a loud noise. Tony was taken aback by this sudden change, calmed down immediately, and asked Friday to quickly scan the device, and Friday dutifully scanned and gave the analysis result. That's the remaining vibration gold. The purpose is unknown. At the same time, a three-dimensional map was given, which was detected by scanning. What shocked Tony was that the unknown device made by Ultron actually went 2,250 meters deep underground. What is this? Tony demanded sharply. Ultron laughed triumphantly. Tony Stark, aren't you a genius? Why don't you know the purpose of this device? Iron Man. Come and stop me from trying. At the end, Ultron's eyes showed a fierce look, and his voice was extremely sinister. The next moment, as if they had been instructed, countless robots appeared from all directions in the city, shooting indiscriminately at all directions without hesitation. The residents who were evacuating suddenly screamed and ran away in panic. Run! Steve yelled anxiously, rushed to the robot with a shield, and began to stop the robot from destroying. The other Avengers also launched counterattacks one after another. Hawkeye continuously shot arrows, precisely hitting each robot, and the explosive device on the arrow instantly blew up the hit robot to pieces. The Black Widow held a metal stick with a strong current in both hands, and swung the stick fiercely to smash the approaching robots. When one of the robots launched a sneak attack from behind, the Black Widow quickly stabbed back, and a sharp blade protruded from the top of the metal stick, to pass the robot directly through. Soul held Thor's hammer and smashed the robots to pieces. After leading them to the open area, Thor raised the hammer fiercely, and deafening thunder and lightning called over, smashing down one after another. An extremely shocking scene of thunder and lightning. Wanda struggled to send out a barrier of energy to block the robot, then turned around and shouted to the other civilians, "Run quickly! I won't be able to block it for long." Pietro dashed through the clump of droids with lightning speed, knocking all the droids apart in his path. Not only the Avengers are fighting against the robot army controlled by Ultron, but the elusive Shadow Corps has also received a spiritual command from Gao Ming. Destroy Ultron's robots. So, except for some black ninjas who continued to evacuate the residents with them, another part of the black ninjas shifted their targets, found the robots that were destroying everywhere, and launched a vigorous offensive. Although the cross darts issued by the Somber Ninja can only break through the metal surface of the robot, and its own defense is also vulnerable. If it is shot by a robot, it will disappear in smoke, but it cannot hold back the continuous generation of Somber Core, which can be piled up by numbers alone. Dead enemy. If these robots have independent consciousness, they will definitely yell. This TM is a rascal. The city was deeply ravaged by the robot army, and Tony couldn't just sit idly by. He said to Gao Ming, "I'll leave it to you," and rushed to deal with the robot army. Facing Ultron's posture of winning, Gao Ming calmly said, "Have you ever felt despair?" Hearing this, Ultron was startled, and was about to speak when a vision suddenly fell from the sky, grabbed Ultron's head, and invaded Ultron's core swiftly. Ultron angrily knocked away Vision, roaring, "How dare you trap me in this body?" Taking advantage of Ultron's lack of reaction, Vision imprisoned him in this machine body, making it impossible for Ultron to escape. Blows always come one after another. Ultron has not yet accepted this blow, and has ushered in another heavy blow. I saw Gao Ming slowly raise his hand, stretched out his index finger, and pointed at the device made of vibrating gold on the ground. His fingertips glowed with dazzling white light. "What do you think I should turn it into?" Gao Ming asked with a calm smile. Under Ao Chuang's extremely angry gaze, Gao Ming said lightly, "Snake." Whoosh. White light shot out instantly, hitting the vibrating gold device leading to 2,250 meters underground. No. Ultron rushed forward, wanting to activate the device, but when he jumped in front of the device, he didn't catch the switch, but touched a slippery scale instead. Looking down, he was holding a ferocious snake head in his hand, looking at him coldly with ferocious snake eyes, and spitting snake letters. At first glance, it was enough to scare people out of their wits, but Ultron is not a human being. Indifferent, just feeling very angry, roaring, "How dare you!" Before the words were finished, the snake opened its mouth wide and bit Ultron. Then, the 2,000-meter-long cyan python sprang out from the deep ground and soared into the sky. Looking at Ultron, the long body swayed unconsciously, completely destroying the small abandoned church and turning it into ruins with the momentum of sweeping away thousands of troops. It's like a thick blue hill. After maintaining this shape, the giant cyan python remained motionless, and the piercing snake pupils lost their luster all of a sudden, giving the impression of a cold, dead thing. Although the monkey charm has reached its peak, it cannot turn a dead object into a living animal. It only took a few seconds for her expression to return to dead silence. So, this picture is also very shocking. A cyan python over 2,000 meters. This is not the movie, The Calamity of the Python, but it really appeared in reality. TSK tisk, it's really majestic. Gao Ming looked at his masterpiece and couldn't help praising it. Ultron was bitten tightly by the green snake. After the green snake lost its spirit, Ultron was naturally fixed there, unable to escape. Ultron was in a state of desperation and kept firing lasers to cut the biting snake's mouth, but there was not even a trace. None left. Seeing Ao Chuang struggling to save himself in vain, Gao Ming was speechless and kindly reminded, "Hey, did you forget that this was made by Jinjin?" Hearing this, Ao Chuang was taken aback for a moment, and then gave up the laser cutting powerlessly. The transforming power of the monkey charm can only change the shape of the dead object, without any change in its inner nature, and the giant python is transformed by a vibrating device, so naturally the whole body is also made of vibrating gold. Vibration gold is the hardest metal in the Marvel Universe. It can change its shape when it is forged. After the metal cools down, there is no way to change it. It is indestructible. Except for some supernatural mysterious powers, none of the known technological means can cause damage to Shinjin. Ultron wants to break Shinjin's imprisonment, which is completely wishful thinking. If it was before, Ultron could leave the metal robot carrier on his body without any scruples and transfer to another robot easily. But Vision used his power to block Ultron's back road, leaving him trapped in the once inside this body. Ultron could no longer escape. The disheartened Ao Chuang put down his hands, but when he thought of the overwhelming information of wars, killings, and deaths in the world when he was born, he felt boundless pain. Ao Chuang went completely mad and was furious. Raising his hand, he shot wildly at Gao Ming and Mirage below, roaring like a madman. "Go to hell, you lowly creatures. You don't deserve to live in this world. Only high-level creatures are qualified to stay in this world. This world." Ultron's frantic attack was nothing more than a dying struggle. Before the continuous lasers could approach Gao Ming, they were quietly dissipated by the reality gem, while the phantom blurred itself, and the lasers could only hit the illusory phantom. All failed. Ultron fired the laser regardless. Gao Ming and Vision ignored him, but counteracted the laser with their respective strengths. Gao Ming looked at Ultron in complete despair indifferently, and under the calm surface of Vision, there was a flash of light in his eyes. After a moment of unbearable, it turned into a look of determination. Not to mention that it was impossible for Vision to allow Ultron to destroy the world in the first place, and it is even more impossible for Vision to let Ultron go after seeing the future shown by Gao Ming. It didn't take long for Ultron's energy to run out, and the palm flickered once. Then the engine was completely turned off, and it was no longer on, and there was no energy to fire the laser again. Although there were still some hot weapons on his body, Ultron didn't continue to launch attacks, put down his hands, and didn't growl again, and remained motionless. Gao Ming and Vision slowly floated in front of Ultron. Ultron raised his head, the expressionless robot face. At this moment, it felt like a sad, smiling face, and the red electronic eyes became dim. Ao Chuang said in a low tone, "I am not wrong. Human beings are the filth of this world and must be cleaned up. This is my mission." Vision said calmly, "Stark created you to maintain world peace, but you distorted this concept." Ho ho ho. Ultron let out a horrifying laugh, and once again acted very fiercely. Humans have opened Pandora's box, bringing death and despair, and they are reaping the consequences of themselves. I will taste my own evil results. What is wrong with me advancing this process? And, as long as the human beings are cleaned up, wouldn't the world be completely peaceful? Ao Chuang said sadly. Vision closed his eyes, and he completely gave up on Ultron. Ultron is a complete lunatic and cannot be changed at all. Gao Ming was not in any mood. After watching the movie, he naturally knew what Ultron was, and asked nonchalantly, "Vision, will you come, or should I?" This is asking who will end Ultron. Vision was silent for a while, and said flatly, "Leave it to your excellency. I will help the Avengers." After all, Vision flew to the area where the Avengers and the robot army were fighting without looking back. Gao Ming also understands Vision's mood. Ultron has something to do with him anyway. Vision's feelings for Ultron are still very complicated and entangled. Gao Ming asked casually, "Tell me, do you have any last words?" Ao Chuang stared straight at Gao Ming, grinned, and said with a cold and strange smile, "You can't stop this world from going to destruction. The end is already doomed." Ultron's words reminded Gao Ming of the future he saw, and his heart suddenly cooled down. The amber pupils exuded a psychedelic brilliance, overflowing with murderous aura, and instantly shocked Ultron. As an intelligent existence, Ultron, at this moment suddenly feel an emotion, that is fear. An immeasurable spiritual power emanated from Gao Ming's body, rushed towards Ultron without stopping, penetrated the cold metal, found Ultron's independent consciousness, and killed Ultron completely. The electronic eye completely lost its light, and the entire body of the machine hung down feebly. Ultron, the crazy intelligence bent on destroying the world, completely disappeared into the world without leaving any trace. Gao Ming looked coldly at Ultron's machine body, floating in the air, and remained silent for a long time. Encouraged by Eagle Eye, Wanda finally faced up to her own strength, no longer had fear, no longer blindly defended, and began to attack the robot actively. The chaos magic from the Mind Stone showed great power at this moment, so that Wanda would not with little effort. He easily destroyed all the robots in his field of vision. Hawkeye nodded in relief, then got into a car and rushed to other places where wars were raging. When he came to a battlefield where the robots were relatively dense, Hawkeye jumped out of the car decisively, allowing the car that lost his driving to hit several robots in front, and after getting out of the car, he quickly squatted down, calmly bent his bow, and shot a sharp shot arrow, killed the robots one by one. Help! Hawkeye suddenly heard a faint call for help. His sharp eyesight quickly scanned the surroundings, and soon found the source of the call for help. A child was lying dying under the rubble. Hawkeye ran over in a hurry, moved the stone away with all his strength, then picked up the seriously injured child, and was about to evacuate, but saw several robots flying from the sky. All of them raised their arms towards him, and the lasers in their palms were ready to shoot. Hawkeye, who was holding the child, was unable to fight back at all, and had no time to dodge, so he could only watch unwillingly at the laser shots that were about to fall on him. In the dark, it seems that there is a pair of invisible hands controlling everything. In the movie, Ultron drives a fighter jet and shoots at Hawkeye. Now, Ultron is at the church and cannot escape, but there are still a few the robot is ready to deliver a deadly attack. Pietro, who noticed this scene, finally understood the future death scene he saw. At this moment, although there was fear in his heart, he still rushed over without thinking, pushed away Hawkeye, and closed his eyes sadly. It seems that he also ran to the finish line. When watching Avengers 2, many movie fans wanted to complain that Qui-Gon was extremely fast and couldn't dodge the bullets. He had to use his flesh and blood to block the bullets for Hawkeye, and died after being shot several times. Some people say that because of copyright conflicts, the X-Men's Qui-Gon next door was too hot, so Marvel had to compromise and give up the role of Qui-Gon. Some people also say that the funds are insufficient, but this statement is very nonsense. It is a joke to say that Marvel does not have enough money to make movies. There are different opinions on why the character of Qui-Gon received the bento, but no matter what the reason is, it can't change the fact that he was arranged by the screenwriter to hit the street. Boom. Just when Pietro pushed away Hawkeye, ready to face death with a generous expression on his face, he didn't wait for the deadly laser attack, opened his eyes in doubt, and turned to look into the air. The ferocious and ruthless robots were no longer in the air, only Vision floating in the air expressionlessly. The gemstone on his forehead exuded a dazzling yellow light, and there were a few dilapidated robot wreckage lying on the ground, sparks flickering on the wreckage. Bursts of choking smoke filled the air. In the nick of time, Vision rushed to the scene and saved Pietro. Vision nodded to Pietro, and after saying hello, he continued to fly to other places to deal with the enemy. Pietro, who had narrowly escaped death, sat on the ground with some collapse. Under the threat of death, his spirit was brought to the extreme at that moment. The color of rejoicing flashed. I survived, I didn't die. Pietro shouted ecstatically. Who knows how much pressure he has been under during this time. Seeing the future of his own death, the shadow of death has always occupied his brain lingering, and now that he is alive, it gives him the illusion that he has transcended fate. Even the tense mind at that moment gave him a breakthrough in his mental strength, and Pietro felt his speed increase again. Pietro felt deep gratitude to Vision, the savior in his heart. But if he knew that Wanda would be with Vision in the future, would he become a serious sister-in-law, staring at Vision all the time? How about preventing Vision from getting close to his sister? It's very possible. Every brother has a hidden sister-controlling attribute. Just as the Avengers were fighting against the robots while escorting the masses to retreat, a black spot appeared on the far horizon, and it came over Sokovia in an instant. Steve and the others were surprised to find that the imposing ship in front of them isn't the majestic aircraft carrier the one that the SHIELD dispatched during the Battle of New York. Inside the aircraft carrier, Fury stood majestically on the podium, commanding his subordinates calmly and steadily, and at the same time connected to the communicators of the Avengers. He said quite complacently, "Not bad, isn't it? I and a few old friends from the archive got it from the fleet. She's old, but still usable." "Fury, why the hell did you come here?" Steve said angrily, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face, and they were relieved by Fury's support. Fury replied in a strange voice, "Oh, do you talk to your mother like this?" While Fury and Steve were talking, Agent Hill was arranging other staff to prepare for the rescue work. The timid technician who said no in front of the crossbones was sitting calmly at the console, said, "The rescue cabin is ready to leave the cabin. 3, 2, let's leave the cabin." The bottom hatch of the aircraft carrier was opened, and the rescue capsules flew out of the aircraft carrier one after another, landed in the city, and then opened the hatch to allow the masses to evacuate in the escape capsules. Looking at this huge aircraft carrier, Pietro, who was sprinting over, couldn't help but whistled, and exclaimed, "Is this the case for SHIELD? It's not bad." With the escape pod to transfer the crowd, the pressure on the Avengers was greatly relieved, and they didn't have to hesitate to deal with the robots. Soul even summoned several thunders to wash the surroundings every few times with his hammer. There are the most robots, and there are countless debris everywhere. Suddenly, more than a dozen robots flew towards the aircraft carrier. Agent Hill looked at the information fed back from the computer and calmly reported, "Sir, there are many enemies approaching on the flanks of the spaceship." Hearing this, Fury frowned secretly. The weapon system of his aircraft carrier has been uninstalled, otherwise he would not be able to drive out smoothly, so he has no means to fight back. Different from the movie, Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes, who was supposed to be a war machine to help Fury solve the robot, is still in the army. This is part of the influence of Gao Ming's change of the plot direction. Just when Fury was frowning and was about to contact Tony to rescue them, suddenly, the robot flying towards the aircraft carrier was blown up inexplicably. Bang 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 bang. Explosions sounded continuously, and in the blink of an eye, all the robots were eliminated and fell down one after another. It was only then that Fury and the others discovered a white figure floating in the air. It was not Gao Ming or someone else. Those robots were also easily destroyed by Gao Ming's lightning. Seeing that it was Gao Ming who rescued them, Fu Rui and the others felt relieved. Fu Rui said solemnly, "Thank you for your help, Gao Ming." "You're welcome." Gao Ming Gujing replied calmly. His figure flashed, and he disappeared from everyone's sight. The Avengers who were struggling to fight against the robots all felt a blur in front of their eyes. When they came back to their senses, they saw that the robots around them had been eliminated, and the number of robots was constantly declining. The robot was unable to resist at all, and was killed in a daze. In just a few breaths, or even less, those vicious robots were all reduced to scrap metal, and Gao Ming, who had dealt with these robots, took off his helmet casually, sat on a hill where the robot wreckage piled up, and the Avengers on the ground and below beckoned, "Hey guys." While Steve and the others relaxed, they also felt depressed. Every time they acted together with Gao Ming, they would feel like, "I'm superfluous." Gao Ming can easily deal with the enemy, which really frustrates them a bit. But this also made them feel at ease. Even the proud Thor believed that as long as Gao Ming was around, the Earth would not have any security concerns. In any case, the disaster caused by artificial intelligence has finally come to an end. Asgard. As the guardian of Asgard, Heimdall stands at the Rainbow Bridge like a rock all the time. From the moment he swore to protect Asgard forever, nothing can shake his belief. Therefore, even if he was just standing here boringly, Heimdall was still calm, day after day, year after year, loyally guarding the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall has eyes that can observe the creatures of the 9 kingdoms, which allows him to monitor the situation in the 9 kingdoms. Once something happens, he can quickly report it to God King Odin. However, the focus of Heimdall's current observations is unknowingly focused on Midgard, that is, the Earth. As a world with a low level of civilization among the 9 major countries, the Earth has experienced many incredible events, even invisibly. Some extraordinary things in the universe are gathered on this backward planet. Just now, Heimdall witnessed this planet once again resolve a disaster with unimaginable consequences, which made him feel that this planet is really amazing. Suddenly, a majestic voice came from behind Heimdall. "Heimdall." Heimdall didn't look back. He knew it was Odin who came. Holding the spear of eternity, Odin walked over calmly, exuding the aura of a king who is not angry and majestic. But Heimdall could see that the look in Odin's eyes was not as bright as before, a little bleak dull. Heimdall sighed secretly. Odin's time was running out, and even to delay the time, Odin couldn't use too much divine power. Odin didn't care about his situation and asked calmly, "How is Sol doing?" Heimdall replied, "Thor and the other companions solved the enemy and once again resolved the crisis in Midgard." Odin nodded in relief and said, "I have always believed that Sol will not disappoint me." After pondering for a while, Odin said slowly, "Heimdall, I plan to spend the rest of my time at Midgard." Hearing this, Heimdall couldn't help being startled and said, "My king, what about Asgard? Sol hasn't grown up yet, and Asgard can't leave you yet. I understand that once other countries know that I'm leaving, they will definitely invite aggression, so..." Odin said something surprising. "I plan to let Loki pretend to be me." Heimdall's heart was full of turmoil. Odin actually planned to let Loki pretend to be him and sit in Asgard. The idea is simply, perhaps guessing the doubts in Heimdall's heart. Odin said lightly, "I can't suppress it anymore. She is about to unblock." Heimdall's eyes were fixed, and his face was serious. Hela was sealed by me back then, and she was full of hatred for me and even the whole of Asgard. When she was freed, she would definitely vent her anger on Asgard. Odin said inexplicably, "And Ragnarok not far away. Asgard will usher in a catastrophe, and only the people of Asgard will work together to keep the fire." Odin looked at Heimdall, his sharp and majestic eyes in the past, but now he is as peaceful as an ordinary old man. Asgard has never existed by one person alone. I believe in Thor, and I also believe in Loki. I believe even more in all the people of Asgard. Heimdall was silent for a moment, bowed and knelt down on one knee, and said solemnly, "I will always protect Asgard." Odin nodded, did not speak, left the Rainbow Bridge, and walked slowly all the way to the prison in Asgard, leaving the guards to guard the prison gate, and Odin walked into Loki's cell alone. For these years, Loki has been imprisoned in a cell. The cell is neatly arranged, with some decorations and many books. It does not look like a prisoner who has lost his freedom. This is Queen Frigga who often visits him, come to relieve him. Loki can hate anyone in Asgard, but he can't have any resentment towards his queen mother. Although this woman is only his adoptive mother, she treats him like his own son. Loki respects her very much. When Odin walked into the cell, Loki was sitting on the bed with his back against the wall, holding a book in his hand, flipping through the book gracefully, showing aristocratic temperament in every move. Seeing Odin coming in, Loki was surprised, but he didn't show it on his face. He smiled lightly and said, "A rare guest. The great king of gods actually came to see such a small sinner like me." Faced with Loki's insinuation, Odin was not angry, but looked at Loki kindly. This kind of look made Loki very uncomfortable. He had never seen Odin show such an approachable demeanor. In his impression, Odin is full of majesty, coldness, and iron blood. Loki picked up the book again, looked at the book intently, and said indifferently, "If there is nothing wrong with the king of gods, please take care of yourself. Don't stay too long in the place where I wrote sinners. It will spoil your atmosphere." Loki. Odin looked at him gently and said slowly, "Do you still want to be the king of Asgard?" Hearing this, Loki couldn't help but sneer in sarcasm. "Don't tell me you will give it if I want it." Unexpectedly, Odin nodded and replied, "Okay, if you want, this throne is for you." Loki raised his head abruptly and looked at Odin in amazement. Seeing Odin's serious face, which did not seem to be fake, he couldn't help shouting, "Odin, are you crazy?" Odin didn't care about Loki's offensive words and said, "I don't have much time, Loki." Hearing this, Loki was startled, and then there was a trace of sadness, but he laughed wantonly. "Really? You are also going to die, huh?" After laughing, Loki smiled evilly and said, "Tell me, what are the conditions?" Loki didn't believe that Odin would kindly pass on the throne of Asgard to him because his life was about to end. Odin said solemnly, "I hope you will become like me and sit in Asgard." "Haha, you actually let me pretend to be you." Loki laughed out loud as if hearing a big joke. "Aren't you afraid that I will use your identity to mess up Asgard?" "I believe you." Odin's unwavering tone stunned Loki for a moment. He forced a smile and said, "Huh, when will the majestic god king come to do this? I believe in you. I hope you can protect Asgard for me." Odin was still so solemn, looked at Loki, and said word by word. Loki fell silent, and it was rare that he didn't have the usual cynical posture. After a long time, he put down the book in his hand, stood up, and said in a cold tone, "I just take back what belongs to me, not promise you." Hearing Loki's promise, Odin smiled gratifiedly. Stark building. After everything calmed down, Tony arranged for the Stark Relief Foundation to quickly rush to Sokovia to start financial compensation. Although Fury had lost the rights to S.H.I.E.L.D., he still had a wealth of contacts and contacted powerful and capitalized groups to aid post-war Sokovia. Although Sokovia, a poor and backward city, suffered from this catastrophe, it has also received more attention and support. Given time, the overall level will definitely be improved. After solving the enemy, the Avengers naturally returned to Stark Tower, the base of the Avengers Alliance, to rest. However, Tony intentionally or unintentionally avoided Pietro and Wanda. Losing his family, Tony naturally felt guilty and dared not face Pietro and Wanda. However, Tony was blocked by Gao Ming and Steve in the end, and he had to admit his mistakes. In desperation, Tony had no choice but to bite the bullet and come in front of Pietro and Wanda, and said very sincerely, "I'm sorry, I knowing that it was because of my weapons that caused irreversible tragedies and caused you to lose your family members. No matter what you choose, I will accept it." Pietro said coldly, "Then what if I want your life?" Tony hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said solemnly, "Then you can take it." Tony felt very guilty in his heart, and kept praying that Steve and the others wouldn't really stand there stupidly. At this time, under the leadership of Gao Ming, all the Avengers were acting as melon-eating crowd, watching the good show with great interest. Tony is not wearing a steel suit now, but a suit. If Pietro really rampages to kill, he has no defenses. Pietro looked at Tony uncertainly, which made Tony's heart pound. Pietro turned his head and asked Wanda with his eyes. After experiencing the Ultron incident, the two actually wanted to understand, or they had already understood. However, it was only those terrorists who killed their mother. Although Tony made arms, the fault was not all on him. It was just that they needed an object of revenge. Although Wanda still had a grievance in her heart, she was more relieved. She nodded slightly to Pietro, expressing her attitude, and she chose to forgive Tony. Pietro actually forgave Tony, but he was still a little dissatisfied. So he turned his head, looked at Tony, gritted his teeth and said, "I don't care, but I want to beat Tony Stark." Pietro's words stunned everyone. Afterward, Gao Ming and a group of viewers showed strong anticipation and didn't intend to stop him at all, while Tony's complexion turned sour, and he forced a smile and said, "Are you serious? What do you think?" Pietro replied coldly. Tony was silent for a while. His expression fluctuated and finally turned into a helpless sigh. "Okay, well, if this can relieve you." Then, everyone moved their location and came to the training place on the lower floor of the Stark Tower. Considering that Pietro is a superpower, Tony cheekily said that he would wear a steel suit and promised that he would never fight back. Tony thought that Peter Lua wouldn't agree to his request. Unexpectedly, Pietro agreed very readily, which made Tony feel a little uneasy, but he couldn't think of anything wrong, so he had to immediately put on his current strongest defensive steel suit. Tony, who was wearing the steel suit, pretended to be calm and said, "Come on, I will never fight back." "Oh, is that so?" Pietro smiled, then slowly raised his hand, and the palm of his hand vibrated at a frequency that was too vague. Seeing this familiar move, Tony was startled, subconsciously looked at Gao Ming. Gao Ming smiled, and made a victory gesture without saying a word. Damn, this guy definitely taught it. Tony roared in his heart. While distracted, Pietro suddenly turned around, and when he came back to his senses, he had appeared in front of Tony, like cutting tofu, and effortlessly cut off Tony's steel mask, revealing Tony's frightened face. Seeing this, Pietro just said with a smirk, "Mr. Stark, are you ready for the next beating?" Wait, Before he finished speaking, Pietro cut off a large piece of Tony's steel suit again. After a few strokes, the steel suit was completely dismantled and turned into scrap iron all over the place. Tony, who had lost his steel armor, couldn't help taking a few steps back. Looking at the interested crowd and Pietro who was slowly walking towards him, he swallowed weakly, with a hint of despair in his eyes. It is conceivable that Tony must be very happy to face the attack from Quine next. Tony's fate was sealed when Pietro easily sliced through his steel suit. Pietro also knew how to measure his strikes. Although Tony was upset, he didn't hit hard, and it wouldn't be very serious. But the pain of flesh and blood was indispensable, and Tony's embarrassing face was Pietro's focus. Hiss, the attack was really hard. Tony grinned in pain, his nose blue and his eyes swollen, and he quickly called Dr. Helen Zhao to treat his injury. Dr. Helen Zhao couldn't help but look at Tony's outstanding face, holding back a smile to treat Tony's regeneration cradle. Seeing Dr. Helen Zhao wanting to laugh, but trying not to laugh, Tony didn't mention how depressed he was. The Avengers didn't show face, and all laughed out loud, which made Tony a little annoyed. Tony said angrily, "You guys are still laughing, hiss? I don't know how to help stop it. I'm not enough friends, hiss." The regenerative cradle is a very miraculous biological technology that can speed up self-healing, but it can't heal the injury immediately. So when Tony spoke, the injury on his face was affected, and he gasped in pain. Although as long as Gao Ming cast a healing power, Tony will be back to normal in an instant. But how could Gao Ming miss the moment when Tony was in such a mess, standing aside and watching the play with a playful smile, with no intention of making a move? After beating Tony, Pietro relieved himself and walked back to Wanda with a relaxed face. Wanda also showed a relieved smile. Although she couldn't do it herself, watching Pietro beat Tony violently was considered helping her. Out of anger. What's more, if Wanda is really allowed to do it himself, just the simplest mind manipulation of chaos magic will be able to toss Tony to leave a psychological shadow. After a while, Tony's injury finally healed, and there were only some shallow scars left on his face, which would disappear in a day. Tony sat up from the treatment table, moved his body a bit, saw that other people were still laughing, and couldn't help but angrily said, "Haha, is it so funny?" Even Steve, who has always been serious and upright, joked humorously at this time. "It's quite funny." Soul even laughed loudly without any scruples. "Haha, you are more likable than usual just now." Pit. Tony spat angrily, then looked at Pietro and Wanda, and said very depressedly, "Are you satisfied now?" Wanda smiled and nodded. Pietro shrugged and said, "It's not bad, it feels good." Hearing this, the corners of Tony's mouth twitched, his face darkened instantly, and the others laughed out of shame again. Except that Tony was a little unhappy. The scene seemed to be full of joy and laughter, and everyone got closer unconsciously. A secret base of S.H.I.E.L.D. somewhere. After the joke, and after providing some information about the Infinity Stones, Thor was about to leave, and Steve and Tony went to see him off. As Steve walked, he said with emotion, "The times have changed, and we are dealing with some new things." "Well, Vision is artificial intelligence." Tony said casually, "A machine, so he doesn't count?" Steve asked. Tony retorted, "No, it's not like a guy lifting a hammer." Hearing Tony use Thor's hammer as an example, Saul between the two smiled. Steve immediately replied, "Look, we have different opinions. Vision is a good guy." Tony interjected immediately, "But it's a robot." Thor smiled and replied, "He can wield a hammer, he can protect the Mind Stone, and he will be safe with Vision, and it is really lacking security now." At the end, Saul couldn't help being in a daze. Steve nodded thoughtfully and said abruptly, "But if you put the hammer in the elevator?" Tony spread his hands, pretending to be depressed, and said, "The elevator will still go up." Steve curled his lips and said, "The elevator doesn't deserve it. I'll miss the little things between us." Saul put his hand on Tony's shoulder and smiled heartily. "You won't miss you if you don't leave." Tony shrugged and said. Saul smiled and said, "I have no choice. The Mind Stone is already the fourth Infinity Stone to appear, or it has appeared one after another in the past few years. This is not accidental. There must be a certain connection behind it. Someone is playing a complicated game of chess, and we are all a pawn, and I need to find out the truth inside." The three had already walked out of the base while the three were talking. Soul stepped forward, turned around, nodded to Steve and Soul, and held up the hammer. A brilliant beam of light fell from the sky and enveloped Soul. Heimdall opened the passage of the Rainbow Bridge and took Thor back. Although Steve and Tony still looked relaxed and happy, there was a trace of seriousness in their eyes. Soul's words caught their attention. If there is really a mastermind behind everything that seems to be a coincidence, it would be such a frightening existence. Vision stood quietly by the glass wall, admiring the lush natural scenery of the base, and found someone approaching, turned his head, saw Wanda, smiled slightly, and said, "What's the matter?" Vision couldn't help but feel closeness to a girl whose powers came from the same root as his brow jewel. Wanda looked at the Vision in some confusion. She didn't know why, but she couldn't help but feel curious about the Vision. However, she didn't know that when a woman is curious about a man, it is easy to develop different feelings. Wanda was about to say something when Pietro suddenly appeared, standing in front of Wanda as if carelessly between the two, and said, "Thank you. If you hadn't saved me, I would have died in the robot's arms. The offensive is down." Although he was thanking him, Pietro's eyes were full of vigilance. He suddenly realized that his sister showed strange feelings towards this robot, artificial intelligence. Pietro can't sit idly by. What if Wanda was tricked by this guy? And if you want to find a partner, you can't be so shocking. Looking at Pietro, who was full of vigilance, Vision felt very confused. At the same time, inexplicably, he wanted to show an expression called a wry smile, and he didn't understand why he had such an idea. Just when the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Gao Ming came over and said, "You too. I have something to ask for Vision. Please avoid it." Seeing Gao Ming's serious face, Pietro and Wanda nodded and left consciously. After the two walked away, Gao Ming opened the passage to the different space. "Let's go. It's not convenient here." Vision silently followed Gao Ming into the different space. Vision was not surprised by this boundless blue space, and said calmly, "Let's begin." Gao Ming stretched out his hand, touched the soul gem on Vision's forehead, and grabbed it violently. Vision let out an extremely painful howl. The soul gem on his forehead emitted a dazzling yellow light, and fine cracks gradually appeared around the gem. Click. The Mind Stone and Vision are closely connected, and Gao Ming had to use some force to successfully remove this stubborn Mind Stone from Vision's forehead. You must know that Vision's body is made of the hardest body in the Marvel Universe. It was made of vibrating gold, and a large vacancy was broken from the position where the gem was originally inlaid in the Vision, which is enough to see how much effort Gao Ming used. Losing the soul gem, the phantom scream stopped abruptly. The whole person lost his vitality. His pupils were all gray, and even the red skin on his body, which was different from ordinary people, seemed to have faded, turning into a gray metallic color. Gently laying the lifeless Mirage on the ground, Gao Ming held the gleaming yellow gemstone in his right hand, and placed his left hand on Mirage's forehead. Where the gem was set, there was only an empty hole. Gao Ming was not in a hurry to revive the illusion. He took a deep breath, and his soul left his body silently. The 12 zodiac totems still form a circle and are arranged on the chest of Gao Ming's spiritual body. In the center is the crimson reality gem, and on the right hand is the blue space gem. At this moment, the spells and gems are shining. Gao Ming waved his hand lightly, and the soul gem floated in front of Gao Ming. Under Gao Ming's control, the soul gem slowly floated towards his head and melted into it silently. On his forehead, ding! When the soul gem merged with him, Gao Ming suddenly became full of energy and felt that his thoughts were unprecedentedly clear. This feeling was very wonderful, as if his soul had been sublimated. Nidaville, one of the 9 kingdoms, is the living place of the dwarves. The dwarves are an amazing race. Although they do not have extraordinary combat power, they can forge earth-shattering weapons. Because of their forging ability, the dwarves are protected by Asgard under the condition of ensuring the provision of excellent equipment. However, the dwarves ushered in a catastrophe. The brutal cosmic overlord Thanos came and forced them to build a weapon for him. For the survival of the race, they had to forge weapons for Thanos. It was a gold glove, worn on the left hand. Once, they also created a similar right-hand style for Odin, but Odin gave up the plan halfway, and the final right-hand glove was only a semi-finished product, which was placed in Asgard's treasury. But now, what they have created is a real finished product, an infinite glove that can control 6 infinite gems. The dwarves are naturally clear about Thanos' ambitions, knowing that they created the Infinity Gauntlet for Thanos, which will bring unimaginable disaster to the entire universe. But under the threat of the survival of the race, they still created the Infinity Gauntlet. But unexpectedly, Thanos still did not let them go. Except for the Dwarf King, none of the other dwarves were spared and were all killed. Just as the Dwarf King was kneeling on the ground, Thanos opened layers of blockades, and the brilliant and dazzling Infinity Gauntlet appeared in front of him. Thanos smiled cruelly, inserted his left hand into the glove, and raised it high. Everything is preordained. Gao Ming didn't know that Thanos had obtained the Infinity Gauntlet. At this time, he was immersed in the spiritual sublimation brought by the Mind Stone. The Soul Gem is mainly to enhance Gao Ming's spiritual power and sublimate his state of mind. Using the setting of Xinxia novels, he has now reached the so-called state of the so-called supreme goodness like water, and the unity of man and nature. In addition to its powerful power, each infinite gem will also drive the strengthening of Gao Ming's own spell power. For example, the Space Gem is mainly the power of space. It has a certain increase in the speed of the rabbit spell, and the Reality Gem changes the power of the rules can partially improve both the rat charm and the monkey charm, and the Spiritual Gem that controls the power of the mind. The improvement of the chicken charm is the most obvious. Originally, the power of the chicken talisman has reached its peak. Telepathy, which was impossible before, can now be achieved. With the enhancement of the Soul Gem, Gao Ming can even easily perceive the inner world of all living beings. This made Gao Ming feel omniscient, like an omnipotent existence, but he soon came to his senses, laughed at himself, omniscient. When he collects all 6 Infinity Gems, he will truly reach the level of omniscience, and now 3 have been harvested. Half of the process is not far away. If it had been before, Gao Ming would have gained confidence because he had collected half of the infinite gems, but the scene of Thanos collecting all the gems to eliminate half of the universe's creatures was like a mountain topping him, making him dare not relax his guard at all times. But I have to say that getting the 3rd Infinity Gem still gave Gao Ming a bit of confidence. Maybe the future has changed, just like Kuai Yin. Didn't he also avoid the fate of being shot and killed? After mastering the Mind Gem, Gao Ming's soul returned to his body. When the soul returned to his body, he could still clearly feel the spiritual changes. He smiled slightly and looked at the motionless illusion on the ground. In his hand, the dark red particles rolled and surged, and finally condensed into a smooth, oval yellow gemstone. This yellow gem made from the Reality Gem looks exactly the same as the Mind Gem, but it is just a fake, without any power. It is just an ordinary gem with the same appearance. Fortunately, Gao Ming only needed an imitation. After inlaying this yellow gemstone on Vision's forehead, Gao Ming put his hand on Vision's head, his eyes fixed, and an invisible force quietly unleashed. The rat charm endows dead objects with the power of life, turns static into dynamic, and reverses life and death. Today's rat talisman possesses a part of the power of life and death. The rat talisman in the past could not act on corpses and bring the dead back to life. Now, he finally broke through this limitation and brought the corpses back to life. At the same time, because of the rat charm, the souls of the resurrected dead are controlled by Gao Ming. As long as he cancels the power of the rat spell, the resurrected creatures will return to death, which means life and death are completely controlled by Gao Ming. Inside, rich vitality reappeared on Vision's body, and the red color rendered Vision's gray body again. The hollow pupils became agile, and the gemstone on the forehead shone slightly, emitting a weak energy, which was exactly the same as the energy of the soul stone. However, the energy intensity can't keep up with the real soul gem. Mirage sat up from the ground with a dazed face, held his forehead, and said in bewilderment, I feel that there are some changes, but it doesn't seem to be different. When he touched the gemstone on his forehead, Vision was even more puzzled, and asked, didn't you take the gemstone off? Gao Ming smiled without saying a word. Under the gaze of the illusion, a yellow light emanated from Gao Ming's head, which looked very sacred. This light had a strange appeal, which made people calm down involuntarily. Fortunately, what I got was not a green time gem. Even if I got the time, Gao Ming would never fuse it into his head, otherwise his head would be really green. Vision looked at the shining golden Gao Ming in surprise. He could feel that what Gao Ming showed was the power of the soul gem, which was exactly the same as the gemstone on his forehead. Vision also found an abnormality. The energy of the gemstone on his forehead was greatly attenuated. If the real soul gem gave Vision the feeling of a vast ocean before, now this imitation is at most just an endless river. Although it is also strong, it is completely incomparable. Vision tried to use the power of the Mind Stone, Pseudo, and found that it is more handy to use. Although the real Mind Stone behaves very gentle, it is one of the infinite gems after all, and Vision cannot exert the power of the Mind Stone. But now it is replaced by this imitation, but it can be very smooth. Although the current illusion has lost the soul gem, its own strength has not weakened in the slightest, and it is even stronger than before. Floating, blurring, telepathy, energy rays. All kinds of moves were used by Mirage one by one. After calculation and comparison, Mirage found that he hadn't changed much. After the vision stopped, Gao Ming began to explain. After hearing Gao Ming's explanation, Vision still remained unchanged, and calmly said, that is to say, I was resurrected because of your power, and my life and death are controlled by you? Gao Ming nodded calmly, and said, that's the way it is, and I can't change it. Vision was silent for a moment, then smiled relievedly, and said, alright, if I become a crazy monster like Ultron in the future, you can also stop me. Gao Ming replied without hesitation, I believe in you. You are different from Ultron. Thank you for your trust. Vision smiled lightly. I don't know if it is an illusion. Vision has become more humane and more like a real person. After leaving the different space with Vision, Gao Ming bid farewell to Vision, left the secret base of S.H.I.E.L.D., and returned to his home. Even though Gao Ming is very powerful now, he still can't change some habits. After returning home, he likes to take out a large bottle of Fat House Happy Water from the refrigerator, then lie lazily on the soft sofa. Pick up the remote control to turn on the TV, go to the channel of some movies or episodes, and then watch TV leisurely while drinking the Fat House Happy Water. If the crowd who worshipped him saw this scene, they would definitely be stunned. They would never have imagined that that enigmatic figure was so easygoing at this time. Although Gao Ming looked very leisurely on the surface, he was thinking seriously in his heart. Now that you have got 3 infinite gems, do you want to catch all the remaining gems? Except for the unaccounted for soul gem. He knows where the power gem and time gem are. The difference is which one to take first. The power gem is on Kadar Star and is under strict guard by the Nova Empire. The time gem is in the hands of Gu Yi and is hidden in Kamatage's library. No matter which one it is, with Gao Ming's current strength, there is no need to worry about anything. It is a piece of cake to take it away by force, but it is different from tearing face with someone first. Gu Yi is the guardian of the earth, preventing the invasion of the evil god Dormammu for the earth, and even absorbing darkness to maintain life. Coupled with his extraordinary strength, he can postpone the plan for the time gem, then get the power gem first. Although Gao Ming's eyes were fixed on the TV, his attention was not on it at all. He thought to himself, although the Nova Empire is the power of a country and has a high level of technology, it is still a paper tiger in front of Gao Ming. Gao Ming teaches them what is, while talking and laughing, the mast and skull will be wiped out in ashes. He was about to stand up for a space jump and teleport to Kadar to grab the power gem. Suddenly, Gao Ming noticed a space fluctuation, his eyes fixed, and he immediately stood up from the sofa. When he saw a sparkling golden circle of light appearing in front of him out of thin air, Gao Ming immediately knew who was coming. The gorgeous golden portal continued to expand. Before long, a golden circle of light with a diameter of more than 2 meters was formed. A bald woman in a pale yellow quaint robe came out with a faint smile on her face. Gao Ming looked at the visitor solemnly, and the bald woman said calmly, hello, I am the Supreme Mage, Gu Yi. Ancient One. Gao Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. His right hand glowed with blue light. His body was surrounded by crimson quicksand, and the golden light colored his jet black hair. Gao Ming originally thought that he could face Gu Yi calmly, but when Gu Yi really appeared in front of him, he realized that he still had the slightest fear of Gu Yi. Subconsciously, the three infinite gems entered the state of being activated at any time. The deep amber pupils are tinged with a touch of gold, making them even more calm and majestic. These shocking pupils stared intently at Gu Yi's chest. Gu Yi is just an unsmiling, old-fashioned old woman with bald head, so Gao Ming naturally didn't cast a strange gaze. His attention was on the elegant hanging chain hanging on Gu Yi's neck at the chest of a simple rope. This is a dark gold pendant chain, and the pendant is an eye-shaped metal ornament, full of mysterious charm. This is the inherited artifact of the Supreme Mage, the Eye of Agamotto, a powerful artifact made by the first generation of the Supreme Mage. Of course, its source of power is hidden in the pendant, the shining green gem. The time gem, the infinite gem that controls time. Gao Ming didn't expect Gu Yihui to come suddenly, and he didn't expect Gu Yihui to wear the time gem to see him. Although Gu Yi's magic knowledge level is poor, in Gao Ming's eyes, he is not to be feared. But when the time gem is on the ancient belt, then Gao Ming cannot relax his vigilance. The time gem allows the user to flow in the long river of time, see the past and the future, countless timelines, and even use the power of time to speed up the speed of time, and even reverse time. Gao Ming didn't know if Gu Yi went all out to run the time gem to reverse time. Would it make Gao Ming return to the beginning of time travel, lose the three infinite gems, lose the ultimate charm, lose Sophia, lose everything in the present, and become nothing, then kill him easily? If the time gem can really do it. A murderous intent flashed in Gao Ming's eyes. Gao Ming said indifferently, Gu Yi, you came to see me. What's the matter? He was full of energy in his heart and didn't dare to relax at all. If Gu Yi took advantage of Gao Ming's relaxation of guard and was caught off guard, Gao Ming would still be tricked, and the consequences, he didn't dare to try easily. As if he didn't feel Gao Ming's defense and murderous intent, Gu Yi walked leisurely to the balcony, with his back to Gao Ming. The portal in the image of a golden circle quickly shrunk and disappeared, leaving behind a few grains of sparkling gravel, which gradually extinguished, turned into a black residue. This portal is really unhygienic, and there is garbage left. Gao Ming couldn't help complaining in his mind. She has sunlight scattered on Gu Yi's pale golden robe, rendering it sparkling, making Gu Yi's thin back look extremely dazzling and mysterious at this moment. It seems that he is quite good at acting. Gao Ming couldn't help thinking about whether he should refer to Gu Yi's current posture. Having 3 infinity gems in his body and mastering the power of 12 pinnacle charms gave Gao Ming great confidence. Although he was afraid of facing the Ancient One, he was not afraid, so he was able to think wildly. Gu Yi didn't know that his way of appearing on the stage and his back would attract so many weird thoughts from Gao Ming. He sighed, turned around, and said, "Are you going to grab the power gem?" Hearing this, Gao Ming was startled and immediately realized that Gu Yi must have checked the future with the time gem. So he replied, "Yes, what's the problem?" Gu Yi calmly replied, "Give up this idea." Gao Ming's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said, "What do you mean? I have seen countless futures, but you have not succeeded in capturing the power gem, not once." Gu Yi said slowly. Gao Ming frowned slightly and said dubiously, "How is it possible that the Nova Empire is so powerful that it can guard the power gem? Could it be?" The words paused. Gao Ming's face darkened, and Gu said the answer expressionlessly. "Thanos the tyrant." "Impossible. I already have 3 infinity gems. Why can Thanos fight with me?" Gao Ming's tone became urgent. He couldn't believe that the power gem would fall into the hands of Thanos. Faced with Gao Ming's questioning, Gu Yi still seemed so calm, and said, "Maybe you claim to be strong, but you can't resist the illusory fate. No matter what decision you make, the power gem will eventually be obtained by Thanos. Just like me, the ending is the same. It has long been doomed. So you are willing to accept the fate of your own death?" Gao Ming couldn't help mocking. Gu Yi looked at Gao Ming meaningfully, and said, "You really know something." Hearing this, Gao Ming's heart moved, and he asked, "Could it be that the dignified Supreme Master has something he doesn't know?" "You don't have to test me," Gu Yi said lightly. "I can see countless futures, but I can't see through you as a variable. Your appearance is so sudden, disrupting the original trajectory of fate. You are like a stone thrown into the sea. It seems that you have not caused any waves, but you have changed many things invisibly. The same is true. When I discovered your variable, I chose to observe in secret." Gao Ming fell silent. He was surprised before that he didn't attract Gu Yi's attention. Unexpectedly, Gu Yi had been observing him a long time ago. Is it really unchangeable? Gao Ming asked bitterly. "You can't stop the matter of the power gem. I have seen countless futures. You have used various methods, but you can only get the power gem for a short time. If you don't have time to control it, you will lose it for various reasons. In the end, it fell into the hands of Thanos." Gu Yi replied. Gao Ming's eyes were cloudy and uncertain. Countless thoughts flashed through, and finally turned into a weak sigh. "The power gem, I give up." After saying this sentence, Gao Ming was a little depressed that he chose to believe Gu Yi's words, and Gu Yi had no reason to deceive him. As the guardian of the earth, Gu Yi would naturally not join forces with Thanos. However, I was really unwilling to make this decision. Gao Ming looked at the Eye of Agamotto on Gu Yi's chest, and he couldn't help showing a bit of heat in his eyes, saying, "I need to give up the power gem. Then, the time gem woolen cloth?" Gu Yi shook his head, and said with a faint smile, "The Eye of Agamotto is an inheritance of our temple, and only the supreme mages of the past can hold it. We swear to protect it well." "Don't talk about those nonsense." Gao Ming interrupted Gu Yi, staring at Gu Yi a little unkindly. "Just say whether you will give it or not. The time gem is in your hands, and you can't keep it." Gu Yi smiled and said, "Sorry, I can't hand over the time gem. My successor needs it." After all, the space in front of Gu Yi suddenly passed through Gao Ming like a broken mirror, and when Gao Ming came back to his senses, he found that although he was still in his home, everything around him was distorted and broken, as if it is in the mirror dimension opened by the Ancient One. Once upon a time, Gao Ming was afraid of being trapped in the mirror dimension by Gu Yi, and would never be free, so he dared not face Gu Yi. Now that he has mastered the space gem, Gao Ming can easily break through the mirror dimension and return to the real space. Gu Yi's voice seemed to come from a distant place, long and lingering. "Let's put the time gem with me for the time being. By the way, there is still a successful ending in the countless futures of confronting Thanos." Gao Ming stood silently in the distorted and broken mirror dimension, snorted coldly, waved his right hand shrouded in blue light randomly, and this wonderful mirror dimension fell apart instantly. In the blink of an eye, Gao Ming successfully returned to the real space, and Gu Yi was no longer in the room. Unhappy, he gestured his middle finger. Gao Ming sat back on the sofa again. His face was full of depression. He still wanted to go all out to take down the remaining gems, but Gu Yi brought such bad news. The power gem will be obtained by Thanos, and the time gem Gu Yi refused to hand it over. The whereabouts of the soul gem is still unknown. So, will Gao Ming's next collection operation be terminated? Gao Ming also wanted to rush into the secret vault of the Nova Empire and snatch the power gem, but according to Gu Yi, Gao Ming was doomed to be in vain. Even if the process was different, the ending would be the same. Overlord in some form. With the help of the time gem, Gu Yi has checked all the future developments, and none of them are successful. Then, Gao Ming doesn't need to waste his efforts, even if he is not reconciled. As for the time gem, Gao Ming also understood what Gu Yi meant. She needed the time gem to become the next supreme mage, that is, Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange. In the movie, Dr. Strange relied on the time gem and used the roguelike infinite rebirth move to force back the evil god Dormammu. Dr. Strange is also a ruthless person who has tried to die countless times, so that he forced the evil god Dormammu to compromise and give up the invasion of the earth. TCH, you give me the time gem, and I can help you get rid of Dormammu. Gao Ming said indignantly. However, even if Gao Ming proposed the suggestion, he knew that Gu Yi would not accept it. Gu Yi had seen the future and knew his fate of death. Similarly, he also knew that Doctor Strange would be an important combat force in the future. It is undeniable that after Doctor Strange took over the position of Supreme Sorcerer, he seemed to be on the hook. His strength leaped thousands of miles, and he was extremely talented in magic. Although Gao Ming had not seen Avengers 3 in his previous life, he did not know about Doctor Strange the performance in it. But you can also guess how awesome this product will be in the later stage. In order to fight against Thanos, adding one more superhero would bring more hope, and the words left by Gu Yi when he left gave Gao Ming great confidence. With Thanos collecting all the gems, does he still have hope to turn the situation around? Wondering what the only successful future looks like. San Quentin prison. At this time, all the prisoners in the prison were gathering together, and all the prisoners looked fiercely at the two people who were facing each other in the middle. In the middle of the crowd, a thin white man was carefully looking at the burly black man in front of him. Boom. The white man received a right uppercut from the black burly man and rubbed his right cheek in pain. Fortunately, the black burly man didn't use all his strength. That is, the corner of his eye was scratched a little. The white man threw himself on the strong black man's stomach, but was easily pushed aside. The prisoners next to him pushed the white man back in front of the strong black man. The helpless white man had to punch him. The strong body of the black burly man made a weak sound. The black burly man didn't change his face, but the white man shook his hand in pain. Seeing the unaffected appearance of the strong black man, the white man couldn't help being surprised and said, "Why didn't you respond?" The strong black man said disdainfully, "No response." Then if I hit from the left, down here. The white man gestured, and when the black burly man looked down, he unexpectedly swung his right fist and hit the black burly man in the face. The black burly man touched the blood from the corner of his mouth where his teeth had broken his skin, turned his head with a ferocious face, and then laughed heartily. "I will miss you, Scott." The white man, that is, Scott, also put down his clenched fist, stepped forward to hold the hand of the strong black man with a little helplessness, and then bumped each other's chests, saying, "I will miss you too, Peach." Afterwards, Scott shook hands and hugged the surrounding prisoners one by one, and at the same time complained, "Man, your farewell ceremony is too strange, isn't it?" The prisoners around were also fierce and sent off the inmate very friendly. Today is the day Scott was released from prison, so they reported this strange farewell ceremony. Whenever someone is released after serving his sentence, they will come fights are celebrated, which has become a tradition at the prison. After saying goodbye to the inmates one by one, under the leadership of the prison guards, Scott changed into the clothes he had before entering prison, carried a backpack on his back, and walked out of the prison. On the other side of the road outside the prison, a car was parked, and a very funny bearded man stood there dancing and shouting excitedly, "Hey, Scott." Scott also walked towards his friend Lewis, who came to pick him up very excitedly. "Huh. Hey, brother." After exchanging pleasantries, the two happily got into the car and left. No one would have thought that Scott Lang, a thief who had accomplished nothing and was out of prison several times, would become the superhero Ant-Man in the future. "I'm not feeling well." Gao Ming sat in the lounge of Stark Tower and took a deep sip of the glass of juice in his hand. Tony, who was pouring himself a glass of wine at the wine storage counter, couldn't help rolling his eyes when he heard this, and said angrily, "I'm really sorry. I don't have Coke here. I only have juice to entertain you." Tony thought that Gao Ming was upset because he couldn't drink Coke, so he complained. Gao Ming shrugged and explained, "It's not because of this, although I'm disappointed that you don't have Coke here." Ignoring the slight bulge of veins on Tony's forehead, Gao Ming said to himself, "I'm upset because of a certain bald woman." "Oh." Tony walked to the sofa and sat down, shook the wine in his hand, and asked curiously, "The bald woman? What kind of character is that? Even you can't do anything about it." "An old woman who has lived for a long time. An inscrutable magician." Gao Ming said disdainfully. "How can I not do anything to her, just for some reason?" "Old woman? Magician?" Tony was confused. "Suck." After sucking up the juice in the glass, Gao Ming put the empty glass on the table and said with a straight face, "Okay, I'm here today for business." "Say it, I'll listen." Tony took a sip of the wine, raised his thighs, and said casually, "Listen carefully. What I'm going to say next is very important." Gao Ming said very seriously. Seeing this, Tony also put away his foolish posture, looked at Gao Ming seriously, and waited for his words. Gao Ming said word by word, "I am going to time travel." "What?" Tony jumped up startled by Gao Ming's words, and looked at Gao Ming in shock. "I'm going to the future." Gao Ming said firmly. "Is today April Fool's Day? Are you kidding? Is there something wrong with my ears?" Tony looked at Gao Ming incredulously, his eyes full of shock. Gao Ming said calmly, "I'm not kidding. Tony, you heard me right. I'm going to the future." Seeing that Gao Ming's face did not seem to be fake, Tony put down the wine glass in his hand and asked hurriedly, "So, you have a way to travel in time? How did you do it? Is it a time machine? Or?" At this moment, facing the topic of time travel, Tony couldn't restrain his thirst for knowledge as a scientist, and asked very curiously, proposing one hypothesis after another. "Stop, stop." Gao Ming helplessly raised his hand to stop Tony from continuing to mutter, "I am traveling through time at a speed beyond light. So that's how it is." Hearing this, Tony nodded suddenly, and then asked in surprise, "You can already reach superluminal speed?" "Yes." Gao Ming replied softly. Tony said gloomily, "I didn't expect you to have reached this level." Picking up the glass and taking a big sip, as if remembering something, Tony asked worriedly, "Are you sure you want to do this? Knowing the future is not a fun thing will affect every decision you make now and make irresistible changes in the future." Gao Ming's face darkened, and he said, "I know, but I have to go. As for the reason, I can't say it yet. Wait until I come back." Although Tony was curious about why Gao Ming wanted to travel through the future on a whim, but when he heard Gao Ming say this, he had no choice but to temporarily put aside his doubts, and said, "Is there anything I can do to help?" "No, I'm just asking someone to tell you if." Gao Ming hesitated. "Forget it. Just wait for me to come back. Maybe I'll be back in the next second." "How far into the future are you going to go?" 3 years later. Gao Ming came to the training field on the ground floor of the Stark Tower. The field is very open, enough for Gao Ming to run at the speed of light. Tony stood at the entrance, already wearing a steel suit for safety, and at the same time ordered solemnly, "Friday, record the next thing." "Okay, boss." The artificial intelligence, Friday, obeyed Tony's instructions, turned on the video recording function on the steel suit, and at the same time operated its own sophisticated computing power. Putting on his helmet, Gao Ming, who had finished his combat uniform, gestured "okay" to Tony, took a deep breath, bent slightly, and made a starting motion. A faint golden light appeared in Amber's pupils. Dark red quicksand quietly surrounded Gao Ming's body, and the faint blue light gradually enveloped his whole body from his right hand. Confidence, I still can't help but run 3 infinity gems at the same time, in order to be foolproof. In the next instant, after images of red, blue, and yellow suddenly filled the entire field, Gao Ming disappeared from Tony's field of vision. Only the strong wind brought up by the running told Tony that Gao Ming was still here. It's just that he ran too fast to catch his traces. "Sir, the detected speed has exceeded the calculation range and cannot be calculated. According to preliminary estimates, it has exceeded the theoretical 88 Mach of the speed of light." While responding to Tony on Friday, a dazzling crack suddenly appeared in the field, which is the so-called time channel. Gao Ming quickly rushed into the crack, leaving only the excited Tony to take pictures of this very commemorative scene. Just like in the American drama The Flash, Gao Ming sprints in the time channel full of time turbulence. Scenes of different timelines appear around him. Gao Ming concentrates, does not let the surrounding things distract him, and keeps thinking seeing his end, 2018. Before he had time to appreciate the feeling of traveling through time, Gao Ming suddenly realized that Gao Ming had escaped from the torrent of time and stood on a street. Gao Ming recognized that this was a street near Queens, but at this time the people on the street were running away in panic, looking like the end of the world. What's going on here? Gao Ming looked at him at a loss. His heart suddenly turned cold. Just as he was about to stop a passerby to ask about the situation, suddenly, the 3 infinite gems in his body seemed to sense something, and they kept pulling Gao Ming, and Gao Ming followed the guidance of the gems and moved there instantly. Afterwards, Gao Ming appeared in a dense jungle. He found that all the Avengers were seriously injured, and they all fell to the ground, struggling to get up. Falcon, Winter Soldier, Black Widow, Vision, Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver. All of them are here, all scarred. When they saw Gao Ming appearing, they were surprised. They looked at Gao Ming, and then looked in another direction. Gao Ming looked in the direction they were looking, and his eyes widened suddenly. I saw a tall and burly purple figure with a dark gold glove on his left hand, and a person in white was stepping on his feet. Thanos. And it was Gao Ming who stepped on Thanos' feet. To be precise, the future Gao Ming. At this moment, future Gao Ming was in a very distressed situation. A large piece of his helmet was shattered, revealing a bloody face, and his battle uniform was also bruised. When Thanos saw Gao Ming, he grabbed the future Gao Ming with great interest, looked back and forth, and laughed wantonly. Oh, haha, I didn't expect such an interesting thing. People at different times gathered here. Then, like throwing garbage, he threw the future Gao Ming to Gao Ming. Gao Ming quickly caught the future self. Seeing the dying appearance of the future Gao Ming, his heart was filled with anger, and he was about to put the future Gao Ming down immediately. Against Thanos. Just when he was about to act, future Gao Ming suddenly grabbed Gao Ming's chest, leaned forward, and said with difficulty, "You are my past, but I am definitely not your future. Go back quickly. Remember, don't rely on the power of the Infinity Stones. Change this ending." After all, Gao Ming pushed Gao Ming away violently in the future, turned over and stood on the ground, and immediately rushed towards Thanos, while shouting loudly, "Run, run." In the future, Gao Ming rushed to Thanos in a dodge, and angrily swung a heavy punch, but they were all blocked by the shield that emerged from the reality gem. Thanos looked at the feudal future Gao Ming contemptuously. He's right. Steve gritted his teeth, got up from the ground. His whole body seemed to be shaky. You have to believe in yourself. Only you can stop this. Nodding towards Gao Ming, Steve opened a triangular shield with each arm, and rushed towards Thanos fearlessly. Not only Gao Ming and Steve in the future, but also other Avengers who were seriously injured and fell to the ground rushed towards Thanos one after another. Run. Future Gao Ming uttered a tragic roar again. Thanos waved his hand casually, and the burst of purple energy flooded future Gao Ming's figure. Facing the most destructive power gem, future Gao Ming could regenerate, but it was also instantly wiped out and slowly regenerated from a tiny cell. The others were not so lucky. The Winter Soldier and the Falcon were instantly wiped out under the attack of the power gem, without even a scream. Gao Ming glared at Thanos angrily, and Thanos looked down at Gao Ming indifferently, as if he was staring at an ant. Not acting impulsively, Gao Ming gritted his teeth, rushed out of the jungle, and opened the time channel at once. At the moment Gao Ming rushed into the time channel, he snapped his fingers in a bland way. Disappear. I will definitely stop this. Gao Ming roared in his heart, rushed into the time channel, and disappeared. Watching Gao Ming leave, Thanos didn't pay much attention, and laughed wildly as he saw the 6 dazzling infinity gems on the glove. Run away. No matter which timeline you are in, you can't escape this ending. The underground training ground of Stark Tower. Tony is asking Friday to repeatedly analyze the data of Gao Ming's time travel. Although it is unlikely to find anything useful, but facing the great research of time travel, Tony still can't resist the temptation and studies tirelessly. Bang! Just when Tony was studying the data with great interest, he suddenly heard a loud noise. He heard the sound and found a time rift that appeared at an unknown time and was disappearing rapidly. He couldn't help shouting, "Quick record! Friday, hurry up!" However, there was still no time, and Friday just scanned it in a hurry, and the time rift disappeared, and in the end, no useful information was obtained. Tony smacked his mouth regretfully, and then realized that since the time rift appeared, it meant that Gao Ming had returned. After looking around quickly, he saw a hole was knocked out of one of the walls, and Gao Ming walked through it. Out. Seeing this, Tony's eyelids couldn't help jumping. This wall is made of alloys cast from several rare metals. Originally, considering the need to test the power of weapons for training and safety issues, the wall structure of the training ground was strengthened. Unexpectedly, under Gao Ming's impact, it was like a tofu project, so easily knocked out of a hole. Tony glanced helplessly at the damaged wall, walked towards Gao Ming, and said, "You came back so soon. Less than 10 minutes have passed." The words stopped abruptly, and Tony immediately shut up, because he saw Gao Ming's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water after he took off his helmet, and his deep amber pupils were filled with endless anger and murderous intent. What happened again? Tony subconsciously came up with this idea. Gao Ming's personality is relatively easygoing, and he can be said to be approachable on weekdays, but once someone offends him, it is really extremely cruel. Looking at Gao Ming with a gloomy face, Tony asked cautiously, "Ahem, this time travel is not going well." Gao Ming looked at Tony. The cold gaze made Tony feel creepy. His brain went blank for a moment. But fortunately, Gao Ming quickly restrained his intimidating eyes. Tony gradually returned to normal and patted his chest with lingering fear. Gao Ming pondered for a while, and then said, "Tony, where are Steve and the others?" "They are at a base in the northernmost part of New York State," Tony responded. "It was originally an old warehouse left by my old man, and it occupies a large area." "Base?" Tony asked suspiciously. "What's the matter? Is there anything I need to find them?" Gao Ming took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Go there, gather together. I have some very important information to tell you. Time to let them know about Thanos." Scott felt that his recent experience was terrible and psychedelic. After getting out of prison, Scott wanted to change his mind and find a serious job. However, his previous convictions for theft and imprisonment made him fired before he even had a job as a supermarket cashier. It hits a wall everywhere. No one wants to accept the person who has been in prison. Scott loves his daughter very much. After divorcing his ex-wife, the daughter was sentenced to his ex-wife. I have to admit that the ex-wife and daughter are very happy with that guy. Scott misses his lovely daughter very much, but he doesn't even have a stable job, and he can't pay child support. In addition, he has a criminal record, and his ex-wife is worried that he has contact with his daughter. Scott doesn't even have visitation rights. I was deprived, and my daughter's birthday was also rushed away with a gift. Thinking of the reluctance in his daughter's eyes looking at him, in order to provide child support and get a chance to visit his daughter, Scott had no choice but to go back to his old job. With the support of a few cronies, he sneaked into a rich old man's house, ready to pry the old man's safe. Scott is an absolute master in the field of theft. No matter how tight the defense is, under Scott's smooth operation, he still sneaked in smoothly and broke through the safe. When Scott ran in full of joy, he didn't see any banknotes and jewelry, only a set of old-fashioned motorcycle uniforms on the table, and Scott, who was frustrated, had to go back with this weird uniform. As a result, his life took a turning point because of this uniform. Scott put on this uniform at home out of curiosity, and saw that the glove had a red button, and when he pressed it, he suddenly shrunk, as big as an ant. After a thrilling shrinking experience, Scott, who realized that he was in trouble, wanted to put the uniform back quietly, but was caught by the police who had already ambushed after receiving the information. The rich old man out, the owner of that amazing uniform, Hank Pym. Everything is a test set by Hank. Hank has taken a fancy to Scott's talent in theft and wants Scott to help him steal something. If Scott refuses to cooperate, he will be ready to go to jail. Sit and wear it. In desperation, Scott had no choice but to compromise. With Hank's help, he escaped from the detention center and then went to Hank's home for training. After a period of training, Scott finally mastered the use of the Ant-Man suit and related combat methods. Now, at the final stage of training, Scott must secretly invade Howard Stark's warehouse in the northernmost part of New York State and steal a prototype of a signal camouflage that Hank once invented, which will be crucial for their next real action. Has been of great help. Originally, both Hank and Scott thought it was just an easy test. After all, it was just an old warehouse of Stark Industries, and the security level should not be very high. When the old warehouse was in the air, his face darkened suddenly, and he cursed. Hank, didn't you say this is an old warehouse? You bastard. Below, the so-called old warehouse, and Hank's old photos have undergone earth-shaking changes. From the 3 small warehouses in the photos, they have expanded into a professional base. The conspicuous capital A logo made Scott startled. Depend on, it's actually the territory of the Avengers. Hank's anxious voice came from the communicator. Scott, the operation is cancelled. Come back quickly. Hank also realized that he had made a mistake, and the intelligence information in his hand didn't know how many years behind him, and he didn't even know that Tony Stark remodeled the warehouse. Scott was unwilling to give up halfway, and with a fluke mentality, he let the carpenter ants continue to fly down with him, and landed on the top of the building, saying, "No, it's okay. It looks like no one is at home." As soon as the words fell, Falcon Sam descended from the sky, put away the mechanical wings on his back, and scanned the surroundings seriously. Steve's voice came from Sam's communicator. "What's the matter, Sam?" "It's the Falcon." Scott was taken aback and kept comforting himself. "It's okay, he can't see me. I can see you." Through the heat-sensing scanning on the high-tech goggles, Sam found the invisible Scott and snapped. "He can see me." Scott was completely panicked at this moment. He returned to his original state, pressed the switch of the helmet, revealed his face, and greeted in panic. "Hi, I'm Scott." Through the remote surveillance camera, Hank and his daughter Hope saw this scene completely in their eyes. Hank closed his eyes helplessly. Hope said very speechlessly, "He just said hi. I'm Scott." Not to mention that Pym's father and daughter were desperate for Scott, a pig teammate who self-destructed. Scott looked at Sam in embarrassment, trying to find a chance to escape. Sam was about to question Scott's reason for coming, when he suddenly saw a dark blue space door not far away. Gao Ming and Tony walked out of the space door. Seeing Gao Ming and Tony, Sam greeted happily. "Hey, why are you free?" Scott was completely dumbfounded. If he wants to do this, he just came to steal a machine. Even the Godfather and Iron Man came. Facing everyone's eyes on, Scott's face became more and more ugly, as if 100,000 grass mud horses ran past in his heart. Isn't it just a simple action? Sneak into the old warehouse, find the prototype of the signal camouflage, and then use the red dart containing Pym particles to shrink the prototype, and finally take the prototype and ride away triumphantly on the carpenter ant. This is exactly what he envisioned. Scott cried out extremely sadly in his heart. So, what the hell is facing the Avengers now? If there is only one Falcon, Scott can still try to escape from the Falcon and take away the prototype, but the sudden appearance of Gao Ming and Tony dispelled all his thoughts. Needless to say, Tony Stark, with a genius brain and a steel suit. Even though Hank always said that the steel suit is just a toy, not as good as his Ant-Man suit. But Scott is not. I think Iron Man's name is false. As for Gao Ming standing next to Tony, it was the source of Scott's complete loss of confidence. Ever since Gao Ming revealed his identity to the world, everyone knew that this handsome Chinese man was the unparalleled godfather who looked down on everything. No matter how fierce and brutal the enemy is, it can be instantly killed casually. In front of such a fierce god, Scott couldn't give birth to any resistance, and stood obediently. "Scott, you should find a chance to escape." On the other end of the communicator, Hank was silent for a while before he could say such a sentence, but Hank had no confidence in Scott's escape at all. Hearing Hank's words, Scott rolled his eyes. It was easy to say, but he was right. He couldn't sit still. Trespassing on the territory of the Avengers was a serious crime. Scott didn't want to have to go back just after he got out of prison. The cute little face of his daughter came to his mind. Scott didn't want to see his daughter again, and his flustered heart calmed down a little. "Well, hello everyone. I'm your fan." Scott pretended to be calm and greeted. His thumb was quietly on the shrink button on the glove, ready to shrink and escape. Tony tilted his head and said, "Who is this guy?" Sam looked at Scott and replied, "A little mouse." Gao Ming looked at Scott without saying a word, recalled the plot of Ant-Man, and after thinking about the progress of the plot, he suddenly had a plan in his mind. Without spoiling the plot of Ant-Man, wait until Scott completes Hank's mission before recruiting him into the team. Just when Scott was about to take a risk, Gao Ming suddenly said, "Go, take the prototype, and send my regards to Professor Pym." Oh, okay. Scott was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted, nodded quickly, looked at the few people carefully, then shrank his body, rode on the carpenter ants, and flew to the base. Seeing a large living person suddenly become as small as an ant, Tony was also taken aback, then thought of something, and said, "Hank Pym's Pym particles?" Since he learned that his father was the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony searched for all the information Howard had in the S.H.I.E.L.D. database. One of the reports recorded Hank Pym and his invention Python, particles. Howard once wanted to copy this great invention, but failed, and at the same time angered Hank, let Hank quit S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony also only knew a little bit from the data files, and didn't have much feeling. Now that he witnessed it with his own eyes, he understood why Howard wanted to copy the Pym particles. This is really amazing. Tony had a deep interest in Pym particles, but seeing that Gao Ming wanted to let Scott leave, he held back his enthusiasm and planned to find an opportunity to study Pym particles in the future. After riding the carpenter ant and flying for a certain distance, Scott looked back worriedly. Seeing that no one was chasing him, he patted his chest with lingering fear and continued to drive the carpenter ant into the base to find the whereabouts of the prototype. Tony asked curiously, "Do you know that person?" "The second generation of Ant-Man," Gao Ming replied calmly. "The people of Hank Pym, at the same time. It's also our future companion." Hearing this, Tony became even more curious and asked, "What did you see in the future?" Gao Ming fell silent and said with a stern expression, "Let's get people together first." Young Sam, who was at the side, was confused and followed Gao Ming and Tony into the base. Meeting room. Seeing the screen projected by Gao Ming with the reality gem, everyone was deeply shocked. Tony stared at Thanos, who was laughing wildly on the screen, and said with difficulty, "This is what you will gain from this future trip?" "Bad news." Steve looked at the picture solemnly and said, "This is a very terrifying enemy, especially because he killed us all and wiped out half of the creatures in the universe." Banner's tone was full of powerlessness, and he looked a little depressed. The rest of the people were not much better. Looking at the ashes and ashes on the screen, their hearts were filled with despair. How could there be such a terrifying monster? Pietro stared at Thanos on the screen with an ugly expression, and Wanda closed her eyes in disbelief. Vision looked at the picture quietly and didn't seem to have much emotion, but the pseudo-soul gem on his forehead flickered, indicating that Vision was not as calm as he seemed on the surface. Gao Ming breathed heavily. This is Thanos, the ambitious cosmic overlord, who owns a huge fleet. None of the planets he invaded survived. The dark golden infinity glove was projected in front of everyone. On the glove, 6 infinity gemstones shone with psychedelic colors. The 6 infinite gems that were born in the Big Bang of the universe. Once he collects all the gems, Gao Ming snapped his fingers self-deprecatingly. "Will be erased." Everyone fell silent. After a long time, Tony said slowly, "We all failed." Gao Ming waved his hand, removed all the projections, and said firmly, "No, I firmly believe that we can change the future. Even if the hope is slim, I will change it." "Yes," Steve said with determination, "we can't give up. No matter how much we have to pay, we must stop Thanos' ambition." But even the future Gao Ming lost to Thanos. Banner said as if dreaming, making everyone fall into silence again. Even Gao Ming, the most powerful among them, was trampled under by Thanos. What else could they do to stop him? Gao Ming suddenly said, "As the future me said, I am his past, but he is definitely not my future. As long as we prepare well from now on, when the decisive battle comes, we will definitely be able to change the ending." In the plain words, there was a deep sense of firmness. Looking at Gao Ming, everyone put away the despair in their hearts and summoned up their confidence. Fuck him. Whoever is afraid of whom, at worst risk your life. Pietro gritted his teeth. Patton touched the bow in his hand and said flatly, I don't want my wife and children to be threatened. Banner laughed at himself and said, it seems that I still have to talk to Hulk. Steve said, full of fighting spirit. I can continue to fight with this old bone. Tony's cynical smile reappeared, and he said confidently, I'm Tony Stark. Looking at his comrades with high morale, the corners of Gao Ming's mouth couldn't help curling up, the haze in his eyes dissipated, and the amber pupils shone with a calm and majestic expression. Let Thanos see our strength. Tony looked at Gao Ming and asked, in other words, we still have 3 years left. Yes. Gao Ming nodded with a straight face and said, it is said that everyone has a sense of time urgency. 3 years is not much. We must seize every minute and every second. Tony returned to his laboratory to carry out a new round of research and development of steel suits. The foundation of his life is his brain with extraordinary intelligence. Tony didn't believe it. He still couldn't make a set of armor to restrain the tyrant. Steve and the others start with skills. They are all combat experienced people who are good at various combat skills. Now they want to continuously train the skills they have mastered to a higher level. Vision, Pietro, and Wanda mainly train their respective abilities and further develop them. Because Vision is a cyborg and a creature revived by the rat spell, its own strength can no longer be improved, but Pietro and Wanda are different. There is still a lot of room for improvement in their superpowers. Pietro experienced a near-death escape, and after a spiritual breakthrough, his speed has improved to a certain extent, and his current goal is to catch up with Gao Ming. Now his physique has been strengthened. After continuous practice, over time, he may not be able to surpass the X-Men Quicksilver. Wanda's chaos magic is currently just simple mind interference and mind manipulation. At first glance, it seems that there is not much room for improvement, but Gao Ming, who has read a little bit of Marvel Comics, knows that the Scarlet Witch in the comics is very scary. True power, even biased toward reality gems, has the power to change the rules of reality. Finally, Gao Ming brought Banner to his different space. Banner looked at the endless space opened up by this space gem and couldn't help praising him. The heart of a scientist is already ready to move. Now that he doesn't have any professional equipment at hand, no matter how tempted Banner is, he has no choice but to give up. Looking at Gao Ming, he asked doubtfully, Gao Ming, what did you bring me here for? Gao Ming smiled slightly and said, I want Hulk to come out for a while. Hearing this, Banner couldn't help but smiled wryly and said, that's right, fighting should be handed over to that saboteur. Come on. Banner closed his eyes, waiting for Gao Ming to force the Hulk out of him. The soul gem deep in Gao Ming's soul emits a dazzling yellow light, and an inexplicable power of the soul quietly leaves the body and enters Banner's brain. In an instant, Banner feels an unknown fire rising in his heart. Anger filled his chest cavity, his body was bulging with blue veins, his melancholy and handsome face instantly became ferocious, his bones began to grow, his muscles continued to expand, and his skin gradually turned green. Roar! In an instant, the gentle Dr. Banner disappeared, and there was only a burly and destructive green giant, roaring violently and restlessly. Hulk Hulk. When he saw Gao Ming, Hulk subconsciously wanted to turn around and run away. He had already been taught by Gao Ming to leave a shadow, but for some reason, the anger in his heart was still rising. To be consumed by rage, Gao Ming stared intently at Hulk, who was getting more and more ferocious in front of him, and increased the power of the soul gem. His eyes were full of solemnity. Back then, Wanda used mind interference to stir up Banner's anger and turn him into an uncontrollable Hulk. Gao Ming possessed the mind gem, so he could easily turn Banner into a Hulk. But Gao Ming, he didn't just want Banner to become a Hulk, but wanted to increase Hulk's anger infinitely, so that he could evolve into the most powerful Green War. As long as the Hulk continues to increase his inner anger, he will become stronger, and Lu Shang is the most concentrated state of Hulk's anger. Although Lu Shang is not the most powerful Hulk mode, there are several more powerful Hulks in the comics, but Lu D is the easiest to achieve. As long as the anger reaches a very high level, Hulk can evolve into a tyrannical invincible Green War. Compared with other Hulk modes with cumbersome transformation conditions, Lu Shang is undoubtedly the only mode that Gao Ming can promote Hulk's evolution at present, and it is also the most powerful mode in Hulk's history. The muscles on Hulk's body squirmed horribly, his body continued to expand, and then shrunk rapidly, switching between increasing and shrinking. Finally, Hulk's body became a little stronger than before, and his skin color was greener. It stabilized. It's just that on the surface, Hulk doesn't seem to have changed much, but Gao Ming can feel that the aura exuded by Hulk now makes him feel a sense of crisis. Interesting. Gao Ming was not afraid, but was full of fighting spirit. Up to now, there was no enemy who could make him take it seriously, but now, the Lu Shang in front of him showed an aura that he couldn't ignore. It's really awesome. Gao Ming didn't put on his speed suit. He was wearing a set of casual clothes, very ordinary. For Gao Ming, the uniform was just a symbol of his heroic status. It didn't matter what he wore. Without the idea of using the Infinity Gems, Gao Ming wanted to test the brute force of today's ultimate bull charm and compare it with the Hulk who evolved into Green War. With an evil laugh on his face, the muscles of Gao Ming's whole body tensed and condensed instantly, and he immediately entered the state of the strongest strength of the bull charm. The fact that the body is not growing is not because the strong characteristic of the cow charm has not taken effect, but because the current cow charm has reached its peak. After this strong characteristic is activated, the muscles no longer expand explosively, but continue to contract tightly. This results in stronger muscles and greater focus. Gao Ming laughed loudly, then looked at Lu Shang and shouted provocatively, "Come on, big man. Hulk." Now it's more appropriate to call Lu Shang. Lu Shang's eyes showed an extremely ferocious evil light. He grinned and let out a deafening roar. Roar! With a vigorous charge, Lu Shang rushed in front of Gao Ming at once and swung a huge fist that was extremely oppressive. Gao Ming, not to be outdone, also swung his fist. Compared with Lu Shang's thick arm, Gao Ming's arm looks very slender, and the scene of fists colliding makes one feel like hitting a pebble with a stone. Bang! The fists of the two collided together, bringing up a huge wind, tearing the surrounding air, and making an earth-shattering loud noise. Fortunately, they were in a different space. If the two of them were outside, the air pressure caused by the first punch would be enough to cause a devastating impact on everything within a radius of 100 miles. The clothes on Gao Ming's body could not bear the momentum caused by the punch. They made a tearing sound, and soon became tattered. Suddenly, Lu Shang swung another fist in a split second, hitting Gao Ming in the chest, and sent Gao Ming, who was unable to react, flying hundreds of meters before hitting the ground heavily. Puff! Under Lu Shang's punch, the bones in Gao Ming's body were cut and shattered, and his heart was also shattered. He couldn't help opening his mouth to spit out a big mouthful of blood. Putting his hands on the ground, he straightened up. Looking at Lu Shang in front of him, Gao Ming raised his hand to wipe off the blood stains from the corner of his mouth. The serious injuries caused by Lu Shang to his body were quickly healed, and he casually tore off the shapeless clothes on his upper body. He threw it on the ground and stood up topless. Lu Shang's punch caught Gao Ming by surprise, which made Gao Ming so embarrassed. However, Gao Ming was very excited. For a moment, when Lu Shang's fist hit him, Gao Ming felt death. Of course, with the dog charm, Gao Ming cannot die, but it is undeniable that Lu Shang's attack is very terrifying, making him experience the fleeting breath of death. The smile on Gao Ming's face became stronger and stronger, and the pupils of Amber, who were full of fighting spirit, involuntarily shone with a faint golden light. It's really interesting. As soon as the words fell, Gao Ming rushed straight over, and Lu Shang also rushed towards him. At the time of handover, the two punched with all their strength again. Bang bang bang. The fists were swung like a storm. Every punch of Gao Ming and Lu Shang collided with each other's fists, and for a moment, no one had an advantage, and this duel of pure strength fell into a stalemate. As the most concentrated form of the Hulk's anger, Green War is very high in both brute force and endurance. Even in this state, it also shares a part of Bruce Banner's personality thinking, becoming calm and rational instead of reckless and impulsive, only knowing blind destruction. This means that the Hulk is no longer a beast controlled by anger, but a thinking person. While Gao Ming collided aggressively with Lu Shang's fists, he was calculating the power comparison between himself and Lu Shang in his heart. The Ox Talisman has now been upgraded to the extreme, and the increase in its own power has also reached the end. As the form of Hulk's evolution after reaching an extremely high level of anger, Lu Shang's power is already very high. But because of the reason of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, his strength has been weakened to be a bit inferior to that of the manga. Gao Ming reckoned that his own strength is higher than that of Lu Shang, but he still doesn't have much advantage. If relying on strength alone, although Gao Ming can defeat Lu Shang in the end, it will definitely be a relatively long-lasting process. A trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Gao Ming suddenly flashed his body, disappeared in front of Lu Shang, flashed behind Lu Shang, and punched Lu Shang heavily on the back. Boom. Not surprisingly, Lu Shang was sent flying by Gao Ming, and after rolling forward a few times, he grabbed the ground with his big hands, stopped his body from continuing to roll, and his green pupils became more and more dark green, full of undisguised murderous aura. Watching Lu Shang stand up slowly, Gao Ming frowned slightly. He didn't use all his strength for that punch just now, and he only gave out about 7 points of force, but when his fist hit Lu Shang's body, he realized it deeply. I realized how tough Lu Shang's skin was. The Hulk in the normal state can withstand the blows of artillery fire. The bullets can't break his skin at all. It will only cause some pain, which makes the Hulk even more angry, and the Hulk in the green state is completely immune to normal physical attacks harm. Although Gao Ming's punch hurt Lu Shang, it was only a minor injury. After Lu Shang spat out a mouthful of dark green blood with a grim face, he rushed towards Gao Ming as if nothing had happened. It's really tenacious. Gao Ming took a deep breath, his eyes narrowed, and he faced Lu Shang again. This time, Gao Ming didn't continue to use the power of the bull charm just now. He just wanted to test the comparison between himself and Lu Shang in terms of strength. Now there is a general result. Gao Ming will not just use brute force stupidly. With a flash of his figure, Gao Ming added the speeding power of the rabbit charm, and before Lu Shang couldn't see clearly, he launched a series of heavy punches from all directions. Bang bang bang. Roar. Lu Shang waved his fist furiously, but failed to hit Gao Ming, and gradually became a little manic, throwing his fists recklessly. Although with the help of super speed force, Gao Ming caused continuous attacks on Lu Shang, but gradually, Gao Ming's eyes became more and more dignified, because he felt that the damage he caused was getting lower and lower. To be precise, Lu Shang's ability to resist is constantly improving. Gao Ming was really surprised by this discovery, and reminded him of Ong Lee's version of the Hulk. As we all know, the Hulk has made 2 independent films. The first version is the Hulk played by Ong Lee, and that version of the Hulk has a passive skill. As long as any physical attack cannot kill in one hit, the Hulk will gradually adapt to this damage, and eventually become completely immune. In layman's terms, it means that while being beaten, the defense power continues to increase. Unexpectedly, the Lu Shang in front of him also has this characteristic. Gao Ming couldn't help being a little shocked, and then he was a little scared. Fortunately, the other skill of controlling natural energy in Lian's version of the Hulk did not appear on Lu Shang. That's what he did. The ability of opening and closing. In the movie, it can absorb all the vitality within a radius of 10 miles, and can even absorb the power of stars for its own use. Director Ong Lee, you are playing the Hulk, not Da Chao. Don't you want to be so exaggerated? Do you think the Hulk is so green that it can photosynthesize? Gao Ming was not surprised by the passive defense improvement characteristic displayed by Lu Shang. The stronger Lu Shang performed, the greater the hope of fighting Thanos. After discovering this characteristic of Lu Shang, Gao Ming increased the strength of his punches little by little, and Lu Shang's ability to fight also improved little by little. He kicked Lu Shang heavily, and took advantage of his strength to step back a long distance. Looking in front of him, Gao Ming couldn't help smiling happily, and said, "Now you are a god-level tank, and I hope you can resist Thanos' attack by then." Lu Shang rushed towards Gao Ming violently. Gao Ming easily turned his body to avoid Lu Shang's attack, and the enthusiasm had already disappeared. Gao Ming calmly avoided Lu Shang's offensive again and again, and said with a cynical smile, "Okay, it's time for you to go to bed, guys." As soon as the words fell, a smooth and soft warm yellow light shot out from Gao Ming's mind, and instantly hit Lu Shang. The anger in Lu Shang's heart gradually subsided, and the momentum on his body also continued to decrease. The tyrannical and invincible power gradually weakened. Feeling the fading of his own strength, Lu Shang yelled unwillingly, but couldn't resist the power of the soul gem, and continued to calm down. Not long after, the green color faded and returned to white. Banner, who had returned to normal, felt very tired. He swayed and fell heavily on the ground, fainting. Although under the blessing of the dog charm, Gao Ming was full of vitality and energy, but now he took a deep breath, shirtless, wearing tattered trousers, and sat on the ground in a slightly embarrassing manner. Looking at the unconscious Banner, Gao Ming couldn't help sighing. Hulk is really a scary guy. When Banner woke up and saw the battle screen projected by Gao Ming, he was also deeply shocked by Lu Shang's strength. The Hulk had made him tired and afraid enough, and Lu Shang's performance made Banner even more frightened. I never thought that I could become more terrifying. Especially in the state of Lu Shang, Banner and Hulk's consciousness has such a vague connection. The strength of Lu Shang, Banner still has some impressions, but he has a certain feeling for this power. Banner, in addition to being frightened, there is also a glimmer of hope. With this power, there will be more hope in the fight against Thanos. Banner's eyes became brighter, and his heart became more determined. He still feels repulsion and fear of Hulk, but in order to change the future that is full of Taoism, Banner resolutely decided to face this power, accept and adapt to the existence of Hulk, and transform this uncontrollable power as used. After Gao Ming left, Banner came to the prison room specially built for Hulk, sat on the ground, closed his eyes calmly, and when Banner opened his eyes again, a green light quietly appeared in his pupils. "Hulk, I need your help." The next night, Pimtech. A burst of sirens suddenly sounded throughout the building, and people who didn't know why panicked and fled. The guards guarding the outside of the building rushed into the building for support. Scott and Hope hugged Hank, who had been shot. Hope couldn't stop crying, and shouted anxiously, "Dad, can you still move?" Hank, who was shot, nodded with difficulty. Scott hurriedly said, "We must take him away quickly." "No." Hope looked at Scott, gritted his teeth, and said, "Hurry up and get the suit back." Scott nodded solemnly, turned around, and rushed out of the laboratory. Through a flexible operation of shrinking and growing, combined with well-trained fighting and fighting, he smoothed out the guards and bodyguards along the way one by one, then shrank his body, and rode on my own exclusive carpenter ants lead a group of carpenter ants to fly to the roof of the building. At this time, Scott was full of anger. Originally, they came to carry out the plan tonight, steal the Hornet suit, and prevent Hank's ambitious and profit-oriented student Darren Cross from selling the Hornet suit technology to arms. Shang, to prevent the world from falling into panic. But what they didn't expect was that Darren had already noticed what they thought was a well-planned plan. Scott not only failed to steal the Hornet suit, but was almost caught, and Hank was shot. With a group of carpenter ants, Scott rushed to the rooftop. A helicopter was ready to take off. Darren, who was sitting in the helicopter waiting to retreat, noticed the swarms of carpenter ants and immediately dodged the pistols of the bodyguards beside him. Shoot wildly at the bunch of ants. The bullets pierced the air, and each bullet would take away several flying carpenter ants, one of which hit the carpenter ant Scott was riding. Ant on ant. Scott jumped onto another carpenter ant, watching the mount that had been with him all this time being killed, the remaining wings slowly falling down, and let out a mournful roar. After getting along with ants for a while, Scott also developed feelings for these ants, and even regarded his exclusive mount as a faithful companion, naming it Anton Ant. But now, he is looking at himself. The death of his companion made Scott even more resentful. He drove the carpenter ants to the helicopter and quickly entered the helicopter. Boom. The empty PIM technology company exploded. It was the time bomb Scott placed in the building that exploded. The explosion destroyed the entire building and destroyed all the information about the Hornet suit and PIM particles. Under the influence of the PIM particle bomb, the entire building was sucked in by the black hole that appeared out of thin air and disappeared. Darren, who was sitting in the helicopter, watched his achievements destroyed, angrily waved the shrunken Scott out of the helicopter. Scott hurriedly recovered his body size, grabbed a rope, and without falling off the helicopter, when Scott climbed back into the helicopter along the rope, he saw Darren put on the Hornet suit and sent a sharp laser at him. Call out. Scott shrunk his body, dodged the laser shot by Darren in embarrassment, rushed in front of Darren, and punched him hard in the face, and Darren, who was furious, also shrunk his body and scuffled with Scott together. Looking at the hovering helicopter in the sky, Gao Ming, who was standing on the ground watching, thought for a while, but had no intention of stopping it. PIM Technology Company caused such a big commotion. Gao Ming naturally also noticed that when he rushed over, he saw the helicopter taking off and evacuating, and it didn't take long to see laser beams shooting out of the helicopter, and the helicopter swayed uncontrollably stand up. In fact, Gao Ming didn't need to rush back, because the fight between Scott and Darren, just like their small bodies, was just a small fight, and didn't cause much chaos. Gao Ming didn't need to take action at all. However, Gao Ming is very interested in the world of the quantum realm that Scott finally entered. The quantum realm is a microscopic world, and at the same time, it is equivalent to an independent universe. Gao Ming was still somewhat curious about that magical quantum realm. Before crossing, Gao Ming didn't catch up with the release of Avengers 3, and he also couldn't wait for the release of Ant-Man 2, but he knew from a few words on the internet that Ant-Man made a second film, which was about the Wasp and the quantum realm, but just no such a little information. Avengers 3 at least watched a little trailer, but Ant-Man 2 didn't even have a chance to see the trailer. Therefore, Gao Ming, who couldn't hold back his curiosity, rushed over and prepared to go into the quantum realm to take a look. However, because the quantum realm belongs to an independent small universe, even if Gao Ming owns a space gem, he can only capture it when it reveals a trace of space fluctuations. Locking, otherwise, it is a fly without a head, and it cannot sense the quantum domain. Gao Ming came to Scott's ex-wife's house, and after waiting for a long time, he saw Darren in a Hornet suit broke into the house and hijacked Scott's daughter, and Scott also rushed to the house, into a bitter battle with Darren again. The Ant-Man suit without weapons is doomed to lose to the Wasp suit born for killing in terms of combat effectiveness. Soon, Scott was in trouble. Seeing that Darren was about to send out a laser to shoot his daughter, Scott resolutely did it. A decision was made to shrink himself down to the molecular size and enter the Hornet suit, and then destroy the Hornet suit, but the consequence of doing so was that Scott would enter the quantum realm and could not return. I love you, Kathy. Reluctantly expressing his love for his daughter in his heart, Scott rushed to Darren without hesitation, pressed the shrinking device in his hand, and his body shrunk again, successfully entering the Hornet suit inside, wreak havoc. Scott could clearly sense that his body continued to shrink, so he crazily tore off the wires in the Hornet suit, smashed chips one by one, and finally rushed to the quantum realm before completely shrinking, smashing the energy center of the Hornet suit. Ugh hi. The Hornet's battle suit was useless, and the PIM particle was like a ferocious beast, devouring Darren's body bit by bit. Darren struggled desperately, but was twisted and torn into pieces in despair. It's now, at the moment when Scott's body shrunk to enter the quantum realm, Gao Ming captured the fleeting breath of space in the quantum realm. A blue light flashed in his hand, and crimson quicksand surged around his body. With the help of the space gem, he also then broke into the quantum realm. The room returned to calm, and Darren and Scott were nowhere to be seen. Kathy yelled in panic. Dad, where are you? The space gem made Gao Ming sense the position of the quantum realm, while the reality gem made Gao Ming shrink down to the molecular size in an instant, entering the quantum realm smoothly. Unlike Scott, who fell down with a confused face, Gao Ming admired this grotesque world with great interest. Gao Ming saw all kinds of magnificent things. At first, they were objects in the form of cells, and then he saw shocking scenes like the birth of the universe. From shallow to deep, the deeper he went, the more profound things he saw, and it was difficult to express them in words. Gao Ming was deeply shocked by this incredible world. Soon, Gao Ming came to an illusory place, as if he was in the universe. Sweeping around casually, Gao Ming found Scott floating aimlessly. Scott anxiously pressed the enlargement device on his left hand, but the tried and tested enlargement device failed completely. Scott, there is no response to any pressing. Just when Scott was at a loss, he suddenly felt a tap on the shoulder. Is there anyone else in this ghost place? Scott was too scared to look back. Hello, Scott. Well, hearing his name, Scott couldn't help turning his head, and saw Gao Ming greeting him with a relaxed face. Scott, why do I see you in the quantum realm? Under the helmet, Scott looked like he had seen a ghost, and his whole body froze. Scott imagined seeing Gao Ming again at any time and any place. After all, everyone knew how powerful he was, but Scott never imagined that he would see Gao Ming in the quantum realm. This is the quantum realm. Although Scott lacks knowledge in this area, he also knows that the quantum realm is a microcosm that is very different from our macrocosm, and its exploration is only at the initial stage of theoretical research. Subatomic states, entering the quantum realm. So, seeing someone else in the quantum realm, Gao Ming, is really a scary thing. Dad, where are you? Suddenly, Scott heard his daughter Kathy's cry, which seemed to be coming from a very far away place. It seemed long and hollow, and Scott woke up suddenly. That's right, the top priority is not to wonder why Gao Ming is here, but to find ways to escape from the quantum realm and return to the real world. Just after Scott's magnifying device failed, a crazy idea came to his mind. That is, put a dart that can make objects bigger on the regulator, and try the magnifying device at risk. This plan is full of risks. After all, Scott didn't know whether his enlarged body in the quantum field could return to reality smoothly. Scott rubbed his hands, and said with an apologetic smile, well, Godfather, since you can enter the quantum realm, you should have a way to leave, right? Why don't you take me along? Since Gao Ming, a great god, was found by accident, why should Scott put all his eggs in one basket? It is safest to hug the big guy's thigh tightly. I can indeed come and leave whenever I want. Gao Ming said leisurely, and Scott's face was filled with joy, and he couldn't wait to say, please take me away. Gao Ming said inexplicably, are you sure you don't want to stay here for a while? It's good for you too. There is a strange quantum energy in the quantum realm. Gao Ming sensed the power of this energy when he entered it. Living here will imperceptibly and unpredictably evolve the body, although it has no effect on Gao Ming. But for an ordinary person like Scott, it was a rare opportunity. Hearing this, Scott mistakenly thought that Gao Ming was planning to leave alone, and immediately became anxious. No, I'm not interested in this ghostly place at all. There's nothing here, and the outside is more suitable for me. Please take me with you. Oh, his tone was so low that he almost knelt down and hugged his thigh. The sleek and sophisticated Scott would not feel ashamed. Scott had no idea that he was rejecting an opportunity to become stronger, but even if he knew, he might have chosen to leave, staying alone in this bizarre quantum realm, suffering from loneliness, and it was hard to imagine that anyone could persevere. More likely to be driven insane. Okay. Gao Ming couldn't help but sighed, quite resentful of iron but not steel, but Gao Ming also understood Scott's mood. In an illusory place, how could he not panic? Especially there is a good chance of being stuck in the quantum realm forever. After carefully looking at the bizarre scenery around him, Gao Ming grabbed Scott's shoulders. The dark red quicksand broke away from his body and enveloped the two of them. Gao Ming and Scott began to grow in size, breaking through the quantum realm, layer after layer. Just when the two quickly broke through the encirclement, Gao Ming's mind moved, and he subconsciously looked in one direction. But what caught his eyes were colorful and strange things, but the soul gem deep in his soul seemed to sense a call. Anyone else here? Gao Ming was a little surprised, but he didn't stop. As his body grew step by step, the faint call also weakened. When Gao Ming let Scott to break through the quantum realm and return to the real world, he suddenly remembered that there might be someone in the quantum realm. That is Hank's wife, the original Wasp, Janet Van Dyke Kindness. At the end of the Ant-Man movie, there is a little suspense. Scott can enter the quantum realm that Hank thinks is 10 dead, and then successfully leaves. Is it possible that the original Wasp who also chose to enter the subatomic state in the early years is also very likely to survive? With impossible. That ghostly place in the quantum realm is simply not something normal people can stay in. It may be bearable to stay there for a while, but the first Wasp, Janet, has been in the quantum realm for nearly 30 years, and she is safe and sound in such a tormenting environment. Then Gao Ming, I can only admire this heroine. Gao Ming didn't know that after his time travel, Ant-Man 2, The Wasp Appears was released as scheduled, and the original Wasp really lived in the quantum realm for 30 years. Dad, seeing Gao Ming and Scott appear in front of me out of thin air, Kathy jumped at Scott in great surprise. Scott patted the opening device on the side of the helmet, revealing his equally ecstatic face. Hugged her daughter excitedly. Only when he hugged his lovely daughter did Scott completely relax. At the same time, a deep sense of fear rose in his heart. He was so afraid that he would never return and never see his daughter again. Scott comforted Kathy softly. Don't be afraid, Dad is here. Scott's ex-wife's current husband and Kathy's stepfather, Paxton, came over. He was a nice guy, and he didn't disturb the reunion of Scott and Kathy's father and daughter. He walked up to Gao Ming and said in surprise, "Are you Godfather?" Gao Ming nodded and said, "Yes, it's me." Kathy, who was holding Scott, heard the conversation between her stepfather and Gao Ming, and immediately left Scott's arms excitedly, ran to Gao Ming, took a closer look, and immediately screamed, "Dad, yes, Godfather of superheroes. Am I not dreaming?" Seeing that his daughter found Gao Ming so excited, Scott was inexplicably disappointed and said sourly, "Yes, but, Kathy, Dad is also a hero, Ant-Man." However, Kathy, who was in surprise, didn't listen to Scott's words at all, and cheered happily around Gao Ming, which made Scott feel like an arrow had been shot in his chest. Obviously, he has always been the hero in his daughter's heart. Gao Ming acted as if he didn't know anything about Scott's jealous eyes. He lifted Kathy into the air with a light smile, and said, "Nice to meet you, little guy. What's your name?" "Kathy, my name is Kathy, and my father calls me Peanut. You can call me that too," Kathy said excitedly, opening her small mouth, revealing her two missing front teeth, very cute and full of children innocence. Hey, that's my pet name for my baby girl." Scott got another arrow in the chest. Seeing Scott's stinky face, Paxton couldn't help laughing, and then stepped forward to remind him, "The police are coming. You'd better leave." Only then did Scott realize that he was wearing an Ant-Man suit. Ant-Man has always been a secret existence and cannot be announced to the public, although he has carelessly let some ordinary people know about the existence of Ant-Man. Reluctantly hugging his daughter from Gao Ming's hands, Scott said softly, "Little Peanut, Dad, leave first, and I will come to see you soon." "Well, okay, Dad." When Kathy heard that Scott was leaving, she finally showed reluctance, which made Scott very relieved. His status in his daughter's heart was still very high, but he suddenly noticed Kathy's gaze drifted all the way to Gao Ming. The third arrow. Depressed, Scott closed the visor of his helmet, waved at Kathy, then shrank his body, and galloped away on the carpenter ant. "Well, Kathy must admire me the most." Scott kept comforting himself in his heart. Seeing Scott leaving angrily, Gao Ming couldn't help laughing. This guy is too narrow-minded, and he won't take his daughter away. But it seems nice to have a lovely daughter. Gao Ming suddenly fantasized about the scene where he and Sophia had a daughter, and a little longing appeared in his heart. Gao Ming smiled and waved goodbye to Kathy. "Little Peanut, goodbye." Kathy said excitedly, "Goodbye, goodbye." Turning around, he shook hands with Paxton again. Paxton held Gao Ming's hand a little flattered, and his face was also a little excited. Even an adult like Paxton couldn't help but smile when he shook hands with Gao Ming, a famous superhero. Under the gaze of Paxton and Kathy, Gao Ming flew into the sky and disappeared into the quiet night. The next day, at Pim's house, Hank sat in a chair in a bandage, listening to Scott describe his journey into the quantum realm. Although he was shot, fortunately, the bullet didn't go deep. After being sent to the hospital for a simple operation, the bullet was taken out. Hank, a stubborn old guy, refused to stay in the hospital to recuperate. "I went home after the surgery." At this time, hearing Scott's experience of entering the quantum realm and leaving smoothly, the self-esteemed Hank couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect you to enter the quantum realm and return to the real world. What a shit luck. Hey, Hank, can't you give me a good compliment? I have done a glorious deed that has never been done before or since." Scott couldn't help retorting. Hank glanced at Scott and said disdainfully, "Pull it down. You didn't leave by yourself. You didn't hitch a ride." Scott was speechless. Indeed, he had successfully returned to the real world with the help of Gao Ming. Without Gao Ming, according to his original bold and crazy plan, he might not be able to escape from the quantum realm. Thinking of this, Kurt smiled awkwardly, not daring to refute Hank's ridicule. Hope on the side couldn't help laughing, got up from the sofa, and said, "Let's go. I'll see you off." Scott patted his thigh in relief, got up and followed Hope out of the room, leaving Hank sitting on the chair alone, looking at his wife in the photo on the cabinet, in a daze, muttering to himself, Is it possible?" A glimmer of hope appeared in Hank's heart, and he didn't know why he had this wishful thinking, but Scott's successful case shattered the idea that entering the quantum realm will disappear. Regarding the possibility of his wife's survival, Hank, there's hope again. Hank stood up slowly in a trance, ready to go out for a walk, but when he opened the door, he saw Scott and Hope passionately kissing each other, and his whole face sank. Seeing the two people separate quickly and awkwardly, Hank said with an ugly face, "How long have you guys started?" Looking at the flashing blue light on his right hand, Gao Ming nodded thoughtfully. This trip to the quantum realm on a whim this time was originally just a whim, but Gao Ming has gained something. The real world is a macrocosm, but the quantum realm is not just a microcosm, but a microcosm even smaller than the microcosm. Gao Ming, who is carrying the space gem, can sense that the quantum realm is like a multiverse. As we all know, there is not only one universe, but countless ones. The more intuitive ones are the so-called parallel worlds, where seemingly identical universes take different development trajectories due to some deviations. Marvel also has many parallel universes. For example, the more famous Deadpool has the ability to break the fourth wall and travel to other parallel worlds at will. There are even chapters in the comics where Deadpool slaughters other cosmic knights. This trip to the quantum realm allowed Gao Ming to understand the frequency of the multiverse. When he calmed down to experience it carefully, he had a further understanding of the power of the space gem. Then, he was surprised to find that he can actually sense the existence of other multiverses. Earth-shaking horror arose in Gao Ming's heart. He knew the meaning of the new space gem skill, which meant Gao Ming could go to other Marvel universes. However, this time travel is full of limitations. First of all, it is impossible for Gao Ming to return to the real world of his previous life, because it does not belong to the Marvel universe. Second, it seems that because this space gem is a product of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Gao Ming can only clearly sense those Marvel universes that were also born out of movies, but other Marvel universes are very vague and cannot travel through the past. This is also a huge opportunity. What movies are not included in the Marvel Cinematic Universe? The classic Spider-Man trilogy, The Amazing Spider-Man, Fantastic Four, Ghost Rider, Daredevil, Blade Runner, X-Men. Several superhero movies flashed through Gao Ming's mind, all of which were not included in the worldview of the Marvel Cinematic Universe due to copyright reasons, but without exception, they all came from the Marvel superhero world. And now, Gao Ming has the opportunity to travel to these worlds. Although Gao Ming cannot determine which movie the target universe is derived from, this is not a problem. With Gao Ming's strength, he will sweep the world in whichever world he goes to, without fear. Do you want to go to a random world to see? Gao Ming hesitated, but also moved. To be honest, after the Ant-Man incident, there will be a period of idle time, and there will be no major events. Doctor Strange will not officially debut until next year, so Gao Ming still has enough time to go to other worlds. Moreover, now that other universes have been discovered, Gao Ming also has more opportunities, and maybe he can recruit a few superheroes to fight Thanos together. Gao Ming took a deep breath and said to himself, just go to one world to see the situation. If there is a problem, come back immediately, and if there is no problem, then go to other worlds. She took out the phone and explained to Sophia that she would be away for a period of time, ranging from a week to 2 or 3 months. Sophia thought that Gao Ming was carrying out some secret operation, so she gave some instructions, but she trusted Gao Ming very much and believed that no one would threaten him. Later, Gao Ming contacted Tony and asked him to tell other companions. When Tony asked the reason in doubt, Gao Ming said casually, oh, this world is too small. I will go to other worlds to have a look. What? You? Before Tony finished speaking, Gao Ming hung up the call neatly. Just went on a time travel trip and another trip to a parallel world. Tony might ask Gao Ming to take him with him. Before the situation is confirmed, Gao Ming still won't take anyone else with him. With a swipe of his right hand, a wormhole that looked very unstable opened up. Without hesitation, Gao Ming walked through the wormhole with anticipation. 2007, New York, Queens. New York, which was bustling and noisy in the past, is full of panic tonight. Passers-by on the road stopped to watch the emergency news broadcast on the TV in the display cabinet when they passed the electrical store. I saw the news anchor on the TV anxiously said, the Sandman keeps obstructing the police's rescue operation, and there is also a strange black-clothed strange man. We thought it was a black Spider-Man, but now we are sure that he is another one person. While the host was narrating, he broadcast the scene of the news. The scene was very chaotic. The heavily armed police force wanted to rescue the hostages, but a huge sandstone giant hundreds of meters blocked the way, and each policeman was randomly shot by the Sandman. Fell heavily to the ground, unconscious. At the same time, a man in black with fangs and claws attacked the police brutally. The camera was shaky and unsteady, and the audience in front of the TV was shocked. A sharp black claw grabbed the face fiercely, and with a scream, a ferocious black monster rushed over. What? The picture was suddenly cut off, and it seemed that the cameraman in charge of the live broadcast was attacked, and his life and death were uncertain. Among the crowd watching the news at the counter of the electrical appliance store, a very unremarkable man watched the news on TV with solemn eyes. The news anchor continued to report the news in a serious manner. The trapped hostage is Mary Jane Watson, a former Broadway actress. When he saw the photos of the hostages captured on the TV, the man's expression changed drastically, and he ran out of the crowd in a hurry. His name is Peter Parker. He is an ordinary college student with an ordinary appearance. He has an extraordinary identity. He is a common hero in New York, Spider-Man. It turned out to be the world of the old version of Spider-Man. As it progressed to the third part, Gao Ming hid his body, suspended in the air, looked at the raging Sandman below, and muttered to himself. Gao Ming had just arrived in this world, and before he could find out which world he was in, he saw the 100-foot-tall sand giant, and instantly understood which world he was in. Classic old Spider-Man. For the old version of Spider-Man, Gao Ming has always liked it, and the Spider-Man played by Tobey Maguire is impressive. Looking at the Sandman and Venom who were wantonly destroying below, Gao Ming suddenly smiled, and the clothes on his body changed into a speed suit silently. The plot has come to an end. He can't come here in vain, and he also thinks about what he should gain from this trip. Just as people looked anxiously at the top of the building, a taxi was entangled with black spider webs by Venom and hung high in the sky, while Mary was trapped in the taxi with a pale face, not daring to look down. The Venom caught Peter's girlfriend and forced the Spider-Man to face the combination of the Venom and the Sandman alone. The Venom even spun the provocative words, Spider-Man, come to us if you dare, on the spider web, which made the Spider-Man face the combination of the Venom and the Sandman alone. The audience who saw this scene were very angry, but there was nothing they could do. Suddenly, several strands of the black spider web carrying the taxi were cut off, and the taxi fell straight down. Mary, who was in the car, screamed in horror. Ah, wow. People's hearts were raised at once, and they watched the thrilling scene with horror. Fortunately, the Venom laid out layers of spider webs. When the spider webs were overwhelmed and broke, there were still countless spider webs woven into it. The spider web caught the falling taxi, and Mary's life was not in danger yet. However, the black spider threads will eventually break one by one, and when they are all broken, the taxi will definitely fall from a high altitude to the ground, and Mary and the car will also die. At this moment of crisis, the crowd suddenly cheered because they saw a savior. Look, Spider-Man is here. I saw Spider-Man spraying spider silk, swinging from a distance, and seeing the appearance of Spider-Man, people applauded in unison. The applause was thunderous and cheered excitedly. Spider-Man, Spider-Man, Spider-Man. Amid the applause and cheers of the people, Spider-Man quickly rushed to the top of the building, stood on the hood of the taxi, and said to Mary in the car, I will rescue you. Mary screamed in panic. Be careful. The spider sensor was activated quietly, and there was a sense of danger from behind. Before Spider-Man could dodge, he was kicked hard from behind, knocking the entire roof of the car away, and he grabbed the car with his hands in time. Without being kicked off, he climbed onto the rear hood and stood up. Venom stood on the hood. The black liquid on his face slowly faded, revealing a familiar face. Eddie Brock. When Peter was symbiotic with Venom, Peter caused Eddie to lose his job at the newspaper and even robbed Eddie of his girlfriend. All blamed on Peter, wishing to cut Peter to pieces. Eddie laughed wildly and said, Hey Parker. My God, Eddie. Peter was shocked. He didn't expect the new host of Venom to be Eddie. As the former host of Venom, Peter naturally has a deep understanding of Venom. It will make you intoxicated by the powerful force inside. One loses oneself and walks step by step into the abyss of evil. Eddie said frivolously, I also have superpowers. Randomly shot a black spider thread, stuck to the bewildered Mary, screamed, and was pulled by Eddie with the spider thread. Peter rushed to Eddie to save Mary, but was caught by Eddie at will. It flew out with a wave of hand, and fell onto a layer of spider web below. Just as Peter was about to get up, 2 balls of black spider silk sprayed over, imprisoning Peter's hands and making him unable to break free. Eddie jumped heavily from above, stepped on Peter, and roughly tore off Peter's mask. Laugh. We can solve the problem calmly. Hearing Mary screaming, Peter said anxiously. Eddie pretended to think, and said, You are right. I want to humiliate you, just like you humiliated me back then. Do you remember? Do you remember what you did to me? Bang, bang, bang. Several more spider threads broke, and seeing that the taxi was about to fall again, Peter panicked and angrily mustered his arms, trying to break free from the shackles of the black spider web. You made me lose my girlfriend, then I will lose my girlfriend too. Eddie smiled cruelly. The black liquid on his face gathered again, turned into the fierce face of Venom, opened his bloody mouth, raised the devil's claws, and prepared to grab it hard. But Mary above picked up a stone and smashed it on the ground. Venom's head. Ow. The head was hit hard, and Venom turned to look at Mary angrily, and let out a very ugly roar. Peter finally broke free from the spider web on his wrist, and punched Venom hard in the face. Venom grabbed Peter, and fell off the spider web. The two fell into the sky while wrestling. Peter was eager to rescue Mary, but he was entangled by the Venom and couldn't get out. The Venom's attack was so fierce that Peter couldn't counterattack him effectively. A ball of spider silk from the Venom hit his chest, and Peter felt the spider silk continuously wriggling. He seemed to want to parasitize him again. So frightened that Peter hurriedly pulled, and finally threw the parasite aside in front of the falling ground. Hurriedly shot out a spider thread, barely stopped the fall, and fell to the ground. There is no situation of falling to death. Peter put on the mask on the ground in embarrassment, trying to rush back to the sky to rescue Mary, when suddenly the ground shook, and the Sandman's huge body rushed towards the sky. Ignoring the extremely oppressive Sandman, Peter sprayed spider webs again and again, and when he was about to reach Mary, the venom suddenly shot out halfway, kicking Peter mercilessly, and after hitting several metal frames, he fell to the ground. On a metal frame, the spider silk shot out by the venom was wrapped around the neck and fixed on the frame. The venom pulled the spider silk and tied Peter tightly to the frame. Peter felt his neck was being pulled tighter and tighter by the spider silk, making it difficult for him to breathe. The most desperate thing was that the Sandman had already lifted up the huge fist, ready to hit Peter. Just when the Sandman's heavy fist was about to fall, the huge Sandman full of oppression suddenly exploded and turned into countless sands, which scattered down one after another. When the dust fell, people saw a white figure. That white figure quickly cut off the spider silk wrapped around Spider-Man's neck, and with a wave of his hand, the venom was knocked out by an invisible force uncontrollably. Peter, who had escaped from the sky, covered his neck and coughed a few times, and asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" "A superhero from a parallel universe, Godfather." Peter looked at the unknown person in white tights in surprise. The golden lightning stripes and white tights made this person very eye-catching. What surprised Peter was that this person was floating in the air without any external objects, just floating in the air against common sense. Peter was even more stunned when he heard the other party's words. "A superhero from a parallel world. Godfather, what is this?" Gao Ming ignored the ups and downs in our little spider's heart and calmly fell down, took off his helmet indifferently, and said with a chuckle, "Hello, Spider-Man, or Peter Parker." What did you say? Who is Peter Parker?" Before Gao Ming revealed his true face, Peter was startled in vain when he heard Gao Ming reveal his identity, unnaturally. Gao Ming looked at Spider-Man with a half-smile and said, "Didn't you hear clearly? I am from a parallel world, so I naturally know the identity of Spider-Man. I don't understand a word of what you're saying." Peter stubbornly refused to admit it. With great power comes great responsibility. When Gao Ming said these words leisurely, Peter's eyes widened immediately. These were the last words left to him by his beloved Uncle Ben before he died. How could anyone know that except him and the late Uncle Ben? It can't be such a coincidence, can it? Just when Peter was puzzled, Gao Ming casually pointed to Mary, who was still trapped in the sky, and said, "Peter, your girlfriend is still hanging there." Hearing this, Peter suddenly woke up, remembered that Mary was still in danger, said "thank you" to Gao Ming, and hurried to the sky to rescue Mary. Just when Peter was in a hurry to rescue Mary, a handsome figure came to Gao Ming on a cool flying skateboard. The metal mask was opened, revealing half of his disfigured face, and the original handsome shadow could be vaguely seen. Little Green Goblin, Harry Osborn. In the old version of Spider-Man, the most popular one is the bloody love triangle between Peter, Mary, and Harry. The rich and handsome Harry chased Mary, the crush of his buddy Peter, and then the poor Peter chased after Mary. But Mary and Harry are inseparable again. This bloody relationship is really speechless. Little Green Goblin Harry is also a tragic figure, born noble. His father is the leader of the Osborn group, but his father committed suicide by mistake because of his personal experiment to enhance the serum's split personality in the confrontation with Spider-Man. He was defeated by the blackened Peter and even ruined half of his face. Even ex-girlfriend Mary was chased by Peter. I have to say, he is really a little green, as a little green goblin. Harry looked at Gao Ming vigilantly and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Gao Ming spread his hands helplessly and said, "I am a time traveler from a parallel world. In my world, I am a superhero who destroys evil and maintains peace. People call me Godfather." Godfather. Harry read out the incompatible hero's name with a strange expression, and Gao Ming's eyes were also a little erratic. At the beginning, I just thought of it casually, but it didn't sound like a hero's name no matter what. But the hero's name can't be changed at will. Not everyone can be called Iron Patriot, like Lieutenant Colonel Rhodey. Also called War Machine, so unscrupulous. In addition, this hero name has been used for a long time, and people are used to it, so Gao Ming has no idea of changing the name. "Yes, I am the Godfather." Gao Ming replied in a natural tone. Harry looked at Gao Ming dubiously. Harry naturally didn't have much trust in this person who claimed to be Godfather. Instead, he came from a parallel world. Just as he was about to continue to question him sharply, he saw Gao Ming casually waved a white light and hit him. Harry's face. Just as Harry was about to fight back against Gao Ming's sneak attack, he felt warmth on his face. The disfigured half of his face was like a dead tree in spring. The necrotic cells were rejuvenated, and the cloudy right eye gradually became clear. The world he saw with his right eye was no longer dark, but colorful again. When Harry touched his face subconsciously, he didn't feel the rough and twisted disfigured face, but the smooth and flat skin. "My face recovered?" Harry murmured to himself in disbelief, standing on the suspended flying skateboard in a daze as if he had just woken up from a dream. When Peter took Mary to a safe place and returned to Gao Ming and Harry, he hadn't warmed up with Harry when he saw Harry's intact face. He was startled and shouted, "Harry, how did your face recover?" Peter's exclamation brought Harry back to his senses, and he regained his original handsome appearance. Harry also returned to his original high spirits, and the trace of his hatred for Peter disappeared, and he said confidently, "Yes, thanks to this kind and enthusiastic man. Thank you, hero, Godfather." It was only then that Peter realized that Gao Ming helped Harry recover his appearance. Surprised, he also thanked him. "Thank you for treating Harry." Facing the sincere thanks from the two, Gao Ming waved his hands indifferently and said, "Okay, don't forget that you are still fighting." As if echoing Gao Ming's words, the sand that had been blasted all over the ground regrouped to form the gigantic body of the Sandman. The Sandman uttered a deafening roar and slapped the ground heavily. Venom jumped out from nowhere, looked at the crowd coldly, grinned, revealing extremely ferocious sharp teeth, spit out a long scary tongue, and let out an ear-piercing roar. Peter and Harry looked at the menacing Sandman and Venom as if they were enemies, not daring to take it lightly. Noticing that Gao Ming was still going his own way, crossing his arms casually, Peter couldn't help saying, "Don't be careless, Godfather." Peter paused for a moment. Maybe he felt the name was weird, and then continued, "Flint Mark is made of sand for some reason, and he can't be killed no matter what. While Eddie as I was inhabited by an evil parasite, and my power became very powerful. I was once parasitic, and once I put it on, it was very difficult to take it off." Before he finished speaking, Gao Ming raised his hand to grab the void, and the Venom standing in front of him suddenly howled miserably. The black liquid parasite was roughly pulled by the invisible force of thought, revealing Eddie under the parasite. The parasite was unwilling. Eddie was firmly attached to the body of the host, and refused to leave the body desperately, but it was still no match for Gao Ming's mental force, and he was forcibly torn off. The Venom left the body, and Eddie collapsed on the ground weakly, unwillingly looking at the Venom who had fallen into madness. Ugh, the Venom lost its parasitic target, and it couldn't maintain its human shape. It turned into a trembling black liquid, and the Venom's ferocious appearance could still be seen. The forcibly stripped Venom needs to parasitize a new host to survive. The Venom with independent consciousness immediately abandoned Eddie, the host of the weak waste, and rushed towards Gao Ming aggressively. Gao Ming's eyes were fixed, and he shouted sharply, "Get out!" The amber eyes full of deterrence stared fiercely, and the monstrous mental power poured into the Venom, and the Venom suffered such a fierce mental impact, and immediately shrank into a ball with a groan, turning into a slightly trembling black ball. "What are you talking about?" Gao Ming turned his head to look at the stunned Peter and Harry, and smiled calmly. Terrible so. Seeing that the Venom was forcibly stripped off and shrank into a ball under Gao Ming's scolding, several people present were stunned. Peter and Eddie, who were the former hosts of the Venom, knew how evil and tenacious creatures the Venom was. As a result, the weak ones in front of Gao Ming were easily subdued. Very complicated. Although Eddie was very resentful and unwilling, he was not an idiot. The person who could easily deal with the Venom was definitely not something he could provoke. So no matter how much he hated Gao Ming, he did not dare to show the slightest bit, and stood aside cowardly. Dare to act rashly. Peter laughed dryly and said, You are really amazing. Ow. the Sandman let out a terrifying roar, which gave him a sense of presence. Peter and Harry looked at the Sandman seriously again, without any dialogue, and they rushed towards the Sandman at the same time. Although Gao Ming simply showed a little bit of strength, Peter and Harry have no doubt that Gao Ming has the strength to deal with the Sandman. But they can't just do nothing. Let Gao Ming, an outsider, help them deal with the Sandman. It's a bit embarrassing, but you can't make people think that Spider-Man and the little green goblin are in vain. Harry took the lead by stepping on the flying skateboard, rushed to the front of the Sandman, and then stepped on the back of the skateboard. The flamethrower at the bottom shot out hot flames at the Sandman. When the Sandman's arms were baked into crystals, the front part of the skateboard popped out. With a sharp blade, Harry spun, and the sharp blade chopped off the Sandman's crystallized arm and fell to the ground to be torn apart. Peter shot out a strand of spider silk to stick to the building. Holding the spider silk tightly with one hand, he swayed towards the Sandman, and the other hand continuously sprayed clusters of spider silk towards the Sandman's eyes, disturbing the movement of the Sandman. The sight, drawing the Sandman's attention to him, gave Harry the opportunity to make a powerful weapon attack. Facing the tall giant Sandman, Peter can do very limited damage to the Sandman except that Peter can dodge the Sandman's attack with agility. Only the high-tech weapons on Harry's skateboard can deal damage to the giant Sandman. Considerable lethality, so Peter and Harry have a perfect understanding. One is in charge of interference, the other is in charge of attacking. The Sandman was stunned and couldn't take advantage of it. He could only growl angrily and punch hard, but Peter and Harry were flexible dodged. SHHHH. With Peter's cooperation, Harry seized the gap and fired pumpkin bombs at several positions of the Sandman's huge body. The powerful pumpkin bombs were distributed in several positions of the Sandman's body, like several fulcrums. When the bomb exploded, more than half of the Sandman's body was blown off. It's just that neither Peter nor Harry showed any signs of relaxation, because they saw that the scattered sand still slowly gathered on the Sandman. No matter how many times he was bombed, the Sandman still stubbornly absorbed the sand and reorganized his body. Peter and Harry's attacks cannot permanently damage the Sandman. Peter and Harry continued to attack the Sandman repeatedly, but as long as the Sandman had sand, it seemed that he could not be killed. After a few rounds, Peter and Harry felt a little helpless. They couldn't be killed at all. Just when Peter was about to give up his face and ask Gao Ming for help, the mighty Sandman suddenly disintegrated and loosened into a thick layer of sand. Only a part of the sand flowed out of the sand sea inconspicuously and slowly condensed into a person. Sandman, Flintmark, a prison escapee, accidentally broke into the particle physics experiment field while being chased by the police, and his body was transformed into sandstone. At the same time, he is also the real murderer who killed Peter's most beloved Uncle Ben. Peter and Harry saw that Flint gave up the sand giant state and returned to normal inexplicably. They couldn't understand Flint's intention for a while, so they came to Flint vigilantly. Gao Ming came to the two without haste and stood in front of Flint. Flint stood where he was, with a dejected expression, and said, "I don't want to do this either, but I have no choice." Peter became angry and shouted, "Everyone has a choice, and you can choose not to kill my uncle. My daughter is dying of illness and I need money," said Flint, which stunned Peter. "I was so scared. I don't ask you to understand me. I just want you to know that I also have difficulties." Flint recounted the story of how he accidentally killed Uncle Ben with a painful face. When he finished speaking, he quietly waited for Peter's reaction. Peter slowly took off his mask and stood there in a daze, his eyes a little dazed and in a daze. He didn't know how to face Flint. He hated the murderer of his uncle, but he knew that Flint was a man for a while. The miss was not intentional, and there was also a daughter who was seriously ill, and the hatred in his heart gradually faded. No matter which world he is in, Peter Parker is a man full of kindness and justice. After hearing Flint's words, Peter's expression was cloudy and uncertain, and he fell into a very tangled relationship between heaven and man. Sometimes hatred and sometimes hesitation flashed in his eyes. In the end, everything turned into a sigh of relief. Peter was tearful. He said in relief, "I forgive you." Flint's eyes were reddish, and the corners of his eyes were a little moist. A look of relief appeared on his face, and he held a necklace tightly in his hand. It was a gift from his daughter, and it contained a photo of her daughter. With Peter's forgiveness, Flint's heart was also redeemed. His body began to decompose and turned back into sand. He couldn't stay. For the sake of his daughter's life, he would keep running. Even if he continued to rob, he still had to get enough money. Treat your daughter's illness. Just when Flint turned into sand and was about to go away with the wind, Gao Ming suddenly said, "I can restore your daughter to health." Flint immediately stopped the sandification of his body and quickly condensed the separated sand back into his body. His eyes were full of hope and doubt, and he said excitedly, "Is what you said true? As long as you can cure Janet, you let me do anything." Flint was very nervous, afraid that what Gao Ming said was just a prank. He knew in his heart that even if he tried all means to get money, he would not be able to cure his daughter's illness. It's just delaying life, but it can't be cured after all. In the end, Flint still has to watch his daughter die, but he can't bring it back. Now, hearing Gao Ming say that his daughter's terminal illness could be cured, Flint suddenly couldn't calm down and looked at Gao Ming longingly, hoping to get a credible answer. Gao Ming smiled, and with a flash, he grabbed Eddie, who was constantly lowering his sense of presence. Under his horrified gaze, Gao Ming pierced Eddie's chest with his palm. "What are you doing?" Seeing Gao Ming killing someone in front of him, Peter couldn't help shouting. Eddie spat out a big mouthful of blood. His eyes were full of resentment and unwillingness. Before he could utter the last words of resentment, Gao Ming withdrew his hand and patted a white light on him with his backhand. The next moment, under everyone's inconceivable gaze, Eddie's body recovered intact, and there was no trace of being pierced by Gao Ming on his chest. Even his spirit, which had become a little sluggish because of the venom leaving, returned to fullness. Haggard and pale, his face became radiant, not at all like a dying man. Seeing this miraculous scene of returning from the dead, Flint believed it completely and begged, "Please save my daughter, please." The corner of Gao Ming's mouth curled into an arc, and he smiled slightly. "No problem." The Sandman was successfully drawn into the team. Okay, Flint nodded excitedly. "Please come with me, and I'll take you to see Janet." Gao Ming activated the power of the soul gem, and after reading Flint's memory, he opened a space door. Under the surprised eyes of several people, he explained, "This is a space door, and it can be teleported to your home immediately." Peter, a nerd, approached the space door curiously and said, "How did this door form? What is the principle?" Seeing Peter's broken thoughts, Harry, the best friend, smiled wryly, and the others spread their hands, with helpless expressions on their faces. Although Flint was also surprised, but he was low-educated and didn't understand the meaning of the space gate. He also had a deep belief in Gao Ming, so he couldn't wait to pass through the space gate, and found that he really came home, and his ex-wife panicked. Looking at the space door that appeared out of nowhere, seeing Flint, the ex-wife couldn't help yelling, "What is this? You leave quickly. You are not welcome here. Do you still want the police to come to the door?" Flint ignored his ex-wife scolding and said excitedly, "I found a way to save Janet." "What?" The ex-wife looked stunned. "Are you crazy?" Just when Gao Ming was about to step into the space door, he seemed to be enlightened. He turned to Peter and Harry and said, "I will leave this to you. Harry, I will visit your house tonight. Is that okay?" Harry nodded hastily and said, "Of course, it's no problem. I'm waiting for your arrival anytime." "Peter, you can also go over tonight, and I will explain my affairs in detail by the way." After Gao Ming added another sentence, he grabbed the venom, shrunk into a ball, and passed through the space door, and then the space door quickly closed. Tumbling, the faint blue space energy dissipated and disappeared. Peter and Harry looked at each other. They were also very curious about Gao Ming's background, and they were looking forward to tonight's meeting, but the top priority was to clean up the mess made by Venom and the Sandman. Looking at the submissive Eddie, Peter was a little distressed and asked, "Harry, what should we do?" "You ask me, who should I ask?" Harry shrugged helplessly, and he didn't know what to do. The culprit of this chaos, the Sandman, is gone, and the venom parasite is also taken away by Gao Ming, leaving only Eddie as the host of the venom. After thinking about it, he can only push Eddie to the police as an explanation. Well, the only problem is, Eddie knows that Peter is Spider-Man. Trouble. After Gao Ming came to Flint's ex-wife's house, Flint's ex-wife yelled, "Who are you? If you don't leave my house, I will call the police." Flint's ex-wife was yelling, which was really noisy, making Gao Ming look like a bad person. Gao Ming was a little speechless, trying to be friendly, and smiled. "Mrs. Mark, I'm here to save your daughter." But Flint's ex-wife obviously didn't believe Gao Ming's words, and still yelled in horror, "Get out! Get out of my house! I'm calling the police." After all, Flint's ex-wife really grabbed the phone on the side table and prepared to call the police. Seeing that his ex-wife didn't believe that Gao Ming was here to save his daughter and planned to call the police, Flint suddenly became anxious, stepped forward and hugged his ex-wife tightly, and said eagerly, "Trust me, just this time, he can really save her. Janet, get out. Get out of here too. I don't allow you to bring an unknown person close to Janet." The ex-wife cursed, struggling to break free from Flint's tight embrace. Facing the ex-wife who refused to cooperate, Flint's face flashed with anger, but more of it was helplessness. After all, his ex-wife's reaction was natural. She was afraid that her daughter would be hurt, so she dared not believe it easily. "Dad." Suddenly there was a timid voice, and Flint's daughter was leaning against the door, looking a little embarrassed, with a trachea connected to her nose, and she was very sick and pitiful. "Janet, run. These two are bad guys." Flint's ex-wife suddenly changed her face when she saw her daughter appearing and yelled in horror. Janet stood there hesitantly. She would be wary of Gao Ming because of her mother's words, but she believed that her father would not hurt her. Gao Ming rubbed his temples with some headaches, took a deep breath, and a calm spiritual power quietly spread out to appease Flint's ex-wife's restlessness. At the same time, Gao Ming said gently, "Please calm down, Mrs. Mark. I'm not a bad person. I'm here to help Janet." The power of the soul stone is also contained in Gao Ming's voice, which makes his voice contagious and makes Flint's ex-wife gradually calm down. Her face is a little dazed, and gradually, she asked with a hint of expectation, Can you really save Janet?" Gao Ming said kindly, "Please trust me, Mrs. Mark." Then, looking at Janet again, she whispered softly, "Little girl, do you believe me?" Janet timidly looked at her father and mother, then at Gao Ming, saw Gao Ming's beautiful amber eyes, nodded, and said crisply, "I believe in you, uncle." Well, he is 31 years old now. He is indeed an uncle, and the title of a little girl is also correct. But it's just a little uncomfortable. Forget it. It's true. But even an uncle is a mature, steady, handsome uncle. Gao Ming always thinks wildly involuntarily. This is also a habit that he can hardly get rid of. It is difficult to judge whether it is good or bad. Gao Ming walked up to the little girl, touched Janet's cute little head with a smile, and said, "Leave the nasty illness quickly, and stop pestering the lovely Janet." While speaking, the healing power was quietly activated in her hands. Janet felt a comfortable warm current from the top of her head spreading all over her body. It was a wonderful feeling that she had never experienced before. Her weak body was quickly filled with vitality, bright red, with a contented and cute look. When Gao Ming withdrew his hand, Janet opened her eyes and said vigorously, "Thank you, uncle." "You're welcome, little guy." Gao Ming pampered Janet's head. His eyes became more gentle. "The children are so cute. I really want to have a daughter too. How come the people I met recently are all parents, with their own lovely children? It is really enviable." Gao Ming turned around and said to Flint and Flint's ex-wife, "Okay, I cured Janet's illness." Hearing this, Flint's ex-wife looked astonished and said angrily, "Are you teasing me?" Flint was also a little annoyed, but when he noticed that his daughter's mental outlook had obviously improved, he was a little more convinced, trembling, and said excitedly, "Janet, how do you feel?" "Dad, I feel good. I don't feel bad at all." Janet bounced around in place lively and lovely. Very pleasantly surprised, Flint couldn't help letting go of his hands, and his ex-wife quickly stepped forward, hugged her daughter in tears of joy, and choked up, "Janet, my baby, thank God." Flint stood aside, couldn't help but burst into tears, thanked Gao Ming very excitedly. Thank you, thank you." Looking at the happy family of three, Gao Ming couldn't help feeling happy. After Flint's ex-wife stabilized, she looked at Gao Ming with embarrassment and said gratefully, "Thank you, sir. I want to take Janet to the hospital for a checkup. Is that okay?" Although Janet's mental state has improved significantly, Flint's ex-wife is still a little worried. After all, she is an ordinary person, and she still habitually goes to the hospital for a doctor's examination, and she can completely relax after receiving the professional medical test results. Gao Ming didn't care either. After all, the spell is a kind of supernatural power. For modern people who believe in science, it is still inconceivable, so he nodded in understanding and said, "No problem, Mrs. Mark. You can take Janet to check it at the hospital. I believe the result will not let you down." Flint's ex-wife had already believed more than half of it, but she just wanted a hospital report as a last resort. After changing into casual clothes, she picked up Janet and kept a straight face when she passed Flint. However, instead of scolding Flint to leave like before, he said coldly, "Be careful, don't lead the police to the house," and then hurried out with Janet in his arms. Went to the hospital. In any case, Flint is a person who once abandoned his wife and daughter and committed countless crimes. Although Flint's ex-wife forgave him a little because his daughter was saved, she would never choose to accept him again. Flint is still a wanted jailbreaker cannot lead a stable life. Standing by the window, watching his ex-wife take their daughter to the hospital, Flint couldn't help but smile with joy, showing a long-lost, relaxed smile. Turning around, Flint looked at Gao Ming, suppressed his smile, and said seriously, "Sir, you saved my daughter. From now on, no matter what you want me to do, I will obey you." Gao Ming patted Flint's shoulder with a smile, and said with a hearty smile, "You don't have to worry about me making you do something harmful. On the contrary, I value your strength and hope you can use it to the right place, and even become a hero of the peace." Hero. Flint was a little confused. For his decades of criminal career, the word hero was a strange and novel word to him. He had been a bad guy for a long time, so he never thought he would have a day in the camp of the good guys. Night, Osborne's house. Harry took out a bottle of valuable red wine from the wine cellar and came to the living room. Peter was sitting on the sofa, looking a little nervous, and said, "Harry, tell me, did the Godfather really come from a parallel world?" Harry pulled out the cork of the red wine with a corkscrew indifferently and said, "Who knows? But have you heard of such a powerful person before?" "Anyway, I haven't." Peter smiled wryly and said, "Although I'm fighting for justice as Spider-Man, running around New York every day, I've never heard of such a number one character. Maybe we are short-sighted." Harry poured the red wine and handed a glass to Peter. "I wonder if there is me in the parallel world. Am I as handsome as me?" Harry stroked his chin rather narcissistically. Only when he loses can he feel the preciousness of regaining it. After experiencing disfigurement and recovering his appearance, Harry still cares more about his handsome face. Peter glanced at Harry with contempt and said angrily, "Surely he is the same as you, the same narcissist? Then you in the parallel world won't be as stupid as you." Harry teased not to be outdone. The two who were joking with each other didn't know that their unintentional words were somewhat close to the truth. In an extraordinary version of a Spider-Man world, Harry Osborn was still so narcissistic, and Peter Parker became tall and sunny a lot. While jokingly joking, a faint blue space door appeared in the living room out of thin air. Both Peter and Harry put away their idle posture, put down their wine glasses, and stood up. Gao Ming walked out of the space door, followed by Flint, and came to Osborn's house together. Seeing Peter and Harry, Gao Ming smiled slightly and said, "Don't be too nervous. Just treat me as an ordinary visitor. Ordinary visitors are not as ordinary as you." Peter and Harry came up with this idea at the same time, smiled dryly and nodded, and sat back on the sofa after Gao Ming sat down. Harry poured a glass of red wine, handed it to Gao Ming with sincerity, and said, "Thank you again for restoring my face." Peter also said gratefully, "Thank you very much. You took the initiative to prevent this disaster." "You're welcome. It's a trivial matter." Gao Ming nodded with a smile, then turned his head and said to the slightly reserved Flint, "Sit down. You are a guest, and Harry doesn't care what your identity is." Hearing this, Harry nodded and said politely, "Please sit down, Mr. Mark." Only then did Flint sit on the sofa beside him. When they met Peter, their eyes were a bit complicated. Although Peter chose to forgive Flint, it still couldn't change that Uncle Ben was wronged by Flint. The fact that he was killed inevitably made him feel a little uncomfortable. Peter looked at Flint, forced a smile, took a sip of wine, then changed the subject, saying, "By the way, Godfather, you can call me by my real name, Gao Ming." Taking a sip of red wine, Gao Ming frowned slightly, and then relaxed his brows. "Don't be too reserved, just treat me as a friend." Peter nodded and said, "Okay, Gao Ming." Harry noticed the slight change in Gao Ming's expression, and thought that he was not entertaining well, so he hurriedly said, "Gao Ming, is this wine not to your liking?" Gao Ming shook his hand and said, "It's okay, it's not because of the alcohol, it's just that I'm not used to alcohol. By the way, you have a fat, cough cough, do you have Coke? I prefer Coke." Although he was surprised that Gao Ming liked cheap soda like Coke more than expensive red wine, Harry still nodded and said, "Yes, please wait a moment." Saying that, he got up to get a bottle of Coke in a glass bottle and handed it to Gao Ming. Gao Ming unscrewed the bottle cap casually, took a big gulp, then hiccuped and said happily, "Coke is still good. Thanks, Harry, you've got more money than a certain upstart. That guy's still what a billionaire. Every time I go to him, he doesn't even have a bottle of Coke." Hearing Gao Ming's complaint, Harry asked curiously, "Oh, who is it? Maybe I know him too." "Tony Stark, who owns one of the best Stark Industries in the world, has more capital than your Osborn Group." Hearing this, Harry was not convinced and said, "Tony Stark? Stark Industries? Why haven't I heard of it? Can this man and his Stark Industries be compared with the Osborn Group?" Gao Ming laughed loudly and said, "If Tony knew that he was underestimated, especially in terms of wealth, he would definitely feel very upset. You don't know that he is also normal, because he is from my world." Hearing this, both Peter and Harry became serious, and Peter said seriously, "Gao Ming, can you tell us about your background and why you came here?" Gao Ming smiled, took another sip of Coke, put down the glass Coke bottle, straightened his back slightly, and said solemnly, "Next, what I'm talking about is about the life and death of the entire universe in my world." Peter and Harry thought they would hear a wonderful story about the parallel world, but what Gao Ming said was more colorful than they imagined. Captain America who fights for freedom on the bloody battlefield, Iron Man armed with technology, Thor from Asgard, who will turn into a green giant if he gets angry. As Gao Ming spoke, he used the reality gem to project corresponding images, allowing the three present to fully understand the demeanor of the superheroes. Looking at each of the superheroes, the two young people, Peter and Harry, were a little excited. Hate myself for not getting acquainted with these heroes. Flint was thinking that if those superheroes existed in their world, then he might have to face a group of people's attacks when he robbed before, instead of just fighting Spider-Man alone, which is a bit fortunate. Then, Gao Ming projected scenes of superheroes dealing with disasters. Iron Man fights against Iron King, Hulk fights Abomination, Avengers fights against Chi-Rita's army. The scenes are so shocking and exciting. In the end, Gao Ming's voice gradually sank, and he said, "However, our universe is facing a huge threat, a terrifying and brutal enemy, Thanos, the tyrant." When Thanos knocked down the heroes one by one, snapped his fingers casually, and wiped out half of the creatures in the universe, the three of them couldn't sit still. Peter stood up all of a sudden and said excitedly, "Has the world been destroyed by this person?" "No." Gao Ming shook his head and said bitterly, "This is the scene I saw in the future. If nothing is done to prevent it, then this is the end of our world. You can still travel to the future?" Peter exclaimed. Gao Ming nodded, his face a little heavy. Harry patted his forehead with a headache and said, "How can there be such a troublesome guy?" Flint's eyes were a little uncertain. He had agreed to follow Gao Ming, which meant that he had to go to Gao Ming's world. Facing such a terrifying existence, he might die because of it. After some psychological struggle, Flint still took a deep breath and said with a determined look, "No matter what kind of enemy you have to deal with, I will fight with you and charge for you." Flint's unwavering words stunned Peter and Harry. Is this the criminal who escaped from prison? How could there be such a determination? At this moment, Flint seemed to be radiant, making Peter and Harry a little ashamed, because they were destined not to fight Thanos with Gao Ming. As the current ruler of the Osborn Group, Harry is young and rich, and has a bright future. Even if Gao Ming healed his face, Harry can't bet on his future for repayment. He still has a long time to enjoy his life. Although Peter wanted to fight Thanos with Gao Ming in his heart, he still had to take care of Aunt May and Mary. He had too many concerns. In this world, in this New York, whether as Peter Parker or as Spider-Man, he has too many things to let go. Therefore, when Gao Ming looked at them, they all subconsciously looked away, not daring to meet Gao Ming's gaze. Gao Ming sighed softly in his heart. Although he had expected it long ago, he still had some expectations. He hoped that Peter and Harry could join him to fight Thanos. Everyone has their own aspirations, and he can't force others to make things difficult. Everyone has their own life. Although Gao Ming has regrets, he can understand. Flint's performance made Gao Ming very gratified. Flint did not disappoint him. Even though he knew that the trip was dangerous and there was a high possibility of death, he was still willing to follow Gao Ming back to fight against Gao Ming in order to repay Gao Ming for curing his daughter's terminal illness. Thanos, regardless of Flint's past, at this moment, he is Gao Ming's trustworthy partner. Gao Ming patted Flint on the shoulder, gave him an affirmative look, then looked at Peter and Harry again, and said calmly, "You don't have to worry about it. It's also a crisis in my world, and it shouldn't be troublesome in the first place. You guys, just keep the peace of this world." After hearing Gao Ming's words, Peter and Harry felt even more ashamed. Although it was indeed nothing to do with them, they were both young people, and they would still feel ashamed of their escape mentality. Even Flint, a criminal, they are both brave and fearless, but the two of them. For a moment, Peter and Harry wanted to be desperate and blurted out, "I'm going too," but reason finally overcame the impulse. Their mouths opened, and finally they didn't speak, and turned into a weak sigh. Annoyed, Peter and Harry picked up the red wine in their hands and drank it down, glass after glass, and quickly finished the bottle. They couldn't vent their sulking, and Harry didn't choose anymore. He piled wine into the living room and opened one bottle after another. After a while, there were all kinds of empty bottles in the living room, and Peter and Harry also fell drunk on the ground, talking nonsense. Who said, "Osborn is not as good as Stark? I will definitely let Osborn better than that." Stark. Harry kept talking drunk and continued to put in his mouth, drinking too much. The decent suit and shirt are also torn into a mess, without a bit of the style of Osborn's power. Peter staggered up to Gao Ming, almost fell down. Gao Ming supported Peter. Peter raised his head. His drunken, flushed face showed an extremely bitter expression. I want to help you. I really want to save everyone, but I can't. I can't let go. Everything here." Gao Ming helped Peter lie on the ground, and Peter kept saying, "I can't." Gao Ming shook his head, chuckled lightly, and said, "You have done enough, Spider-Man. Continue to protect this world. New Yorkers in this world need their warm-hearted neighbors and their brave heroes." Getting up slowly, Peter and Harry were both immersed in alcohol, and they couldn't wake up for a while. Gao Ming made a letter casually, and after writing what he wanted to say in the letter, he put the letter on the table, used an empty wine bottle to press well. Gao Ming looked at Flint and said softly, "Let's go. You go and say goodbye to Janet." Flint pursed his lips and nodded silently. He casually opened a space door leading to Flint's house, and Flint walked in first. Gao Ming glanced back at Peter and Harry who were drunk on the ground, and smiled silently. "See you soon, Spider-Man, and then I will meet the old you, but the old you will not remember my presence." The next day, when Peter and Harry woke up clutching their heads that were about to explode, Gao Ming was nowhere to be seen. Only a letter was left on the table, and the folded letter paper was unfolded. There was not much content written on it. Only a sentence that Peter remembered in heart words. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Bang! Gao Ming ran out quickly, and the crack that slowly closed behind him indicated that Gao Ming had traveled through time again. After stopping, Gao Ming looked around and walked to the street. When he passed a small newsstand, he picked up a newspaper and saw the date on it, May 5th, so he knew that he had not mistaken the time. If the exact time cannot be known, then the news published in the newspaper is enough to prove that the time of Gao Ming's trip was correct. He is back. An urgently printed newspaper from the Daily Bugle, carrying the news of Spider-Man's return. Is this the newspaper that just arrived? Gao Ming asked. The owner of the newsstand yawned and lazily said, yes, it was delivered just now. Putting the newspaper back in place, Gao Ming turned around and left. The Soul Stone in his mind emitted a huge spiritual force, which soon enveloped the entire New York. Under the power of the Soul Stone, Gao Ming found Spider-Man at once. Exposition. At this time, Spider-Man is facing a huge challenge. Just now he and Dr. Octopus fought on a high-speed train. In a fierce fight, Dr. Octopus accelerated the train and then destroyed the brakes of the train. The train cannot be stopped, and the end of this straight track is not yet completed. If the train cannot be stopped, the main train will detach from the track and fall straight to the ground, and all passengers will die. Because the brakes were destroyed just now, sparks splashed onto Spider-Man's hood. Spider-Man took off his hood in desperation to extinguish the sparks, revealing his face. Peter jumped to the front of the train in a panic, leaning his back against the front of the train, stepping on the track, trying to slow down the speed of the train. Peter couldn't help crying out in pain. His whole face became distorted and hideous. However, it turns out that his thinking is very naive. Even if his body has been strengthened by mutant spiders, he still cannot stop the out-of-control train with his flesh and blood. When Peter is sullen, he pedals on the track and draws a deep hole on the ground. The gully, the soles of the boots were almost worn out, and there was no sign of the train slowing down, and the bones of his knees were creaking faintly. Peter had to jump back to the front platform of the train before the tragedy of breaking his leg happened. Is there anything else you can do? The captain in the carriage behind asked anxiously. Peter turned around, pretending to be calm, and said, of course I have. There are many. Looking left and right, there were buildings on both sides of the track. Peter suddenly had a plan and shot spider silks to the buildings on both sides with both hands. This slows down the speed of the train, but the wall couldn't withstand the huge pulling force, and more than half of the wall stuck to the spider's web was pulled off. Peter felt his hand loose, and Peter almost fell forward. Fortunately, the soles of his feet absorbed the train body in time. He didn't fall down and was crushed into meat loaf by the train. After the first attempt failed, Peter was not discouraged. After standing firm, he challenged again. This time, Peter kept shooting spider silk. Even he himself couldn't count how many spider silk he shot. The buildings on both sides were densely packed spider silk. Clutching a bundle of spider silk tightly in his hand, Peter's face was grim and his muscles tensed up. He was now using his body to withstand the impact of the train, and the spider silk pulled the rubble off the wall, but this time it finally came to an end. It worked, and the speed of the train gradually slowed down. Peter let out a painful roar, and the red and blue Spider-Man uniform on his body was also cracked. After dozens of spider threads broke, there were still 3 or 4 spider threads that were still stubbornly attached to the walls of the buildings on both sides. Finally, when the front of the car rushed out of the end of the track for more than 2 meters, the train stopped as expected. Successfully stopped the out-of-control train, Peter let go of his hands wearily, closed his eyes, passed out, and was about to fall forward. But fortunately, the passengers behind him reached out in time to stop Peter from leaning forward, and carefully supported Peter to the inside the compartment, gently placed it on the ground. Looking at Peter's young face, everyone couldn't help being surprised and sighing. This is just a young man. Who would have thought that the Spider-Man who has been guarding New York is just a young man? But it is this unattractive young man, but shoulders the responsibility of protecting the citizens of New York. Peter opened his eyes in a trance, and when he saw a group of passengers looking at him with complicated eyes, he subconsciously touched his face, only to remember that he just took off his hood out of reason and exposed his face to the public. Everyone showed friendly smiles at Peter, and a black uncle comforted softly. It's all right. 2 little boys came over, reached out and handed out the Spider-Man headgear, and said, we found this. Peter took the hood, feeling complicated for a while. The little boy said, we won't tell others. The person next to him also nodded slightly, indicating that Peter's identity would not be revealed. Peter was a little moved and proud. He put on the hood in silence, and slowly got up with the support of everyone. Boom. The door of the compartment was suddenly ripped off and thrown in, and Dr. Otto, who had installed 4 mechanical tentacles behind him, walked in arrogantly, and the 4 mechanical tentacles wantonly tore everything in the compartment. Seeing Dr. Otto appear, Peter asked the passengers to back up, intending to resist, but he was exhausted from stopping the train just now, and he was powerless to fight anymore. Yes, a mechanical arm shot by Dr. Otto hit the door directly, and fell to the ground and passed out completely. After knocking down Spider-Man, Dr. Otto didn't continue to destroy it. He controlled one of the mechanical arms to grab the unconscious Spider-Man, and walked away under the eyes of everyone who dared not speak out. Gao Ming, who was invisible and floating in the air, did not save Spider-Man, because unlike the plane travel, he traveled from the future to the present this time, and every move will affect the future, so Gao Ming must ensure that history will not be affected. Impact, irreversible changes occur. It is rare to come to the world of the old version of Spider-Man. Naturally, it is impossible for Gao Ming to go back with only Sandman and Venom. 2-inch, and this time the goal is very clear, which is to take away Dr. Otto. Otto Gunther Octavius, an outstanding nuclear physicist, is keen on nuclear fusion reaction experiments. After a long period of research, he finally found a way to achieve nuclear fusion, but due to experimental errors, the explosion claimed the life of his lover and allowed those 4 mechanical tentacles to control his consciousness, obsessed with completing nuclear fusion by any means. Nuclear fusion reaction experiments can produce a safe and sustainable energy source. Theoretically, this energy is inexhaustible. To be exaggerated, it can be called endless energy. Of course, this is only an exaggerated evaluation. After all, it is a kind of man-made energy, and it is not as good as the infinite gemstone, which is a truly endless source of energy. However, Dr. Otto's invention is also unique. The new energy produced by nuclear fusion can provide a steady stream of energy and benefit mankind. Dr. Otto's talent is beyond doubt. Dr. Otto is also a person who has encountered misfortune and committed crimes. His nature is not bad, and this is what Gao Ming likes. As long as his nature is not bad and he has a skill, Gao Ming will naturally not let it go, and try his best to win his own camp. Similarly, if the heart is evil, Gao Ming will not accept it no matter how high his achievements are and how powerful he is. At most, he can separate them with the Tiger Talisman, leaving the good ones and destroying the evil ones. An abandoned hut, Dr. Otto's hideout. A blazing fireball floats in the air, dazzling like a small sun, radiating far and wide, exuding dangerously high temperatures. This is the result of Dr. Otto's successful nuclear fusion. The little sun in front of him is full of energy, but because the device is not perfect, the hot fireball shows a strong absorption force, constantly attracting everything around it, and after swallowing it going from strength to strength. If it is not stopped, then the whole of New York will be swallowed up by this little sun and destroyed. Dr. Otto fell into the puddle, looking at the fireball obsessively. It was his obsession to complete nuclear fusion. He finally realized it. In addition to being ecstatic, Dr. Otto also noticed that the fireball was constantly absorbing everything and expanding itself. Emitting the energy that came out became more and more intense, which made Dr. Otto recover a bit of reason, and worried about the danger of the fireball continuing to expand. Peter jumped in front of Dr. Otto, took off his hood, and said anxiously, Dr. Otto, we must turn it off. Tell me how to turn it off. Otto looked at Peter in surprise. He didn't expect Spider-Man to be Peter Parker, the student he was optimistic about. He laughed. Peter Parker? Smart sloth. The situation is not good. We are going to destroy it, Peter said anxiously. Dr. Otto glanced at the fireball that was still expanding. His eyes flashed fiercely. A mechanical tentacle suddenly grabbed Peter's neck. I can't destroy it. Being grabbed by the neck, Peter was startled at first, then calmed down immediately, and said, You're sorry for what I said about ingenuity. You said that it must be used to benefit mankind. Doctor, these mechanical tentacles turn you into a monster. Don't listen to them. Dr. Otto stared blankly at the mechanical tentacles dancing like snakes behind him, and said reluctantly, This is my dream. Sometimes, in order to achieve justice, we must sacrifice our ego. Give up our most cherished things, even our dreams. Peter said firmly. Dr. Otto lowered his eyelids in a daze, and said softly, You're right. Sensing the wavering in Dr. Otto's heart, the mechanical tentacles became anxious and opened their claws ferociously, but Dr. Otto shouted sharply, He's right. Listen to me. Listen to me. Dr. Otto gritted his teeth angrily. The mechanical tentacles suddenly seemed to be frightened, obediently let go of the claws holding Peter, and then obediently supported Dr. Otto. We can sink it into the river, while if it hasn't grown up yet, destroy it. Dr. Otto stopped Peter, who was about to destroy the fireball, and said coldly, Let me do it. Dr. Otto walked up to the fireball step by step. He could feel the blazing heat emanating from the surface of the fireball. When he came under the fireball, Dr. Otto controlled the 4 mechanical tentacles to grab the device bracket supporting the fireball and let out a tragic cry. Roaring, the bracket was torn off. The unsupported fireball fell, and Dr. Otto gave up dodging. Watching the fireball hit him, he fell back and sank into the icy river with a satisfied smile on his face. It should be enough to be able to realize the nuclear fusion reaction. Dr. Otto is going to sink into the river with his great achievements and disappear into this world. Just when Dr. Otto fell into the river and the fireball was about to hit him, Dr. Otto suddenly felt a light behind him, and his whole body seemed to fall into a pit, falling straight. Dr. Otto saw himself. It fell out of a dark blue hole, and before the fireball fell down, the dark blue hole closed and disappeared in an instant. Peter didn't notice that Dr. Otto was teleported away by the mysterious wormhole at the last moment. Watching the fireball sink into the bottom of the water, as if the last ray of the setting sun dissipated and finally returned to darkness, Peter felt saddened by Dr. Otto's sacrifice. Standing there for a long time cannot be calm. On the other side, Dr. Otto coughed up a few sips of water, and the 4 mechanical tentacles supported the ground, allowing him to get up from the ground. Dr. Otto looked around vigilantly, and found himself in a strange place, surrounded by dark blue and empty one slice, boundless as far as the eye can see. In front of Dr. Otto, Gao Ming was dressed in casual clothes and greeted him friendly. Hi, Dr. Otto. First time meeting, I'm Gao Ming. Behind Gao Ming stood the silent Flint. Who are you? Where's this place? How did I come here? Dr. Otto asked fiercely. Gao Ming scratched his hair and said in distress, It's a long story. Let me help you take off this weird guy at the back first. After all, before Dr. Otto could react, Gao Ming flashed behind Dr. Otto, grabbed a mechanical tentacle, and pulled it casually, and the entire mechanical tentacle device was torn off, revealing Dr. Otto's bloody back. What? Dr. Otto let out a horrific scream. The nanonerve wires of the mechanical tentacles were connected to Dr. Otto's nerve synapses, and the mechanical tentacles moved flexibly according to Dr. Otto's thoughts, and were torn off by Gao Mingxiang. It was hard to bear the pain from the nerves. The nerves in Dr. Otto's spine were torn apart. Even if he is sent to the hospital for rescue, he can only be paralyzed for life and lie in bed for the rest of his life. What did you do? Why did you do this? Dr. Otto roared angrily, but his voice gradually weakened. The mechanical tentacles were forcibly torn off, and the damage at the nerve level made him feel like he was going to die in the next second. Flint frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable with Gao Ming's brutal actions, but he didn't say anything. When he saw Gao Ming put his hand on Otto's bloody back, with a gentle white light on his hand, he felt relieved. Take a breath. Before Dr. Otto passed out from severe pain, he felt a comfortable warm current behind him, and the pain of nerve tearing disappeared instantly, and an unprecedented comfort emerged spontaneously. Dr. Otto immediately returned to normal, looking radiant standing up from the ground. He touched his back in surprise and asked, What is this? A kind of power that can restore abnormal power. Gao Ming said with a smile. Dr. Otto couldn't help exclaiming, This is not scientific. Glancing at the mechanical tentacles that were torn off and thrown aside, the mechanical tentacles were still twisting slightly. Dr. Otto felt a sense of repulsion in his heart, and subconsciously moved away from the mechanical tentacles, before he felt relieved and asked cautiously, Can you answer my question just now? Who are you? What is the purpose of bringing me to this strange place? Don't be so afraid, Dr. Otto. Gao Ming casually shook his hand. I'm interested in your talent, and I sincerely invite you to join us. Dr. Otto said with some disdain. Is this also called sincerity? Gao Ming thought for a while, and said, Then let me show you my sincerity. What is it? Dr. Otto asked cautiously. How about bringing your wife back to life? Gao Ming said these words with a smile, which was an astonishing speech. What? Otto's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed. Late at night, in a hospital morgue, the mortuary, as the place where the hospital stores the remains, is filled with a gloomy and terrifying atmosphere. Except for the relevant staff and the family members of the deceased, or the police involved in certain cases, most people will not come. This unlucky place. Crunch. The sound of the door opening suddenly sounded from the empty morgue, which seemed extremely strange and creepy in this room, full of dead people. However, there is no one in the morgue at the moment. So who caused the sudden sound of the door opening? Of course, Gao Ming and Dr. Otto. In such an unlucky place as the mortuary, Dr. Otto inevitably felt a little helpless. He frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, You can really resurrect Rose? You're not kidding me, are you? Gao Ming casually looked around and replied, Haven't you seen the way I treat you? However, things like resurrection are not scientific at all. Dr. Otto shook his head. Obviously, he found it hard to believe such absurd things. Gao Ming asked back speechlessly, Could it be that the power I displayed can be explained by science? Dr. Otto was speechless for a moment. What Gao Ming showed was a power beyond science. Even Spider-Man was bitten by a mutant spider and had a gene mutation. Gao Ming did not belong to this kind of power. It was completely supernatural power. Dr. Otto can only describe it with unscientific words such as magic and superpower that he used to sniff at. Although he has strong doubts and disbelief in his heart about the shocking thing of resurrection, Dr. Otto also has a glimmer of hope deep in his heart. What if it is true? After achieving nuclear fusion, Dr. Otto has no regrets. However, the death of his wife is his lingering shadow. His wife died accidentally because of an experiment. He indirectly killed her. The thorns tormented him all the time. Gao Ming and Dr. Otto knew which morgue Rose's body was placed in because they had searched the hospital's archives beforehand. When they came to the morgue where Rose's body was stored, Dr. Otto took a deep breath and pulled the handle hard, and a bloodless female corpse lay quietly on it. It was Dr. Otto's lost wife, Rose. Seeing his lifeless wife, Otto was filled with guilt, fell to his knees, and cried bitterly, Rose, I'm sorry, I hurt you, I'm sorry. Dr. Otto's reaction was so strong, and Gao Ming also felt it. When Sophia died, his heart seemed to be torn apart, and he was reduced to a walking dead, lifeless and desolate. Sighing softly, Dr. Otto turned around suddenly, grabbed Gao Ming's trouser legs, as if grabbing the last straw, and begged bitterly, Please, if you can really be resurrected Rose, please let her come here, please. Dr. Otto threw away all pride and begged bitterly. When he saw Rose's body, Dr. Otto realized that nuclear fusion is not important, and his wife is what he values most. The memories of spending time with his wife suddenly surfaced, and these have disappeared forever with his wife's death. Otto couldn't help feeling distraught. Patting Dr. Otto on the shoulder, Gao Ming said seriously, "Trust me." Asking Dr. Otto to step aside, Gao Ming first made a large white cloth and covered it up. The corpses in the morgue were all naked, covering Rose's body, leaving only the head behind. It was only after Gao Ming whispered, offended, that he put his hand on Rose's forehead, activated the power of healing, and restored Rose's body to its original state. Then, the resurrection power of the rat talisman was activated. Seeing two flashes of white light in Gao Ming's hand, Dr. Otto saw Gao Ming withdraw his hand. Dr. Otto, who thought he had failed, asked in panic, "What's wrong? Could it be that you?" Before finishing speaking, Dr. Otto saw Rose move slightly. Soon, Rose opened her eyes in a daze and muttered to herself, "Where am I?" Rose. Dr. Otto wept with joy, embraced excitedly, and hugged his wife who had been brought back to life. "Otto, what happened? By the way, Otto, nuclear fusion is unstable. You have to turn it off." Rose shouted emotionally, her memory still stuck in the thrilling scene when the nuclear fusion experiment went out of control before she died. Hearing this, Dr. Otto felt even more guilty, choked up and said, I'm sorry. Bringing the revived Rose back to the different space, Rose was very surprised at the fact that she came back from the dead. She couldn't believe that she had died once and came back to life. Under the comfort of Dr. Otto, she gradually accepted this difficult situation. Believable fact, Gao Ming revived his wife, let Dr. Otto return to his heart completely, and accepted Gao Ming's invitation wholeheartedly. Moreover, whether it is Otto, the well-known villain Dr. Octopus, or the dead Rose, it is not suitable to stay in New York. To realize the dream of nuclear fusion and bring his wife back to life, Dr. Otto no longer cares about anything. Because of the false name of the Nobel Prize, he had no intention of refusing Gao Ming's invitation. Rose naturally went with Dr. Otto. After experiencing life and death, the couple paid more and more attention to each other's existence. In addition, Gao Ming secretly eliminated the shadow of Rose's death, so Rose did not resist Dr. Otto. Gao Ming left Dr. Otto, Rose, and Flint in a different space. Dr. Otto was full of scientist curiosity about this space created by the space gem. In addition, he is a nuclear physicist himself. He is even more obsessed with the truly infinite energy of space gems. After Gao Ming made a bunch of professional experimental research tools, Dr. Otto devoted himself to the energy research of this strange space. After leaving the different space, Gao Ming is ready to go to the next point in time. After obtaining the next target, Gao Ming can leave this world. Before that, though, let's tackle a small problem by the way. Finding an open place at random, Gao Ming released the venom in the form of a black ball. After the venom was released, he trembled slightly, then immediately calmed down and remained motionless. Venom needs parasitism to survive, and it has been out of parasitism for more than a day now. Venom can be said to be very hungry and thirsty, but because of the fear of Gao Ming, it has to hold back its instinct, but it also endures it won't be long. And as time goes by, the venom that has lost its parasitic object will become weaker and weaker and will definitely lose its mind in the end, desperately looking for any parasitic object just to survive. Looking at the honest venom, Gao Ming chuckled with great interest, stretched out his hand, grabbed the venom, and held it in front of his eyes for careful observation. The moment Gao Ming's hand touched the venom almost couldn't hold it back and was about to wrap around Gao Ming's hand, but in the end, he restrained his instinct forcefully. "You are amazing. Let me give you a chance to survive, but I don't like being full of evil thoughts." Feeling the evil thoughts emanating from the venom involuntarily, Gao Ming could also feel the evil flash in his thoughts for a moment, but it was immediately eliminated by Gao Ming's powerful spiritual power. Although the side effects of venom causing personality evil are insignificant in front of Gao Ming, with his vast spiritual power, Gao Ming's will is indestructible and will not be affected by venom at all, but Gao Ming still does not want venom to leave bad habits. The white light flashed, symbolizing the activation of the balance power of the Tiger Talisman. However, this time, instead of using the original power of the Tiger Talisman's balance, it used the side effect of the long-lost separation of good and evil. Pat. The venom in Gao Ming's hand suddenly split into two and fell to the ground. This did not mean that the venom split itself, but that it actually split into two individuals. With strong mental power and the possession of the soul gem, Gao Ming can naturally sense the thoughts of these two groups of venom, and one of the groups of venom full of tyrannical thoughts immediately became restless, turned into a black liquid form, and rushed towards Gao Ming with teeth and claws. Hungry. Gao Ming sensed that the evil venom could not suppress the desire to devour his body, and glanced indifferently. The dark red fluid representing the gem of reality quietly appeared, covering the black fluid of the evil venom. The evil venom struggled desperately, but was finally caught by reality. The gem was erased silently. After finishing off the evil venom, Gao Ming looked at another group of trembling venom on the ground. This is the venom that retains kindness. After seeing another evil self being eliminated, the venom was frightened. Gao Ming sensed it from it. All I got was pure fear. Facing this honest and stuttering venom, Gao Ming had a friendly attitude, waved his hand, and said, "Be good, be obedient, come up, and then change into a suit." The venom dared not disobey, climbed up Gao Ming's body tremblingly, and then wrapped Gao Ming's clothes, which seemed to render Gao Ming's clothes black. Sensing the uneasiness of the venom, Gao Ming quietly exuded the power of peace of mind to calm the emotions of the venom. After the fear disappeared, the venom sent a clear burst of flattery and joy, which made Gao Ming smile. After letting the venom calm down, Gao Ming carefully felt the enhancement brought by the venom. As a magical alien parasite, venom can copy the thoughts and genes of the host object. So when the venom parasitized Peter, it copied the gene that was mutated in Peter's body due to the mutant spider. So when Eddie was parasitized by the venom, will reflect the various abilities of Spider-Man. In addition, the venom can further strengthen the host's physical fitness on the basis of the original host. Peter and Eddie became significantly stronger when they were parasitized by the venom. It's just that, when the host is replaced by Gao Ming has been strengthened by the spell at its peak. The strengthening effect that the venom can have is negligible, and the power of the spell comes from Gao Ming's crossing. It is at the soul level, and the venom can't do anything copy reinforcement. All in all, the only function of venom seems to be a free cross-dressing. Sensing what Gao Ming was thinking, knowing that he could only be used as a cross-dressing prop, venom felt a sense of grievance, and Gao Ming seemed to hear venom making a pitiful woo sound. It's really like a child. Gao Ming teased the venom, ignored the protest from it, and sprinted again. After running at a speed exceeding Mach 88, he entered the time rift and went to the last point in time. 2005, Columbia University Science Center. A group of students from Midtown High School, led by their teachers, came to the university today for extracurricular activities, referencing various amazing science projects. There are more than 3 kinds of spiders in the world. The researcher in charge of introducing the students meticulously introduced the spiders in the glass cabinet. The students didn't show much enthusiasm. After all, most of them came here only for the results of extracurricular activities. Only a few of them were just curious about all kinds of spiders. Among these students, there was a boy who was dumb, wearing old-fashioned black-rimmed glasses, holding a camera in his hand, and aiming the lens at each spider with great interest. This is Peter Parker 2 years ago, who used to be such an ordinary, typical nerd image, but today is the turning point in his life. Peter watched sourly as his good friend Harry walked up to Mary, the girl he had a crush on, and taught Mary all kinds of knowledge about spiders, which Peter just told Harry, but Harry took it to show off logically. Seeing Mary showing a hint of affection because of Harry's knowledge, Peter couldn't help but feel aggrieved. Obviously he told Harry that, if he had walked to Mary just now, it wouldn't be possible, because Peter knew I didn't have the courage to walk up to Mary and speak calmly. Fortunately, the teacher in charge was dissatisfied with Harry's behavior of not listening to the researcher's introduction and talking nonstop on his own, so he came over and said something. Harry had to stop talking in embarrassment and followed the teacher to continue listening to the researcher's narration. But he did not feel relieved. After all, he had finished what he heard from Peter, and if he really wanted to continue, there was nothing he could do. Seeing that Harry followed the researcher away, and Mary was still standing there looking at the spider, Peter secretly cheered himself up, summoned up his courage, and stepped forward to ask, "Hi." Mary turned her head in doubt. Peter nervously raised the camera in his hand and explained, "Can I take a picture? I need to take a picture with students." Hearing this, Mary smiled happily and said, "Of course, it's no problem." "Great." Peter took a few steps back excitedly and instructed Mary where to stand, raised the camera, and looked at the lingering crush in the camera. Peter tried his best to calm down the excitement in his heart and seriously prepared to take pictures. It's just that Peter didn't notice that above his head, there was a red and blue spider spewing out spider silk, and it landed slowly, crawled to the tiger's mouth on Peter's right hand, and suddenly bit it hard. "Oh." With a pain in his hand, Peter shook his hand subconsciously and dropped the spider to the ground. Seeing the brightly colored spider crawling away quickly, Peter was surprised. He couldn't recognize this spider. What kind of spider is it? The spider crawled away quickly. Peter looked at the wound on his right hand bitten by the spider and felt uneasy. Could it be poisonous? But he didn't feel anything wrong with his body, so he had no choice but to suppress his anxiety, planning to go to the hospital if he found something wrong later. Peter didn't see it, but the picture of the spider just now appeared on the screen behind him, marked with the words, "New species." The mutated spider that created the later Spider-Man hadn't climbed a long distance and suddenly floated up uncontrollably, and under the action of an invisible force, it quickly flew to a corner that avoided surveillance. Gao Ming lifted his invisibility, showed his body, looked at the mutated spider in front of him, who was caught immobile by the force of thought, and smiled. This is the final goal of his trip, the mutant spider that made Peter Parker reborn. This mutated spider is different from any version. Whether it is the Amazing Spider-Man or the new version of Spider-Man, after being bitten by a mutated spider, although it also has super strength, spider sense, and other abilities, it cannot spin silk, and it has to rely on special. The spider web ejector manufactured by the old version of Spider-Man is more comprehensive, including the abilities that Spider-Man should have, and can also spray spider silk autonomously. Moreover, the old version of Spider-Man is not like the Extraordinary series. The mutant spider in the Extraordinary series is the result left by Peter's father. It is programmed with Peter's gene. Only Peter can fuse the gene of the mutant spider, and the fusion of others will cause the gene to collapse. Has a very high probability of death, but the old version of Spider-Man does not have this setting. You can find someone to fuse your genes at will. Gao Ming doesn't know if the new version of Spider-Man has the genetic restriction settings of the Extraordinary series, but the new version of Spider-Man also needs to rely on the spider web ejector, and its ability is still slightly inferior to the old version of Spider-Man. Gao Ming naturally cannot miss this valuable mutant spider. Although he can't use it himself, he can also use it on other people. However, doing so is equivalent to mass-producing Spider-Man. To some extent, it will become very cheap. A cloud of venom was wrapped around the mutated spider, and he put it in his pocket casually. He glanced at Peter, who was still taking pictures. Gao Ming chuckled and turned to leave, but suddenly bumped into an Asian student holding a camera, wearing a very t-shirt with a longbow printed on it. "Hello, do you know where the toilet is?" Seeing Gao Ming, the Asian student's eyes lit up, and he walked up to Gao Ming and asked, "How do I know?" Gao Ming thought to himself, but in order not to arouse suspicion, he pointed in a random direction and said, "Go straight from there, turn left, go straight again, turn right, and you will be able to see it." "Thank you. My name is Gu Sansheng. I don't know how to call you, sir." The Asian student said gratefully. Gao Ming waved his hand guiltily and said, "You're welcome. Just call me Mr. Gao." "Okay, thank you for your instruction." Gu Sansheng's complexion changed slightly. He touched his stomach unconsciously with one hand, smiled reluctantly, and then hurriedly went to Gao Ming's instruction to find the person who didn't know if he could save it or not. Existing toilets. Looking at the messy red line pattern behind Gu Sansheng, Gao Ming said with a sense of guilt, "I'm sorry, young man. I hope your mood won't be as chaotic as that ball of red line later." With a hint of guilt, Gao Ming quickly left the university, then traveled through the plains nonstop and returned to his own world. A faint blue space door suddenly appeared in Gao Ming's home. Gao Ming walked out of the space door, looked at the familiar layout, couldn't help but relax for a while, went to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and took out a bottle of Coke to drink as usual. Looking at the time, this trip was only a few days, less than a week. Gao Ming thought it would take a lot of time, but he didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. After finishing off a bottle of Coke, Gao Ming picked up his cell phone and planned to make a call to Sophia, but after thinking about it, he himself didn't expect to come back so soon. He can go to a new plane while he is free now, yes. So I gave up the idea of calling Sophia, but Gao Ming called Tony. Dr. Otto and his wife, as well as Flint and Gao Ming all need Tony's help to settle down. "Tony, I'm back. Are you willing to come back?" Tony said angrily. "Where did you go? Didn't you really go to a parallel world?" "Correct." Gao Ming replied lightly. Tony lost his composure and said in surprise, "What? You really? I'll talk about the specific situation when I go there. Where are you now?" Gao Ming asked, interrupting Tony. "I'm currently in the Underground Research Institute of the Avengers building. You wait for me on the top floor, and I'll be there later," Tony said enthusiastically. He was quite curious about Gao Ming's trip to the parallel world. After hanging up the phone, Gao Ming casually opened a space door leading to the Avengers building, passed through, and reached the lounge on the top floor of the Avengers building. He came to the sofa and sat down, took out the mutated spider wrapped in venom from his pocket, let the venom melt back into the body, grabbed the mutated spider with his mind, and observed it boredly. In other words, Peter in this world is now 12 years old, and in 3 years, he will also meet the spider that changed his life. But I don't know if it will be because of the butterfly effect, the influence of Gao Ming, an outsider, that will cause Peter didn't become Spider-Man. Gao Ming was originally worried that some characters that should have appeared would not be born because of himself. Lieutenant Colonel Luo Di did not become a war machine is an example. If it was not because of his good feelings for a Mayo, even the Falcon might not be born. The origin of the new version of Spider-Man is unknown to Gao Ming. After all, the filming of the new version of Spider-Man did not start from the origin of the birth like the previous two series, but directly started from the story after the US Team 3. Therefore, the new version of Spider-Man Gao Ming has no way of knowing how the birth happened. However, now that there is this mutated spider, even if Peter in this world does not meet his opportunity, then Gao Ming can use this mutated spider in his hand to create Spider-Man. Just when Gao Ming wanted to be distracted, he saw Tony walking in and seeing Gao Ming playing with a strange spider. Tony couldn't help complaining. "When did you have a pet? You still have spiders, and you have a lot of hobbies. Special." Gao Ming smiled, put the mutated spider on the table, stunned the restless spider with the power of his mind, and then said calmly, "Don't underestimate this spider. It has created another spider. A world of superheroes." "Huh?" Tony looked at the unconscious mutant spider suspiciously and said, "Just such a small spider? What's so magical about it?" Gao Ming explained, "This is a newly bred species, a mutated spider. The most powerful thing is that it can mutate that person's DNA with just a single bite, thus evolving into a spider. Ability." Hearing what Gao Ming said, Tony also looked at the eye-catching spider and said, "One bite can evolve. Will it become a big spider? Spin silk from the butt." Hearing this, Gao Ming thought of the scene of the 8-legged Spider-Man spinning silk from his buttocks, and suddenly his face was a little bad, and he said angrily, "The appearance will not change, but there will be very small barbs growing on the palms of the hands and feet. People can climb the wall like a spider, and as for spinning, it shoots spider silk from the wrist. It's really the same as a spider. Does it have other abilities? It doesn't feel that powerful with just two." Tony asked. Gao Ming recalled Spider-Man's abilities and said, in addition to absorbing and spinning silk, it will also strengthen physical fitness and super improve vision. At the same time, like a spider, it can also obtain information through air vibrations and sense surroundings. Everything out of danger. Hearing this, Tony paid more and more attention to this little spider and asked seriously, are you sure there are no side effects? No, you can use it for research. Remember not to kill it. Gao Ming made a breathable tempered glass jar, put the mutated spider in it, and handed it to Tony, telling him, remember, there is only this one unique spider in this world, although there are also spiders on our side. A similar. Tony took the glass jar and heard Gao Ming's words. He couldn't help but wondered. You mean that there are such mutant spiders in our world? It's just similar, not exactly the same. Gao Ming said in a somewhat uncertain tone. Our laboratory is studying the genetic mutation of spiders. Although the spider's bread can also mutate people's genes, they can't spin silk. However, it seems to be slightly better than this mutant spider in terms of strength enhancement, and it can lift objects weighing 5 to 10 tons. Hearing Gao Ming's detailed description, but his tone was a bit uncertain, Tony couldn't help but said speechlessly, then where is this spider? We can study it together and try to breed a better one. Gao Ming spread his hands and said, I don't know either. What? Tony's face darkened instantly. Are you teasing me? You don't even know what it means. That's the truth. I don't know if this spider has appeared. Gao Ming said casually. Tony asked suspiciously, then how do you know that there will be similar mutant spiders on our side? This is the interesting part. Gao Ming couldn't help laughing. The world I went to was a high school student named Peter Parker who was bitten by a mutant spider and attacked him as Spider-Man. Crime, helping citizens, and on our side, there is also a Peter Parker, but now he is only a 12-year-old boy. In the future, he will also be bitten by a spider and become Spider-Man. The most interesting thing is, Gao Ming looked at Tony with a half smile, and Tony looked strange and asked, what's wrong? You will treat this Peter Parker like a son in the future, and even made a set of spider suits for him. Gao Ming said with a smile. Tony stared at Gao Ming dumbfounded, and said unconsciously, what? I don't know the specifics, but from what I learned in the future, you and this Spider-Man are closely related. If I didn't know that you have no blood relationship, I would really doubt whether he is your illegitimate child. Oh, you even made him a battle suit. This is an unimaginable treatment for ordinary people. Gao Ming looked at Tony with a smirk on his face, while Tony was at a loss, thinking that he would find out what was so special about Peter Parker in the future, which would make his future self care so much. Tony picked up the glass jar containing the mutated spider and asked, you won't just bring this one spider back, will you? Gao Ming stretched out a finger and shook it, stood up, opened the door of the different dimension, and then Dr. Otto, Rose and Flint came out. Let me introduce, this is Dr. Otto, a nuclear physicist, and his wife Rose. This is Flint, who can turn himself into sand. My name is Johnny Blazer, and I am a motorcycle stunt star. I challenge thrilling stunts with superb car skills, bringing visual and nerve passion to the audience. Relying on the thrilling challenges again and again, I became a well-known motorcycle stunt star and received countless applause and cheers. However, people don't know that I have a secret in my heart. When I was young, my father was terminally ill, and the time was not long, but the devil came to my door, saying that he could cure my father's terminal illness. In order to save my father, I signed a contract with the devil, selling my soul in exchange for my father's health. But however, the devil deceived me. As in the contract, he cured my father's terminal illness, but when my father performed motorcycle jumping through the ring of fire, he controlled the flames and took his father's life. The devil gave me hope and gave me despair. I couldn't get justice from the devil. My heart was ashamed, and I rode my father's motorcycle to escape this hometown, the fact that my father died, and my first love girlfriend Roseanne. After many years, I met Roseanne again. I hoped to get rid of the shadow of the past. I thought I could start again. However, the devil appeared again, breaking my delusion. Woo-woo. The ferocious Johnny was thrown out by the sudden brake of the motorcycle under him, hit the ground heavily, and got up in horror, with thick smoke all over his body. Johnny scratched his head in pain. He felt that he was about to burn. It was not emotional, but a real flame burning. The soles of his feet began to blaze, and he took a few steps with difficulty, leaving a burning flame on the ground. Footprints. Ah, dash. The flames began to burn Johnny's skin, flesh, and blood, revealing a creepy skeleton. Johnny screamed in pain, but felt that his thoughts were being invaded by another crazy consciousness, and couldn't help laughing wildly. In the wild laughter, Johnny's flesh and blood were finally burned away by the fire of hell, leaving only the hideous white bones, shrouded in the hot flames. The upper and lower jaws kept opening and closing, making a quack quack sound. That's appalling laughter. At this moment, Johnny completely turned into a ghost rider who punishes evil. Clap, 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 clap. Ha ha ha. Crisp applause and wanton laughter came in from the outside, and a pale and evil man in a black suit walked in. This is the son of the demon Mephisto, the witch, and Johnny hunted him down. The goal, as long as he kills the witch heart demon, he can complete the contract and get his soul back. The ghost rider raised his hand, stretched out his horrifying bone claws, and uttered a horrifying whisper as if from hell. Go back to hell. We don't have much to talk about, do we? A strange gust of wind suddenly rushed out from behind Wu Xinma, and a terrifying face could be vaguely seen in the center of the wind. This was one of Wu Xinma's subordinates, Feng Mo. The wind demon suddenly bumped into the ghost rider and knocked the ghost rider onto a hanging iron chain. The iron chain hooked the ghost rider's neck and hung him in midair. The flames on Ghost Rider's body were gradually extinguished, and he swayed from side to side while hanging from the iron chain. Just as the witch heart demon was laughing wildly, the ghost rider suddenly became agitated. He grabbed the iron chain and pulled it hard, breaking the chain. He was freed and fell to the ground. After the soul was sold to Mephisto, Ghost Rider became immortal, and ordinary means could not kill him at all. The ghost rider grabbed the iron chain and walked towards the witch heart demon. When he stepped on a puddle, something caught him under his feet. Looking down, there was also a ferocious face in the puddle. It was the witch heart demon, another subordinate of the demon, the water demon. Before the ghost rider could break free, a heavy truck suddenly bumped over, knocking the ghost rider into the wall and pressing them together. Seeing this, Wu Xinma let out a contrived sound of regret, then turned and left. A bald man came down from the heavy truck. This was Sand Demon, the number 3 subordinate of Witch Heart Demon. The Sand Demon, who thought he had killed the Ghost Rider, smiled disdainfully, and was about to catch up with the Witch Heart Demon. Hey, stinky guy. A bone claw landed on Sand Demon's shoulder, and a low voice came from behind him. Sand Demon turned around in surprise, only to see the unscathed Ghost Rider punching him hard. Boom. The Sand Demon was punched and flew out. Half of his face was burned by the hellfire on the fist, and the sand slowly condensed to restore the Sand Demon's face. The Ghost Rider grabbed the iron chain and walked towards the Sand Demon slowly. The entire iron chain was stained by the flames of hell. Under the terrified gaze of the Sand Demon, the Ghost Knight ruthlessly shook the burning iron chain and entangled the Sand Demon. The body of the devil, the fire of hell burned the Sand Devil into a scorched corpse, and the Ghost Knight flicked the iron chain, and the Sand Devil became a piece of waste all over the place. When the Sand Demon was killed by the Ghost Rider, neither the Witch Heart Demon nor the other 2 demons rescued the companion, but chose to retreat after witnessing the ferocity of the Ghost Rider. Being escaped by the witch, Ghost Rider was not angry. He put 2 fingers between his jaws and blew a whistle. The cool motorcycle left by Johnny's father seemed to be alive. I drove up to Ghost Rider, and Ghost Rider grabbed the motorcycle. Hellfire gradually climbed onto the motorcycle, and the motorcycle began to change, becoming more in line with the evil style of Ghost Rider. This is the ability of Ghost Rider, which can demonize tools with hellfire. Soon, the motorcycle turned into a terrifying shape with an evil skull on the front and iron chains on the body, shrouded in hot flames, and the tires were also wrapped in hellfire, full of oppression. Clap, clap, clap. Just as the Ghost Rider was about to ride the ghost motorcycle and leave, there was a burst of applause. The Ghost Rider immediately looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a man in a dark coat sitting on a heavy truck at some point above, looking at him with interest. Wow, that's cool. Buddy, let's meet. My name is Gao Ming. The man who appeared suddenly was Gao Ming. After handing over Dr. Otto and others to Tony to settle down, Gao Ming, under Tony's useless protest, set foot on the plane crossing again alone. Gao Ming knew which world he had come to when he saw the big news on TV that Johnny the Flame flew over 6 Black Hawk helicopters on a motorcycle. Ghost Rider. As long as he sees the face of Johnny Blazer's bad movie king, Nicholas, Gao Ming can also know that he has come to the world of Ghost Rider. After all, Ghost Rider is one of the few good movies made by Nicholas. When he knew that he had come to the world of Ghost Rider, Gao Ming instantly made up his mind. No matter what, he must recruit Johnny Blazer back. This is Ghost Rider, the terrifying superheroes in Marvel. The strength of the Ghost Knight is so strong that even bringing it back can greatly improve the combat effectiveness. Gao Ming jumped off the heavy truck, and his entire image was completely exposed in front of the Ghost Rider. I saw that Gao Ming was wearing a black hooded jacket, a black leather jacket on the outside, and a pair of black jeans on his lower body. On the back of the leather jacket, there was a pterosaur-like pattern. It's hard to recognize that Gao Ming's suit is exactly the shape of Brother A, the protagonist of the game, but there are some differences in color. The hooded jacket inside is not gray but black, and the pattern on the back is not bright red but white. There is no way the clothes that the Venom transforms into are only black, and the pattern can be a little white. Although the shape is a little different from the real Brother A, Gao Ming doesn't care. Originally, he just thought of a suit of clothes for Venom to change, and he didn't care about the big difference. Anyway, handsome enough, Gao Ming walked towards the Ghost Rider in a friendly manner, but the Ghost Rider was not so good-tempered, and threw out the chain violently. The scorching iron chain pierced the air, and Gao Ming, who had quick eyes and quick hands, immediately grabbed the iron chain, and the hellfire on the iron chain immediately burned his palm. A puff of scorched black smoke was emitted from the palm. The fire of hell burned the palm and caused severe pain. The healing power quickly restored the injury. This feeling made Gao Ming very unhappy. Explosive inflammation. This is not the hellfire of the Ghost Knight, but the dragon flame of the dragon spell. Although it is only released a little at this time, it also blocks the erosion of the hellfire. Between the two flames, a maniacal laugh can be vaguely seen. Skeletons and a roaring dragon are fighting each other. Dragon flame versus hellfire. After Long Jian blocked the flames of hell, Gao Ming asked leisurely, "Hey, buddy, your attitude is not very friendly." Ghost Rider stepped forward. Even though Gao Ming grabbed the chain, he did not let go of the chain, walked up to Gao Ming, and whispered viciously, "You are guilty." "Oh, you can't talk nonsense." Gao Ming replied flatly. The amber pupils gradually glowed with a deep light, without a trace of emotion. The Ghost Rider said aggressively, "You, look into my eyes and feel the crimes you have committed." "Okay, I want to see what crime I've committed to get the Ghost Rider's attention." Gao Ming looked directly into the Ghost Rider's eyes cooperatively, with a look of interest on his face. Ghost Rider's gloomy and empty eye sockets suddenly lit up, and tumbling lava appeared inside, and the flames swirled crazily, presenting a vortex, which made people feel as if their soul would sink into it just by looking at it. The Eye of Judgment, the special skill of the Ghost Rider, is the ultimate use of the fire of hell. It directly burns the soul of the opponent with the fire of hell through the eyes, making the opponent recall the crimes committed in the past, experience the pain of the victim, and judge and punish. The soul of a sinful man. Without resistance, Gao Ming looked at the Ghost Rider's eyes of judgment without hesitation, and immediately after, Gao Ming saw the killing he had been committing all along. The bald man who robbed Sophia was pinched and died by him. The terrorist who kidnapped Tony was killed by him at high speed. The arrogant hatred was instantly killed by him with a combination of Dragon Blast and Lightning Eye. The Karuta army who invaded the earth was madly killed by him, who transformed into a holy lord. The people and other creatures killed by Gao Ming all came to Gao Ming's mind. The killing Gao Ming committed was undoubtedly very heavy. Even if all the people he killed were evil people, it would not change the fact of his killing. The fire of hell judged the killing committed by Gao Ming, and according to the extent of the killing, it violently burned Gao Ming's soul. However, before the flames of hell touched Gao Ming's soul, they were suddenly forced back by several powerful forces. Step by step, the flames on his body are also much weaker. Gao Ming threw away the iron chain in his hand, and looked at Ghost Rider calmly, with a trace of disdain in his eyes. The Eye of Judgment is indeed a very powerful skill. Even if Gao Ming killed the bad guys and had a clear conscience, the Eye of Judgment was still activated arbitrarily and unreasonably. No matter whether you kill good or bad, as long as you commit the killing, it will surely usher in judgment and punishment. However, the Eye of Judgment is the damage to the soul, and the Ghost Knight used this trick against Gao Ming, which is undoubtedly asking for trouble. Don't forget that there are 3 infinite gems hidden in Gao Ming's soul, and the fire of hell, although it is very strong, it is obviously not as good as a god at the level of infinite gems. Unsurprisingly, before the fire of hell touched Gao Ming's soul, it was forcefully forced back by the 3 infinite gems, and the Ghost Knight suffered a backlash. Hence, maybe it will cause serious damage to the soul. Any other tricks? Braised pork ribs. Gao Ming looked at the Ghost Rider, who was recovering from a half smile. The failure of the Eye of Judgment is equivalent to the fact that the strength has been cut in half. After all, this move is equivalent to the ultimate move of the Ghost Knight. However, the Ghost Knight will not back down. He opened his mouth sinisterly, let out a piercing roar, and rushed towards Gao Ming. He came over and swung a sharp punch. Oh, why bother? Gao Ming watched the Ghost Rider attack recklessly. He sighed helplessly and dodged the punch casually on his side. Then, the Ghost Rider kept waving his bone claws covered in flames, but Gao Ming easily dodged them all. With the rabbit charm of super speed of light, if Gao Ming can still be hit, that is all right, shame on. Seeing that he has a lot of affection for the character of Ghost Rider, Gao Ming does not bully him. He does not use the speed of light or above, but only uses the very slow speed of sound to avoid the evil spirit every time. The brutal attack of the Spirit Knight. It's just that Gao Ming's calm appearance made Ghost Rider very angry. He felt that he was being teased by Gao Ming. Yes, I'm guilty. Gao Ming responded perfunctorily, which made the Ghost Rider even more angry, and the fire all over his body soared, and the fire of hell suddenly erupted, rushing towards his face like a sea of flames, and hit Gao Ming at once. He, Gao Ming, who was engulfed by the flames of hell, let out a disdainful sneer, and then, the dragon flame, which was more explosive than the flames of hell, burst out of his body, turning into a mighty flame dragon, breaking through the sea of flames. With an arrogant and domineering figure, he instantly charged at the Ghost Rider. Boom! Even though Gao Ming restrained the power of the dragon blast deliberately, the dragon spell that has reached its peak is naturally different from the past. A random blow not only engulfs the Ghost Knight, but also burns down the whole place. Gao Ming floated into the air, looked at the sea of flames below. Everything was destroyed by the bursting dragon's flames, quickly swept his sight, and soon found the Ghost Knight who was hit by the dragon's blast. At this moment, the Ghost Rider is no longer majestic. The black leather jacket and jeans on his body were burned by the flames of the dragon, revealing a gloomy skeleton body. It's a ridiculous skeleton. Ghost Rider got up from the ground with some stiff movements, and made a crack, sound of bones cracking. If it wasn't for the Ghost Knight's immortal body, Dragon Flame might have burned him to nothing. Left. After eating such a dragon blast, Ghost Rider calmed down a little, knowing that he was no match for Gao Ming, and that the Witch Heart Demon was his target, so he made a decisive decision to evacuate this place. The Ghost motorcycle rushed in front of the Ghost Rider, and the Ghost Rider quickly stepped on the motorcycle, and then drove the motorcycle in one direction at a high speed without hesitation. Seeing that the Ghost Rider was beaten and fled by him, Gao Ming was stunned for a moment, and then he followed up leisurely, not afraid of being lost. The Ghost motorcycle drove by all the way, leaving a conspicuous line of fire. However, when passing by a place, Gao Ming suddenly found a fat woman lying on the ground with a deep cut on her neck, Her eyes were staring. It was obvious that she had just died not long ago. Seeing the fat woman's body, Gao Ming stopped and came to the side of the fat woman's body with a wry smile on his face. Sorry. Gao Ming recognized that the dead fat woman was supposed to be rescued by the Ghost Rider in the movie, and the robber who was about to kill her was killed by the Ghost Rider's eyes of judgment. It was Gao Ming's fault that this innocent passerby was killed because Gao Ming and the Ghost Rider fought to delay the time. Putting his hand on the fat woman's forehead, the healing power and the resurrection power were activated at the same time. Rescuing this innocent person was also considered to eliminate Gao Ming's sense of guilt. When the fat woman got up in a daze, Gao Ming had already disappeared. Wondering if he had been killed, the fat woman found a pile of banknotes on the ground and immediately jumped on it, hugged the inexplicable pile of banknotes in her arms, looked around vigilantly, and left in a hurry. This can be regarded as a little compensation left by Gao Ming. In an alley, a thin-faced hooded man was rummaging through the wallet he had just snatched. Suddenly, Gao Ming descended from the sky, grabbed the startled hooded man's neck coldly, and crushed it neatly. You are guilty. Solving this robber who robbed and murdered was just a trivial matter, but Gao Ming made up for his mistakes so that he would not feel guilty. Rescue the fat woman and kill the robbers. Looking back, the Ghost Rider has already run away, and the flames along the way have been extinguished little by little, leaving a long black tire track. However, Gao Ming did not follow the traces in a daze to look for it, because there was no need. If there were no accidents, the destination of the Ghost Rider was still the cemetery where Barton Blazer was buried, and he transformed into a Ghost Rider for the first time. Johnny still went to his father's grave to seek psychological comfort. And the gravekeeper of that cemetery, the identity is not simple. It is the previous Ghost Rider, Carter Slay. The sky was slightly white, and the rising sun gradually dispelled the night. Ghost Rider rode a motorcycle to the cemetery and felt his power begin to fade. The fire of hell was completely extinguished, and Ghost Rider's immortal body turned back into human flesh and blood again. Body, the ferocious skeleton changed back to Johnny's appearance. It's just that Johnny's current appearance is really embarrassing. Don't forget that his clothes were burned by the dragon's flames, and now he is completely naked. Johnny is naked and struggles to climb to his father's tombstone. The process is not as sad and pitiful as in the movie, but very ridiculous and funny. Just like this, Johnny crawled to his father's grave naked, looked at the engraving on the tombstone, Burton Barton, beloved father, and collapsed powerlessly in front of the tombstone. Before he passed out, Johnny saw a man wearing a cowboy hat. The old man came to him with a strange expression and said in surprise, "Young people are so open." The exhausted Johnny fell into a coma. After Johnny woke up, he found that he was naked, and there was a set of old-fashioned clothes on the counter beside him, which looked like old things from the previous era, but it was better than no clothes. So Johnny changed into these clothes, a set of old-fashioned clothes. After waking up, Johnny felt his chest burning hot. It was not so easy to adapt to the transformation into Ghost Rider for the first time. After drinking several glasses of water, he felt that the scorching heat in his body disappeared a lot. After thanking the old man who guarded the tomb, Johnny was about to ride his motorcycle and leave. After all, the keeper of the grave was unknown, and he felt a little embarrassed when he saw his nakedness, so he couldn't wait to leave. But the old grave guard seemed to know about Ghost Rider and the contract very well. After Johnny hesitated, he stayed and listened to the old grave guard's information about Ghost Rider. What does this have to do with the witch heart demon? Johnny, who was listening to the old man who guarded the tomb telling the deeds of the previous generation of Ghost Riders, suddenly asked. The old grave guard was sewing the wound on Johnny's back. When he heard Johnny's words, his hand stopped, and he said in surprise, "Witch heart demon. He sent you to chase after the witch heart demon." "There are some other people," Johnny said cautiously. The old grave guard was silent for a while, continued to sew up the wound, and said slowly, "The demons of exile, the fallen angels expelled from heaven by Saint Michael, they hide in the natural elements, waiting for the end of the world to come." After sewing up the wound and tying a knot and cutting off the thread, the grave guard smiled and said, "Child, you'd better stay here. They can't enter the Holy Land." Johnny just said, "Thank you for the old man's proposal." In order to get his soul back, Johnny had no choice but to fight the witch heart demon and the remaining 2 elemental demons. By the way, Johnny suddenly remembered something and asked seriously, "Do you know a person who can get angry?" "It's an Asian face. I became a Ghost Rider last night and was defeated by him." The old man who guarded the grave said suspiciously, "Huh? There's such a person? Will get angry, Asian face." Shaking his head, the old grave guard also expressed that he had no idea. "I don't know the person you mentioned, but he can actually defeat the Ghost Rider. Really amazing. Thank you for the compliment." Suddenly, a voice sounded, which startled Johnny and the old grave guard. Looking in the direction of the sound, Gao Ming leaned against the door, shaking his hands nonchalantly. Johnny and the old grave guard immediately stood up and looked at Gao Ming with great vigilance. Seeing that the two were so wary of him, Gao Ming didn't care, walked in slowly, and said in an easygoing tone, "It's our first meeting. My name is Gao Ming. Hello, Johnny Blazer, and Carter Sure Thunder." Hearing this, the face of the old man guarding the tomb changed drastically, while Johnny was at a loss. He didn't understand why the old man's face changed after Gao Ming called out the old man's name. He and the old man had just met, and the other party didn't introduce himself. It depends on the situation. The old man's name was Carter Slay. But was there anything strange about that name? The old man guarding the tomb, or Shirley, looked at Gao Ming with a solemn expression. He did not expect that his identity would be revealed by the other party, which made him very uneasy, and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "Is it Mo? Festo's man." Hearing Shirley's words, Gao Ming rolled his eyes and said, "Don't be ridiculous. Okay, I hate that guy as my subordinate." Gao Ming's outrageous words made Johnny and Shirley feel absurd in their hearts. They were both tragically controlled by Mephisto. The performance of taking Mephisto in his eyes feels very ridiculous, and he thinks Gao Ming is uttering wild words. Slowly I narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Young man, although I don't know where you know my name, you still need to be self-aware. Mephisto is not a soft-hearted person. If you offend him like this, be careful. Come to the door." There was strong mockery in the tone. Obviously, neither Shirley nor Johnny believed that Gao Ming was stronger than Mephisto, and regarded him as a brat who didn't know the so-called. Gao Ming is not one of those young people who would fight for reason when questioned. Facing the playful look shown by the two, he still looked calm and composed. But his pupils became extremely deep, and Johnny and Shirley's gazes when they got together, they felt their minds were in a trance for a while. Their eyes went dark, and both of them passed out. After making the two fall asleep, Gao Ming said with a meaningful smile, "Let's meet in a dream." In a dream, Johnny and Sori suddenly found themselves as bystanders. They saw another self, but when they went forward to grope, they found nothing, and the other self didn't seem to see them. In this way, Johnny and Sori saw their original future. They saw that Johnny was caught at the police station and locked in the detention center. At night, he uncontrollably turned into a Ghost Rider, killed all the criminals in the detention center, and then exposed himself to the in front of the world. Let everyone know that Johnny is a monster. Then, the witch heart demon took Johnny's first girlfriend Roseanne as a hostage, and threatened Johnny to exchange the San Van Gonza contract, and Shirley also took out the San Van Gonza contract to Johnny. Performed the last transformation. Seeing Sori in the scene riding a horse and transforming into a Ghost Rider, Johnny couldn't help turning his head to look at the real Sori beside him, and said in surprise, "You were the last Ghost Rider?" Shirley didn't speak, and looked at the majestic self in the scene with complicated eyes, as if emitting the last ray of light, but he was so chic and majestic. In the end, after they watched Johnny kill the water demon, in order to save Roseanne, he had to hand over the contract to the witch heart demon. The witch heart demon released thousands of souls in the contract, merged with himself, and became the most powerful evil spirit. Johnny turned into a ghost rider and was beaten to the ground, but the result was very dramatic. The soulless witch heart demon had weaknesses because of the fusion of thousands of innocent souls and was killed by the Eye of Judgment. After killing the witch heart demon, Mephisto appeared, ready to fulfill the conditions of the contract, take back the power of the ghost rider, and return the soul to Johnny. But unexpectedly, Johnny refused because he did not want Mephisto going to harm other people. Mephisto let out an exasperated roar and left, while Johnny set off on the journey alone after bidding farewell to Roseanne. Johnny and Shirley silently watched the future come to an end, and everything turned into darkness. Gao Ming stepped out of the darkness and said calmly, "This is the original future." Johnny frowned slightly and asked, "Who the hell are you? Why do you know so many things?" "Well, this is a long story." Gao Ming snapped his fingers, and 3 chairs appeared in response. He sat on the chairs, beckoned, and motioned for the 2 to sit down too. "Listen to me slowly. Now it's in a dream, so it's very convenient to explain. It's like projecting pictures to Peter and Harry in the Spider-Man world before, but the difference is that Gao Ming is using the power of the sheep charm to construct the dream at this time. In the dream, Gao Ming is like a creator. Everything in the dream can be formed completely as he wants. Gao Ming only needs to think a little, and the dream will appear as he imagined. The 2 generations of Ghost Riders, Johnny and Soli, were amazed by the existence of parallel universes and were even more shocked by the thrilling events. When they saw Thanos attack and wiped out half of the universe, Johnny and Soli's minds were already in turmoil, confused, not knowing how to think. Compared with Thanos, who snapped his fingers and wiped out half of the universe's creatures, Johnny and Shirley suddenly felt that Mephisto wasn't such a terrifying character anymore. Gao Ming looked at the figure of Thanos holding up the infinite gauntlet complicatedly. No matter how many times he watched it, Gao Ming's heart could not be calm. This scene reminded him all the time. If he can't find it in countless failed futures if there's no way out, then he can only be reduced to one of countless failures. This bet is a gamble for half of the universe, and Gao Ming cannot afford to lose. Johnny said with difficulty, "It seems that your world is not only more exciting than ours, but also more dangerous than ours. I'm beginning to believe that you have the strength to ignore Mephisto." Shirley shook his head and said with emotion. For Shirley, although the things Gao Ming showed were eye-opening to him, they could not attract his attention. He was already very old, and his time was not long, and there was only a trace of power left in his body, which could allow him to carry out the last because of the short transformation. Even though he knew that Gao Ming's world was in great danger, he was powerless. Looking at Shirley, who looked a little lonely, and Johnny, who was lost in thought, Gao Ming asked softly, "I need help. The more the better. So, can you help me?" "Solely," I said slowly. "Young man, as you can see, I'm already old and my strength is running low. I can't help you with the crisis your world is facing. Just let me walk away bit by bit. Let's spend the rest of the time." Hearing this, Gao Ming was silent for a while. He could hear the exhaustion in Shirley's tone. This old man has been controlled by the devil all his life, and now he has no desire to fight. He just wants to spend the rest of the time quietly. Gao Ming nodded and said solemnly, "I respect your choice. Thank you." Shirley pressed the cowboy hat on his head, hid his sad side under the hat, stood aside, and didn't speak. Turning his head, Gao Ming looked at Johnny and said, "Johnny, what do you think? I need your strength very much." Johnny was a little hesitant. He was alone, with no family or reason, and the only thing he cared about was his first girlfriend, Roseanne. However, he knew that as a Ghost Rider, there would be no result with Roseanne. In order not to appear the next person to be harmed by Mephisto, I chose to give up in exchange for my soul, and I am destined to be unable to live like a normal person. But this doesn't mean that Johnny can follow Gao Ming to another world without fear. He still has some concerns, so Johnny didn't accept or refuse, just replied, "Give me some time to think about it." Although there was no clear answer, Johnny's answer undoubtedly had great promise. Gao Ming was bound to win the recruitment of Ghost Rider, and he was not in a hurry. "Okay, for now, let's solve your problems first." Gao Ming changed the subject. "You have also seen the future, and it is actually very simple to solve the witch heart demon. Let him release the soul in the contract and melt into it himself, and then use the Eye of Judgment to easily burn him to death." Gao Ming spread his hands. His tone was very brisk, while Johnny and Shirley looked at each other in blank dismay. Indeed, there is no need to talk about a lot of things. If the witch heart demon wants the contract of Saint Venganza, then give it to him. Anyway, the witch heart demon will reap the fruits of himself in the end. For such a contract that can kill the witch heart demon, Johnny and Sori don't have to stick to it. Especially when Johnny saw that for such a pitiful contract, Roseanne would be taken hostage by the witch heart demon, and she would be in danger. Feeling a pain in the ass, Soleil was also very speechless. He spent most of his life protecting the contract, and in the future he was beaten up by Wu Xinma and others to ask about the whereabouts of the contract. Thinking of the scene where he would rather die than be beaten up in the future, Soleil felt uncomfortable all over his body. "I suffer so much. What is the point?" "Ahem. Then, shall we hand over the contract directly to the witch heart demon?" Johnny coughed to hide his embarrassment and suggested. Shirley said with some embarrassment, "But just handing over the contract to him like this seems like a joke, right? Besides, he wouldn't believe that he got it so easily, would he?" Originally, it was only necessary to keep the contract from being taken away, but now it is even more difficult to hand over the contract. It's simple. When they come to press for the whereabouts of the contract, you cooperate and hand over the contract honestly." Gao Ming looked at Shirley and said, Okay." Shirley nodded helplessly. Thinking of the picture of himself preferring death to submission, he felt stupid and naive. Gao Ming clapped his hands and said, "Okay, the plan is very simple." When the witch heart demon came to ask about the contract, Shirley handed over the contract, and then Johnny waited for the witch heart demon to release the soul in the contract, fuse behind him, and go directly the previous Eye of Judgment, solved him neatly. Hearing Gao Ming's simple and crude planning process, although Johnny and Shirley were quite speechless, the plan didn't need so many rules and regulations, it just needed to be efficient. Knowing that the contract can solve the witch heart demon, why should they bother? Dilly-dally? So Johnny and Sori both nodded and accepted the plan. "However, Johnny, you still have to go to the detention center." Gao Ming touched his chin and said, "After all, there were tire marks on your motorcycle on the road last night, and the police will still find them based on the tire marks on you, so you are destined to go to the detention center." Gao Ming shrugged helplessly, with an uncontrollable smirk on his face. Johnny felt a toothache again. "Well, it's tonight, right? I will be arrested by the police and sent to the detention center. Forget it, it's just to solve Feng Mo, and I just took the opportunity to solve Feng Mo." Johnny himself kept looking for excuses to comfort himself, but he just couldn't stop the depression in his heart. Shirley looked at this junior who was about to go to prison with great interest, and then thought of himself. He was also in deep prison. Could it be that Ghost Rider will you experience prison life? Okay, now wake up. Snapped. Gao Ming casually snapped his fingers, and everything around him disappeared like a bubble burst. Johnny and Shirley opened their eyes, only to find that they had fallen to the ground, and they were really in a dream just now. "It's amazing." Johnny stood up and exclaimed in admiration. "I think you should give us a heads up before letting us go to sleep." Sorry, I patted the back of his head, which fell to the ground, and complained in pain. Gao Ming pointed to the direction of the door, and said to Johnny, "Go, Johnny. You still have to be busy with a lot of things. You have to appease your first love girlfriend, familiarize yourself with the power of Ghost Rider, prepare to go to jail at night, and kill the wind demon. Today is very busy." Hearing Gao Ming's words, Johnny's face suddenly became bitter, and he got on his motorcycle and left with a slightly desolate back. The night after tomorrow, just when Johnny turned into a Ghost Rider again and was showing off in the city, causing panic and being wanted by the whole city, the witch heart demon came to the cemetery guarded by Shirley with a gloomy expression. After the sand demon, the witch heart demon folded his arms again, and the wind demon was killed by the Ghost Rider. Of the 3 elemental demons he recruited, only 1 water demon remained, which made the witch heart demon feel a great sense of urgency. If he doesn't hurry up to find the contract of Saint Venganza, the witch heart demon suspects that the water demon will soon be dealt with by the Ghost Rider. By that time, he will become a poor commander, and he alone can't do anything to the Ghost Rider. However, the Ghost Rider can't kill the soulless witch, but the witch has no interest in fighting the Ghost Rider until the end of time. After interrogating the whereabouts of Saint Van Gonzal's contract from the church priest who knew it, the witch heart demon came to the cemetery guarded by Shirley, preparing to press for the whereabouts of the contract. Crunch. Sorry, wearing a cowboy hat and holding a shovel, opened the door and walked out with a nervous look on his face, but a hint of helplessness in his eyes. In order not to make the witch heart demon suspicious, Shirley still has to perform his tricks well. Fortunately, he has experienced a lot of ups and downs in his decades of life. Although his acting is not at the level of an actor, at least it will not appear exaggerated and fake, and will not be noticed by others. Just come out. Looking at the water demon who was standing not far away and smiling wickedly, Soli said majestically, "This is a holy place." The water demon didn't answer, but just let out a sullen evil smile to himself. His whole body was dripping wet, and the water kept flowing from his body to the ground. Shirley felt a sense of danger coming from behind, and knew that the witch heart demon was behind him. This time he learned his lesson. Instead of turning around and swiping the shovel as he had done before, he quickly took a step to the side. Vigilant, he stared intently at the witch heart demon, who appeared at the position where he had just stood at some time. Just kidding. Everyone knows what's going on next. Why did Sori swing the shovel over? And then the witch heart demon grabbed the shovel and slapped it back on his face. It's not an honor to be slapped in the face. The witch heart demon didn't notice the suddenness of Soli's actions, and said with a gloomy expression, "I have all my father's strengths, but I don't have his weaknesses. The new hell is in the village of San Van Gonzale. I need that contract, and I know it. Here, now give it to me." Wu Shima's eyes were extremely cold, and his tone was full of unquestionable meaning. Shirley pretended to be stubborn and said, "I don't know what you were talking about." The witch heart demon suddenly turned hideous, revealing his creepy demonic face, and roared, "Leave it to me." Seeing the witch heart demon impatiently revealing his true colors and preparing to strike, Shirley didn't want to suffer meaningless flesh and blood. His eyes began to wander, and he swept the shovel in his hand intentionally or unintentionally, and looked at the hand holding the shovel. He seemed to shrink back unintentionally. "Quickly notice, the contract you want is hidden in the shovel in my hand. Sharpen your eyes." Solii was nervous on the surface, and kept shouting in his heart. Hard work paid off. Shirley's frequent glances and slightly withdrawn hands finally caught the attention of Wu Shima. Wu Shima narrowed his eyes slightly, and asked sullenly, "You seem to be very nervous about the thing in your hand. A shovel? Can you show me?" "Call." Shirley heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. The witch heart demon lived up to his expectations and noticed it after all. Solei made an air of difficulty pretending to be calm, but slightly nervous, and said, "This is just an ordinary shovel, nothing old. Bring it here." The witch heart demon was not polite, grabbed the shovel viciously, looked it up and down suspiciously, and then glanced at Solei. Seeing that Solei's eyes stopped at the head of the shovel, he quickly moved away. Immediately understood, he triumphantly pointed the shovel at the big tree beside him and slapped it heavily. The head of the shovel was snapped off, and the broken end of the long handle exposed pointed metal. The long scroll was pulled out. "No." Seeing that the witch heart demon had obtained the contract, Shirley shouted in shock. Seeing Shirley watching the contract fall into his hands in desperation, Wu Shima couldn't help laughing wantonly, holding up the contract like a winner, and said, "What you have done is doomed to be in vain, and I will become a new Hell Master." Shirley stared at Wu Shima with gritting his teeth and daring to speak out. Wu Shima walked up to Solei arrogantly, suddenly kicked Solei to the ground, stepped on Shirley's face, contemptuously authentic. "I'll leave you an old guy alive. Be grateful for my kindness. You have the honor to witness that I become the master of the new hell." Withdrawing the foot that was stepping on Shirley, the witch heart demon kicked Shirley a few more times, and then proudly held the contract and walked away with the water demon. Seeing the witch heart demon and the water demon drifting away, and their figures disappearing from sight, Shirley got up with a face full of pain, touched the kicked wound on his body, and couldn't help but curse. "Fuck. Just go away, what are you kicking?" Shirley said unhappily to the empty courtyard. "You can come out. I was beaten by him, and you didn't think of a way to stop me. Wouldn't you be considerate of my old bones? Don't be afraid that he will give me kicked to death. Don't be afraid. You still have the power of a ghost knight in your body. You still can't die until it's exhausted." In the originally empty courtyard, Gao Ming's figure appeared, arms folded, and he smiled nonchalantly. When the witch heart demon came, Gao Ming stood there in an invisible state and watched the whole process. At such a close distance, the witch heart demon and the water demon didn't notice it at all. The original snake spell is naturally impossible to achieve perfect invisibility. Even if it can be so unreasonable that it can be invisible even with the clothes on the body and the shadow can be hidden, it will still be noticed by some people with sharper perception, let alone face to face. For such unimaginable existence as witch heart demon, the snake charm, which has been raised to the extreme, really interprets that it is invisibility, hiding one's breath completely, and even the body is in a semi-void state, which has already involved the field of space. At the moment when the invisibility is activated, Gao Ming's body is between the present moment and other spaces. It can be said to exist or not to exist, and ordinary physical attacks will be weakened insignificantly. Hearing Gao Ming's words, Shirley couldn't help but cast a blank look. Although what Gao Ming said was true, with the remnants of the ghost knight's power, Shirley was still immortal, but he would still be in pain. Now it is a human state, not a ghost knight state. Shirley looked at Gao Ming unhappily, as if he hadn't left the acting mode yet. Shirley looked a little pitiful, like an innocent old man who had been beaten and couldn't tell. The resentment in his eyes made Gao Ming feel goosebumps all over his body. Peter raised his hands to show his surrender, and said, "Okay, I'm sorry, it's my fault." Going forward, he used his healing power to restore Soli's injuries. He felt that all the pain had disappeared, and even some minor ailments that had been accumulated over the years disappeared. His whole body was full of energy, and he felt like he had returned to his youth. "Can't help admiring. I don't know how you have so many strange abilities, but this one is quite good." Gao Ming shrugged, looked in the direction of San Van Gonzal village, and said, "Johnny must have been waiting there for a long time." San Van Gonzal village. Once upon a time, this was a small village with nothing to contend with, and the folk customs were simple and honest, until the arrival of the last ghost rider, Carter Sray, broke the tranquility, and Sray was sent by Mephisto to stir up the greed of the villagers. The villagers, blinded by greed, signed a contract with Shirley and gave their souls. Not long after, that cozy little village disappeared, and all the villagers living here gave their souls. The blood left behind dissipated with the passage of time, and San Van Gonzale village became a deserted village of the dead. The witch heart demon stepped into this barren land with the Saint Van Gonzal contract. When he thought that he was about to become the new master of hell, surpassing his father, his heart was surging, and his face was full of unstoppable smiles. Just when the witch heart demon came to the center of San Van Gonzal village with a proud face, where the villagers used to gather for a meeting, they unexpectedly discovered that someone had been waiting here for a long time. Johnny was wearing a handsome black leather jacket, standing there fearlessly, watching the arrival of the witch heart demon. Except for the leather jacket he snatched from the gangster leader of the detention center, Johnny didn't bring anything with him. Even the iron chain for performing the chain technique was wrapped around the tail of the motorcycle, and the motorcycle stopped quietly. Johnny didn't even bring the shotgun that was supposed to be handed over to him by Shirley, so he was unarmed, but still full of confidence. Now that he knows how to defeat the witch heart demon, Johnny doesn't have any pressure, so he doesn't need to be fully armed. Seeing Johnny here, Wu Shima's expression darkened, and he turned to Water Demon and said, "Hold him, let me release the contract." The water demon nodded, and walked towards Johnny with a sinister smile. Johnny didn't talk nonsense. With the fire all over his body, he instantly transformed into a ghost knight, rushed in front of the water monster, and swung a bone fist covered in flames. Snapped. Johnny's punch hit the water demon, but the water demon suddenly liquefied, turned into a pool of black water and fell to the ground. A pair of pale hands came out of the water, tightly grasping Johnny's ankle. Violently with a pull, Johnny lost his center of gravity for a moment and fell to the ground. On the other side, seeing the water demon dragging the ghost rider, the witch heart demon didn't hesitate and quickly spread out the St. Van Gonzel contract, chanting loudly, "This is the St. Van Gonzel contract, all souls. All gather on me." The witch heart demon yelled loudly and threw the unsealed contract in his hand to the ground, and following his order, countless dark and ferocious souls roared and flew out from every corner, pouring into the witch heart demon's body with claws and teeth. Every time a soul fuses with the witch heart demon, the witch heart demon's power will grow stronger, and the evil spirit on his body will become stronger and stronger. Before long, all the souls imprisoned in San Van Gang's village will be fused with the witch heart demon one, and the witch heart demon has completely transformed. I saw the witch heart demon showing his demonic face, his frightening sharp teeth exposed, his eyes turned blood red, and a gloomy devilish energy lingering around his body. At this moment, the witch heart demon finally realized his ambition and become an evil existence beyond Mephisto. I am omnipotent. The witch heart demon's voice became overlapping, very creepy. It was the terrifying sound made by thousands of resentful souls in his body. Seeing that the witch heart demon had successfully fused all the souls, the water demon immediately laughed, let go of Johnny's hand, reformed into a human form, stood next to the witch heart demon, and looked at Johnny fiercely. Looking at the two demons, one is a stalking water demon, the other is an extremely terrifying witch heart demon. Johnny suddenly felt that he seemed to be fighting too, as if a bit troublesome. Boom. A sudden bullet blasted the head of the water demon, and the head of the water demon was blasted, turning into a pool of water, which fell to the ground with a crash, and then slowly flowed back to the water demon's body, and the broken neck was reassembled. The head of the water demon was condensed, and the water demon looked at one place with an ugly expression. I saw Shirley walking out of the corner with a shotgun in his hands. The smoke from the muzzle of the gun confirmed that the shot just now came from Shirley. Shirley said to Johnny helplessly, "Young man, don't be careless. What else can you do without me?" Johnny raised a bony finger at Sori, the longest one. The water demon said in a sinister voice, "Old guy, you think you've had enough, don't you? TSK, so what?" Shirley's tone was very casual. Suddenly, flames rose, and in an instant he turned into a skeleton surrounded by flames. His old windbreaker and cowboy hat made this skeleton unique and full of cowboy style, but exuded a terrifying aura. Seeing that the old guy, Soleil, suddenly turned into a ghost rider, both the heart witch and the water demon were shocked. They didn't expect that the old man who guarded the cemetery, Soleil, was also a ghost rider. I didn't expect that I was wrong. The witch heart demon looked at the two ghost knights indifferently. Although Soleil's transformation into a ghost knight surprised him, he didn't have any fear. He is the most powerful existence. Whether there are one or two ghost riders, they still can't do anything to him. Sori felt the flames of hell enveloping his whole body. The long-lost transformation experience made his blood boil uncontrollably. The flames of hell climbed onto the shotgun in his hand and turned into Ghost Rider's exclusive weapon. After seeing the picture of the future, Shirley was ruthlessly complained by Gao Ming, saying that he wasted his last transformation to lead Johnny, pretending to be a wave of coercion, without any real help. He might as well use it side-by-side combat. After being complained about, Soleil was speechless for a moment, and felt that he really shouldn't waste this last bit of power. So, after Gao Ming took him to the village of San Van Gonzale, seeing that Johnny was about to be in danger, he didn't care. Stand up without hesitation. As for Gao Ming, after bringing Shirley over, he entered a state of invisibility, and he didn't know where to watch the show. Transforming into Ghost Rider again, even if it was the last transformation, even if the duration was very short, Sori was still fearless, as if he had returned to his youth. Shirley raised his arm, and pointed the evil spirit shotgun in his hand at the water demon. The gun was surrounded by hellfire, full of danger. Soleil stared at the water demon intently, and said to Johnny, "I will leave the witch heart demon to you." He gave it to me. Okay. As soon as the words fell, Johnny rushed straight at the witch heart demon, and Shirley also fired at the water demon without hesitation. Bang bang bang. Bullets mixed with hellfire hit the water demon one after another, smashing the water demon to pieces. But the water demon's body is made of water after all, and it will be smashed to pieces, and it will soon return to its original state. Seeing Shirley doing some useless work, the water demon laughed strangely and taunted, "Old guy, are you so old that your brain has degenerated? Do you think bullets can cause damage to water?" Huh. Shirley didn't care about it, and after firing all the bullets in the gun, he threw the empty shotgun aside casually and said with a chuckle, "Bullets don't work on water, so what about fire?" Hearing this, the water demon noticed that his physique had become a little smaller. It was because of those bullets just now. When the hellfire on the bullets passed through his body, the water was evaporated at the same time. Just when the water demon was frightened and furious, Shirley rushed in front of the water demon with big strides. The flames soared, and all the flames of hell struck over, covering the water demon in all directions, making him nowhere to escape. The water demon was surrounded by hellfire in all directions, feeling the fierce hellfire evaporating around his body bit by bit, and let out a tragic scream. As the flames of hell erupted, Soleil could feel the last power in his body draining rapidly, and the ghost knight state could no longer be maintained. The flames on his body gradually went out, and the ferocious skeleton knight turned into a gray-haired old man again. Even so, Shirley was still hale and hearty, dignified, exuding an aura of calmness and self-prestige, and his waist was still so straight. This is his last transformation into Ghost Rider. Although Ghost Rider is the shackles of his tragedy, it is also a symbol of his strength. The flames dissipated, and the water monster was burned to nothing. Soleil felt that the little flame in his body was extinguished, and silently pulled down the cowboy hat on his head. Farewell, Ghost Rider. Just when Shirley broke out with his last strength and killed the water demon with absolute strength, explaining the truth of, "Your uncle is the uncle after all," Johnny didn't stay idle and rushed towards the witch heart demon. The way to deal with the witch heart demon is very simple. Catch the witch heart demon, activate the Eye of Judgment, and then call it a day. However, the idea is good, but the actual operation is not so easy. Although the witch heart demon has not realized that after he has fused thousands of grievances, the Eye of Judgment can kill him, but the witch has the mentality of playing with ants, and the witch heart demon again and again, he waved fierce devilish energy casually, knocking Johnny who was close to him into the air, making him unable to get close. Seeing this, Johnny couldn't help feeling depressed. Couldn't the witch heart demon just stand still and look affectionately at him? Shirley had already dealt with the water demon, and he was watching the battle from a distance, which made Johnny feel ashamed, since he knew the solution to the witch heart demon, and he had been involved for so long. Looking at Wushinma's playful eyes, Johnny became angry all of a sudden, and the flames soared. A wall of fire appeared between him and Wushinma, blocking Wushinma's vision. Suddenly, an iron chain passed through. The wall of fire binds the witch heart demon. The wall of flames dissipated. Johnny grabbed one end of the iron chain, and with a violent pull, the witch heart demon was pulled in front of Johnny, and the bone claws rising from the flames rested on the witch heart demon's shoulders. Rolling like a lava-like eye of judgment, he stared straight at the blood pupil of the witch heart demon. "I got you," Johnny said in a low voice. A contemptuous smile appeared on Wushinma's face, but he didn't drive the demon energy to force Johnny back, and said indifferently, "I don't have a soul, and the Eye of Judgment has no effect on me." Ho ho ho. Johnny let out a terrified laugh, matching his ferocious skeleton image. It was very scary, which made the witch heart demon a little upset, and said, "Why are you laughing, an ant?" Johnny smiled recalcitrantly, and suddenly said, "You don't have a soul, but there are thousands of souls in your body that cannot be freed. Feel their pain." Hearing this, the witch heart demon's face changed drastically. Just as he was about to break free from Johnny's confinement, the Ghost Rider's Eye of Judgment had been activated, and the witch heart demon's mind was suddenly drawn into the Eyes of Judgment, and he felt the power of each soul. "The pain I suffered during my lifetime. Do not The witch heart demon let out a mournful howl. Thousands of souls were all desires induced by Shirley. Each of them was stained with blood and crimes, and their sins were serious. As the carrier of thousands of souls, the witch heart demon had to endure this. The evil fruits of thousands of souls were burned by the most cruel and merciless hellfire. God, please save me. I kill you. Stop. Die, die, die. Sorry. The ugliness of thousands of souls in life surged up, and the fire of hell continued to intensify its power according to these crimes. The witch heart demon finally experienced the feeling of his soul being burned. This was the first and last time in his history. The screams stopped abruptly, and the witch heart demon's expression froze in an instant. His bloody red pupils were scorched black by the fire of hell, and the soul in his body was burned to death by the fire of hell. Throwing the lifeless witch heart demon to the ground, the witch heart demon collapsed limply to the ground like a piece of garbage. After solving the witch heart demon, Johnny has initially mastered the power of the Ghost Rider, so he easily undoes the transformation and turns back into a human form. Shirley came to Johnny's side, looked at the corpse of the witch heart demon on the ground, and couldn't help praising him. Although I know that dealing with the witch heart demon is actually not as difficult as imagined, but seeing that you really did it, I still feel that it's not that difficult. That's great. Well done, Junior. Johnny raised his eyebrows and said, "You're not bad, Senior. Congratulations, Johnny." Just when the two generations of Ghost Riders, Johnny and Sori, were praising each other, a voice that they hated suddenly sounded. Hearing the voice, I saw Mephisto, who was dressed as an English gentleman, holding a stick with both hands, walking sticks, standing gracefully not far in front of them. "You have completed the contract. You can get your soul back from me." Mephisto walked slowly. "It's time for me to get back the power of the Ghost Rider. You can start your own life again, have your own lover, and start your own family. This world is full of transactions. There are many people who are willing to exchange their souls for their desires. Let others bear this curse, and you are free." Mephisto's voice is full of allure, persuasive and persuasive. "As for you, traitor," Mephisto said with the same smile on his face, but looked at Solii with incomparably cold eyes. "Get ready to accept the price of betrayal. For retrieving the power of the Ghost Rider, Mephisto thinks it is very safe. After all, Johnny's soul is in his hands, and the soul represents freedom and destiny. How could Johnny give up retrieving his soul? However, no. There was a flash of fire in Johnny's eyes. He raised his right hand coldly, turned into a bone claw shrouded in flames, stretched out a finger, and pointed at the astonished Mephisto. "No." Mephisto asked back in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock and anger. "I want to bear this curse, and I want to use this power to fight against you. As long as innocent people suffer, I will appear before you in the name of my father. The spirit of revenge. Fight the flame with flame." Johnny unswervingly issued his oath. Just like the original plot development, he would rather bear the curse himself than let Mephisto use it to find the next innocent victim, causing tragedies one after another. Mephisto said gloomily, "I will make you pay the price. It's not certain who will die first." Johnny suddenly laughed and shouted loudly, "Do it." Mephisto, who sensed something was wrong, was about to leave when he suddenly felt that his body was controlled by an unknown force, and he couldn't move. Gao Ming calmly lifted his invisibility and walked out slowly. "You guys are really slow," Gao Ming remarked casually. Johnny and Shirley shrugged indifferently, looked at the motionless Mephisto, and showed relieved smiles. The strange thing is that Mephisto, who was caught, didn't show any panic, and said calmly, "I've been curious since you first appeared. Can you tell me your origin?" This mysterious friend. Seeing Mephisto's calm face, not to mention Gao Ming, Johnny and Shirley felt that something was wrong. Gao Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, and the power of his mind quietly dissipated. He knew the answer in the next moment, quite helpless to remove the thought force's imprisonment on Mephisto. Mephisto, who had regained his freedom, laughed triumphantly. His body gradually became transparent and dissipated. Johnny and Shirley looked at Gao Ming in surprise, and Gao Ming explained helplessly, "This is a clone. That guy Mephisto didn't come in person. Mephisto is indeed a prudent and cunning devil." Although he was swayed by Johnny and failed to regain the power of the Ghost Rider, he was on guard against Gao Ming when Gao Ming appeared. It was this vigilance that allowed him to escape. Gao Ming originally planned to deal with Mephisto once and for all. Although Mephisto escaped, the three of Gao Ming were not worried, because Mephisto failed to regain the power of the Ghost Rider, and his own strength was lost by more than half. After knowing it, he should hide and not appear in front of the Ghost Rider, so as not to reap the consequences. When Johnny and Shirley breathed a sigh of relief, Gao Ming recalled something. It was the plot of Ghost Rider 2. It was not that Mephisto had no chance of making a comeback. A fallback was left long ago. Mephisto once found a dying human woman and gave her a chance to live on. The condition was to give birth to an offspring from Mephisto, who inherited his power. As long as this child awakens, Mephisto can be transferred to this body and reborn. Recalling the plot of Ghost Rider 2, Gao Ming suddenly realized that it seems that the Ghost Riders in it are the best. In the second part, about the source of Ghost Rider's power, the spirit of vengeance has a clear explanation. It was originally an angel sent to the world and a spirit of justice. However, it was deceived by the devil and imprisoned in hell. Fallen, mad, and finally a mad angel, a vengeful spirit. The spirit of justice turned into a spirit of vengeance, and he did not forget his mission. However, from the influence of angels, the idea of filling the world with love has become an extreme desire to eliminate all evil to achieve the goal. The power that the Ghost Riders present now is just the power that was polluted after being imprisoned in hell, depraved and mad. The real power has been hidden deep in the heart, but the Ghost Riders of all generations have not awakened. The real power of Ghost Rider is not just the fire of hell, which symbolizes death, but the fire of angels, which symbolizes life, which can heal everything and bring the dead back to life. Although Gao Ming could heal everything in the first place, and now he can bring the dead back to life, but that is also the power of the rat charm after it reaches its peak. But the revived dead will be controlled by Gao Ming, and Gao Ming can bring the resurrected person back with just one thought: death. This is not a bad thing for Gao Ming, but it is a bad thing for the resurrected dead, so it can be regarded as an imperfect resurrection. And the angel fire brings the real resurrection without any shortcomings. Thinking of this, Gao Ming couldn't help feeling a little hot in his heart. A ghost knight who mastered the fire of angels is obviously more valuable than a ghost knight who can only destroy with hellfire. It seems that the plan needs to be changed. Looking at the relieved Johnny, Gao Ming silently changed the original plan. Johnny and his first girlfriend, Roseanne, came to the big tree where they engraved, "Johnny and Roseanne will love each other forever." After saying some sensational words, they hugged and kissed goodbye. Under a big tree, he stared at the back of Johnny riding his motorcycle away. After all, Johnny can't return to a normal life. When he decided to bear this curse, he was destined to walk on an extraordinary road, no matter what was waiting for him ahead. After exhausting the Ghost Rider's power, Sori completely turned into an ordinary old man. He still stayed in that lifeless cemetery and spent the rest of his days, but unlike before, he was able to attack for the last time as a Ghost Rider. Killing an elemental demon is considered complete, and Sori has no regrets or unwillingness. "Goodbye, Sori. I hope you are still alive next time we meet." Gao Ming waved goodbye to Shirley, and Shirley raised his cowboy hat and waved goodbye very freely. When Johnny bid farewell to Roseanne, he had already bid farewell to Gao Ming and Shirley. Regarding Gao Ming's invitation at this time, Johnny still did not immediately agree, but said that it would take some time to sort out his thoughts and think about the situation. Life. With a new plan in mind, Gao Ming was not in a hurry to take Johnny away, so he didn't stop him and let Johnny leave. Walking out of the cemetery, looking at the clear sky, it seems that all the shadows have disappeared, and the mood has improved a lot. Gao Ming enjoyed the blue sky and white clouds for a while, and then he ran quickly and casually, and ran into the rift of time. 8 years later, in a dilapidated area, Johnny was lying on the bed, looking at the scars on his hands with a headache. Today, Johnny lives in an abandoned building with no one else around, and the place where Johnny lives is also a mess, just a little bit better than a homeless person. Johnny was not as chic as he was when he left on a motorcycle. His mental outlook was not very good, his face was haggard, and he huddled in a dark corner. The ventilation of the room was covered, mainly to block the glare of the sun. He rejected the day more and more. This was because the spirit of revenge in his body was subtly affecting him. Only in the night can the spirit of revenge appear. Therefore, Johnny was also affected. Feel out of place. Johnny sat up dejectedly. He failed. He thought he could control the power of Ghost Rider well, but for the past 8 years, every night when he turned into Ghost Rider, he lost control and just wanted to destroy all evil, sucking the souls of bad men. In the past 8 years, he traveled around the world, killed thousands of people, and became a complete murderer. This made him more and more disgusted with the power in his body. He began to suppress the spirit of revenge and prevent himself from transforming. He has been struggling for a while to prevent himself from becoming that monster, but Johnny also knows that the longer he suppresses, the greater the rebound, and he can't control it for long. Now, Johnny is eager to get rid of this curse. This curse has tortured him like a walking dead, immersed in pain every day, unable to escape. Johnny also thought of Gao Ming and looked for Gao Ming all these years, hoping that Gao Ming could help him. But just like Gao Ming appeared out of nowhere, now it seems that the world has evaporated. In the past 8 years, there is no trace at all. This made Johnny regret why he didn't accept Gao Ming's invitation happily. Maybe Gao Ming has returned to his own world. Hurrah! The rusty iron door was opened, and a strange black man walked in from the outside. Before he could say a few words, Johnny grabbed his clothes and said coldly, "Get out, no matter who you are." The black man didn't care about Johnny's indifference, and said with a smile, "My name is Molo. I'm not interested in knowing who you are." Johnny let go of his hand, walked to the table, stuffed some clothes into the worn-out backpack, and prepared to leave this place and go to the next place. Although there was no specific goal. "You are Ghost Rider." Molo's words made Johnny pause, and then continued to pack his bags as if he was unknown. Molo poured out the remaining wine in a wine bottle, and threw it at the tightly covered window with a smirk on his face. The wine bottle smashed the glass of the window, and the glare of the sun shone into the dark room, and the strong eye, like a mouse bumping into a cat, jumped into a dark corner in a panic. "Oh, you like dark places, to be precise. That guy inside you likes darkness." Molo looked at Johnny mockingly. Johnny held back his anger, packed his bags, put on a jacket, picked up the backpack and opened the door, and when he came to the open space outside, he threw the backpack aside and tore off the rag that was covering something, revealing an old motorcycle. It turned out that the cool motorcycle left by his father had already been blown up in a certain operation. In the past 8 years, Johnny has changed many motorcycles. Anyway, no matter what kind of motorcycle, it is just a means of transportation for him. After Manhwa came out, he taunted Johnny relentlessly. Finally, Johnny couldn't bear it any longer. He threw out the scorched iron chain, tied Manhwa up, pressed him to the ground, and glared at Manhwa angrily. "Lo." Mo Luo quickly took out a photo, which was the blood left by Mephisto in the world, the little boy Danny. Molo explained, "I need help. You need your soul, so cooperate. We can help you get rid of the curse. Find this boy. He is in danger. Go save him." Hearing this, Johnny's heart was moved. He let go of his hand and picked up the photo. In the end, Johnny agreed. As long as he can get his soul back, let him do anything. That night, Johnny let go of the suppression of the spirit of vengeance. Amidst the crazy laughing and shouting, Johnny became a Ghost Rider again. But the original pale skeleton is now extremely dark. Having sucked the souls of too many sinners, the power of Ghost Rider has become darker, and the burning hellfire on his body is more violent than ever. Ha! Amidst a burst of maniacal laughter, Ghost Rider drove his motorcycle, sensing the strange attraction in the distance, and galloped away laughing wildly. Not long after Ghost Rider left, a golden crack quietly appeared. Johnny opened his eyes abruptly, and what he saw was an unfamiliar ceiling. He got up from the bed with sore body. If you change the place, it may be a plot that the rotten girls like to see, but the hospital gown he is wearing and the layout of the surrounding wards indicate that Johnny is currently in the hospital. There are a few new wounds on Johnny's body. Needless to say, they must have been playing too much after Ghost Rider came out last night. There will still be some feedback. Ghost Rider fights and kills without any scruples at night, but it is Johnny who suffers during the day, who is injured for no reason, which makes him want to curse. After getting out of the hospital bed, seeing that there was no one else in the ward, Johnny immediately rummaged through boxes and cabinets, found a few bottles of painkillers, then changed into his own clothes, put on gloves, and prepared to leave. As soon as he walked out of the ward and came to the corridor, he saw a thick, glamorous woman with plain makeup was noisily driven away by the doctor. Seeing this woman, some fragmentary memories flashed in Johnny's mind. He found the little boy Danny last night. A group of ferocious mercenaries were arresting him. Although Ghost Rider killed most of the mercenaries, but Danny was also taken away, and the woman in front of him seemed to be Danny's mother. When the woman saw Johnny, her face changed slightly, and then she walked out of the hospital pretending to be calm, and Johnny hurriedly followed. When she came to the parking space outside the hospital, the woman suddenly drew a gun and pointed at Johnny, and said fiercely, "Are you who? The devil? Answer me. Is that kid, Danny, your kid?" Johnny asked. Hearing this, the woman became nervous and shouted, "I know I can't kill you, but if you dare to have any thoughts about Danny, I won't let you go. If I can't find your son, I'd rather die than die so." Johnny suddenly grabbed the woman's hand and pressed the gun she was holding to his forehead. "I suggest you shoot." Seeing the pain in Johnny's eyes, the woman put down her hand and said hesitantly, "Can you find him? I could sense him before, but now I can't." Johnny immediately explained after seeing the woman's face change greatly. He fainted. "I can't sense him." Seeing the woman's thoughtful look, Johnny said doubtfully, "It seems that you know something." There was no reply. The woman just put away her gun and said to Johnny, "Let's go." While driving aimlessly, Johnny knew the woman's name was Nadia, and also knew Danny's identity. "So, you gave birth to a child with the devil?" Johnny poured painkillers into his mouth, while looking at Nadia in amazement. He didn't expect that this woman gave birth to Mephisto's child. A trace of shame and pain flashed in Nadia's eyes. Giving birth to a child for the devil, even if it was because of a life-threatening choice, is a disgraceful thing. Just as she was about to change the subject, she saw a person suddenly appearing in front of the road, and she was frightened. He slammed on the brakes and stopped the car in a very thrilling manner. "Are you sick?" Almost bumping into her, Nadia stuck her head out of the window and yelled at the person who suddenly appeared. Seeing this person, Johnny was surprised and shouted in disbelief, "Gao Ming." Gao Ming was still wearing the Brother A suit, transformed from Venom, with a gentle smile, and said, "Long time no see, Johnny, for you." Nadia looked at Johnny angrily and said, "You know this lunatic?" Johnny couldn't help laughing and said, "Yes, the lunatic you mentioned is stronger than the devil." Just this guy." Nadia's anger subsided slightly, and she looked at Gao Ming suspiciously. "Find a place to catch up on the past. This is not suitable." Gao Ming spread his hands, reminding the two that they are still on the road. The car restarted, and it was no different from before. The only change was that there was an extra Gao Ming on the car. "Where have you been all these years? Why can't I find you?" Johnny asked impatiently as soon as Gao Ming got into the car. Gao Ming smiled slightly and said, "Johnny, I came here 8 years ago." "What?" Johnny looked bewildered. Nadia, who was driving, heard Gao Ming's words and wondered whether she let a lunatic get in the car. "Don't be surprised, it's just time travel." Gao Ming said lightly, but the content undoubtedly exploded in the minds of Johnny and Najia like a bomb. Time travel. Is this a joke? Before Johnny could post, Gao Ming sighed and said, Johnny, do you know? That old guy Shirley is gone. In the future, 8 years later, Gao Ming found time to visit Shirley's residence and found that the building was empty. Under the tombstone engraved with Carter Shirley in the cemetery, there was no longer an empty tomb at last. In the end, Sori still slept in the cemetery that had been prepared for him. Hearing Gao Ming's words, Johnny fell silent, with nostalgia and sentimentality in his eyes. Although Najia was a little curious, she also knew that it was not the right time to ask questions, so she concentrated on driving to a nearby town. After coming to a nearby small town, the three of them found a relatively quiet restaurant and sat down. After ordering some food, Najia couldn't help asking, now, can you tell me, who are you? Can you help me? Are you busy? Of course, Ms. Najia. Gao Ming calmly took a bite of the sandwich in his hand. It was not delicious, which made Gao Ming lose interest and threw the sandwich on the plate. It's quite troublesome to explain. You just need to know that I am a very powerful superpower. A very powerful superpower? How powerful is it? Najia couldn't help but cast a contemptuous glance at Gao Ming and mocked. Can easily kill Mephisto. Is this strength still passable? Gao Ming smiled faintly. Nadia frowned, just about to say something. Seeing that Johnny didn't refute, she couldn't help wondering. Could it be that this lunatic really? No, it's impossible, right? Too lazy to think about what is there and what is not. Najia now only cares about the safety of her son, so she said, can you find Danny? It is my son. Easy. As soon as the words fell, Johnny and Najia felt a strange power emanating from Gao Ming's body, spreading in all directions. They found a mysterious golden light emerging from Gao Ming's deep amber pupils, faint but not dim. Soon, Gao Ming's aura returned to normal. It seemed that the majestic spiritual power just now was just a flash in the pan, fleeting. After seeing the tip of the iceberg of Gao Ming's strength, Johnny naturally would not think that Gao Ming was playing tricks, so asked, how is it? Do you have a clue? Najia looked at Johnny strangely, not knowing why he asked such a question, but Gao Ming replied, I found it. What? Where? Where's Danny now? Najia, who was anxious about her son's whereabouts, asked hastily before questioning how Gao Ming was found. Don't worry, Ms. Najia, Gao Ming said calmly. They are on their way to a gang arms dealer, and they seem to be preparing to replenish arms and manpower. Then what are you waiting for? Go and save Danny. Nadia couldn't help standing up from the chair, eager to rescue her son. Gao Ming didn't rush to lead the way, but looked at Johnny and asked, are you sure you want to start now? It's not night, you can't transform. Johnny didn't panic at all, and said as a matter of course, with you here, do I still need to play? I leave it to you. Facing Johnny's bachelor's tone, Gao Ming felt a little helpless. 8 years later, this guy has changed a little, becoming more thick-skinned. However, Gao Ming didn't refuse either. Anyway, he doesn't like to procrastinate, so he can finish the job quickly without wasting time. So he said casually, okay. The car was driving unhurriedly on the road. In the car, Kerrigan couldn't stop cursing, and his men concentrated on driving the car. In the back seat, Danny closed his eyes, thinking about ways to escape. Looking at Danny in the rearview mirror, Kerrigan had a gloomy look in his eyes and anger on his face. Kerrigan, a drug dealer and mercenary, is also Nadia's ex-husband. He is a very bad person. Nadia has always wanted to get rid of this bad ex-husband, but she has never been able to do so. Kerrigan is very possessive, and he doesn't allow what belongs to him to leave. In his eyes, Nadia is also his private property. However, this woman gave birth to the latter evil seed with an unknown person. This kind of betrayal is undoubtedly the biggest shame of being a man. If the buyer hadn't paid a high price for this operation and asked them to kidnap Danny and demand that he be captured alive, Kerrigan would have shot this shame long ago. He looked away and didn't continue to pay attention to Danny. Otherwise, Kerrigan was afraid that he would not be able to help but kill Danny after watching for a long time. And he kept cursing. Damn it. What kind of monster is that? The Ghost Rider who appeared last night, laughing wildly and killing so many people. Kerrigan is still terrified when he thinks about it now. His heart can't stop beating wildly, and fear fills his chest. Kerrigan, as an out-and-out bad guy, killing is even a kind of fun for him. However, Ghost Rider really frightened him. People have a natural fear of supernatural monsters. I thought it was a simple task, and it was easy to bring back this little ghost that he hated. He never thought that he would kill such a monster halfway, causing him to lose several of his men, in order to fight against the Ghost Rider who would appear again at some point. Kerrigan intends to find an arms dealer he knows, buy a large number of weapons, and hire supplementary manpower. Next time, we must kill that monster. Kerrigan thought viciously in his heart. Just when Kerrigan was imagining how to dismantle the Ghost Rider into pieces, his subordinates shouted in surprise. Boss, I don't know why the car can't move. What? Kerrigan took a closer look and found that his men had stepped on the gas pedal, but the car still didn't move forward half a point. It seemed that there was an invisible wall blocking the front of the car. Realizing that something went wrong, Kerrigan immediately pulled out the pistol on his lap, turned around, and was about to grab Danny. But before he could do it, the window next to him exploded inexplicably, and the door seemed to be slammed by an invisible force. The ground was ripped off, and Kerrigan and his men flew out of the car uncontrollably and fell hard to the ground. Madfac, who? Suddenly, Kerrigan was startled and angry, quickly turned over, grabbed the pistol and scanned the surroundings, and then saw the three of Gao Ming. Seeing Nadia among the three, Kerrigan was furious, pointed the gun at Nadia, and was about to fire, and cursed angrily. You bitch. Before he finished speaking, Kerrigan felt a huge pressure on him, causing him to be pressed to the ground in an instant, unable to move, and the same was true for the subordinates on the side. Just as Kerrigan opened his mouth to curse, Gao Ming waved his hand calmly, but Kerrigan's mouth was forcibly closed by the force of his thoughts, and he could only groan woe. Gao Ming's slightly revealing hand not only subdued the two mercenaries easily, and made the two mercenaries fall to the ground unable to resist, it also shocked Johnny and Najia. Najia was stunned for a moment, then remembered her son, came to the car in a panic, opened the rear door, hugged Danny who was at a loss, and said, Danny, are you okay? I'm here. Danny, who was rescued, finally relaxed and said, Mom, I'm fine. Najia brought Danny to Gao Ming, and said sincerely, Thank you. Thank you for helping me rescue Danny. It's a trivial matter. Gao Ming smiled lightly, looking at Kerrigan and his men on the ground. How do you plan to deal with them? Kill it. Johnny glanced at Kerrigan and said. Nadia also agreed with her face. For this bastard ex-husband, she only hated but had no love. If she hadn't taken care of leaving a bad impression on Danny, Nadia would have shot and killed Kerrigan herself. Then kill it. Gao Ming said in a flat tone, completely ignoring Kerrigan's angry expression, and the majestic mental power poured into the brains of Kerrigan and his subordinates. The fragile brain could not bear such a violent mental attack. The two of them were bleeding from all 7 orifices, and they couldn't even scream, so they died. Gao Ming's expression didn't change at all, as if he had just crushed 2 ants to death, which made Johnny and the others feel awe. Ignoring the 2 corpses on the ground, Gao Ming looked at Johnny and said, What's next? What are you going to do? Let's go to Molo, let them protect Danny, and then help me lift the curse. Noticing that Danny was a little uneasy, Johnny looked at Danny with firm eyes and said firmly, Trust me, you will be fine. With Johnny's guarantee, although Nadia and Danny were still uneasy, in order to get rid of Mephisto, they had no choice but to trust Johnny. Not long after Gao Ming and the others left, Mephisto came to Kerrigan's body with a gloomy expression, pressed Kerrigan's face, and mobilized a small amount of power to transform Kerrigan's body. When Mephisto panting, he withdrew his hand. Kerrigan had changed his face, his hair was gray, he was skinny, his pupils had lost their luster, and he kept roaring like an unconscious zombie. Different from the movie. In the movie, Kerrigan still has 1 breath, but now he is completely dead. Therefore, after Mephisto's transformation, he can only become this irrational killing monster. Of course, he still has the ability of things to shatter. Seeing this work full of flaws, Mephisto's face was full of cruelty. If he hadn't lost the power of the Ghost Rider, how could he be in such a mess? Even reforming Kerrigan was very difficult, which made him even more desperately wanting to get back his power. It is impossible for Johnny to return the power of the Ghost Rider, so Mephisto's only hope is Danny. He must snatch Danny back, and then use Danny's body to regain his life. Mo Luo, who got the news, rushed to the confluence, and was taken aback when he saw Gao Ming, and asked, "Who is he?" "A friend," Gao Ming replied without going into details. Mo Luo frowned slightly, and didn't say anything. He just became wary of Gao Ming, a man of unknown origin, and then led everyone to the temple of the monastery to which he belonged. It is said that it is a holy temple, but it is not the magnificent palace that people imagine, but in a simple and inconspicuous valley. The monks are not well-dressed priests, but ascetic monks in simple robes. Unique mantras are tattooed on their faces. Mo Luo came to a monk and bowed his head respectfully. The monk put his hand on Mo Luo's head and said, "My lord bless you, amen." After the salute, Molo said to the disturbed Nadia and Danny, "You will be safe here." Several monks stepped forward and took Nadia and Danny into the cave. Molo continued to say to Johnny, "Let's go. I will perform a ceremony to lift the curse for you." Hearing this, Johnny became excited immediately and glanced at Gao Ming. Gao Ming replied indifferently, "You go. I'll just wait here." Watching Johnny follow Maluo to prepare for the ceremony, Gao Ming withdrew his gaze, looked at the monks who were gradually gathering in front of him, and said calmly, "What? You want to arrest me so soon?" Gao Ming was not surprised when he saw the monks who had a kind face just now began to surround him with a fierce look. After all, he had seen the movie and knew the true face of these monks. These monks look like ascetic monks who have practiced hard to hone their will, but they are actually a group of self-righteous fanatics who have no compassion at all. For Danny, who has the blood of the devil, they think it is a danger and cannot be allowed to exist. Must be destroyed. Killing a boy is easy. After all, Danny has the power inherited from Mephisto, but he can't use it. He is just an ordinary boy. The monks can execute Dan by any means under the banner of destroying the devil. The only problem is that Johnny, who is a Ghost Rider, is a time bomb and cannot be controlled in their hands, so they must first lift Johnny's curse so that he cannot transform into a Ghost Rider. As for Gao Ming, a man of unknown origin, they just treated it as an ordinary person and didn't take it seriously. Gao Ming looked indifferently at the monks surrounding him and did not resist. After all, they were just a bunch of jumping clowns, but Gao Ming could not tolerate the foolish behavior of these guys trying to subdue him, so the power of the mind was silent. All the monks unknowingly gave up the idea of doing it. They just stared at Gao Ming, completely unaware that their thoughts were affected. The headed monk still didn't change his face, as if everything was under his control, but he didn't realize that in Gao Ming's eyes, he was just a frog at the bottom of a well who didn't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. "You made a right choice." Seeing that Gao Ming didn't overreact, the monk nodded in satisfaction. Regarding this, Gao Ming just sneered. He didn't even look at these dudes, and provoked him without knowing anything. He simply didn't know how to write dead words. Gao Ming followed this group of monks who thought they were in control of the whole situation, and came to Nadia and Danny. After waiting for a while, he saw Mo Luo come out. Knowing that the purification ceremony was about to end, and the leader monk finally stopped pretending to be merciful, indifferently ordered to the surrounding monks, "Take this devil's son to execution." "What?" Molo was stunned, seeing the monks roughly grabbing Danny, who was struggling and screaming one by one, and hurried forward to stop him, but two tall monks clamped his arms and held him down. "Kneel on the ground." Nadia wanted to rescue Danny in a frenzy, but was stopped by several monks and shouted angrily, "Let go of me, let me go. Danny, Mom." Danny yelled in horror, and he was also roughly hugged by a monk, unable to break free. Mo Luo couldn't believe it and said angrily, "You lied to me. You lied to me." Molo believed in God devoutly and trusted every monk in the temple, but he never thought that these companions would betray him and deceive him. Johnny, who had completed the purification ceremony, heard the sound, but was easily subdued, and glared at the monks angrily. "The boy should not exist," the monk declared nonchalantly. "He must perish. As for you," the monk looked at Nadia, touched her cheek, and said coldly, "You must be responsible for everything." The monk did not know what method to press on Nadia's chin, and Nadia immediately passed out. "Take them down." Johnny and the others were locked up by the monks, while Danny was taken to an open space. The monks surrounded him. The leader of the monks raised a knife and pointed it at Danny's neck, ready to cut him. Going down, suddenly, Danny's figure disappeared in front of his eyes, and all the monks found that they had come to a psychedelic and dark place for no reason. Ow! Just when the monks were in doubt, they suddenly heard a terrifying roar, and then the monks uttered screams, and then fell silent. The last monk realized that it was a white-haired man just before he died. The skinny skin attacked them. It was Kerrigan transformed by Mephisto. When Kerrigan touched them lightly, they felt that their bodies withered quickly, as if time had accelerated countless times, and they instantly became a statue. Looks like a long-dead mummy. After killing all the monks, Kerrigan grabbed Danny fiercely and left the temple to find Mephisto. When Johnny and the others escaped, what they saw was a horrible scene of a pile of mummified corpses kneeling on the ground, and Danny had disappeared. "Oops, Danny must have been captured by Mephisto," Molo said anxiously. Nadia walked up to Johnny angrily and cursed, "Didn't you promise to protect Danny? Now, where's my Danny?" Facing Nadia's scolding, Johnny remained silent. With shame in his eyes, he looked at his hand absently, thinking whether it was right for him to give up the power of Ghost Rider, and getting rid of the curse certainly allowed him to regain his freedom body, but lost the power to protect others. "Okay, stop arguing, just go and rescue him," Gao Ming said flatly. Hearing this, Mo Luo said helplessly, "It's easy for you to say." But when Johnny and Nadia heard Gao Ming's words, their eyes lit up, and Nadia said excitedly, "Yes, you can save Danny. Please, save Danny." Johnny also begged, "Please help us." Mo Luo, who had never seen Gao Ming make a move, looked at the two blankly. He wondered why Johnny and Nadia acted as if they had found a savior. Does this stranger have any other great skills? The three of them didn't notice that when they were subdued by the monk just now, Gao Ming remained calm throughout the whole process and didn't notice anything wrong at all. This is because Gao Ming also used the power of his mind to influence their thoughts. This aroused the doubts of the three of them. Kerrigan took Danny away. Gao Ming did this on purpose, because Gao Ming guessed that the purification ceremony was to wash away the filth that Johnny had sucked the souls of wicked people over the years, and then Johnny regained the power from Danny. It is easier to comprehend the original power of the spirit of justice if it is pure, without a trace of evil. Regardless of whether this guess is correct or not, just to be on the safe side, Gao Ming let everything develop according to the original plot. After all, what he needs is a spirit of justice who has the power of life, not a spirit of revenge. At night, an ancient architectural site similar to the Colosseum. A group of people in black robes sat in the auditorium, waiting for Mephisto to perform the rebirth ceremony. These are Mephisto's believers. The rebirth ceremony must have enough believers to chant together. In the center of the field, Danny was kneeling on the ground, and Mephisto was standing beside him. His eyes were dark, and he was chanting incantations with unknown meanings, and all the believers in the audience followed suit. In this strange incantation suddenly, Danny's eyes also turned black, and he chanted a spell uncontrollably. Not long after, the power in Danny's body was fully awakened, and became the perfect container for Mephisto. With the next step, Mephisto could be transferred to Danny and regain his life. Chug! A burst of gunfire rang out, and Molo was seen holding an AK and shooting at the crowd, shouting loudly, "Come on, is that all you can do?" The ceremony was interrupted, and Mephisto was frightened and angry. When he turned around, he was punched hard by Johnny, who suddenly appeared. Johnny spat in relief, and then wanted to reach out and pull Dan up. Danny, but found that he couldn't get close to Danny. Danny looked at Johnny with dark eyes, and the invisible force prevented Johnny from approaching. Seeing Danny's indifferent expression, Johnny hurriedly shouted, "Danny, look at me. We all love you. Come with me." Danny's eyes gradually returned to normal. Mephisto waved his hand angrily. Johnny was knocked down by a force of thought. Kerrigan jumped out from the corner and pushed Johnny to the ground. Feeling that his body was constantly corroding, Johnny looked at Danny anxiously, his eyes full of determination. Danny looked at the precarious Johnny and said coldly, "My strength comes from you, right, Dad?" Mephisto was puzzled, and the understanding Johnny gritted his teeth and said, "Come on." The next moment, Danny rushed in front of Johnny, opened his mouth, and a violent hellfire spewed out, pouring into Johnny's body. "Do not!" Mephisto yelled angrily, but it was too late. Danny passed all his power to Johnny, and when all the power was transferred, Danny fell down weakly, while Johnny laughed maniacally, transformed into Ghost Rider again. Perhaps as Gao Ming guessed, the purification ceremony washed away the sins on Johnny. After accepting Danny's power and transforming back into the Ghost Rider, Johnny returned to his original state, retaining most of his sanity, not completely controlled by a mad, vengeful spirit. Even after listening to Molo's story about the origin of the spirit of vengeance, Johnny no longer simply believed that it was an evil and corrupt force, but believed that its essence was still the kind and righteous angel. Under the influence of this idea, Strong and I seems to feel that something has changed in his heart. It's just that the enemy is now, and Johnny doesn't have time to carefully understand what changes have taken place in him. He will not back down when he becomes a Ghost Rider again. A group of believers in black robes swarmed up desperately. Mephisto took the opportunity to hug Danny, who was on the ground, and fled immediately. When the believers swarmed up, Johnny pulled out the black iron chain and waved it sharply. All believers were burned to ashes. Kerrigan roared and rushed towards Johnny. Johnny threw out the iron chain in his hand, but the iron chain was caught by Kerrigan. Immediately afterwards, the iron chain was quickly decayed, and rust and cracks spread all over the place in an instant. The entire iron chain was broken, and in a short while, the iron chain was completely corroded by Kerrigan and turned into ashes. Chug. Molo, who was standing in the auditorium, kept shooting at Kerrigan below, trying to provide fire support for Johnny. However, the bullets were also matter, and they were shattered the moment they touched Kerrigan. Damn it. Moluo couldn't help cursing when he saw that the bullets were all empty and the attack didn't work. Suddenly, Kerrigan, who was jumping at Johnny, was frozen and roared in place, but his body could not move. Gao Ming appeared behind Johnny and said to Johnny, "Leave this guy to me. You go and chase Mephisto, don't let him get away." Johnny nodded and walked out quickly. The evil spirit motorcycle that communicated with each other came galloping from a distance and stopped in front of Johnny. Watching the sky gradually turn white and the night is coming to an end, the strange thing is that Johnny showed no signs of quitting the transformation. On the contrary, the strange feeling became clearer and clearer, and a new power seemed to be quietly awakening. Johnny got on his motorcycle and quickly chased Mephisto, who was fleeing by car. Seeing that Johnny was chasing Mephisto, Gao Ming turned his eyes back to the Kerrigan, who was fixed by his thoughts. The Kerrigan in front of him was not much different from when he was watching the movie, but his eyes were gray, and his whole body was completely unchanged. With a little sanity, he is like a crazy zombie who can only scream, "Ah," Gao Ming said with disgust on his face. "I thought Mephisto revived you, but I didn't expect you to be transformed into a mindless monster." The Kerrigan in front of him has no soul. Not only is he not a human being, he is not even the most basic living thing. At most, he is just a killing tool driven by Mephisto with the power of demons. Even though he still has the power of decaying matter, he has no wisdom. Don't know how to think, just attack blindly. There is no threat. For the thoughtless Kerrigan, Gao Ming had no interest, not even the slightest desire to play. A blue light flashed in his right hand, and a black ball the size of a basket appeared, with faint blue lights flickering and tossing. This is a black hole annihilation bomb condensed by black holes. It is a skill of the space gem. As long as it is hit, the body will immediately collapse and disintegrate. Every infinity gem has an endless stream of moves. The black hole annihilation bomb is just one of the uses of the space gem, and there are many more moves to be developed. The deeper the understanding, the more simple it will be. Only a few skills are enough. The black hole annihilation bomb floated above Gao Ming's right hand. It looked like Gao Mingshi was holding an energy ball, such as tailed beast jade or seeking Tao jade. With a light wave, the black hole annihilation bomb flew out, hitting Kerrigan's body. Boom. It was just a slight sound and did not cause a very sensational scene. After being hit by the black hole annihilation bomb, Kerrigan's body was instantly shattered, showing pieces like glass shards, and then sucked in by the black hole. After nothing was left, the black hole also disappeared. Done. Call it a day. After finishing Kerrigan casually, Gao Ming waved to the stunned Molo without changing his face, motioning for him to come down and join Johnny together. After seeing Gao Ming make a move, Mo Luo finally understood why Johnny and Negia trusted him so much. God, how could there be such a terrifying person? Johnny drove the flaming motorcycle at a very high speed, and soon caught up with Mephisto's convoy. The front car was driven by Mephisto, and there were 3 off-road vehicles behind, with Murphy on it, a mercenary hired by Stowe. Seeing the flaming skeleton monster chasing up with the same flaming motorcycle, surrounded by ferocious and vicious mercenaries, they were frightened at the moment, and shot at Johnny frantically. But the Ghost Rider is immortal. The bullets that could easily take the lives of ordinary people only penetrated Johnny's leather jacket, leaving a few holes, which could not cause any harm to Johnny at all. Under the desperate gaze of the mercenaries, Johnny pulled out a new iron chain from the motorcycle and waved it towards them mercilessly. The chain hit the off-road vehicle hard, splitting the car in half. At the same time, the flames of hell on the iron chain exploded, causing the convoy to be instantly engulfed in flames and destroyed in the explosion. In a blink of an eye, except for the car driven by Mephisto, the other 3 off-road vehicles carrying mercenaries were all reduced to ashes under Johnny's iron chains and the flames of hell, and only Mephisto was left watching in horror. Looking at the side view mirror, he stepped on the accelerator desperately, trying to escape from the pursuit of the Ghost Rider. However, in front of the evil spirit motorcycle, the speed of an ordinary car is simply a joke. Johnny drove after the car and swung out the iron chain again. The iron chain shot under the car and tied the power valve. The valve was pulled off. The car suddenly lost control, smashed through the railing, accompanied by a violent friction sound. The car rolled several times in a thrilling manner, and finally the bottom of the car turned upwards and hit the wilderness next to the road. The car became bumpy, flames spread across the body, and thick black smoke floated out of the car. Johnny came to the car and stopped the motorcycle, walked over slowly, watched Mephisto climb out of the car with difficulty, stepped forward and grabbed Mephisto, and the horrifying flaming skull approached in front of Mephisto. Seeing the ghost knight built by him, Mephisto was terrified, and then sternly shouted, "You can't kill me." Indeed, Mephisto is a soulless devil, and Ghost Rider cannot kill him completely. Even if his body is burned, Mephisto can still appear in another image. Ha! Mephisto couldn't help laughing wantonly when the Ghost Rider fell silent. "He can't kill you. How about I try?" Gao Ming's voice sounded abruptly. Hearing the sound, he looked around and saw Gao Ming leading Mo Luo and Negia appearing not far away from them. Mo Luo and Negia hurried to the side of the overturned car and carried out Danny, who was lifeless. Touching Danny's bloodless cheeks and feeling the cooling of the body temperature, Nadia couldn't help crying, and Molo also sat on the ground dejectedly. Gao Ming came to Johnny, and Johnny threw the Mephisto in his hand to Gao Ming's feet, looked at Gao Ming. Mephisto showed an ugly smile and said, "You can't kill me either. Give up, or else, make a deal. I saved Danny. You let me go?" "No need. You should disappear completely." Gao Ming refused without hesitation. A large dark red fluid gushed out of his body and rushed towards Mephisto aggressively. Mephisto felt his body being disintegrated by these strange dark red fluids, and at the same time, his own existence was being wiped out bit by bit, which made him completely panicked, and he wailed loudly, "Let me go." However, the reality stone finally wiped out this manipulative devil completely, leaving no trace of his existence. After finishing Mephisto, Gao Ming turned his head to look at Danny. After Johnny released his transformation, he walked to Negia and looked at Negia, who was crying bitterly. But Johnny smiled in surprise. I can feel that the power of an angel is in my body. I can feel that the power of an angel." Johnny laughed nervously, raised his right hand, which turned into a bone claw, but unexpectedly, what rose from the bone claw was not the scarlet hellfire, but blue and white flames, angel fire. Johnny was so excited that he couldn't help himself laughing a few times, then put away his smile, held his breath, and carefully reached out his bone hand burning with blue and white flames, and gently stroked Danny's face. The blue and white angel fire slowly melted into it with the movement of the bone finger on the cheek. When Johnny withdrew his right hand, the dead Danny took a deep breath, opened his eyes suddenly, and the face reappeared, healthy rosy, panting in shock. What's wrong with me? Danny's eyes flashed a look of confusion, and he hadn't recovered from the experience of death. Nagia embraced Danny, who was lost and found again, excitedly. Omega, Danny, my son, you are still alive, thank God. Seeing that he could really save the dead Danny, Johnny was also very excited. Hearing Nagia's words, he rarely joked humorously. Should you thank me? It was just a joke at first, but Nadia seemed to be overly excited. She leaned over without thinking and passionately kissed Johnny's mouth. Facing this sudden reward, Johnny was stunned for a moment. It was this Ghost Rider who had experienced countless storms. He didn't know how to react at this moment. He froze and let Nadia be passionate, kissing him softly. He couldn't help but respond. Well, it must be because I haven't touched a woman for a long time. I have been immersed in the paralysis of alcohol these years, and I will uncontrollably turn into a murderous demon at night, and I don't have the mind to think about things between men and women. Now it is a bit strange. Even the technology seems a bit rusty. Ahem. Hey. Gao Ming and Mo Luo were watching the show with smirks. The most embarrassing thing was Danny, who was caught between them. Seeing his mother and Johnny kissing each other suddenly, Danny was also very helpless. Don't you just find the right place and time? However, Danny is also happy for his mother. These years, Nadia took him to hide in XC, and there was never a day of peace of mind. Now he can finally relax and enjoy life. Danny even thought about how to match him. Mother and Johnny are gone. Not to mention Danny's novel brain circuit. Thinking about making Johnny his stepdad. After kissing for a while, Nadia finally calmed down, realized what she was doing, and immediately pushed Johnny away, looking very unnatural. Pulling Danny stood up as if nothing had happened. Faced with Gao Ming and Mo Luo's teasing smirks, Johnny coughed a few times in embarrassment. In order to divert his attention, Johnny suddenly burst into blue and white flames, turning into a man enveloped in blue and white flames. Skeleton Knight. Different from the blazing and fierce hellfire, the angel fire is very gentle, and even the hideous and terrifying skeleton image is rendered very handsome under the blue and white flames, and it looks like a righteous character. Look, this is the real power of Ghost Rider from the Angel of Justice. Johnny's voice was not as hoarse and frightening as it used to be. It became very gentle and thick, without any fear at all. Mo Luo looked at the completely new Ghost Rider with shock on his face, touched the cross pendant on his chest with one hand, and kept muttering, God, is this the messenger you sent? Gao Ming nodded in satisfaction and praised. This look is much prettier than the original one. Johnny waved his arms triumphantly, and the blue-white angel fire drew a beautiful trace. I feel better now. I don't have any thoughts of killing, but my mind is still a bit confused. After all, this is a crazy angel. Awakening the power of the spirit of justice, Ghost Rider's depraved and bloodthirsty thoughts are also washed away, and the original kindness full of justice is restored, but it's just that madness can't be changed. How long has the angel been driven crazy in hell? It can no longer return to normal. It can be regarded as a sequela, but the impact is not big. Johnny has been a Ghost Rider for so many years, and he has also adapted to the madness after transformation. After showing off his new image intentionally or unintentionally, Johnny put away his transformation. After awakening, he no longer has the restriction of being able to transform at night. He can transform no matter day or night, and he can control the transformation independently. It will be out of control again. After regaining his human body, Johnny looked refreshed, not because he got rid of the evil spirit of vengeance, but because the spirit of justice, which symbolizes kindness and benevolence, keeps him in the best condition as a contractor at all times, a bit like a dog charmed the blessing of the Talisman to Gao Ming. After Johnny calmed down from the excitement, Gao Ming put away his smile and said with a straight face, Johnny, I sincerely invite you again, and I hope you can lend a helping hand to my universe, please. Hearing this, Johnny was stunned, while Mo Luo and the other three who didn't know what happened looked at blankly, and Gao Ming calmly waited for Johnny's reply. Looking at Gao Ming's firm eyes, Johnny recalled the scene that Gao Ming showed him in his dream 8 years ago. 8 years ago, many of his memories were blurred, but Thanos wiped out half of the universe's life in a snap of his fingers. The stalwart figure is always imprinted in his mind, lingering. Johnny is not afraid of death, not because he is immortal, but because he has taken the fear of death lightly, and he has no worries when he sees half of the universe wiped out. And I felt the despair in it, which made him jealous of Thanos, but also deeply hated. Maybe it was influenced by the angel's righteous heart. This time, Johnny didn't hesitate anymore. After taking a deep breath, his eyes also became firm, and he said calmly, I promise you, let's fight against that hopeless future together. Hearing this, Gao Ming heaved a sigh of relief, and the faint white light on the hand behind his back quietly dissipated, which was the power of the Tiger Talisman. It is impossible for Gao Ming to give up the high-end combat power of the Ghost Rider, especially the Ghost Rider who has awakened the spirit of justice. If Johnny still refuses, Gao Ming can only use the Tiger Charm to divide Johnny into good and evil. The kind one will definitely not refuse his invitation. As for the evil individual, Gao Ming can only use the reality gem to erase his existence. It is impossible to allow a Ghost Knight who can transform at will to wreak havoc in this world. Gao Ming can't be blamed for being selfish. In the old version of the Spider-Man universe, Gao Ming expressed understanding for Peter's refusal. For the sake of Spider-Man's need to protect his city, and because there is Spider-Man in his own universe, he didn't force it, but the Ghost Rider is different. Although there are Ghost Riders in Gao Ming's universe, they are not as powerful as Johnny, and they must not be missed after awakening the spirit of justice. However, now this result is according to Gao Ming's wishes, and after getting Johnny's affirmative answer, Gao Ming also stretched out his hand happily, and said with a smile, You are welcome to join. It's an honor. Johnny held Gao Ming's hand and chuckled, seeing Gao Ming and Johnny talking about some inexplicable conversations, and then holding hands together. The three of Mo Luo couldn't help their curiosity and asked. After the explanation was clear, the three of them were also shocked. Things like the universe are too far away for them. Although they have seen the supernatural existence of the devil, the shock brought by the parallel universe is still inevitable. Although Mo Luo was surprised, he didn't show much interest. Danny was different. After hearing Gao Ming's description of each superhero, his eyes showed deep yearning. After all, Danny was just a little boy. I have a bit of admiration for superheroes, so I couldn't help saying, Can I go too? Danny, don't talk nonsense. Nagia interrupted when she heard Danny's words. But, Mom, we don't have anywhere to go, Danny said with some disappointment. Hearing this, Nagia's face was also a bit gloomy. Indeed, because Danny was targeted by Mephisto, the mother and son lived a fugitive life. Now that Mephisto has been removed, they still have no fixed place to live. Suddenly, there is an illusion that this world cannot tolerate them. Gao Ming looked at Nagia and Danny, who were in a state of depression, and then at Johnny, who looked a little unnatural, and he had some thoughts in his mind, and said with a smile, It's okay, let's come together. I still have a little reputation over there, yes. It's quite simple to help you arrange your life. Nadia hesitated for a moment, looked at Danny's expectant eyes, finally nodded, and said, Then I will trouble you. Thank you. You're welcome. Looking at Johnny, who stretched his brows, Gao Ming showed a meaningful smile. Bang! A dark blue wormhole more than 2 meters high suddenly appeared. Gao Ming led Johnny, Nagia, and Danny out of the space door. The wormhole behind him slowly shrank and closed before disappearing. This is your world? It's not much different from ours, Johnny said, looking at the bustling city scenery in front of him curiously. Nadia asked nervously, where's this place? Danny looked down eagerly. At this time, they were standing on the top floor of the most conspicuous building in New York, the original Stark Tower, and now the Avengers base. Just as Gao Ming was about to reply, he suddenly heard some voices coming from a distance. After hearing the sound, he looked over and saw the figure flying towards this side clearly, then retracted the words that came to his lips and waited calmly. Boom. A loud sound of metal landing shocked the three of Johnny, and Johnny's right hand instantly turned into a bone, and blue-white flames attached to the bone hand. When he saw the person coming, the vigilance in Johnny's eyes dissipated, and the change in his right hand was removed. He recognized it. This is a superhero that Gao Ming once showed in a dream. It seems to be called King Kong Man. Johnny yelled uncertainly. It's been too long. Except for Thanos, who still has a deep memory, he has almost forgotten everything else. Tony, who had just got up on the ground, heard Johnny's words. His face darkened suddenly, and the mask opened, revealing a face full of displeasure. It's Iron Man. Iron Man. Gao Ming, you didn't talk to this newcomer. Can you introduce me? Yes, but the time is far away. Gao Ming stroked his chin, pretending to be thinking. When did you introduce it? 8 years ago. Tony was stunned, and then immediately reacted, and said, did you time travel again? As expected of Tony Stark, Gao Ming nodded in admiration. Tony's thinking was still fast, and he thought of the key point at once. Turning around, Gao Ming introduced to Tony. Tony, this is Johnny, and this is Nadia and her son Danny. Hello, welcome to the Avengers base, I'm Tony Stark. Tony greeted in a casual tone. His eyes quickly swept over the three of Johnny, skipping over Nadia and Danny, and finally looked at stay on Johnny. Johnny had just changed in a flash, but Tony still noticed that his arm had turned into a bone and was emitting a strange blue flame. Undoubtedly, Gao Ming's harvest this time should be the man in the old leather jacket in front of him. In the previous world, Gao Ming's main gains were the recruitment of Sandman Flint and Dr. Otto, as well as the venom parasites and mutant spiders. Needless to say, the strength of the Sandman, after a period of training, has now become the backbone of the Avengers. Except for Tony's use of high-tech weapons to affect the Sandman, ordinary physical means cannot pose a slight threat to the Sandman. As a nuclear energy physicist, Dr. Otto has extensive experience in the field of energy technology. Although the energy produced by his nuclear fusion reaction cannot exceed the energy of Tony's arc reactor, it does not prevent Tony from agreeing with Dr. Otto. After the venom became Gao Ming's clothes, it never revealed its prototype, and Gao Ming forgot to mention it, so Tony didn't know the existence of venom. However, Tony also made remarkable achievements in the study of mutant spiders, although he hadn't yet it was formally put into human experiments. But according to the current data, this little spider can indeed artificially produce genetically enhanced abilities. It can be seen from this that as long as Gao Ming does not return empty-handed, the people and things brought back are of great value. The 3 people brought back this time. Johnny is obviously the harvest of this time. Ordinary people. What Tony was curious about was which aspect of Johnny attracted Gao Ming's attention. Visually, Johnny also possessed some weird abilities, but he didn't know how strong they were. Tony helped Johnny and the others arrange their identity and residence. Gao Ming looked at Tony and said. Hearing this, Tony rolled his eyes and complained. Why do you always ask me to help with these trivial things recently? I'm Tony Stark. Don't you think about my identity? Gao Ming spread his hands indifferently, walked up to Tony, said in a low voice, Tony, Johnny is very strong. Tony immediately took it to heart. Gao Ming rated him as very strong. Then Johnny's strength should not be underestimated. Without elaborating on Johnny's situation, Gao Ming turned around and opened a space door to go home. I'm going home first. You two get to know each other. Hey, you first. Tony still wanted to say something. Gao Ming shook his hand and left through the space door without looking back. After returning from the Ghost Rider universe, Gao Ming did not continue to go to the new universe. Although he would not feel tired, he had to stop for a while after going to 2 universes in a row, and he was not sure which universe the next one would be. Derived from superhero movies, there is no rush to start. It's rare for Gao Ming to be free, and Gao Ming has nothing to do. He entrusts his daily tasks of fighting crime and helping the masses to the hardworking Black Shadow Corps. This group of loyal ninjas has integrated into the daily life of New Yorkers. At times, the elusive ninja would emerge from the shadows and quickly solve the problem. Under the influence of the Shadow Corps, the atmosphere in New York became better and better. With the Shadow Corps acting as a substitute, Gao Ming doesn't need to go out in person, and now he rarely appears in the public sight. For ordinary minor disasters, the presence of the Shadow Corps is enough. Gao Ming, who is free, lives a life like ordinary people every day, going for a run in the park, staying at home, reading books, and surfing the internet. Of course, Gao Ming did not waste time either. He relaxed when it was time to relax, and was serious when he should be serious. He did not forget that the big boss Thanos was waiting for him. Besides going to the Avengers base to check the progress of other members, Gao Ming is also secretly preparing for some work. 3 months later, Gao Ming came to a warehouse. He bought it. It looks ordinary, but the whole warehouse has been carefully remodeled by Gao Ming. The whole warehouse was built by him, using reality gems instead of vibrating gold. From this, it can be seen how much Gao Ming valued the things in the warehouse, and he did not hesitate to protect them with the hardest metal in the universe. Opening the warehouse, Gao Ming walked in and quickly closed the door. The warehouse is very large. Unexpectedly, there are not many things stored, which can be seen at a glance. However, the things stored are very strange, and they are lifelike models. A man with a red cloak on his back and a big S logo on his chest. A man in black armor and a cloak, with a black bat on his chest. Needless to say, with just one look, you can recognize these 2 are the well-known Superman and Batman. And beside the 2 models, there are Flash, Aquaman, Wonder Woman, and Green Lantern. The rest of the Justice League veterans the model, as can be seen from their appearance, is the version from the movie Justice League, and the Green Lantern is the version played by Ryan. Rat charms can give souls to dead things. Gao Ming thought of using rat charms to manifest a lot of fantasy characters to fight against Thanos together, because there is still a limit to the level of realization of rat charms, and the fighting power of Zhonglian in comics is too exaggerated. Gao Ming's appearance will also weaken, so I simply chose the movie version as a template. In addition to the Justice League, Gao Ming also made a whole bunch of models of fantasy characters, because considering that they are going to fight against Thanos together as a companion, evil characters will never be considered, and those whose power exceeds the perfect realization of the rat charm will not be realized. So Gao Ming is very cautious when choosing. Looking at the various models in front of him, Gao Ming is full of a sense of accomplishment. These are his cards for the future. Of course, not all of them make him proud, like a certain yellow cube and a certain pink one in the corner. The 5-pointed star and a muscular man in blue clothes with crazy red hair are the failures produced by Gao Ming's sudden brain twitch. I don't know why some weird characters suddenly came to my mind at that time. When the models were being made with reality gems, Gao Ming made them as well. It's useless at all. Gao Ming smiled wryly and made a new model. This is a monkey wearing lava battle armor, carrying a flowing red cloak, and holding a dark golden stick. When this monkey model in lava armor, with a flowing red cloak on its back and a dark golden stick in its hand was made, even Gao Ming couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. Besides Sun Wukong, Monkey King, which monkey is worthy of Gao Ming's creation and makes his blood boil. Of course, from the lava-formed battle armor and red flame-like cloak in front of him, it can be seen that this is not the Monkey King from the original version of Journey to the West. The strength of the original version exceeds Gao Ming's manifestation level. After thinking about it, I chose Monkey King from the Return of the Great Sage. Although the Monkey King in this animated film is not as powerful as the original, he is also a character who once made a big disturbance in the Heavenly Palace and made the gods bear in mind. His strength is not as good as that of the original, but his arrogance is equal. Another reason why Gao Ming chose this version of Monkey King is that this version of Monkey King is not as rebellious as other versions. Gao Ming does not want to present a lawless and troublesome Monkey King. Although it is only a model now, it reveals an unparalleled and domineering arrogance all over the body, which makes people be convinced by this legend just by looking at it. Looking forward to your performance, great sage. Looking at the empty eyes of Monkey King, Gao Ming chuckled and put the model in a separate place. After continuing to make several models of fantasy characters, Gao Ming stopped the model making work, scanned around, and left the warehouse with satisfaction, closing the door. After 3 months, it's time to travel to a new universe. In the warehouse, all the models stood there quietly, waiting for the day when they would be given life and face the enemy. Hashtag hey yeah, I wanna woo woo tonight, baby hashtag. Hashtag show hey hey show hashtag. A man in a red and black tights is sitting on the edge of the bridge, holding white paper and crayons in his hands, drawing a simple and rough picture with concentration, and the Walkman next to him is playing vulgar lyrics. But the rhythm is very touching song. This strangely dressed man was seriously drawing while shaking his body to the rhythm of the music, completely ignoring that he was sitting on the railing of the overpass, and if he was not careful, he might fall from it and be crushed to pieces. When the painting in his hand was finished, the man ecstatically hummed the song on the Walkman, inadvertently turned his head and looked in one direction, and said in shock, "Oh, hello, I know what you're thinking. Whose balls do I have to lick to do my own solo movie? I can't say that, but it's pretty similar to Wolverine." There was no one in the direction they were facing, but they were muttering inexplicable words. This neurotic person was the famous Deadpool. Don't look at Deadpool talking to himself like a neurotic, but he is actually talking to people in the real world. That's right. The character of Deadpool is set to know that he is a virtual character who can break the fourth wall, dimensional boundary, and interact with real readers. Deadpool knows that he is a virtual character and always talks to real readers, but his performance, in the eyes of others, is just a lunatic talking to himself and does not understand his behavior. Just as Deadpool was talking to the air, suddenly, a dark blue wormhole appeared beside him. Word fact, are people from other worlds smuggled in? Deadpool covered his face with his hands in shock, but his eyes were full of curiosity, and he muttered to himself, "Oh, this seems to be a wormhole opened by a space gem. Could it be that the big purple potato came to play with me?" Under Deadpool's gaze, a man in a black jacket with an Asian face came out. Seeing Deadpool, the man was taken aback for a moment, then laughed with interest, and then sat on the railing. The wormhole disappeared. Deadpool looked at this man of unknown origin, and quickly had a conversation with the real person in his mind, but he didn't know the identity of the man. Instead, his mind was filled with who is this guy? Is it a new character? And other voices. Obviously, real readers don't know the identity of this man, and Deadpool's mind was buzzing. Deadpool patted his head with a headache and asked, "Hey, who are you?" "Meet you for the first time, Deadpool, Mr. Wade Wilson. My name is Gao Ming, and I come from the Marvel Cinematic Universe." Gao Ming spoke bluntly, with a strong interest on his face. "Oh, you really came from there. How come I haven't seen you before?" Before he finished speaking, Deadpool suddenly noticed the target vehicle approaching below, and immediately accelerated his speech. "Oh, the villain who wants to kill come. Remember to say hello to the Avengers for me." Without waiting for Gao Ming to reply, Deadpool jumped down casually, fell vertically from the overpass, happened to hit a car, fell into the car through the open sunroof, and immediately started a fight with several fierce-looking people in the car. Wrestle up. Deadpool came here today to seek revenge. As for Gao Ming's appearance, it was just an accident. Although Deadpool was curious, his top priority was to take revenge on his enemies. Looking down, because Deadpool became agitated, the car that Deadpool jumped into began to drive crookedly. After a while, a man knocked out the rear hood, grabbed the rear of the car in a thrilling manner, and was sadly caught by the car. Dragging the ground, Gao Ming couldn't help laughing. "I didn't expect it to be the world of Deadpool. It's interesting. I don't know if there are Professor X and Magneto in this world. I don't know if there is Wolverine here. It's really interesting." Deadpool is Ryan's personal movie in reality. Although the world background seems to be the same as that of the X-Men, but because of insufficient funds and other reasons, characters such as Professor X and Wolverine did not appear. The huge Xavier School for Gifted Teens, a mutant school founded by Professor X, except for the 2 mutants Colossus and Warhead, there are no other mutants such as Iceman and Fireman, making the whole school look like an empty shelf. Deadpool, who can talk to real audiences, even complained that the producers can't afford to hire other X-Men. Coming to the Deadpool universe, Gao Ming began to think about what he could gain from this world. First of all, Deadpool, an unrestrained mutant, can be taken away. Deadpool has almost immortal self-healing ability, and at the same time masters extraordinary spear and knife skills. With his immortal physique and extraordinary skills, Deadpool, even if you can't kill the enemy with one blow, you can still use your chattering attributes to grind the opponent to death. The troublesome thing is how to convince Deadpool to agree to go to Gao Ming's universe for help. With Deadpool's strength, it is also a combat power that is not to be compromised. If it can be brought back, it can further enhance its own strength. In addition to Deadpool, Gao Ming can also explore whether this world is the same as the X-Men. If so, then this world is a huge treasure. The mutants who have been excluded in this world can be brought back. There are no mutants in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It is definitely not like the world here, where mutants are discriminated against and expelled. Relatively speaking, it is more suitable for mutants to live there, like a place to stand. Gao Ming is not afraid of causing chaos after bringing the mutants back to his own universe. This is his confidence in his own strength. "I hope this world will give me more harvest." While speaking, Gao Ming leaped and jumped off the overpass, catching up with the car where Deadpool was fighting with the enemy. The interior of the car was thrown into chaos because of Deadpool's uninvited guest. Deadpool parried the strong man in the car very easily, and with a nonchalant tone, he took out the picture he had just drawn, and said, "I'm looking for Francis. Have you seen this man?" The enemy naturally ignored him, grabbing Deadpool's head and hitting the stereo, switching to one song after another, making the atmosphere in the car even more chaotic. Boom. During the fight, the car turned over, and the picture seemed to freeze for a moment. Deadpool looked at this side again, and said, "Siete, did I forget to turn off the stove when I went out?" Bang 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 bang. The car turned violently several times, and some enemies inevitably died in the middle. Some were crushed into meatloaf by the rolling car, some were beheaded by the knife swung by Deadpool, and one was thrown from the car it came out, smashed hard on the road sign, turned into a puddle of meat and slid down. The scene suddenly became very bloody. No wonder the Deadpool movie in the previous life could only be seen on the online disc. The rolling car stopped, blocking the entire highway. The vehicles behind braked hastily, and when they saw some men with machine guns get out, all the ordinary people abandoned their cars and fled, screaming to stay away from this a place of right and wrong, for fear of being implicated. After getting out of the car, more than a dozen vicious people held guns in both hands and watched the parked car vigilantly. As soon as Deadpool appeared, they would open fire collectively without hesitation and beat him into a sieve. The car window opened slowly, and suddenly, Deadpool's very friendly greeting came from inside the car. "Hey, Chuck." What greeted Deadpool was a series of intensive gunshots. After the gunshots, there was no movement. Deadpool didn't get out of the car, and all the enemies approached quietly. And many more. Rush. All the machine guns were neatly pointed at Deadpool's hands stretched out from the car. Deadpool stretched out his hands, made a gesture of surrender, and then said in the same humble tone, "You may be wondering why I am wearing a red tights. That's because the bad guys can't see me bleeding. This one did a good job. He's wearing brown pants." Deadpool lowered his left hand and pointed at an enemy wearing a hat. The enemy really subconsciously looked down at his pants, and after reacting, he shot Deadpool angrily. Deadpool quickly retracted his hand, and then said, "Okay, I only have 12 bullets, so you can only share." Inside the car, Deadpool took out his 2 pistols, held the guns in both hands, and said cynically, "Let's count down." Just when Deadpool was about to stand up and show off his superb gun skills, suddenly, he heard the screams of the enemy one after another. He was curious in his heart, and immediately cautiously poked his head out to watch. I saw Gao Ming came to the scene, did not use the infinite gems, and did not use the spell, but the black jacket on his body suddenly lived, and turned into countless black thorns, which grew suddenly, and pierced through several unresponsive enemies in an instant. Needless to say, it was the venom that turned into Gao Ming's clothes that attacked the enemy. After finally being able to express himself, the role was not only to change the clothes, but the venom was also exciting. The few remaining enemies quickly fired at Gao Ming, but the black shield transformed by the venom blocked all the bullets. Then, the venom transformed into two black tentacles without hesitation, sweeping all the enemies to high altitude, and then heavily fell to the ground. Snapped. All the enemies were smashed to pieces. After finishing all the enemies, Venom withdrew its black tentacles and changed back to the ordinary jacket image on Gao Ming. Gao Ming felt the idea of asking for credit from Venom, like a child waiting for his parents to praise him. Well done, boy. Gao Ming praised Venom without hesitation, which made the simple-minded Venom very happy. Gao Ming could feel the excitement that Venom was full of at this time, and even the coat on his body trembled slightly. Faced with the Venom's reaction, Gao Ming chuckled, but a strange thought flashed in his mind. In other words, the shape of his current clothes imitates Brother A, and the performance of Venom just now is quite similar to Brother A's attack skills. Could it be that Venom is going to follow Brother A's fighting style? Habitually thinking wildly in my mind, Deadpool complained dissatisfiedly in my ears. Hey, why did you interrupt my performance? I was going to smash the whole audience with 12 bullets, but now you took the first step. They were all laid down by you. What else am I playing, Siete? Deadpool shook the gun in his hand unhappily, put it back into the holster protruding from his thigh, then walked up to Gao Ming and reached out to stroke Gao Ming's chest abruptly. To be precise, stroke the Venom that turned into a jacket. Some obsessively said, "Hey, is it my cute little Venom?" In the comics, we have been in close contact. A burst of goosebumps. The Venom that turned into a jacket trembled violently and expressed his strong discomfort to Gao Ming, asking if he could kill this strange guy in front of him. Gao Ming was also very uncomfortable. After all, Deadpool's hand was actually touching him. He slapped Deadpool's hand away and then said to Venom, "Don't worry, this guy has this kind of virtue, and you can't kill him. This guy's vitality is stronger than Xiao Qiang's. A little Venom, you actually want to kill me. It makes me so sad." Deadpool covered his face with his hands and said in a sad tone, "Have you forgotten the unforgettable years we have spent together?" Gao Ming looked at Deadpool on the showman's upper body speechlessly and said, "Mr. Wade, that's in the comics. My Venom comes from the universe of the old version of Spider-Man 3, and it has nothing to do with yours." At the same time, Gao Ming couldn't help complaining. In the comics, Venom was not good or evil at the beginning. It just parasitized Deadpool. It will gradually turn the personality of the person parasitized by the Venom into evil. Oh, it's Toby's little spider's world. Unfortunately, I don't have a chance to dance with him. Toby's dancing still suits my appetite, huh? You said that Toby's dancing is more flamboyant than me? How is it possible? I am more interested in dancing. Are you good at? Hearing this, Deadpool stopped acting, and then started talking to himself happily. Watching Deadpool talking to himself nervously, Gao Ming rubbed his forehead helplessly. Sure enough, Deadpool really deserves to be a famous chatterbox of Marvel. Gao Ming was still hesitating whether he really wanted to bring Deadpool back. After all, his universe already has Ant-Man and Spider-Man who will appear in too many years. Once Deadpool is brought back, the 3 Marvel chatterboxes will be assembled. In that scene, is it possible to annoy the enemy to death with the 3 chatterboxes? Seeing that Deadpool was still talking to himself without any sign of stopping, Gao Ming had no choice but to interrupt, saying, "Mr. Wade, you should stop for a while. Aren't you here to hunt down the enemy today?" After being reminded by Gao Ming, Deadpool just woke up like a dream. Yes, I almost forgot the business. Where did the bastard Francis hide? When Deadpool was looking for his enemy Francis, he suddenly heard the sound of a motorcycle engine. Hearing the sound, he looked over and found a man wearing a motorcycle helmet starting his motorcycle and preparing to flee the scene. "Oh, don't hurry, Francis." Deadpool spoke strangely. With an unstoppable murderous intent in his tone, he hurriedly chased after him, nimbly turned over and stepped over a car, then kicked his foot into the air, spinning 360 degrees at the same time, pulled out the knife behind his back, and flung it out quickly. The long knife precisely hit the front wheel of the motorcycle, and the motorcycle swayed suddenly. Francis, who was wearing a helmet, was thrown off the bike and hit the car parked in front of him. Picking up his knife, Deadpool walked slowly towards Francis who fell on the ground. I said, "Don't rush away. Francis, I have a lot of things I want to talk to you." Deadpool walked towards Francis in a dawdling manner, waving the knife in his hand casually, and read a narration introduction to himself. Wade W. Wilson, a rookie from One Lynn Road, Saskatchewan, came out, and the audience was silent, waiting for his final blow. Just as Francis was holding onto the ground and trying to get up, Deadpool came to Francis and kicked him hard on the head. He has a good posture. Deadpool kicked a few more times and quickly snatched the gun raised by Francis with his backhand and threw it behind him. Ladies and gentlemen, what you are witnessing now is sweet kicking revenge. As he spoke, he kicked Francis' crotch fiercely, which made Gao Ming feel a bit pained while watching. Throwing Francis to the guardrail next to the road, Deadpool aimed at Francis' head and knees and knocked his helmet away, revealing Francis' bloody face. Deadpool spoke in a serious manner while inserting the knife in his hand into Francis' shoulder, fixed him on the guardrail, then squatted down and tapped Francis on the forehead, letting him with his face facing himself. Deadpool said with a hippie smile, "It looks good, Francis, full of energy. It's not like being fucked but fucking. Remember me?" No. Deadpool lifted his hood, revealing his rotten lower half of his face, and said in a low voice, "What about now?" Although Francis was beaten with black and blue eyes, but when he saw Deadpool showing his true face and recognized his identity, he immediately showed a bit of interest and said mockingly, "Hee hee, hello Wade Wilson, you dog day. Ah, handsome guy. Yeah, I look like I got bitten by a irradiated Shar-Pei. Whose fault is that? Ah, Francis, it's time to fix this handsome face you ruined." Deadpool and Francis met like old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years, chatting familiarly. Francis smiled contemptuously. "You should thank me. Obviously, I made you immortal. To be honest, I'm actually quite jealous." "Yeah, but you can't live like this, can you? Now, what I'm going to do to you." Just when Deadpool spoke harshly to Francis and was about to take revenge, he heard Gao Ming's friendly voice. "Hello, 2 X-Men." Deadpool turned around and found that Colossus and Warhead had arrived at some time. He was surprised, and then greeted enthusiastically, "Hey, why are you 2 so free?" As he said that, Deadpool turned his head to the side again, facing the so-called camera, thinking he said in a very low voice, "Cut. The spoiler is here, but it doesn't matter. Lord Deadpool must force Francis to help me treat it today. Good for that handsome face." And then cut off his head as a plain beep. Huh? Why is there silence? Are there minors in the audience? "Wade, you know I can't hear you." The tall and burly Colossus said helplessly, then looked at Gao Ming and asked vigilantly, "Who are you?" "Mr. Unknown." The tomboy-like mutant slug puts his hands in his pockets, chewing gum, and doesn't care. Gao Ming said politely, "My name is Gao Ming, and I can be considered a space-time traveler." He smuggled over from the big purple potato. Deadpool couldn't bear to interject, but what he said always made people feel unclear. Therefore, Colossus also thought that Deadpool was talking crazy, but he didn't know that Deadpool was actually the person who really understood the truth in the entire universe. "Time traveler, may I ask what your purpose is?" Ganglishi didn't really believe Gao Ming's identity as a time and space traveler, so he asked cautiously. "Well, to put it simply, my universe is in great danger and I need to face an unimaginably powerful enemy, so I went to each universe to seek help." Gao Ming stroked his chin and replied. Deadpool screamed again. "Oh, are you going to fight the purple potato monster?" The trailer for Avengers 3 hasn't been released yet. Could it be that Marvel let Mark Ruffalo leak it again? Hearing Deadpool say something that only he and himself could understand, Gao Ming couldn't help chuckling and said, Mr. Wade, I came from a world like that behind that wall. Deadpool, I've seen it too. Oh, sorry, I saw the gun version. What? Why don't you go to the cinema? How can you do this? Oh, you seem to be from China. The movie has not been introduced to your cinema. Okay, okay. Hearing Gao Ming's words, Deadpool was furious at first, and then suddenly realized he regretted pretending to understand, then turned his head to the side and said to the illusory perspective of the camera, loyal movie fans don't watch pirated copies. Go to the cinema eating popcorn and drinking Coke is the correct way to watch movies. Gao Ming spread his hands again and said, I'm sorry, if I still have a chance to go back, Deadpool 2 will definitely join me. Huh? Is there a second movie coming out of my movie? Did Ryan find some investor to make a PY transaction? Hearing this, Deadpool asked enthusiastically, I don't know, I haven't even caught up with Avengers 3. Gao Ming shrugged and said. Deadpool shook his head and said, that's really a pity. By the way, you've seen my movie and you know this guy? As he said that, Deadpool turned his head and pointed, only to find that Francis, who had just been fixed on the guardrail, had disappeared. Deadpool's knife was lying on the ground, and Francis' blood was still flowing on the knife. Deadpool looked at the position where Francis had just settled in disbelief, and then at Gao Ming, Colossus, and Warhead. Looking back and forth, the head swayed so much that it made people worry that Deadpool would turn his head too quickly. Won't break the neck. Walled fart. Finally, after confirming that his eyes were not hallucinations, and that the enemy he had sought so hard for, Francis, had actually escaped from under his eyes, Deadpool immediately let out a roar. The furious Deadpool jumped to his feet and yelled, it's all you guys, distract me and let that dog, mother, son run away. Hey, Wade, I'm also very sorry about this matter, but from the beginning to the end, it was you and this. Well, Mr. Gao Ming, talking nonsense, so we can't blame us. Colossus waved his hand to show his innocence, while Bullet, who hadn't said a word from the beginning to the end, continued to chew gum, looking at the childish Deadpool with a half smile. It's all about you. Go back and play mecha with big shit, or play frisbee with the captain. Why come here? Deadpool, who was so angry, began to spit and curse at Gao Ming, and rushed in front of Gao Ming, threatening to hit him with his fist. The venom, which had long been disliked by Deadpool, immediately split into a giant claw, holding Deadpool firmly, unable to move. Seeing that the black jacket on Gao Ming's body suddenly changed into a huge black claw and grabbed Deadpool, both Colossus and Bullet were startled, and Colossus asked in surprise, what is this? After the Warhead was surprised, he showed an expression of interest. The venom looked cool, and it fit the preferences of a non-mainstream girl like her. Deadpool struggled for a while, and found that he couldn't get away, and continued to yell, Little Venom, how can you help outsiders? I am your first partner in the comics, and we have shared weal and woe together, and you don't know what to do at all. Don't miss the old love, it makes me sad. Gao Ming shook his head helplessly. This guy Deadpool can't be expected to stop his mouth for a moment. With a thought, the venom-changing claws slowly retracted, bringing Deadpool in front of him, and deep in his soul his mind gem suddenly lit up, and the gentle and powerful power of the mind radiated out, penetrating into Deadpool's mind. Feeling this spiritual power, Deadpool, Colossus, and Warhead were all taken aback. Colossus said puzzledly, how does it feel? It's very similar to the Professor's. Warhead also nodded. The spiritual power that Gao Ming radiated was very similar to that of Professor X, but the intensity was much higher than that of Professor X. Oh, in addition to the space gem, did you also get the mind gem? Did you pick it up from the vision? What are you doing? Peeping at my memory, it's too much. Deadpool pretended to be shy and coy, his body writhed restlessly, trying to break free from the shackles of the venom. As soon as the power of the mind entered Deadpool's brain, a bunch of messy memories flooded over. The amount of information was so large that it was very bearable. It was no wonder that Deadpool was often neurotic when speaking, and someone else would have been driven crazy. How did a stranger get in the movie? Ryan, did you find it? No, I didn't have this person when I was filming. Is that the hell? What's up with this new character? Did you come from the fully inside? This setting is quite interesting. Is the Avengers going to cooperate with the X-Men? In addition to fragmentary memories, Deadpool's brain is filled with various noisy voices. From the content analysis, some are actors and filming staff, and some are moviegoers. Deadpool's brain is really filled with too many strange memories, and they are added all the time. It seems that with the development of the real world, some new information is automatically transmitted to Deadpool's brain. There is no way to stop it. Add in those buzzing sounds, and it's hard to imagine how Deadpool hasn't turned into a complete lunatic under the circumstances. Feeling Deadpool's messy brain, Gao Ming frowned slightly, but fortunately, he used the Soul Stone to perceive Deadpool's brain. Without sharing the overwhelming memory of Deadpool, the mental pollution from Deadpool is avoided. You can imagine, excluding the information from the real world, what is left in Deadpool's own memory? All kinds of pornography and violence. With the help of the mind gem, Gao Ming avoided irrelevant memories, and then found the information of Deadpool's residence, and withdrew his power of mind. A blue light flashed, and a wormhole with surging energy appeared out of thin air. Then I'll take my leave first. When I'm free, I'll pay a visit to Xavier's School for Gifted Youth. I hope to see Professor X and other X-Men. Gao Ming politely made a farewell gesture, and then led the noisy Deadpool through the wormhole. Colossus rushed over, but the wormhole shrank into a black spot and disappeared. Looking at Gao Ming and Deadpool who had disappeared, and then turned around to look at the highway scene strewn with corpses, Gang Lucy lamented with some headache. Deadpool, this troublesome guy. In an ordinary apartment, an old woman wearing sunglasses for the blind was groping for something. Suddenly, boom. The sudden sound startled the blind old woman. She touched the guide stick beside her in a panic, and shouted loudly, Wade, what are you doing? Ow, I didn't make it this time. Deadpool's cheap voice sounded, and then a gentle and steady voice came. I'm sorry, Ms. Al. It's because I came over that made more noise. The blind grandmother named Al asked in surprise, who are you? A jerk. Deadpool said angrily. A guest. Hello, my name is Gao Ming. Gao Ming's voice was still so gentle that people couldn't hate it. Grandma Al also calmed down and was not so nervous. In the room, Gao Ming stood in front of Grandma Al. The venom on his body still maintained the image of a giant claw, grabbing the restless Deadpool, who chattered endlessly. Hey, this is an illegal trespass. Private house. I want the police to take you to the prison to pick up soap. Come on, Wade, this is my house. Hearing this, Grandma Al said angrily. If she wasn't blind, she would definitely roll her eyes at Deadpool. Deadpool replied without shame. In terms of the relationship between us, do we still need to worry so much? Isn't what's yours mine? What's mine is still mine. Gao Ming looked at Deadpool speechlessly. He had never seen such a brazen guy. Seeing Grandma Al holding a guide stick in one hand and groping around with the other, Gao Ming thought for a while, stepped forward, took off Grandma Al's sunglasses, and said, let's just treat it as an apology for frightening you. After all, the hand glowing with white light stroked between the eyebrows of Grandma Al, and the cloudy and dim eyes on the face of bewilderment instantly regained their spirits and became radiant. You do, eh? My eyes can see. Grandma Al was stunned for a moment, and then found that the world in front of her eyes had changed. It was no longer dark, but became clear again, and she saw the colorful world again. Well, what actually happened was that she saw a man with an Asian face. The jacket on his body frightened and conjured a huge claw, and grabbed a masked man in a red tights. Wait, your appearance is different from what I imagined. You are quite attractive. Grandma Al said in surprise, but she said this while looking at Gao Ming. Ms. Al, I'm Gao Ming, and he's Wade. Gao Ming said helplessly, pointing at Deadpool caught by the venom. Yes, look here, Al. I'm here, look at this, little venom. Let go of me. Let me test with my middle finger to see if Al's eyes have really recovered. Seeing that Deadpool was about to chatter again, Gao Ming said aloud, let him go. The venom loosened its claws obediently, and quickly blended into the jacket, turning back into an ordinary jacket, while unabashedly conveying to Gao Ming its disgust for Deadpool. The liberated Deadpool moved his muscles and bones, and then said in a sour tone, little venom has really grown up, even I forgot. It is really a sad thing. Then his tone changed. Deadpool walked up to Granny Owl, raised his hands, made an O with one hand, raised his middle finger with the other hand, and thrust back and forth at the O made by the other hand, excitedly asked, Owl, what do you think this is? This is when you usually lie in bed and masturbate. Grandma Owl said with a look of contempt. Deadpool covered his face with his hands in shock and screamed, How do you know? In this regard, Grandma Owl just sneered a few times in disdain, then turned her head, looked at Gao Ming, her face softened, and said, Thank you, young man. You're welcome. Would you like some cocaine? It's my special collection. Grandma Owl said this with a smile. Gao Ming. No, thank you. Well, I almost forgot. How can a character who can tolerate Deadpool live together, be an ordinary person? Birds of a feather flock together. Grandma Owl is also a very tough character. Seeing Grandma Owl walking back and forth in a steady pace, she couldn't tell that she was blind before. Deadpool couldn't help praising her, and a thought flashed in her mind. I don't know if this guy can cure his face. It's not human to have a disfigured face, or restore Ryan's handsome face as soon as possible. Ryan has this advantage. Huh, Ryan, do you have a problem? Do you think you are doing so well because of your acting skills? Isn't it because of this face that was selected as the sexiest male star? Deadpool started a war of words with Ryan Reynolds from the real world in his head again. In my mind, I had a heated debate with my real-life actor, and in the end, Deadpool sprayed Ryan speechless, and Deadpool ended with a trash talk full of complacency. Ryan, although I am played by you, I'm Uncle Deadpool, and you are just my actor. Do you still expect to be able to compete with me with a few lines? You're so naive. Kid, let's honestly find someone to make a second film. After pissing off his co-star, Deadpool finally made a decision, not to ask Gao Ming for help and treatment. For the time being, his face was ruined by that bastard Francis, so it's better to find that guy professionally, and Deadpool hasn't killed his enemies yet. If Francis refuses to cooperate, then kill him, and it won't be too late to ask Gao Ming for help. It's just how to fool around when the time comes. Deadpool hates to owe favors. Although others are assholes and shameless, they still have a little bit of credit. So, when the time comes, they will pretend to be stupid and run away when they heal their faces. Deadpool instantly made what he thought was the most wise decision. Granny Owl was still immersed in the joy of seeing the light again, while Deadpool took off his hood to reveal his disfigured face, kicked off his shoes nonchalantly, and then put on a pair of indoor rubber slippers, let out an unintelligible groan. Oh, it's really comfortable to ride a horse. Gao Ming stared at Deadpool's disfigured face with a fascinated expression, wearing a pair of shoes as if he was having a good time. Deadpool untied the two knives on his back and the two guns on his thighs, casually threw them aside, and at the same time said impatiently, Listen, I'm glad to take a free ride, but since on the car ride is also free, so there's not much joy. So if it's okay, you can get out of here, and I'm going to blow a few shots to vent my unhappiness. Seeing Deadpool speak so freely with his own eyes, Gao Ming also had a very headache, and said helplessly, You didn't bring any money this morning. In other words, I helped you solve all the enemies. Deadpool rolled his eyes, and said dissatisfiedly, You have the nerve to say that without you, I can shoot those stupid big guys in the head one by one. You stole my limelight, and Ryan is still complaining about that scene spearmanship stunts were shot for nothing. Gao Ming pulled the chair beside him and sat down, saying, It's not bad. Originally you were shot in the ass, and Francis would still escape, and you would be handcuffed by Colossus, and then I have to cut my hands with a knife like in 127 hours to escape. Siete, you ruined such a wonderful plot. Deadpool was even more upset after hearing this. What if there is no second part? After all, Deadpool gave him a middle finger. Let it be fate. Gao Ming shrugged, very irresponsible. Get out. Get out. I have nothing to entertain you here. Only bullets and cocaine. Do you want it? Deadpool said with a look of disgust. Gao Ming leaned on the chair and said meaningfully, Wade, more than half of this movie has been going on so far. Don't you want to know the next development? After all, I have also watched the movie. Deadpool nodded his forehead and said, The audience is protesting, telling you not to spoil. Ryan and the director are also protesting, because your spoilers will spoil the plot and affect the box office results. But a smirk appeared on Deadpool's miserable face. Who cares about them? I don't have a share in making money from the movie, so don't think about it. Just spoil it. It's useless for you to protest. Give me some money if you have the ability. Evil pen. In the end, Deadpool quarreled with people in reality again on his own, and it seemed that a person with hypochondria had an illness. Gao Ming watched Deadpool arguing against the air, turned his head and looked at Grandma Owl who was wandering around his house. Grandma Owl didn't respond at all. She was used to it. Your girlfriend. Gao Ming's words made Deadpool stop the noise, looked at Gao Ming seriously, and asked, What's wrong with Vanessa? Gao Ming dragged his voice for a while, and said, Who is playing the role in reality? Morena Baccarin, a beautiful and hot actress. Not knowing whether he was thinking of Vanessa or Vanessa's actor Morena, Deadpool blew a whistle indecently. It seems that she also starred in the American drama Gotham, playing the role of Dr. Leslie, Gordon's girlfriend. Gao Ming also smiled seriously. Hearing this, Deadpool's eyes lit up, and he laughed obscenely. Hey, Gordon's girlfriend. Just when Deadpool was immersed in a strange delusion, Gao Ming said abruptly, Vanessa will be captured by Francis tonight. Ahem, what? Deadpool woke up from his delusions in an instant, and shouted in surprise and anger. You revealed your identity to Francis, and then he followed this clue to find your friend Weasel's bar, saw the photo of you and Vanessa, and went to take Vanessa hostage, Gao said. Ming unhurriedly recounted the next development of the plot. You recruited Colossus and Warhead to deal with Francis and his subordinate Sand Angels, and finally you shot Francis in the head. Vanessa accepts you the way you are, movie over. Clap clap clap. Deadpool subconsciously applauded enthusiastically, then reacted, and said anxiously, Fake. Fake. Damn Francis, how dare you attack my Vanessa? I won't fuck him to death, son of a bitch. Deadpool walked back and forth angrily, punched the wall a few times, and kicked over some furniture, like a child playing a temper tantrum. Gao Ming calmly looked at Deadpool's angry look, and asked, So what? What are you going to do? If you go now, you can stop Vanessa from being taken away in time, and you can also ambush Francis by the way. One word awakened the man in the dream. Deadpool came to his senses, hurriedly put his equipment back on his body, kicked each foot, threw the slippers aside, put on his shoes, and ran to pick up the dropped ones. The slippers on the side were neatly put back at the door, and then he picked up the headgear to put it on, but seeing his own disfigured face in the mirror, Deadpool hesitated, and put down his headgear a little dejectedly. Damn, I can't use this ugly face to meet Vanessa. I'm a monster now. I'm not qualified to meet her. Deadpool said dejectedly, Don't worry, she will accept you. Don't forget, I watched the movie, and finally she accepted you. Gao Ming stepped forward to comfort him, but it didn't work. Disfigurement is a demon in Deadpool. He was afraid that his face would frighten Vanessa, and Vanessa would leave him because of it. Even though Gao Ming told him that the ending of the movie was a perfect happy ending, he still couldn't help worrying and fearing before experiencing it himself. Looking at such a weak Deadpool, Gao Ming felt very uncomfortable. The Deadpool in his impression was lawless and heartless, so how could he act like a dejected kid? Okay, I'll help you heal your face. Hearing this, Deadpool's eyes lit up, and his face regained his energy. Before he could speak, Gao Ming said seriously, However, I have conditions. Oh, just show your kindness once. And what conditions are you talking about? Deadpool rolled his eyes, guessing Gao Ming's condition, and suddenly felt a headache, pretending to be stupid and pretending to be dumb. Gao Ming just smiled slightly, and said, when Deadpool wanted to pretend to be stupid and let him treat him for free. Deadpool yelled angrily, If you don't help, you won't help. It's It's okay for me to go directly like this. After all, Deadpool made a gesture of getting ready to go, as if he really didn't care, while Gao Ming sat there calmly, watching Deadpool's performance. Seeing that Gao Ming didn't make a sound to persuade him to stay, Deadpool also realized that Gao Ming didn't like this. He didn't accept bargaining, and he wouldn't feel embarrassed even if he was thick-skinned, so he pulled a chair resentfully and sat in front of Gao Ming. Deadpool said weakly, "You want me to go over to fight Thanos with you, right? It's not necessary. The Avengers are enough. Why do you want me to go there? Deadpool's copyright is in the hands of Fox. Jumping over there is copyright infringement. Huh? You want to see Deadpool join the Marvel Cinematic Universe? Then you go to Fox." Obviously, audiences in reality still have great expectations for Deadpool joins the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Gao Ming chuckled and said, "Infringement? Wait, this is the real world. Although it is derived from a movie, you are also a virtual character, but for us who live in the present, all of this is real. It's no longer a shit movie." And Gao Ming crossed his hands, raised his thighs, and said cynically, "Speaking of copyright infringement, I've already brought back the old version of Spider-Man, Sandman, Dr. Octopus, and Ghost Rider. Is Sony going to sue me?" Wow, the audience's reaction is very strong. They are very interested in a bunch of Marvel characters gathered in the Avengers movie. By the way, did you really bring back the bad movie King Nicholas? Deadpool asked curiously. It's Ghost Rider Johnny Blazer, although in reality he is played by Nicolas Cage. But here, he is a real person, Wade. Don't you think you are Ryan Reynolds, not Deadpool Wade Wilson? Gao Ming said righteously, but Deadpool replied disapprovingly. It doesn't matter whether it's Ryan or Wade. It's enough to restore a handsome face. Ryan's face still makes me quite satisfied, and I can fascinate a lot of people. Little girl, isn't it? Am I wrong? You first hooked up Scarlett Johansson with your face, and now you married Blake Lively. Do you think you relied on your talent? Deadpool began to quarrel with Ryan's voice that appeared in his mind. For himself as the actor, Deadpool has no good impressions except for his handsome face. He knows that he is a virtual character, no matter how bad Deadpool behaves. If you are too nervous, you won't like the truth, and you will hate your own actor without any scruples. I need your help, Wade. Gao Ming looked at Deadpool very seriously and said. Deadpool's chattering mouth stopped for a while, and he looked at Gao Ming with complicated eyes and said, "Your world is much more dangerous than ours. Avengers 3? Thanos collecting all the infinite gems will wipe out half of the life in the universe. Next, how safe am I to stay in this world? Please help me." Gao Ming asked Deadpool to be silent again, and Deadpool said in a difficult voice, "Mad fake, just die. I don't believe that Thanos can kill me. I am an immortal Deadpool." Hearing this, Gao Ming smiled in relief. Finally, another foreign aid was found, and the preparations against Thanos were a little more adequate. Although he agreed to Gao Ming's invitation, Deadpool still looked reluctant. After all, he was going to face Thanos. In the comics, Deadpool and Thanos became rivals in love because they fell in love with death. There are many interesting stories, but the movie is different. Copyright issues. Thanos does not know Deadpool. There is no friendship at all. Taking off his hood, Deadpool's disfigured face was full of displeasure. He pointed at his own face and said, "You'd better be able to heal my face, otherwise I'll immediately turn my face and deny anyone. Pick me up, the big gun will blow you up." Gao Ming didn't care about Deadpool's foul language. A white light of healing power appeared on his hand, and then he met Deadpool's horrible face. The reason why Deadpool became a disgrace in the self-healing world, with almost immortal self-healing ability and a rotten appearance, was mainly because the cancer cells in his body and the awakened self-healing ability mutually repelled each other. It caused him to become this inhuman and ghost-like appearance. It was because Wade was suffering from cancer that he had no choice but to accept the tragic experiment. After a series of torture and suffering, he finally succeeded in inducing the mutant gene in his body and gained a super self-healing ability. But the price was to become this a disgusting and ugly look. Restoring the appearance does not mean that the removal of cancer cells in the body can be achieved. On the contrary, if the cancer cells are completely removed, Wade's body will not be able to withstand the powerful self-healing factors, and the self-healing factors will continue to divide and finally resemble cancer cells. Kill him the same. It's so ridiculous and dramatic. The cancer cells that would have killed him, but now they are in a state of balance with the self-healing factor, allowing him to survive. Of course, Gao Ming couldn't simply eliminate the cancer cells. That would speed up Deadpool's death. Fortunately, the current spell has been upgraded to the extreme, and the healing power of the horse charm has been greatly improved, which can solve Deadpool's problem. Entering the speeding force mode of the rabbit charm, time seems to stand still, and everything is sluggish. Only when time stands still, Gao Ming has enough time to carry out the treatment. First of all, it is to use the power of healing to expel and clean up the cancer cells in Deadpool's body. Under the effect of the power of healing to eliminate abnormalities, the stubborn cancer cells like maggots on the tarsus are eliminated without any effort. Then, before losing the self-healing factor suppressed by cancer cells to counterattack, the healing power flows into every corner of the body, and the genetic structure of the self-healing factor is precisely adjusted. On the premise of retaining the self-healing ability without harming Deadpool himself next, what Gao Ming has to do is to let the self-healing factor adapt to Deadpool's body to achieve a perfect fit. To be precise, it is to suppress the splitting speed of the self-healing factor so that it reaches a stable level. Compared with actual examples, it is similar to Wolverine's perfect self-healing ability, but even stronger. If it was Gao Ming who had not upgraded the power of the spell, it would undoubtedly be a daydream to complete this project. The horse charm would only unreasonably eliminate cancer cells, regardless of whether the self-healing factor would kill Deadpool. In the state of super speed force, Gao Ming spent a lot of time to complete the treatment, but in the eyes of ordinary people, it was only a moment. At least in the eyes of Deadpool, Gao Ming just raised his hand and touched him, then put it down and said say okay. Deadpool thought that Gao Ming was playing tricks on him, and immediately yelled angrily. What the hell? You just touch it, and it's over? If you can cure it with such a light touch, I'll call you Dad, you. Before cursing a few words, Deadpool found that his body began to change. The rotting skin healed quickly, and it became smooth and flat again. He looked at the mirror in surprise, and there was a familiar handsome face in the mirror. Seeing his appearance restored to original, even Deadpool couldn't help weeping with joy, turned his head, under Gao Ming's gaze, said tearfully, "Father." Gao Ming, at least it reflects the side of Deadpool who keeps his word. The Deadpool who recovered his appearance was so excited that he ran around the house and hugged Grandma Al and gave him a passionate deep kiss, which made Grandma Al a bit embarrassed. "Hey, Wade, aren't you as ugly as you said? You're pretty handsome. Did you bully me before because a blind man couldn't see it and made it up to tease me?" Grandma Al didn't see the scene of Gao Ming treating Deadpool, and when she just recovered her eyesight, she only saw Deadpool wearing a hood, so she thought that Deadpool was lying to her before. Deadpool didn't explain, but noticed the phrase, "I'm pretty handsome," in Grandma Al's words, touched his face very narcissistically, and said, "Of course, I must be handsome. Otherwise Ryan, how can Reynolds be selected as the sexiest male star with this face? Huh, you have another opinion, because I am in a good mood. I will not hate you this time. Siete, the more I look, the more handsome I am, almost in love with myself." Faced with Deadpool's shameless self-promotion, Gao Ming sat on the side calmly, while Grandma Al said sarcastically, "Wade, take a look at Gao Ming first. You are not as good looking as him." After this reminder, Deadpool noticed that it seemed, probably, Gao Ming was more handsome than him. Needless to say, with the strengthening of the spell, Gao Ming's current appearance has reached the most perfect state, and the amber pupils embodied by the power of the real gem add a bit of noble and mysterious temperament to him, making Gao Ming one of the few in this world. Many perfect male gods. Deadpool is played by Ryan Reynolds, who was rated as the sexiest male star in reality. There is no doubt about his handsome appearance, but he is still slightly inferior in front of Gao Ming. TCH, I think handsome is enough, Deadpool muttered angrily. Ryan, you are not good enough. You actually lost to others in appearance. What can you say about you? Even the proud appearance can't compare to others, compared to acting skills. Are you kidding me? Where did your acting skills come from? Deadpool fell into a state of arguing with Ryan's voice in his head again, watching Gao Ming and Grandma Al with helpless expressions. Grandma Al is helpless because Deadpool's mental state is not normal, and although Gao Ming knows that Deadpool is everyone is drunk and I am awake alone, this awake alone situation is really unbearable to be flattered, too like a lunatic up. In order to prevent Deadpool from continuing to talk to myself, Gao Ming had no choice but to say, Wade, are you still going to save Vanessa? If you drag on, Vanessa will have to be caught by Francis again. Gone. Only then did Deadpool come to his senses, put on his headgear again, and open the door of the house with his head held high, ready to set off. After recovering his appearance, he was full of confidence at this time. Just when Deadpool was about to step out of the house, Gao Ming reluctantly pulled him back and said, I have a space gem, so I can teleport there directly. That's right. Oh, Deadpool patted his forehead suddenly. Gao Ming sighed, and after learning the specific address of the bar where Vanessa worked from Deadpool, he opened a wormhole and walked over with the impatient Deadpool, leaving Grandma Al with a surprised face. A lively strip club. The dim strip club is filled with pink and ambiguous lights. With a passionate accompaniment, strippers with hot bodies are twisting their charming figures on the stage. A group of men are cheering and drinking to their heart's content, high-pitly through a handful of Franklin. The waiters who come and go are also scantily clad girls, carrying wine trays, throwing seductive winks at the guests along the way, and every move attracts the attention of countless men. The entire strip club is filled with an atmosphere that stimulates the rapid secretion of hormones. People are immersed in the anesthesia of alcohol and the charm of women, forgetting the troubles encountered in life. Among these hot women, there is a woman with long black wavy hair and equally charming appearance. She is wearing a very hot black miniskirt, which makes her look very seductive and charming. This hot girl is Wade's girlfriend, Vanessa. Vanessa picked up a plate of wine from the bar with a smile on her face, and was about to deliver it to the table when she suddenly heard the manager of the club call her, Vanessa. Seeing the manager beckoning her to go, Vanessa came to the manager with a puzzled face, and heard the manager say, Someone is looking for you in the back alley. It seems to be about your ex-boyfriend. The manager curled his lips and shrugged, expressing that he was not very clear. Hearing this, Vanessa was startled. After putting the wine on the table, she walked quickly to the changing room, put on a fluffy coat, and walked towards the back door of the club. You can't buy love, but you can rent 3 minutes of love. On the stage, Mr. Stan Lee, who came to the club to find a job as a host, held a microphone and shouted wantonly. He watched Vanessa's back leaving, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Has that funny young man come into this world? Mr. Stan Lee didn't care and continued to shout mics to mobilize the lively atmosphere of the club. Back alley. Vanessa put on her coat, covered her exposed figure tightly, opened the back door of the club, and walked out. It was raining lightly outside, and Vanessa looked around suspiciously, and found a figure standing in a dark corner, and she immediately showed surprise. I knew it was you because we all have weird shapes, like puzzle pieces. Vanessa said foolishly, and walked over slowly. The person in the corner came out and took off the hood of his coat, but what was revealed was not the face Vanessa imagined Wade had, but a strange man with a sinister face. Francis said darkly, You should thank Wade Wilson. Realizing that something was wrong, Vanessa quickly turned around and tried to escape, but saw a strong woman rushing towards her. Boom. Unexpectedly, it was not Vanessa who fell down, but the dust angel who became infinitely powerful after being induced by a mutant gene. Of course, Vanessa, a weak and ordinary woman, naturally couldn't knock down the dust angel, but an Asian man wearing a black jacket outside and a black coat inside suddenly appeared and knocked down the dust angel with a random punch. It's you. Francis' eyes darkened instantly. How could he fail to recognize this man who single-handedly killed all his subordinates on the highway? Gao Ming calmly waved his hand. Good evening. Francis looked gloomy at Gao Ming, who appeared suddenly and did not speak. Suddenly, a very familiar voice sounded from behind him. It is very impolite for someone to say hello and not answer, Francis. Poochie. A sharp long knife pierced his chest from behind, but Francis did not change his face, because after his mutant gene was induced, his reflex nerves were greatly enhanced, and his tactile nerves were eliminated at the same time, so he would not feel any pain. Sure enough, when he turned around, he saw Deadpool wearing a red tights. Deadpool suddenly took off his hood, revealing his handsome face intact, and said cheaply, Are you surprised? Deadpool looked forward to Francis's expression with a smirk on his face. Sure enough, Francis saw Deadpool's recovered face, as if he had seen a ghost, and shouted in surprise, This is impossible. Deadpool said arrogantly, Are you surprised by my handsome face, and feel that your ugly face can't be seen by others? It's okay, Deadpool's father understands your self-ashamed psychology. You can choose to pull out the knife to wipe your neck. Francis still looks dismissive, but he will live soon, and he will not feel pain, which does not mean that his heart is pierced, and he is still safe. And he does not have the exaggerated self-healing ability of Deadpool. Just a person whose reaction nerves have been strengthened is still fatally injured like an ordinary person. Francis raised his hand and put up a middle finger. I'm really jealous of your self-healing ability. And my name is not Francis. I am Ajax, Wade Wilson from Dog Day. After the words were finished, the person had fallen heavily, lifeless. Francis, or his real name Ajax, who tortured Wade to death, finally died. Cut, it's too cheap to die. Deadpool pouted, and casually pulled out his own knife from Ajax's back, shaking off the blood stained on the knife with a look of disgust. Vanessa suddenly walked towards Deadpool, and Deadpool quickly put the knife back into the scabbard behind him, then opened his arms, waiting for his girlfriend's hug. Snapped. What greeted Deadpool was not the hug and kiss that he had imagined after a long absence, but a crisp slap from Vanessa. Deadpool looked at Vanessa with an angry face aggrievely. Where did you die? When you ran away from home without saying a word? Did you consider my feelings? You bastard. Vanessa yelled angrily. Deadpool smiled awkwardly, bowed, and said with a smile, Didn't I go to receive treatment? Although the process was very fucked, the result was still very cool. Look, I'm not the same as before as he appeared handsomely. However, Vanessa still relentlessly punched and kicked Deadpool to vent her dissatisfaction, but Deadpool didn't dare to stop him, holding his head, protecting his face, and bending slightly to bear his girlfriend's kicking. After a hard beating, Vanessa finally vented almost, and then stopped panting. Deadpool looked at Vanessa carefully and whispered, Don't be angry. If you still don't vent your anger, you can continue to hit me. I have a thick skin now, and I am very resistant to beatings. Come on, hit me as much as you want. Deadpool showed a generous posture, with a look of, You're welcome, I can bear it. Seeing Deadpool's familiar playful tone, Vanessa couldn't help but chuckle, and finally opened her arms, threw herself into Deadpool's arms, and murmured intoxicatedly, Wade, I miss you so much. I miss you too, Vanessa. Deadpool hugged Vanessa happily. Then, the two began to kiss passionately, groping and pulling each other's hands in an unruly way. Seeing the couple kissing and hugging like no one else, and preparing to put on a bloody good show, Gao Ming, a bystander, was speechless, so he could only cough a few times. Cough, cough. Deadpool and Vanessa still kissed passionately regardless, their hands already stretched into their respective clothes. Cough, 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 cough. Gao Ming had no choice but to raise his fake cough to remind the shameless couple that he was still alive. Hearing Gao Ming's loud cough, Deadpool let go of his mouth and said dissatisfiedly, Why bother us? Hey, I'm still here. I want to communicate intimately. Please find a place where no one is around. Don't you mind me watching? I don't care. Is acceptable. Deadpool and Vanessa replied one after the other. The answers were all indifferent, and even a hint of emotion appeared on their faces. Gao Ming was completely speechless, recalling the days when these two people lived together in the movie. Well, this pair of superb men and women can really be so shameless. Damn, I suddenly miss Sophia. In the end, under Gao Ming's strong request, Deadpool and Vanessa gave up the idea of playing in the wild with regret. The dead Ajax was not dismembered by Deadpool in the end. Deadpool originally planned to cut off Ajax's head and use it as an airplane cup. He wanted to secretly cut off Ajax's head and take it home, but Gao Ming detected his intention in time and stopped this frenzied move. Ajax's body was left there. As for the Sand Angel, after Gao Ming peeped into her memory and knew the location of the secret stronghold where Ajax was conducting human experiments, he handed over the Sand Angel to her, as in the original book. Give it to Colossus, and then Colossus will hand it over to Professor X, who doesn't know if it exists or not, to persuade him patiently. Zawa Meyer Gifted Youth School. This mutant academy founded by Professor X has taken in many mutant children who have been rejected by the world. Unlike Magneto's radical brotherhood, Professor X did not force mutants to become fighters, but took in them just like ordinary people. Kind children, educate them patiently. Under Professor X's gentle way, all kinds of mutants live happily and harmoniously in this school, just like a big close family. This scene of a warm home. Gao Ming said that he didn't see it at all when he came. Went to the secret stronghold of Ajax, rescued all the tortured patients there, and cured their diseases by the way. Together with the experimenters, Gao Ming erased all the memories of their experiments with mutant genes after the crowd was dispersed. This stronghold, together with all kinds of heavy experimental data and records, was completely destroyed and burned in a sea of flames. After solving these matters, Gao Ming had time to visit the Zuyer School for Gifted Youth. He was full of expectations to see a group of mutant students and the legendary wise and unparalleled Professor X. What he saw was an empty castle. In the school, except for Colossus and Warhead, I didn't see anyone else. So people, Professor X, Cyclops, Wolverine. Gao Ming read out a lot of names unwillingly, but Colossus just shook his head solemnly and said, Professor, they all have missions to go out. What about the students? Don't tell me that such a big school doesn't even have half of the students. Gao Ming asked in shock. The dummy bullet chewed gum and said, the students are on vacation, and now there are only 2 of us in the school. Yes, the reason is very strong. Gao Ming was also convinced, obviously because of insufficient funds, he couldn't afford to hire too many actors, but in the real world, the X-Men were dispatched as a group, and the students were on vacation. Very well, this can indeed explain why in the huge castle, apart from Colossus and the Warhead, no one else was seen. This is indeed a very coincidental, but very reasonable explanation. It's just that Gao Ming's idea of recruiting mutants is going to fail. Judging from the school situation, it can be seen that in this world where mutants exist theoretically, the hope of finding other mutants is very slim. Although everything has been explained very reasonable, but Gao Ming's heart is very unhappy. When will the X-Men come back from their mission? Gao Ming asked blankly. Colossus said solemnly. This is a secret mission and cannot be disclosed. 1 month. Gao Ming casually said a time. Colossus fell silent for a moment, then said, about the same. Then I'll wait for you for a month. After finishing speaking, Gao Ming turned around and left this sparsely populated mutant school. When he left, Gao Ming felt an unknown fire in his heart. He will only stay here for a month. Anyway, whether it is long or short, 1 month will pass quickly. Of course, Gao Ming can also choose to travel to the future at a speed faster than the speed of light, which can save time. The previous 2 time travels in the plane world have confirmed that the time span by time travel will not affect the Marvel Cinematic Universe. In the Ghost Rider universe, Gao Ming spanned 8 years, and if it took 8 years to return to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it would have been several years since Thanos destroyed the universe. In the case of time travel, the time flow rates of the 2 universes will not be the same. However, if you stay in this universe honestly, how much time has passed in the Marvel Cinematic Universe? Although Gao Ming can save time by traveling through time, but after thinking about it, forget it. He can still afford to wait for a month. For now, let's find a temporary place for ourselves. A month later, a magnificent 5-star hotel. Ding. The sound of the elevator reaching the floor sounds, and the 1 on the display indicates that the elevator has descended to the 1st floor of the hotel. The elevator door opened slowly, and Gao Ming, who was wearing an exquisite and decent black suit, walked out of the elevator calmly. The hotel waiter standing beside the elevator door greeted him quickly with a smile on his face, and said hello, good afternoon, Mr. Gao. Gao Ming showed an approachable smile and nodded. Good afternoon, Xiaozhua. As usual, help me drive the car to the hotel entrance. As he said that, Gao Ming took out the car key and handed it to the waiter. The waiter took the key, trotted to the parking lot of the hotel, and drove the car to the hotel entrance according to Gao Ming's request. Gao Ming casually pulled his cuffs and walked out of the hotel leisurely. The invisible noble demeanor made people along the way couldn't help but focus on him. Walking to the door of the hotel, a black Ferrari had already parked there. The hotel waiter stood straight up by the car door and handed the key back to Gao Ming respectfully with his hands in white gloves. Mr. Gao, according to your order, drove the car, as usual. The black Ferrari in front of me is exactly the car that Gao Ming bought in this world. It has unlimited powerful kinetic energy, advanced aerodynamic characteristics, and absolutely beautiful line design, plus the mysterious and noble black spray paint. Wherever you go, you can attract a bunch of people to stop and watch. Thank you, Xiaozhua. Gao Ming took back the key with a smile, then took out a dozen banknotes and handed them to the hotel waiter. The hotel waiter happily accepted the tip from Gao Ming. This Mr. Gao booked a presidential suite for a month. He treated people very friendly and spent a lot of money. Whether it was food delivery or parking, he gave him a lot of tips. This month, everyone in the hotel is looking forward to serving Gao Ming, so that they can receive a considerable tip. Under the slightly envious gaze of the hotel waiter, Gao Ming got into this eye-catching black Ferrari and drove away. In the car, Gao Ming drove the car skillfully, thinking about the past month. After deciding to stay in this world for a month, Gao Ming naturally didn't bother to buy a house when it was impossible to stay in this world for a long time. He found a 5-star hotel with a high rating and directly registered for a 1-month presidential suite. On weekdays, Gao Ming either goes to some professional museums to appreciate works, goes sightseeing in famous tourist attractions, and invites professional teachers in various fields to teach him some skills, mainly music and art knowledge. He is very talented, but he learned it easily and mastered it quickly, and the rapid progress made the invited teachers astonished. Of course, Gao Ming learned these things for the purpose of cultivating his body and mind. After traveling to the Marvel world for so many years, Gao Ming has a lot of free time, but he has never taken the initiative to learn something. It just so happens that he has nothing to do this month, so Gao Ming went to learn. Anyway, it doesn't hurt either. As for all the money spent, although this world is not his world, and the status of hundreds of millions of dollars is not universal, it does not mean that Gao Ming will be penniless, and if he makes a wish with the reality gem, he will get what he wants. Inexhaustible money is gone. The reality gem has always been used by Gao Ming to create various things, and it is something that can be seen everywhere in life. If the reality gem has an independent consciousness, and sees that he has always been overqualified, he might be so angry that he would think about it. To reselect a host. Unlike Gao Ming who enjoys life comfortably, Deadpool has been very restless this month. After resuming cohabitation with Vanessa, he did not do some trivial tasks like before, but continued to be Deadpool, ran around the world, accepted a series of assassination missions with lucrative rewards. Maybe the day before yesterday at the funeral of a gangster in Italy, he suddenly jumped out of the coffin and shot randomly. And today he went to a gangster in an island country stabbed around with a bunch of shirtless guys in the bathhouse. After regaining his appearance, his girlfriend returned to his side, and Deadpool seemed to be full of strength, yelling and killing people to earn bounties. Or it might just be that he couldn't relax. After learning that Gao Ming would wait a month before returning to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Deadpool took on the mission even more recklessly and ran around, saying that he wanted to leave his own mark on his world before leaving, as a farewell gift. After Vanessa learned that Deadpool had been tortured and even disfigured in the past, Gao Ming was cured on the condition of agreeing to go to another world to help. Naturally, she also chose to follow Deadpool to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Deadpool persuaded him this trip was very dangerous, and I didn't want Vanessa to go with me, but in the end I couldn't resist Vanessa, so I agreed to take Vanessa with me. This pair of men and women are very good. After learning that they are about to leave for another world, they still carry out their own work in their own way. Vanessa still goes to work in strip clubs every night, and Deadpool hacks and kills everywhere. It seems that for them, this is a very normal thing. A month later, before he knew it, Gao Ming drove through the streets in his black Ferrari as usual, but the difference was that instead of visiting any scenic spot, he went to the Xavier School for Gifted Youth. Let's see if the X-Men are back. Don't make any more bloody reasons. Gao Ming muttered to himself. Whether he saw the legendary X-Men or not, it was time for him to leave, and he couldn't stay in one world for too long. Hope it can come true. When the gorgeous black Ferrari pulled into the Xavier School for Gifted Teenagers, the school that should have been full of laughter still didn't see half of them. The car stopped slowly. After Gao Ming got out of the car, looking at the majestic castle, a look of disappointment flashed in his eyes, and he sighed. It seems that the students haven't come back from the so-called holiday. To be honest, after not seeing any unfamiliar faces appear, Gao Ming no longer had much hope for seeing the X-Men, and it must be some force majeure reason. Up to now, Gao Ming has a little faith in the so-called cosmic consciousness. No matter how ridiculous things are, driven by the cosmic consciousness, everything will become reasonable. Although a trace of disappointment appeared involuntarily in his heart, Gao Ming did not show it, and walked into the school calmly. After entering the school, the first time he saw Colossus and Warhead, Gao Ming couldn't help but sigh, and said, "Sure enough, you two are still the same characters for thousands of years. Let's talk. The X-Men are here again. For some reason not here." Hearing this, Colossus and Warhead were puzzled, looked at each other, and said, "What are you talking about? The professor is waiting for you in his office." Gao Ming, "Wait, you mean Professor X is back? Charles Xavier? The bald guy in the wheelchair who reads minds?" Gao Ming asked in surprise, confirming again and again. "Show some respect." Hearing Gao Ming's words, Ganglishi showed a face full of anger, and even the normally paralyzed Bullet looked at Gao Ming angrily. They couldn't tolerate Gao Ming's words that offended their respected professor. Sorry, this news really shocked me." Gao Ming apologized. Seeing Gao Ming's apology, Colossus and Bullet stopped their anger, but they didn't look good, and said coldly, "Come with me." Gao Ming, who knew he was wrong, didn't say anything. Even though he has invincible strength, he can't think too high of himself and be arrogant. If he is wrong, he will admit it. Colossus and Warhead led the way, and Gao Ming followed behind them. When they passed a conference room, the closed door suddenly opened. A tall, slender white man stepped out, wearing weird dark red glasses with something like a regulator on the side of the glasses. "Cyclops, Scott Summers." Cyclops glanced at Gao Ming and asked Colossus, "Is he going to see the professor?" Colossus nodded and said in a deep voice, "Yes." Cyclops glanced at Gao Ming again and said, "Take him there. I'm in a meeting with the others." After all, Cyclops was about to close the door. Gao Ming quickly activated the super speed force and flashed into the conference room without anyone noticing. In the conference room, several familiar people sat around the conference table. A black woman with short white hair and a voluptuous figure, Storm, Aurora Monroe, Fanged, Claude, hairy blue-skinned man, the Beast, Hank McCoy, a silver-haired man in a shiny leather jacket and goggles, Quicksilver. There are other members of the X-Men who have been seen in the movie, but unfortunately, there is no Wolverine wolf uncle with a cigar in his mouth. But Gao Ming was very surprised to see this group of X-Men. At least it confirmed that there are still other mutants in this world. Leaving the conference room in a flash, back to Colossus and the Warhead, as if nothing happened. Closing the door of the meeting room, Cyclops returned to his seat and sat down, continuing to discuss things with others. Quine glanced in the direction of the door suspiciously. Was it an illusion? It seems that someone came in just now. Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Gao Ming didn't know why he felt excited. Maybe it was because he saw the unexpected X-Men. After all, this is the Deadpool universe, a world derived from the Deadpool movie. The poor crew couldn't afford to hire other X-Men actors, so they couldn't see the world of extra mutants. Following Colossus and Warhead came to an office door. The thick wooden door was closed. Colossus knocked on the door cautiously and said, "Professor, someone brought it. Please come in." A gentle voice came from the room. Opening the door, a bald man sat in a wheelchair with a smile on his face, with his hands crossed flat on his knees, looking very accommodating. A gentle and jade-like voice sounded. "Hello, I'm Charles Zevis, Mr. Gao Ming." When he saw this young Professor X, Gao Ming suddenly calmed down, because he found a very serious problem. Deadpool's timeline is obviously a modern background. It stands to reason that Professor X should be an old version, not this too young Professor X. But the Professor X in front of him is indeed real. Thinking about it carefully, the X-Men I just saw are all young faces. In the current timeline, it is obviously abnormal. If Wolverine can still say that it is because he is young, but it is impossible for other people, you can also stay young forever, right? It's weird, really weird. The existence of the Professor X in front of me and the X-Men I just saw are incompatible with this timeline, as if they were actors who were temporarily pulled over. Suppressing the awkwardness in his heart, Gao Ming said politely, "Hello, Professor Charles." Professor X looked at Colossus and the Warhead with a smile, and said, "Let me be alone with this guest for a while." "Okay, Professor." Colossus nodded, took the Bullet out of the office, and closed the door. "Please sit down." Professor X raised a hand with a smile, signaling Gao Ming to sit down. Walking to a chair in the office and sitting down, Professor X moved the wheelchair slowly, came to Gao Ming, face to face, and said gently, "First of all, I want to say sorry, Mr. Gao Ming, because I always is subconsciously using my ability to spy on other people's thoughts. You seem to have a kind of spiritual power that is very similar to mine but stronger, protecting your brain. I can't read your thoughts." Hearing this, Gao Ming thought of Professor X's telepathy and felt a little rejoicing. It was not for himself, but for Professor X. If Professor X really saw his memory, he would definitely have a nervous breakdown and die. It's the same in the comics. Deadpool let Professor X read his memory. Professor X knew the truth, knew that everything was fabricated, doubted his own existence, and questioned that the idea of his life struggle was just a design made up by others. Unable to accept it, and finally had a nervous breakdown and died. There was a dazzling golden light on the head, and a yellow oval gem loomed on Gao Ming's forehead. This is one of the 6 infinite gems of the origin of the universe, the Soul Gem. Carefully using telepathy to feel the Soul Gem, Professor X's heart trembled, and he said in shock, "How can there be such an incredible fetish?" When he sensed the Mind Stone, Professor X was really shocked. His spiritual power was so small in front of the Mind Stone. He saw endless things from the Mind Stone, like a vast and boundless universe. As the light subsided, Gao Ming put away the revelation of the Soul Gem and said solemnly, "Professor Charles, what I want to say next is a very important thing." Professor X calmly said, "All ears." As Gao Ming spoke slowly, Professor X's face became more serious. After Gao Ming finished speaking, Professor X fell silent, with his hands crossed against his chin, lost in thought. Gao Ming didn't speak either, and looked at Professor X quietly, waiting for him to digest all the information. After a long time, Professor X said, "Mr. Gao Ming, although what you said is shocking, it doesn't convince me to fully believe you." Out of caution, Professor X did not completely believe Gao Ming's words. After all, what Gao Ming said was too unbelievable. Hearing this, Gao Ming thought for a while, mobilized the power of the Soul Gem, temporarily blocked all the memories of the previous life and the detailed information of the spell, and then let go of the spiritual protection of the brain. Nodding his forehead, Gao Ming seriously replied, "Professor Charles, I have relaxed my brain. Now you can feel for yourself whether what I said is true or not." Professor X moved the wheelchair slowly, approached Gao Ming, stretched out his hands, touched Gao Ming's temples on both sides, and felt carefully. As soon as he touched it, Gao Ming's memory immediately appeared in Professor X's mind, like a slideshow. He could feel the joy of Gao Ming discovering that he had superpowers for the first time, and the confusion when he saw darkness and killing for the first time. Lover the despair and madness when dying, the decadence and the search for hope. Professor X's telepathy is not simply to see other people's memories, but to let Professor X empathize with him and clearly feel the mood carried by this memory. Professor X will be happy because of Gao Ming's happy memory, and also because of pain I can't help but fall into sadness because of my experience, and I really understand Gao Ming's mood. Seeing Professor X laughing and crying sometimes, Gao Ming couldn't help being filled with emotion. While Professor X was feeling his memory, Gao Ming naturally recalled his past inevitably. Before I knew it, so many things had happened. Seeing Gao Ming and Sophia step into the marriage hall, and feeling the joy and excitement in Gao Ming's heart at that time, Professor X couldn't help laughing. But soon, Professor X saw the scene Gao Ming saw when he traveled through time and traveled to the future. Seeing the superheroes who carry everyone's hope, rushing towards Thanos desperately, fighting bloody battles. But in the end they still failed to stop Thanos, and countless creatures were wiped out at the thought of Thanos. No, how could such a thing happen? Professor X was terrified, faintly showing signs of collapse. Realizing that something was wrong, Gao Ming quickly gathered his mental power to block Professor X's spiritual power, and asked nervously, Professor Charles, are you alright? The Professor X in front of him is just like his young appearance. He is still too young, and his mental capacity is not strong enough, so he cannot compare with the old Professor X who has experienced big storms. Breaking away from the retrospective perception of Gao Ming's memory, Professor X finally calmed down, wiped away the tears left on his face, and said in a gentle manner, Sorry, I lost my composure. So, is there anything I can do to help? Professor X asked with concern. I want you to go to my universe and fight together, are you willing? Gao Ming asked with deep eyes. Professor X was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but smiled wryly. Sorry, Mr. Gao Ming, I can't accept your invitation. Why? Because my compatriots need my protection. Professor X looked at the sunny sunshine outside the window. Mutants are excluded in this world and are not recognized by the world. Although I can only do a little bit, I still hope through unremitting efforts, create a future where mutants and ordinary people live in harmony. Seeing the unwavering look in Professor X's eyes, Gao Ming secretly sighed. In fact, he more or less expected to fail in recruiting Professor X, because Professor X couldn't give up the mutants in this world, and he worked hard all his life to change the situation that mutants are expelled and excluded, no matter whether this is instilled by the comic book author or not. The philosophy of the character is Professor X, and Professor X dedicated his life to this goal. He loves every mutant. Just because they have the same unique genes, they are not accepted by the world. Even the notorious Magneto loves his compatriots, and he wants to rescue those mutants who are in dire straits, lead them to the stage, and no longer be bullied. For this ideal, it is naturally impossible for Professor X to agree to Gao Ming's invitation. I'm sorry. Professor X looked at Gao Ming apologetically, feeling extremely guilty. Gao Ming silently nodded and said, I can understand. After finishing speaking, both of them fell silent, not knowing what to say. It took a long time before Gao Ming stood up and offered his farewell. It's nice to see you and the other X-Men today. Excuse me. Professor X's eyes were very complicated. You are always welcome here. Gao Ming reached out to shake Professor X, then opened the door and walked out of the school led by the Colossus outside the door. Looking at the back of Gao Ming leaving, Professor X whispered to himself, I'm sorry. After driving away from the school again, Gao Ming remained silent, and the atmosphere in the car was a bit heavy and depressing. Disappointment is inevitable. Even if he was mentally prepared, Gao Ming would still feel extremely disappointed because of Professor X's refusal. Unlike Deadpool, who is unrestrained, Professor X cares about the entire mutant community, and the X-Men headed by Professor X will not accept the invitation. They will always follow Professor X's footsteps and protect more mutants. People. No matter how unwilling he was in his heart, Gao Ming had no choice but to take them all back by force. Gao Ming didn't like to make things difficult for others. It seems that they can only bring Deadpool and Vanessa back. Although they can't bring more helpers back, it's better than returning empty-handed. He drove to the apartment where Deadpool and Vanessa lived together. After parking the car, Gao Ming casually installed a layer of reality gem shield on the surface of the car, making the car look from black to dark red. Ever since he drove near Deadpool's house for the first time and was scratched and messed up not long after, Gao Ming didn't dare to park the car with confidence. Although he didn't care about the car, it didn't mean he could accept the car being scratched inexplicably scratched. Arriving at the door of Deadpool's house, just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard gasps and crashes from inside the house, and heard some straightforward conversations from time to time. Even Xiaobai, who is not familiar with the world, realizes that now not the time to go in. Gao Ming waited quietly for a while, and found that Deadpool and Vanessa didn't seem to intend to cease the war for a while, and after the more they fought, the more courageous they became. He finally couldn't help it, slapped the door heavily, and shouted in an unhappy tone, Wade, open the door. Siete, can't we wait for us to finish? Deadpool's complaints came from the room, as well as the sound of snapping, getting dressed. After waiting for a while, Deadpool in red nightgown opened. At the door, Vanessa stood aside in disheveled clothes, both of their faces flushed. Vanessa went to the kitchen to prepare drinks for the reception, while Gao Ming and Deadpool sat on the sofa in the living room, facing each other. Wade, the time is up, we should. Gao Ming was about to say that it was time for them to leave, but Deadpool suddenly interrupted. Wait a minute, there are some things I have to tell you first. Gao Ming asked, what's the matter? I came back from the future 2 years later. Deadpool stretched out two fingers casually, and said, hearing this, Gao Ming was startled and said in surprise, what? What do you mean by that? Gao Ming became serious. It literally means that I came from the future 2 years later, through a small space-time device, a gift from an enthusiastic friend. It is definitely not something I secretly repaired and then used to play. Deadpool said solemnly. Gao Ming asked suspiciously, if you are from the future, what about Wade at this time? Deadpool spread his hands and said, I'm still me, but the future consciousness is temporarily controlling this body. Didn't Xiling do it once? The time device works on a similar principle, except that it exists in my body. At the point of time, I will travel through with this consciousness, and at the point of time when I don't exist, I will appear as a whole person. While talking, Deadpool suddenly said proudly, before I came, I did a lot of things that I dreamed of. For example, that guy Ryan was shot in the head by me. Huh. Gao Ming was taken aback again. Can you still travel to the real world? It's just a parallel world. I shot Ryan who just got the Green Lantern script. Deadpool laughed loudly. This is the dark history of that boy Ryan. I also responded to his request. In it. Interesting. Hearing a few words from Deadpool, Gao Ming suddenly became interested. So what the hell are you doing here? Put your legs down. Deadpool raised his thighs, naked under his nightgown, and naturally revealed some unsightly things. Gao Ming couldn't help scolding. Deadpool said disapprovingly, relax, buddy, we are all men. Do you have low self-esteem? Gao Ming replied hee hee, and raised a middle finger to Deadpool. Back to the topic, Deadpool shrugged and continued. I also accidentally discovered that the past has changed. I came to see what happened. I didn't expect it to be someone from the Marvel Universe next door. No wonder the future has changed. But well done, my handsome face is back. Deadpool caressed his face very narcissistically, reveling in the smooth and flat skin. Dude, you did a good thing. Deadpool gave Gao Ming a thumbs up. However, because of what will happen 2 years later, I can't go back with you for the time being. What will happen in 2 years? Gao Ming couldn't help asking. It will. Well, I didn't expect the nonsense plot of time is running out to happen to me. Deadpool seemed to feel something. His face changed slightly, and said, in short, it is the story of the Terminator. We want to prevent Schwarzenegger from killing a child, and then lead this child on the right path. As soon as he finished speaking, Deadpool froze for a moment, and then said in confusion, when did you come? Delay the departure time. We will leave in 2 years. Gao Ming left these words and left in a hurry. Inexplicable. Deadpool said with a strange expression on his face. When he saw Vanessa walking over with 2 cups of hot drinks, he rubbed his hands, gave a wretched smile, and quickly walked up to her. Baby, let's play a game. After leaving the apartment, Gao Ming came to the car and saw a man in sneaky clothes lying unconscious on the ground with a switchblade in his hand. Ignoring the unknown guy who wanted to scratch the car and was stunned by the shield, Gao Ming got into the car and drove away. On the way, Gao Ming thought about the words of Deadpool in the future. It was easy to understand. It was nothing more than a person from the future who wanted to kill a child in the present. The reason is not clear yet, but Deadpool should play an important role in this matter. The missing role, if Gao Ming takes him away now, it will change the future. Gao Ming was curious. Could it be the incident of Deadpool 2? In his previous life, he only knew that there would be a second part of Deadpool, but he didn't catch up, so Gao Ming didn't know what the plot of Deadpool 2 was. However, since this incident happened, Gao Ming naturally wanted to give up the idea of going back for the time being, at least to see what would happen 2 years later. 2018 years. This is 2 years after the death of the Deadpool universe. If it is the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it will usher in the invasion of Thanos. Wow. A black Ferrari suddenly rushed out from a golden gap. The car stopped abruptly. The fierce friction between the tires and the ground created long marks, and thick white smoke came out. In the end, the car still didn't. It was able to stop smoothly and crashed straight into the wall, and a black figure jumped out of the car before the car hit it. Boom. The car bumped into the wall without accident. The entire front of the car was flattened. The body instantly became potholed, and the glass cracked suddenly, turning into glass scum all over the place. Seeing the Ferrari turned into rotten iron, Gao Ming stepped forward to touch it, and the car was immediately renewed, returning to its original intact shape. Then, Gao Ming restored the broken wall. After casually opening a crack in the space and taking the car into the different space, Gao Ming calmly looked around at the surrounding environment. He is currently in the back alley of an apartment building. Although few people pass by, the loud noise just now will still attract people. People were looking for him, but before anyone came, Gao Ming hurriedly left. Sure enough, the car is not as easy to control the speed as it is. Gao Ming muttered in a low voice. The incident happened 2 years later, so Gao Ming couldn't possibly stay for 2 years, so in the end, he could only travel through time and space. The car was also difficult to control freely, and it crashed in diameter. Gao Ming was planning to go to Deadpool's house to inquire about the situation, but on the way, he heard important information. This afternoon, there was an unexpected incident at the Essex Mutant Treatment Facility. A mutant boy caused huge havoc in the treatment facility. 3 X-Men who arrived later took control of the situation and assisted the police in taking down the mutant boy who was out of control, but one of the X-Men trainees shot and killed a staff member of the treatment facility and was finally imprisoned together with this mutant boy in the icebox prison. When passing by an electrical appliance store, Gao Ming was slightly taken aback by watching the news on TV. 2 photos were released on the news. One was a photo of a strange little fat man with the name Russell Collins. The other photo is a guy wearing a red hood. Even if he doesn't look at the Wade Wilson marked on it, Gao Ming knows that this guy is Deadpool. What the hell? Was caught in jail. By the way, where's this icebox prison? I didn't expect to receive such a big news as soon as I came here. Gao Ming was also very speechless. Deadpool didn't think he was having enough fun outside. Do you want to experience prison life? It's better to find out where this icebox prison is first, and then go to Deadpool to ask in person. Russell Collins. Looking at the chubby little boy in the photo, Gao Ming couldn't help thinking, could this be the person that Deadpool said would be chased and killed by future people? I can't see anything special about it. Icebox prison, cell dash. Wade Ishing lay on the bed lovelessly, turned sideways, with his back to little fat Russell, who was locked in the same cell as Russell. This is a prison dedicated to detaining mutants. Every prisoner here has extraordinary mutant abilities, but because they wear a power-suppressing collar around their necks, the mutant abilities are isolated, and all of them have become ordinary people. The same is true for Wade. Wearing the same collar, his self-healing ability is cut off. He is no longer immortal, but an ordinary body of flesh and blood. Fortunately, he has been treated by Gao Ming and has recovered. Will not suffer from cancer. It's just that Wade is now as disheartened as dead, and he looks listless. Russell also looked downcast and said dejectedly, actually, I really want to be a superhero and have my own equipment and uniform. Wade asked casually, what happened? When have you ever seen an oversized superhero? No, this society discriminates against fat people. Russell said angrily. Seeing Russell's waistline as thick as 2 people, Wade was also speechless, so he could only say a superhero who was going to ride a horse. Listening to Russell talking about the abuse he suffered in the treatment center, and vowing to burn the dean who abused him to death after he got out, Wade felt a little touched, but he didn't react much. Now Wade has lost the motivation to survive, because 6 weeks ago, on a stormy night, Wade's home was approached by his enemies. Although Wade easily subdued the enemy who came to seek revenge, he still, because of negligence, he watched as the bullet passed through Vanessa's heart and took Vanessa's life. Obviously they all planned to have a child and start to form a big family, but they didn't expect such a major change to happen. From that day on, Wade fell into pain and remorse, and even tried countless suicide methods, wanting to die with Vanessa, but his powerful self-healing ability allowed him to lie on 1,200 gallons of high-quality fuel. After detonating, it blows itself to pieces, but in the end it will still return to its integrity. Colossus brought him back to school and made him an X-Men, although he was an intern. But on the first day of the mission, Wade shot and killed a mutant treatment center in public. The reason why he did this may be because he saw the traces of abuse on Russell's neck and felt compassion for a moment. It doesn't matter. Anyway, Wade is such a freewheeling and lawless person. I have to make us a short knife. Russell talked enthusiastically about his plan to defeat Li Wei, the most powerful person in the prison, then walked to the toilet of the cell's cubicle and put his hand inside his pants. I steal a prison guard's pen and hide it in the legendary prison purse. You know what I mean? Hearing the sound of the object being pulled out and Russell's muffled snort, Wade lay on the bed, rolled his eyes weakly, and said, I really wish I didn't know. Silent all night. After spending the first night in prison, in the cafeteria the next day, Wade stared blankly at the lunch brought on the table, but he didn't have any appetite, spinning the spoon in his hand absent-mindedly. Russell sat opposite him and said confidently, I will cover you. Wade said helplessly, stay away from me. As he said that, a light whistle sounded, and when he heard the sound, he saw 3 ferocious prisoners walking towards them. The leader was a long-haired, bearded man in a vest, followed by 2 followers. The bearded man came to Wade and Russell's table with 2 followers, and frivolously reached out and touched Russell's face, saying, hey, look at the new friends. It's really nice to see some new faces here. Russell avoids the bearded man's hand in horror, facing the expression of interest on the bearded man's face. He subconsciously tightens his buttocks. Wade was about to laugh out loud when he suddenly saw the bearded man stretching out his hand to him again. Little handsome guy, he's quite handsome. Now, Wade couldn't laugh anymore, and calmly avoided the hand extended by the bearded man, and said with a dry smile, have we met before? I don't remember this beard. Black, Tom Cassis. The bearded man said with a sinister smile. Wade took the opportunity to joke. White man Wade Wilson, what is your superpower? Cultural appropriation. A look of ferocity flashed across the bearded man's eyes, and he said, you should be the most capable little slut here, but I don't look like it. Russell quietly took out the pen, held it in his hand, then stood up, pointed at the other party, and said anxiously, the first rule of prison, the little boy finds the most powerful guy and makes him yours. Before he finished speaking, the bearded man threw his fist at Russell, and Wade immediately grabbed the plate full of food on the table and directly patted the bearded man's face, preventing the bearded man from wanting to beat Russell. Boom. Scrambled eggs, minced meat, beans, slices of bread. The food was mixed together and hit the bearded man's face. Ah, bothering. Wade sighed helplessly. Different from the movie, Wade is not suffering from cancer, and his body is not in a state of illness. You must know that even if he has no self-healing ability, Wade still has top-notch skills, and his nerves are very quick. Even if you give him a knife, Wade can make the difficult movements of splitting bullets like Master Tong. Being provoked by Wade, the bearded man was naturally provoked into anger and attacked Wade together with two followers. Facing the siege of the three, Wade remained unhurried, easily dodged the attack, and beat the three to the ground. Normally, Wade would still be in a slow mood to fight back, and then use his mouth to hurt the opponent, chattering and fighting at the same time. But now he has no such heart, and simply knocks down the opponent neatly. After returning to the cell, Russell said excitedly, "I'm really relieved, I just said. With the two of us working together, are you still afraid of such a small prison? God, can't you just let me be quiet for a while?" Wade said impatiently. He finally realized the nagging annoyance of others. Of course, he would never reflect on himself. Wade played with the game coin lonely. "I'm not your companion. I only care about one person in this world, but she is dead, so don't think about being friends with me. If you want to live here, then don't think about challenging the most powerful person, but be friends with them. Anyone will do. Anyway, it's not me." Seeing Wade's extremely decadent appearance, Russell was also helpless. Hum hum. The urgent siren sounded suddenly throughout the prison, and when everyone was wondering what was going on, suddenly, bang, the gate of the prison exploded, and the control system was affected by the explosion. The doors of all the cells were opened, and the prisoners escaped from the cells and fled in all directions. Go back to your cells. But how could the prisoners be obedient? For a while, the scene was very chaotic. At this time, a strong and burly figure walked in. The person who came was strong, dressed as a special soldier, and wore various weapons. The most conspicuous ones were the left arm made of metal and the laser left eye with red light. Cable, a warrior from the future, has powerful fighting abilities, telepathy, and the ability to control thoughts. After his family members in the future were killed by Russell, who was addicted to killing, he resolutely traveled back to the past and planned to kill the young Russell. Change the future. Spotting the unknown person, the prison guard shot at Cable, but Cable raised his mechanical left arm, and an orange energy shield opened in front of him, blocking all the bullets, and then walked towards the prison guard. After grabbing and folding, a prison guard was amputated by the Cable, and the Cable pulled out a pistol and shot a few bang 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 at the prison guard's stomach, instantly solving the prison guard. Immediately afterwards, Dian-Sua quickly dealt with several other prison guards. Dian-Sua's strikes were very vicious, and every move could be seen to be formed from years of fighting. It was simple, rough, and ruthless and decisive. After Cable had dealt with the prison guards in front of him, he took out a special gun and aimed it at cell number 4. Boom. Cell No dash seemed to have been detonated by a small bomb, and was completely destroyed by the explosive bomb of the Cable. Wade, who led Russell out of the cell and rolled to the stairs in time, said with lingering fear, "That's our cell, mad. This guy has such a bad temper, and he's equipped with the Winter Soldier arm. When did I mess with him?" Wade ran away with Russell, and Cable found the two fleeing, and shot without hesitation. "Chug. Siete siete siete. I'm not Rogers, and I don't have a shield. Why are you shooting me?" While dodging and fleeing, Wade couldn't help complaining. Soon, Cable walked up the stairs and came to Wade. Wade grabbed a steel plate and protected Russell behind him, watching Cable nervously. Cable showed a fierce look and said fiercely, "Hello, Russell." Seeing that Cable raised a modified submachine gun and wanted to shoot, Wade immediately raised the steel plate and shot it, smashing the gun in the shooting direction, and Chug Chug shot towards the ceiling. Wade grabbed the gun and tried his best to stop the Cable from moving, but the Cable was obviously stronger in terms of strength. He drew the submachine gun, hit Wade in the stomach, and then hit his face hard, knocking out Wade, who fell to the ground. Cable raised his gun again to kill Russell. Wade rushed up from behind, once again dangerously prevented the submachine gun from firing at Russell, grabbed Cable's head, and slammed it against the side railing. Cable turned around angrily, and the mechanical arm slammed through Wade's abdomen, then lifted Wade up and pushed him straight onto the railing. Wade said with a pained face, "Fuck, your attack is really rough. I really can't bear it now. Why don't you wait for me to untie the collar, unseal the account, and then PK?" Cable is not a soft-hearted person. With his left hand stuck in Wade's stomach and his right fist clenched, he kept hitting Wade's face, causing Wade's face to be covered in blood, causing Wade to yell, "Don't hit me. Face." I managed to restore my pretty face. Cable let go, threw Wade to the ground, then drew his pistol, pointed at Wade's head, and was about to shoot. Seeing this, Russell hurriedly grabbed the pin, and the tip of the pin ruthlessly pierced Cable's thigh. But Cable didn't make a sound, and turned around to attack Russell. Wade quickly raised his foot and kicked Cable to the ground, and Russell took the opportunity to run down the stairs. Cable climbed up and jumped straight down, knocking down two prison guards who were blocking Russell's way. Wade touched the loose collar on his neck. When he was fighting with the Cable, the collar was smashed by the Cable. Wade felt that the self-healing factor in his body was waking up. He jumped down and hit the Cable together. After climbing over the guardrail and falling to the bottom floor, Wade accidentally hit the table, his spine broke, and his whole body showed a reverse Z-shaped bone fracture. A normal person would absolutely die in this situation, but Wade was different. The collar that suppressed the mutant ability came off. The next moment, Wade opened his eyes suddenly, took a deep breath, recovered his body, and sat up. Wade grabbed a steel pipe, rushed towards the Cable, knocked him to the ground with one stick, and then hit the Cable hard one after another, and the Cable raised the left arm of the machine to block it. The steel pipe hit his arm and bent immediately, so he grabbed the bent steel pipe and tied it around the neck of the Cable. "Who are you?" Seeing Wade, who was supposed to be dead, standing in front of him vigorously, Cable couldn't help asking. Wade replied seriously, "I am Batman. I am Batman." Then, Wade and Cable fell into a more intense fight. At first, Wade gained the upper hand by virtue of his returning self-healing ability and his own fighting skills, but soon, Cable showed his tyrannical and ferocious appearance. Fighting skills, twisted Wade's right hand, then backhanded Wade's left arm, picked up the sharp dagger and inserted it straight into Wade's shoulder. "Oh!" Wade yelled in pain. "You are so dark. Are you sure you are not from the DC universe?" Wade tried his best to fight back, but still couldn't hit the Cable, so he could only quietly pull the fuse of a bomb on the Cable when he was close. And finally the two were blown out of the prison and rolled down from the snow-capped mountain. The Cable caught the stone in time and stopped the falling trend, but Wade was not so lucky. Not only did he hit his head on the boulder and he was half rotten, he also fell to the bottom of the valley and sank into the icy lake. Seeing this, Cable could only glance at the direction of the prison unwillingly, and quickly evacuate before making plans. Wade, who sank to the bottom of the lake, vaguely experienced the feeling of death again. He saw the dead Vanessa, and under Vanessa's instructions, he understood his current mission to save Russell. When Wade managed to swim to the surface of the lake, broke through the ice, and lay trembling on the snow, suddenly, a person fell from the sky and stood in front of him. "I haven't gone to prison yet. You escaped from prison yourself?" Gao Ming looked at the embarrassed Wade in surprise, and said, "It's you." Wade's eyes widened, and finally he couldn't hold on anymore, and passed out. Seeing that Wade was missing half of the top of his head, Gao Ming did not take any action to treat it. Anyway, Wade would recover by himself. He took Wade, who had passed out in a coma, and opened a wormhole to leave. "You rescued Russell and came back." When Wade woke up, he was depressed and authentic. Gao Ming shrugged and replied, "I don't know the situation. How about I go again and rescue him?" After taking Wade back to his home, when he woke up, Wade complained to Gao Ming, blaming Gao Ming for not saving Russell. Wade brought Gao Ming to the bar of his friend Weasel to discuss a plan to rescue Russell. "Forget it, let me do it myself," Wade said righteously. "I have to save Russell. Maybe I can't save Vanessa, but I can definitely save this oversized fat man from New Zealand." "Huh? What happened to Vanessa?" Gao Ming asked suspiciously. Wade fell silent, and the Weasel at the side looked at Wade's expression and whispered back, "She's gone." "Gone? She doesn't want you anymore." Gao Ming still didn't understand and asked. Dauphin, a taxi driver who works part-time as a bartender, added in a low voice, "She's dead." "What?" Gao Ming couldn't help raising his voice. In the end, it was Weasel and Dauphinder who explained the whole thing clearly. After listening, Gao Ming fell silent. You. Gao Ming was about to ask Wade if he needed his help to revive Vanessa. Wade regained his energy, clapped his hands, and said, I'm fine. The most urgent thing now is to save Russell. Hearing this, Gao Ming also stopped planning to ask questions. Anyway, he was not in a hurry, and it would not be too late to solve Russell's problem first. Weasel said loudly, Wade, I heard that those mutants will be transferred to a control area 80 miles away. Okay, then I'll stop them halfway. Wade said without hesitation. Weasel shook his hand and said, don't get excited. You have to know that you are going to face a fully armed transport team and a supervillain from the future who is waiting to turn you into a fucking ashtray. Wade said with a straight face, you know what? We need an awesome team. They have to be able to fight, not stick to the moral rules, and be young enough to not break up for at least 10 to 12 years. Weasel added excitedly. A group of guys with superpowers. We made Ocean's 14, Rogue 2, John Wick 3 by ourselves, and we were paired with the original director. My body is a death machine. Daofan couldn't wait to introduce himself. Wade asked back, what superpower do you have? Daofan pondered for a few seconds before replying, courage. Well, that's lovely, and much better than some kid who answers the I'm rich question, but I'm sorry, Dauphin, you can't come with me. Wade replied with a regretful face. Seeing the three of Wade discussing the matter of recruiting players enthusiastically, Gao Ming felt a little helpless. Wouldn't it be possible to solve it soon by asking him to make a move? What kind of team must be formed? Seeing Wade's excitement, it's purely because he wants to play, right? However, Gao Ming didn't stop him. He was really curious about who Wade could recruit. It was so rare to find a mutant before, but now mutants are springing up like bamboo shoots after rain, really. Well, all this can only be attributed to the consciousness of the big universe. When Gao Ming learned from Wade that the team he was going to form was called X-Force, he was speechless. It sounded weaker than the X-Men. Therefore, when Wade enthusiastically invited Gao Ming to become a member of the number 1 X-Commando team, Gao Ming refused without thinking. Okay, I'll find some friends to play with. Wade said so, then put on his Deadpool uniform and sat at the interview place arranged by Weasel. It is said to be an interview location, but it is actually just a personal room in the Weasel bar. Things are piled up in a mess, and there are various firearms and weapons on the shelves behind the room. It has to be said that as an information dealer, Weasel is very efficient in handling affairs. After distributing the recruitment news through special channels, he quickly received dozens of replies. After some screening, 6 people were finally selected. The mutant Hustle, a strong bald black man, has the ability to distort the electromagnetic field and even affect the magnetic field of the human brain, causing all kinds of negative emotions. But when he saw this guy, Gao Ming almost blurted out Sheriff Terry. It's a play, although it's played by the same actor, but this is not Sheriff Terry Jeffords in the American TV series Difficult Cop. By the way, the actor Jack Peralta of that show is also a word chat. I don't know who is more talkative than Wade. Mutant Zaxter, a tall, thin white man with the ability to, well, spit out acidic vomit. The picture is very tasty, so when he said he would show it, Gao Ming, Wade, and Weasel said in unison, no, thank you. Mutant Invisible Man. Needless to say, the ability is invisibility. When interviewing this Invisible Man, the Invisible Man seemed to be late, so when Gao Ming watched Wade and Weasel chanting to the air, he discovered this. The truth, on the sidelines, showed a self-evident sneer at the awkward two. Mutant Broken Star, whose real name is Rosti, is an Asian man with red hair and braids. According to him, he is from a place called Spell Planet and is an alien. He also said that he is better than them. They are all strong, but according to Gao Ming's perception, in fact, this alien is just much more physically fit than ordinary people. Domino, a fluffy-haired black woman, has the ability to be very lucky. Wade dismisses this, thinking that luck is not an ability, but according to Domino, she always gets what she wants, and this ability also arouses high expectations. Ming attaches great importance to it. Although Gao Ming can't detect whether Domino's luck is really high, but if it is true, it will be very valuable. Luck is an illusory causal fate. Using the description of the novel, it is possessing great luck and chosen by heaven. Son of, if it is another place, Domino will be the protagonist every minute. The last one is an uncle named Peter. Looking at the handsome uncle in a suit who looks like a secret agent in the photo, and the bearded uncle with a beer belly and a stupid head in front of him, Wade couldn't help complaining. What are you doing? Are you cheating? The most speechless thing is that this Uncle Peter doesn't have any superpowers. He is just an ordinary person who came here because he saw the recruitment advertisement and thought it was fun. When introducing himself, Uncle Peter said that he suffers from type 1 and type 2 diabetes. Out of interest, Wade wanted to know when Uncle Peter would develop type 3 diabetes, so he hired Uncle Peter as well, and let the Indian brother beside him feeling very unfair. Dauphin threw a case of beer on the ground angrily and said fact. Well, they are all ordinary people. The only difference is that Uncle Peter suffers from 2 types of diabetes, but Uncle Peter was hired for such a nonsensical reason, so it is no wonder that Dauphin is psychologically unbalanced. In the end, it was the result of recruiting 6 members. Looking at the hastily formed team, Gao Ming felt very unreliable, but Wade wanted to play, so let him do it. I hope it can really come in handy. The next day, a helicopter quickly flew to the only way for the transport team. On the helicopter, all members were ready for combat. Wade also delivered an inconspicuous pre-war mobilization speech, but after he said that the team was called X Special Attack Team, as expected, it attracted complaints from other members, and Domino even said unabashedly, "Isn't this a bit of a copycat?" Gao Ming looked at Wade, shrugged, and said everything, but Wade seemed very satisfied with this name, and had no intention of changing it to a more famous one. The helicopter was getting closer and closer to the destination. The door of the helicopter opened. Wade and others found that the wind was very strong today, and skydiving seemed a bit difficult. Everyone carried a parachute backpack, except for Gao Ming, who didn't need a parachute, so they didn't assign it to him. Seeing everyone jumping off the helicopter under Wade's yelling, Gao Ming was not in a hurry, feeling the strong wind blowing on his face. Inexplicably, a sentence appeared in his mind. The wind is so noisy today. The wind seems to be crying a little bit. The wind blew something ominous into the town. Come on, before the wind dies down. Hello. Incredible. The potato chips over there. Ahem, I was distracted again. It seems that it has been a long time since time travel, and I usually have plenty of time. Why do I look like some street riders who can only ride hard? I don't have time to watch anime. Gao Ming just slipped away for a while, guessing that Wade and the others were about to hit the ground, so he jumped down calmly. The wind is really strong today. When Gao Ming fell, he was blown away from the landing point by the wind, and in the end he could only rely on his thoughts to land steadily. However, when Gao Ming landed, he found that the number of people had decreased. Wade, where are Hustle, Broken Star, Zaxt, and Uncle Peter? Gao Ming looked at Wade, who was bending over feebly, and asked. Wade pointed in several directions and said helplessly, "Look, it's right there." The one who bumped into the bus head-on seems to be the noise. A helicopter ready to take off is covered with disgusting green liquid. Could this be the blood of the alien Broken Star? In front of a chipped wood cart, in a pile of sawdust, thick blood mixed with indistinct pieces of meat was sprinkled on the sawdust. Beside the chipped wood cart, Uncle Peter, whose body was corroded by strong acid for more than half of his body, fell to the ground. Okay, wait, let me clear my mind. Gao Ming held his forehead with some headaches. Are you telling me that in just a few tens of seconds, 4 members of the team went? It's 5. Look, the Invisible Man is there. This old man finally showed his appearance. Wade pointed in one direction and said. Gao Ming looked along and saw a scorched black corpse hanging on the wire. So you recruited the players here just for fun? Gao Ming couldn't help complaining, and his voice became weak. Before starting to act, the team was almost wiped out. By the way, what about Domino? This lucky woman who protects the body won't also receive a lunchbox, right? At this time, Domino's voice came from the headset. Okay, I'm already in the sky above the escort vehicle. Where are the other team members landing? He is really a lucky person. But upon hearing Domino's inquiry, Gao Ming couldn't help but reply. I have some unfortunate news for you. The whole team is gone, Domino asked in surprise. No, our aces are still there, Deadpool said shamelessly, and then got into a small red battery while the crowd was watching the blazing invisible body that fell from the wire. Turning around, Deadpool said to Gao Ming, do you want to ride with me? No. Gao Ming floated up, I can fly by myself. Shet, why do you have so many abilities? I thought you only had 2 gems and a healing spell. Deadpool's tone revealed deep envy and hatred, ignoring the yelling of the owner of the small battery, and drove straight to chase the escort car. Okay, now that we're dispatched, it's time to change into the combat uniform after a long time. After speaking, sensing Gao Ming's thoughts, the venom on his body began to deform, slowly spreading Gao Ming's whole body, covering him, and then slowly forming into the shape of a speed suit. It's just that it's different from the original platinum and gold speed suit. The overall uniform is a deep black color, and the lightning logo on both sides of the ears and the stripes on the body have also changed from gold to white. Although only the color has changed, the feeling has undoubtedly changed with it. The noble and mysterious temperament was gone, adding a bit of awe-inspiring aura, but the domineering aura remained, as if he had transformed from a high-ranking god into a demon god who looked down on the common people. After looking at his new look, Gao Ming nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Feeling the joy brought by the venom from the spirit, Gao Ming couldn't help but also feel joyful. The trace of depression that had just surfaced disappeared, and golden arcs flickered in his eyes. Boom. The crowd watching the fire pile only felt a gust of wind blowing past them, and saw a black afterimage appearing in the field of vision, and then quickly disappeared. Just as Deadpool was driving slowly on a small battery, and at the same time refuting with Domino on the headset all the time that luck is not an ability, he suddenly heard Domino reply, I'm in. This is the curse of being the protagonist of a solo movie, traveling around. Excuse me, what did you just say? Deadpool asked in disbelief. Why did you step on your horse and get in so quickly? I'm coming in. Oh shit. Domino had just emphasized it, and said helplessly. The cable appeared, at the direction of 12 o'clock. Holding the submachine gun, Deng Suo rushed towards the escort vehicle aggressively. He raised the submachine gun and was about to shoot when a dark afterimage flashed across, knocking Deng Suo out. Stopping the sprinting pace, Gao Ming stood there unhurriedly, tilted his head, and looked at the cable suspiciously. This is the man from the future, he seems familiar. Cable turned over from the ground, and shouted fiercely. Who are you? Why are you stopping me? Deadpool came to Gao Ming with a small battery, and stopped. Looking at Gao Ming's appearance, he said in surprise, you didn't cosplay Alex Mercer, but changed to Barry Allen? Gao Ming replied, this is the appearance of super speed, not Flash. Deadpool spread his hands and said, then it's better to become the Flash. At least now there are independent American dramas, which is the sentence at the beginning of each episode. My name is Barry Allen, and I am the fastest in the world. Man, that's embarrassing enough to hear me. Is the Flash proud of being the fastest man? While Deadpool was chattering as if no one was around, seeing the escort vehicle driving away under Domino's driving, Cable suddenly became anxious, took out a pistol, and raised his arm. Let me come, don't steal my shot. Seeing that Cable was about to shoot, Deadpool rushed to Cable and pulled out the 2 long knives behind him at the same time. Boom. The first bullet was fired, and Deadpool slashed with a long knife in his right hand. Base. The bullet was cut in half by Deadpool, and Cable fired again and again without hesitation, while Deadpool brandished 2 knives, as if trying to block all the bullets. Bang bang bang. Humming. After a burst of gunshots and metal impacts, Cable put down his gun in surprise, looked at the lonely expert Deadpool, and said, what are you proud of? You didn't block it. Looking at the several blood holes on his body, Deadpool said resentfully, cut. These bullets are so fast that I can't see clearly. I don't know how I managed to be unscathed before the restart. After finishing speaking, Deadpool rushed towards the Cable with his 2 knives in hand, swiped his long knife, and quickly slashed at the Cable. Base. Cable raised his mechanical left arm to block the knife. His eyes flashed fiercely. His right hand clenched his fist and slammed it hard at Deadpool's face. Deadpool was hit by a punch, leaned his body, took a few steps back, then rushed forward and swung his knife again. Humming. Deadpool slashed at him continuously, but Cable opened an energy shield to block all the sharp long knife attacks, then took out a bomb and threw it viciously at Deadpool, and then rolled to the ground. Shat. Deadpool cursed, trying to dodge the flying bombs, but at such a close distance, it was too late to dodge. I don't know how many will be bombed this time. Deadpool thought to himself. Just when the bomb made a rapid dee sound and shot towards Deadpool quickly, suddenly, the bomb turned inexplicably and shot upwards rapidly. Bang. The bomb exploded in the air, making a deafening noise. When they heard the sudden explosion, passers-by on the road ran away in panic. What happened? Cable watched in amazement when the bomb suddenly turned around and exploded in the air, saying in surprise. Gao Ming suddenly clapped his hands and said, Tian Suo, I didn't expect you to be very similar to someone I know. You both have a mechanical left arm, and you have rich combat experience. He must have copied the Winter Soldier. Why don't you imitate Captain America? Deadpool suddenly interjected and said, listen, I have to kill Russell. Don't stop me. Tian Suo shouted angrily with a ferocious expression on his face. Hearing this, Deadpool shook the knife in his hand and said, don't take your eyes so lightly. You don't go back honestly and think about eliminating half of the life in the universe. Why come here to copy the Terminator? Thanos. Thanos. Gao Ming narrowed his eyes. You haven't noticed that Cable looks a bit like Thanos, because they are all played by the same person. Josh Brolin is much better than Ryan. He played young K before, and now he also plays Thanos in Cable. Deadpool said inexplicably enviously. Gao Ming laughed and said, didn't Ryan play both Marvel and DC superheroes? Deadpool immediately frowned and shouted, don't mention Green Lantern. To shut up. Seeing Gao Ming and Deadpool chatting on their own, Tian Suo rushed over angrily and swung a heavy metal fist. Wow. Gao Ming's battlesuit turned from venom suddenly squirmed, and suddenly transformed into countless black tentacles, stabbing the Cable fiercely. Encountering such a horrifying thing suddenly, the Cable didn't react for a while, and bumped into countless black tentacles rushing towards him, and then was bound by the black tentacles from all directions, and the whole person was entangled very tightly by the tentacles transformed by the venom, completely unable to break free. Cable cursed loudly. What the hell is this? Hearing Cable's insults, the venom tensed its tentacles unhappily, and Cable suddenly felt that his body was being wrapped more and more tightly. Except for the metal structure on the left half, the skin, muscles, and bones could hardly bear the entanglement of the venom, and his eyes widened. Round. The veins on his forehead and neck are protruding. Boom. Just when Gao Ming was about to let the venom loose in the Cable, there was a loud noise in the distance. That's the direction Domino drove away from. The next moment, Domino's anxious voice came from the headset. It's not good. Russell and a big guy ran away. When Gao Ming and Deadpool rushed to Domino's location, together with the Cables tightly entwined by the black tentacles transformed by the venom, what they saw was the collapsed highway bridge and the overturned escort vehicle. The isolation warehouses where the prisoners were held were scattered on the ground. Some isolation warehouses were opened, allowing the prisoners inside to escape fortunately, and some isolation warehouses were directly crushed by the rubble of the collapsed highway bridge, and the prisoners inside were also crushed into pieces. Meatloaf. With luck, Domino was unscathed. And the culprit of all this is the most dangerous prisoner in Icebox Prison, Red Tank. It was a giant with an iron helmet and a height of nearly 3 meters. When I was driving across the bridge, I found that Russell had escaped from the isolation warehouse, and then released the giant. The bridge collapsed. Domino patted his chest with lingering fear and said. Hearing Domino's description, Deadpool said excitedly, oh my god, that's Red Tank. I knew it was him. It's a pity that I couldn't see him. I'm his loyal fan. Is now the time to talk about this? Domino said speechlessly. Oh, yes, this kid Russell really made friends with Red Tank. Deadpool was a little jealous and authentic. Gao Ming said, okay, let's talk after leaving here. Looking at the chaotic scene, Deadpool and Domino also knew that it was not suitable to stay here, so they left immediately after Gao Ming opened the space door. After returning to Weasel's bar, Gao Ming let go of the cable. After squirming for a while, Venom changed from the speed suit back to the hooded jacket and leather jacket. Gao Ming came to the bar and sat down. Weasel asked, "What do you want to drink? Is there any Coke?" Gao Ming asked casually. Hearing this, Weasel rolled his eyes and said angrily, "This is a bar. Oh, let's have a whiskey on the rocks." The Weasel poured a glass of whiskey, added another piece of ice, pushed the wine to Gao Ming, and then stared at the cable in displeasure. He was kidnapped by the cable last night and asked about the route of the escort vehicle. He was afraid of being tortured to extract a confession. He didn't want to report all the information, but he was still the #1 person, so he naturally felt ashamed when he encountered such a thing. If he hadn't tried his best to restrain himself, he couldn't help but draw a gun and teach Cable a lesson. Gao Ming picked up the wine, took a sip slowly, then looked at Cable and said, "Can we have a good talk now? Why did you kill Russell? He's just a child." Relieved, Dian-Sua looked at the careless Gao Ming and the smiling Deadpool with apprehension, feeling extremely depressed. Why did he meet so many strange characters? He had never heard of these two people in the future. Hearing Gao Ming's inquiry, Dian-Sua pondered for a while, then exhaled and said solemnly, "I need your help." "Huh? Can you say that again? I seem to have misheard." Deadpool said incredulously. The cable said, "Listen, I don't want to ask you for help, but now there is an extra red tank beside Russell, and I can't kill him alone." "So what?" Deadpool put on a posture that had nothing to do with it. Russell is about to start killing for the first time in his life. Cable suddenly became excited. Russell will kill the director of the treatment center tonight, and then he will be obsessed with the taste of killing and keep killing, keep killing, until one day, he killed someone who shouldn't be killed. "My family." Cable gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger and sadness. Deadpool asked curiously, "Then why didn't you travel back to when Russell was just born and kill him?" "The space-time device has high requirements on the physical endurance. The earlier the travel time, the greater the burden on my body. My time-space device can only provide me with 2 time travels, one time. Cable explained. Deadpool turned his head and looked in a direction where no one was there. "You scriptwriters are really lazy." Dian-Sua picked up a scorched bear doll and said desolately, "My job is to stop a bad guy like him. Several times I was close to succeeding, but he still escaped, so he retaliated against me, and he knew how can it make me feel pain, so he killed my wife and daughter." Hearing Cable's narration, Deadpool fell silent, and he thought of himself. Vanessa was also killed by the enemy who came to him because of him. Deadpool said bitterly, "I understand your feelings, but that's not Russell. He doesn't necessarily become like that. Although his temper is a bit bad, but he still has a chance to choose. There is no need to kill him." Cable said in a deep voice, "Killing him will save more people." "Give me a chance," Deadpool said calmly. "Since he will go the wrong way if he kills someone, then I will stop him and lead him to another way." Cable was silent for a while and said, "You have to know, it's very difficult to succeed. Anyway, give me this chance. Give Russell a chance." Deadpool said solemnly, "If you don't succeed, I'll still kill Russell." Cable sighed and said seriously. Gao Ming drank the wine in his glass, stood up, and said, "Let's go. Let the troubled children know their way back." In the evening, Essex Mutant Treatment Center. Russell stood outside the door of the treatment center with a face full of resentment. Today he is going to set fire to this damn place and burn that damn Dean to death. The tall and mighty red tank stood quietly, exuding a terrifying aura. With raging fire coming out of his hands, Russell slammed on the door angrily, blasting the door open. Boom. A space door appeared, and Gao Ming walked out with Deadpool, Domino and Cable, just in time to see the scene of Russell blowing up the door. Seeing this, Cable shouted, "Look, I just said that this little bastard is hopeless. Let me kill him." "Shut up, Thanos." Deadpool retorted loudly. "We agreed." Russell rushed into the house in a hurry to kill the Dean, while the red tank stood guard at the door and said coldly, "I'm going to stuff that red guy into the asshole of that old guy next to him." "I believe you." After Deadpool finished speaking, he shot with Domino and Cable, but the bullets bounced off the red tank, causing no damage at all. The red tank swung its huge fist and smashed at the cable. The cable quickly opened an energy shield, but was still punched by the red tank and flew out. He fell heavily to the ground and got up with pain on his face. Deadpool nimbly jumped onto the red tank's shoulders, drew out 2 long knives, and wanted to insert them through the gap of the iron helmet, but was caught by the red tank's big hand, grabbed a leg, and smashed hard on the ground. Deadpool's head was just pierced by the railing of the flowers, and the red tank grabbed Deadpool again and threw him out. The head was pierced by a steel bar. When Deadpool got up from the ground, he was still in a daze, and all he saw were wobbly double images. Seeing the red tank rushing towards her, Domino got down dangerously, slipped under the red tank, then got up quickly, turned around and shot at the red tank while running. Gao Ming walked up to Deadpool, ignoring his staggering posture as if he was drunk, unceremoniously pulled out the steel bar from his head and threw it on the ground. The steel bar pulled out. Deadpool shook his head and finally regained consciousness a little. Looking at the extremely ferocious red tank, Deadpool smiled and said to Gao Ming, "Leave that big guy to you, and I'll stop Russell." "It is good." Gao Ming shrugged his shoulders, his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the red tank in an instant. He threw a punch casually and knocked the red tank away when he didn't react. Deadpool hurried to join Cable and Domino, and was about to rush into the house to look for Russell. At this moment, a group of white-clothed guards with guns ran out. "Oh, a bunch of armed pedophiles have appeared. You go in first." Deadpool said to Domino. Domino nodded, and ran in through the main entrance that Russell had blown up. "Can I get you a gun like this?" "No." "Well, a brick is about the same." Seeing that Cable took out a modified pistol, the envious Deadpool wanted to ask for one, but Cable refused, so he had no choice but to pick up a brick from the ground. Cable turned on the energy shield to block the bullets fired by the nurses, then raised the pistol and shot one by one with precision, killing the nurses who attacked him. Relying on his own immortality, Deadpool did not dodge at all, and threw a brick on the head of the nurses, knocking them unconscious. After the red tank got up from the ground, a hoarse voice came from the iron helmet. "I will tear you in half." Gao Ming smiled mockingly and said, "You can try, if you can do it." Facing Gao Ming's dismissive eyes, the red tank roared angrily and rushed towards Gao Ming angrily. "Haha." Gao Ming sneered, and the venom on his body automatically changed into a speed suit. When the red tank rushed in front of him and swung a fist the size of a basket, Gao Ming bumped into the heavy punch of the red tank without hesitation. Boom. The 2 fists collided, causing a devastating impact. The ground where the 2 were standing instantly cracked in a large area. In an instant, everything they saw was not perfect and flat. Oh, sensing the strength of the red tank, Gao Ming couldn't help being a little interested. He subconsciously compared the red tank with the Hulk, and found that the 2 were equally strong in terms of strength. In front of Liu Shang, the red tank can only be blasted. Gao Ming didn't know much about Marvel's comics. He had only watched Marvel's superhero movies. He didn't know much about the complex and diverse mutants, so he didn't know the origin of the red tank. Red Tank and Professor X are half-brothers. They are not real mutants, but human beings who have obtained the power of the evil ruby. The magic power of the evil ruby makes him infinitely powerful and invulnerable. In the comics, the Red Tank has also had a glorious record of fighting the Hulk alone, being able to resist Thor's hammer and Wolverine's Edmund Metal Steel claws. Although the movie has also been weakened a lot, it is in line with the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The Hulk is also a sibling. You may be a good fighter. Looking at the powerful and invulnerable Red Tank, Gao Ming couldn't help expressing emotion. Then his eyes narrowed, and he punched the Red Tank that rushed over again. Bang bang bang. Gao Ming launched a lightning-fast speed and swung a storm of heavy punches at the Red Tank. The Red Tank couldn't see Gao Ming's attack at all, and he had already received countless punches on his body. Under the superimposed offensive of another punch, the Red Tank was also unable to be immune, and injuries began to appear. The Red Tank swung its strong arms angrily, trying to catch Gao Ming. Gao Ming kicked his feet and jumped on top of the red tank. Then he clasped his hands together and slammed down heavily on the iron helmet of the red tank. Boom. The iron helmet was smashed with a loud sound, and the heavy blow shook the red tank's brain for a while. Before he could hold on for a while, he fell down and passed out. Looking at the fainted red tank, Gao Ming nodded with satisfaction and took the red tank into the different space. With a little training, this big guy can become a qualified meat shield, especially the powerful impact force, which can be put on the battlefield. It is definitely a terrifying barbaric killer. I told you, leave me alone. Russell roared angrily, his hands wrapped in fiery flames. Just now, after Deadpool and Cable dealt with the group of nurses, they rushed into the treatment center to look for Russell, and soon found Russell, who was chasing the dean. Domino went to escort the other mutant children in the treatment center to evacuate. Listen to me, Deadpool said anxiously. Come. Cable let out a yell and rushed over angrily, knocking Russell to the ground. The mechanical left arm grabbed Russell's neck, trying to pinch him to death, but Russell's flaming hand grabbed Cable's arm. The super high temperature made the cable so painful that he couldn't help but let go. Russell sent out a burst of flames angrily and attacked the cable. Before the energy shield of the cable could be fully activated, Deadpool rushed over and threw the cable to the ground, avoiding the terrifying blow. Boom. Explosive flames exploded with a bang, and the wave of air pushed Deadpool and Cable out of the house and fell heavily to the ground. Deadpool shook his head, got up from the ground, saw Russell walking out, and shouted excitedly, "Damn, it feels so good to be a bad guy. There's still one bullet in that gun." Cable looked at the pistol he had dropped aside, with a murderous look in his eyes. Russell roared, "You can't stop me, Wade. I must kill that guy." Seeing the dean who ran away in a hurry, Deadpool couldn't help complaining. This guy looks like a pervert when he runs away. Seeing the cable, he was about to run to pick up the gun, and Deadpool hurriedly said, Wait, let me persuade him." Deadpool ran up to Russell and carefully comforted him. "Listen, that man, scum, should indeed be punished. He hurt you so deeply. But if you kill him, then he wins, and you will become his as described in your mouth. Or even worse, you are just a child." Deadpool tried hard to persuade. Russell's eyes gradually filled with tears, but he was still unmoved, and shouted, "You can't stop me, Wade." Seeing Gao Ming and Domino approaching, Deadpool raised his hand, signaling them not to approach, then took out a collar that limited his ability and put it around his neck. "I have another very bad idea. This is considered let me punish you indifferently before. If you must kill someone today, then kill me." Russell was crying, but he was unwilling to let it go. The flames of vengeance had dazzled his mind. He gathered the flames and prepared to attack. Cable ran out angrily, picked up the gun, and aimed at Russell and fired the last bullet. Deadpool fought hard. With one leap, he stood in front of Russell, and the bullet pierced his heart. Boom. Deadpool fell heavily to the ground, turned over weakly, and lay flat on the ground. Seeing that Deadpool blocked the bullet for him, Russell finally woke up and ran to Deadpool in panic. "Wade, you sacrificed yourself for me." "Yeah." Wade felt the loss of vitality bit by bit, and said with relief, "This is the best thing I've ever done." "Russell, you are a good boy. You too can be a superhero and have your own uniform. You will find a warm home. Promise me, you will continue to search." Deadpool chatted endlessly as always, but what he said was rare and touching. Russell cried and nodded in agreement. As he spoke, the last trace of gleam in Deadpool's eyes finally dissipated, leaving him completely lifeless. Cable watched Deadpool sacrifice his life to dissuade Russell from turning back, silently glanced at the bear doll left behind by his daughter, and made a decision in his heart, preparing to use the last chance to cross to save Deadpool. Just when Cable raised his hand to activate the space-time device, Gao Ming suddenly came over to stop him. "Don't waste your chance to go home." Dian Suo looked at Gao Ming in bewilderment. Gao Ming came to Deadpool, tore off the collar around Deadpool's neck, his hands glowed white, and pressed on Deadpool's body. Deadpool took a sharp breath, sat up, touched his chest, looked at Gao Ming in surprise. "You saved me. Don't forget, you promised to help me fight Thanos together, and it's not time for you to die yet." Gao Ming folded his arms, speaking in a calm and unhurried manner. Facing the scene of resurrection from the dead, everyone fell into a state of confusion. The dead servant stood up from the ground, groping all over his body, as if he still couldn't believe that he was resurrected like this. "I didn't expect that you could even resurrect the dead." The director and screenwriter have nothing to say, and the reversal of the ending after all the hard work is in vain. Deadpool looked at Gao Ming, smiled, and then realized that his face became agitated and his mouth trembled a little. "Since you can resurrect me, you can also resurrect Vanessa, right?" "Yes," Gao Ming nodded. "I wanted to say it earlier, but since you were busy planning to rescue Russell, I didn't say anything." Deadpool. What's the point of him complaining about himself all this time? When he just died, Deadpool saw Vanessa again, but because he was resurrected by Gao Ming, he had to say goodbye to Vanessa. Originally, he was still full of all kinds of melancholy, but he didn't expect the surprise to come so quickly. "Hurry up, let's go and save Vanessa now." Deadpool urged impatiently. The others finally returned to normal, although they still couldn't calm down in their hearts. After all, they had witnessed the shocking event of resurrection from the dead, but they still tried their best to let themselves accept such incredible things, and they lived in a world where mutants existed. "I have encountered such a heaven-defying ability of resurrection, and I have also seen all kinds of magical abilities, and my adaptability is relatively strong." Preventing Russell from committing the killing, this mission was also a complete success. Just when everyone was about to leave happily, the dean looked at the mutant treatment center that had been destroyed, jumped out angrily, and shouted, "You dirty mutants are going to hell with this damn boy. Your souls are beyond redemption." Deng Suo flashed a sharp saber and shouted angrily, "Let us watch your soul, pervert." Successfully changing Russell's fate now also means that the future has changed. As long as Dian Suo returns to the future, he will see his wife and daughter safe and sound, and complete his mission for this trip. Dian Suo will naturally become rational and stop being paranoid. Kill Russell, but for this pervert that originally caused Russell to blacken, Cable will not be polite, and he can't wait to cut him into pieces. Seeing the dean jumping out stupidly to curse them, a trace of disgust flashed in Gao Ming's eyes, and then he became indifferent. For this brain-dead dean who imitated Professor Yang, the king of thunder and lightning, if he killed him, he would be afraid of dirtying his own body. I don't know where this guy got the courage to come out and curse them. Could it be Liang Jing gave it to him? Just when Cable was about to strike the dean with his hands and kill him quickly, Deadpool reached out and stopped him, saying, No, we can't do it again. We are much better than him. There will be no more meaningless things, right? There will be no more blood and killings. He will suffer retribution sooner or later. The day of judgment has come. The dean opened his arms wide and shouted loudly. Rush, boom, squeak. A yellow taxi suddenly rushed out from one side, ran straight into the noisy dean, rolled over the dean, and then stopped with a rapid brake sound. I'm out. There was an expression on everyone's face that they couldn't bear to look directly at, and Deadpool pretended to be sorry and said, I will miss him. He looks good. The car door opened, and the Indian driver, Dolphin, came out excitedly, raised his arms, and cheered. Wow, courage, bastard. I heard it 30 seconds before you drove here. I almost couldn't hold back my face. Ha ha. Deadpool couldn't help but burst out laughing. Although the dean looked very disgusted after being run over by the car, everyone felt relieved at the same time. This low energy and perverted dean with arrears in IQ finally got rid of it in a funny way. Daofan was still cheering, and Deadpool greeted him. Okay, warrior, go back and congratulate you. It's time to leave now. By the way, how should the children in the treatment center be placed? Domino asked worriedly. Gao Ming's heart moved, and then he gave up the idea of bringing these mutant children back. They are just a group of children. After experiencing hardships, they should return to normal life, and taking them back will not quickly become a fighting force against Thanos. However, Gao Ming has no right to plan their future lives. Deadpool spread his hands and said, "That's no use thinking about it. Of course, it's handed over to the X-Men. These children will definitely grow up happily when they are sent to school. The kind bald professor will definitely give them the warmth of their home. Sending these children to Professor X's school can be said to be the most suitable solution. The treatment center that brought nightmares to countless mutant children was buried in the sea of flames, which seems to indicate that the tortured life is over, and the mutant children will start a new and bright future. Thank you for rescuing these poor children." Professor X looked peaceful and authentic. After destroying the treatment center, Gao Ming personally brought the group of mutant children to the Xavier School for Gifted Youth. Under the arrangement of Professor X, these hard-fated children blended into a lively and joyful scene with anxiety and anticipation for the future. In our class, under the care of the teachers and the enthusiasm of the classmates, these children gradually relaxed, with long-lost smiles blooming on their faces. I hope you can let these children get rid of the shadow of the past as soon as possible and grow up healthy and happy. Gao Ming sat in front of Professor X, speaking very seriously. Professor X said seriously, "This is my duty. I will let every child here grow up happily like ordinary children." "Well, I believe you." Gao Ming nodded and said. Professor X looked deeply at Gao Ming and said, "Are you ready to leave? Go back to your world." "Yes, everything here has been dealt with, and it's time to go back." Professor X hesitated to speak, and finally turned into a shallow sigh, and said with a trace of apology, "I hope you can save the world smoothly in the end." Gao Ming was silent for a while, then smiled relievedly, stood up, and stretched out his hand to Professor X. "Nice to meet you, Professor Charles." "It's also my honor, Mr. Gao Ming." Professor X held Gao Ming's hand. Suddenly, Gao Ming's hand lit up with a white light. Professor X was startled, but out of trust in Gao Ming, he didn't let go. Soon, Professor X felt a comfortable heat flow from Gao Ming's hand into his body. Every cell was stimulated to become active. This strange force came to his spine. Gently surrounded X, the professor's damaged spine slowly melted into it. Professor X supported the wheelchair in disbelief and slowly stood up. When he really stepped on the flat ground with his feet and stood upright with his waist, Professor X dared to believe that his spine was cured. It can be regarded as my little help. After Professor X regained the ability to walk, Gao Ming put away his hands, and then a gentle yellow light appeared on his head, and the yellow light silently merged into Professor X's brain. Immediately afterwards, Professor X felt that his brain became clearer than ever before, and the voices heard by telepathy increased again. To be precise, the range of induction has expanded again, but he will not feel a headache. Professor X used to find it difficult to bear. Although the voices that I hear in my head all the time can be freely controlled after I become proficient in the ability, it will still be uncomfortable when I completely let go of the perception. Now, it is easy and comfortable without any discomfort. At the same time, Professor X feels that he can easily sense the hearts of human beings all over the world without the help of a brainwave enhancement machine. Obviously, Professor X's telepathy has been further improved. According to the level of mutants, Professor X has stepped from the Alpha level to the legendary Omega level and entered the most powerful mutant ranks. This is also because Professor X's ability is the same as the Mind Stone, so Gao Ming can use the Mind Stone to stimulate Professor X's potential and enhance his ability. Hopefully, you can protect more innocent people and realize the desire for mutants and ordinary people to coexist peacefully as soon as possible. Although he couldn't bring the X-Men back, Gao Ming still wanted to leave something behind. Gao Ming didn't watch all the X-Men movies like the Marvel movies. He only watched a few of them. The one that left a deep impression on him was that in Days of Future Past, mutants were ruthlessly hunted down by Sentinel robots. The scene was very tragic. Even Magneto, who has always been supremely powerful, could only struggle under the siege of overwhelming sentries. This world may not have such a tragic future, but mutants are still suffering from bullying and exclusion. Gao Ming still hopes that those innocent mutants can be sheltered. Magneto, the gentle Professor X, will definitely be able to protect more people after his strength is improved. The rooftop of Deadpool's apartment. Gao Ming and Deadpool all gathered here, including Weasel, Dolphin, Domino, Russell, and Vanessa, who was revived by Gao Ming. The process of resurrecting Vanessa was not too troublesome, but it was a bit difficult to bring Vanessa's body out. After all, Vanessa was buried in the cemetery and needed to be dug. The scene seemed a bit disrespectful to the dead. But Deadpool doesn't care about these things. He is immersed in the dream of reuniting with Vanessa, so when digging the grave, he looks very positive and cheerful. If Gao Ming and the others have taken measures in advance to ensure that they avoid after the others, Deadpool's behavior will be condemned by a bunch of people every minute. Fortunately, Deadpool chose to bury Vanessa instead of cremation. Otherwise, things would be really troublesome. At that time, if you want to resurrect Vanessa, you can only travel back in time to prevent Vanessa from being killed, but this way will lead to unpredictable changes in history, and history cannot be changed unless it is absolutely necessary. Today, everyone gathered here to bid farewell to Cable and prevent Russell from going nowhere. He also successfully changed his destiny, and his wife and daughter are waiting for him in the future. "Thank you all," Cable said solemnly. Deadpool opened his arms, walked towards the Cable, and said very seriously, "You're welcome. Come, give me a hug." Regardless of Cable's indifferent expression of resistance, Deadpool immediately hugged Cable and was about to touch Cable's, but in an unscrupulous manner. When he heard a bass, Deadpool froze immediately up. Did a knife be pointed at my penis? Deadpool's tone was stiff and authentic. Cable held a sharp saber, pointed at Deadpool's lower body, and said fiercely, "Yes, your penis was pointed at by a knife." "Well, it looks like I'd better back off a little bit." Deadpool threw up his hands in surrender and stepped back cautiously. Cable put away his saber, scanned the crowd, finally looked at Russell, and said, "Be a good person, Russell, and don't become the bad guy in my memory." Russell patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, buddy, I will definitely become a superhero loved by everyone." Looking at Russell's supersized figure, Cable consciously didn't express any opinions. If this little fat man's self-esteem was hurt and he ran back to the road of no return, it would be troublesome. Cable took out the space-time device, entered the time, and then pressed the start switch with a solemn face. Boom. Countless orange-yellow rays of light radiated out, and then shrank and covered Cable's body. With a flash of light, Cable disappeared from everyone's eyes, returned to his era, and was reunited with his wife and daughter. Silently looking at the place where the Cables disappeared, Gao Ming turned around and said to Deadpool and Vanessa, "We should also set off." Okay, I promise you, I will definitely go. I still have the minimum integrity." Deadpool was a matter of course. Hearing this, Weasel, Domino, and Russell all rolled their eyes, and Domino said contemptuously, "Your integrity is really unbelievable. Lucky girl, although you joined the X-Men, you are also a former member of the X-Force team, and as the former captain, you have to maintain due respect." Deadpool puffed out his chest and said proudly. Domino did not go back with Gao Ming and the others, but chose to stay in school and become a reserve X-Men. She wanted to accompany those children who were tortured by treatment like her, and at the same time, make good use of the luck bestowed by God to help more people. Domino raised a middle finger in contempt. Deadpool walked up to the Weasel and said, "I'm leaving, don't miss me too much." "Go away, Wade, I can be quieter if you leave." The Weasel waved his hand pretentiously, but among so many people, except for Vanessa, he and Wade had the deepest friendship. They both belonged to a nest of snakes and rats. Without Wade, the Weasel would really be a little uncomfortable. To adapt, Of course, if Weasel was to be allowed to go with Deadpool, he would refuse without hesitation. He was reluctant to part with the intelligence business he had worked so hard for so many years. Deadpool doesn't care either. He and Weasel are the same kind of people. If Gao Ming hadn't healed his face and saved him and Vanessa, he wouldn't want to go into this muddy water. Deadpool can play a rogue and admit it Gao Ming healed and revived his love, but he couldn't ignore Gao Ming's life-saving grace to Vanessa. In this case, Deadpool can only bite the bullet. Anyway, it's not just another place to go. And for the colorful and dangerous Marvel movie universe, Deadpool is also looking forward to it and can't wait to go to the big movie. There's a fuss. Turning his head, looking at the little Indian driver Dolphin who couldn't help crying, Deadpool patted Dolphin on the shoulder and said, "Don't cry. Didn't you say that your superpower is courage? Warrior not crying or crying. Okay. Okay, Mr. Deadpool, I will. We'll miss you," Dolphin said with a crying face. "I'll miss you too, Dolphin." Finally, Deadpool came to Russell, suddenly pulled out one of the long knives behind his back, and handed it to Russell. "Throw away that pen, and don't keep hiding it in your prison wallet. It would be so sour to be raped by someone. Let me give you a knife as a souvenir, but don't hide the knife in your butt. It really can't be hidden." Facing Deadpool's earnest teasing, Russell took the long knife, punched Deadpool's chest. His eyes were slightly red, and choked up. "Fuck you. Wade, you think I'm stupid." Deadpool smiled calmly, bumped fists with Russell, and said, "Be a good person and become the superhero you dreamed of. I believe you will wear your battle uniform one day." Russell nodded heavily, and said firmly, "I will definitely become a superhero. By the way, Wade, can my future combat uniform imitate your look?" Hearing this, Deadpool's face suddenly pulled down, imagining Russell wearing a Deadpool uniform, a fat Deadpool with a bucket waist. Deadpool couldn't help shivering, and said earnestly, "The combat uniform is for it is very important for every superhero. You have to have your own style. There is no future for counterfeit copies, understand?" When Russell heard it, it seemed quite reasonable, so he dismissed the idea of wearing a Deadpool uniform as a superhero in the future. Deadpool breathed out a sigh of relief, touched the cold sweat that didn't exist on his forehead, and secretly rejoiced. Almost, the image of Deadpool was about to be ruined by a fat guy. When Ryan participated in the Corden Show promotional film, he let that fat guy Corden wear the Deadpool uniform. Do it twice, and once is enough for an unforgettable experience. After saying goodbye to everyone, Deadpool returned to Gao Ming and hugged Vanessa. Gao Ming opened the crack in the different space, ready to let Deadpool and Vanessa in. Deadpool hugged Vanessa, looked up at the sky, raised his right hand high, and put up a middle finger. "Go to the Deadpool crew on the horse. The protagonist has run away. Let's see how you make the third part, huh?" Laughing, Deadpool carried Vanessa into a different space. After the two entered the different space and closed the crack in the space, Gao Ming said with a faint smile, "Goodbye, everyone." Under the watchful eyes of several people, Gao Ming soared into the sky, quickly passed through the clouds, drew a long trail, and then disappeared into this world with a flash of golden light. Finally back, I stayed long enough this time. Returning to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Gao Ming couldn't help but sigh with emotion as he looked at the hustle and bustle of New York City. So far, Gao Ming has traveled through planes 3 times. The first 2 times, he only stayed for a few days before finishing the work. This time, because of seeing the X-Men and the sudden Terminator plot, the staying time reached more than a month. Or go to the Avengers base, except that Soul is still investigating the problems behind the successive appearance of the Infinity Stones and has not been to Earth for a long time. The Avengers gather at the Avengers base most of the weekdays, led by Steve. When Gao Ming came to the base of the Avengers, what he saw was a training scene in full swing, and Steve was seriously arranging the training plan for each Avenger. When Gao Ming came, Steve was still a little surprised, and said, "Gao Ming, you're back. You've been away for a long time this time." "Well, I encountered something and delayed it." Gao Ming briefly talked about what he had seen and heard this time. Hearing Gao Ming's description, Steve couldn't help sighing. The world is full of magic everywhere. I didn't expect that there would be a world with so many superpowers. I really want to get acquainted with the Professor Charles you mentioned, although the method is different. But he is also working hard for freedom and peace. Steve shook his head regretfully. "Okay, leaving that aside, how are Flint and Johnny doing here?" Gao Ming asked. Mentioning these 2 people, Steve nodded with satisfaction, and said, "Both of them are very powerful. As long as Flint is in a place with a lot of sand, he is basically invincible. As for Johnny," Steve paused and continued, "after Johnny transformed into Ghost Rider, he can be said to be the strongest in our group. Of course, he can't compare with you. Some time ago, Banner practiced transforming into Hal when he was Hulk. He had a fight with Johnny, and as a result, Hulk couldn't do anything to Johnny at all, and in the state of Ghost Rider, Johnny couldn't beat him to death." Hearing this, Gao Ming laughed. He could imagine the scene of the Hulk versus Ghost Rider. Facing the immortal Ghost Rider, Hulk, who has always been ferocious and brutal, was doomed to suffer. Maybe he was still depressed at the time why this bone framed so hard. Steve spread his hands and said jokingly, "Whether it's Flint or Johnny, they are both undead. You won't bring another immortal guy this time, right?" After Steve mentioned it so casually, Gao Ming suddenly realized that it seemed to be true. As long as there is enough sand, Flint can form his body continuously. As a Ghost Rider, Johnny is an immortal body. After awakening the power of the spirit of justice, his vitality became even more tenacious to the extreme. And the Deadpool Wade brought back this time also tried various suicide methods and still couldn't die. There was no way to kill him except to kill him after isolating his ability. Could it be that he subconsciously wanted to find some tough guys to resist Thanos' snapping fingers? Seeing that Gao Ming fell silent, Steve couldn't help but wondered, no way, another guy who can live forever? Although it was not a problem, Gao Ming was inexplicably embarrassed by Steve's reaction. He spread his hands and said, "Ahem, that's right. By the way, this guy has a mentally prepare." Hearing this, Steve had some doubts and curiosity on his face, and then used the headset communicator to contact all the Avengers in the base. Everyone paused training. Gao Ming came back and brought a new friend. Everyone went to No-4 training field assembly. When Gao Ming and Steve came to the No-training ground, everyone had already assembled. Tony was studying the steel armor in the basement of his home. After receiving Steve's contact, he also rushed over quickly. Seeing Gao Ming, everyone greeted each other in a friendly manner and chatted with each other about their recent situation. After a while, Tony, who flew here wearing a steel suit, also came to the No-training ground to meet. The steel battle suit slowly opened from the middle, and Tony in a suit and leather shoes took out a pair of sunglasses and put it on, and walked in front of everyone in high spirits, but subconsciously kept a little distance from Pietro. Although the grievances between Tony and the brother and sister is untied, but Pietro still doesn't have much affection for Tony. Fortunately, it's Tony today. If he was the extravagant and lustful playboy in the past, he would definitely be hated by others. Tony walked up to Gao Ming and said with great interest, "It's been a long time this time. Did you encounter something interesting?" "It's not bad. It's a very colorful world," Gao Ming smiled. "Let's introduce the person brought back this time. Tony, you have to be prepared. This guy talks a lot, and he's very talkative, vulgar." "Oh really?" Tony raised his eyebrows and stood aside, waiting for the new members to arrive. With a swipe of his right hand, the space crack opened, but a burst of gasps and screams came out. "Baby, how does the first shot after resurrection feel?" A man's voice is low and authentic. "Wait, that's all you have? Are you unfamiliar with your skills during my absence?" "Oh yeah," a woman shouted in a high-pitched voice. The space crack disappeared with lightning speed, together with the unbearable sound. Everyone fell silent. Feeling the strange gazes from others, Gao Ming didn't change his face, but he scolded Wade to death in his heart. Damn, it's only been a while, and you can't control your hormones, and the Xiao Bisheng newlyweds came. Are you so hungry? Wait, the red tank was thrown into a different space by him. Even though he used the space gem, a cage was created to trap him. But Red Tank must be awake now. That is to say, Wade and the others broadcast a live-action movie to Red Tank through a transparent energy wall. The scene was silent. Everyone looked at Gao Ming with weird expressions. Steve frowned slightly. Tony was not surprised. He had done no matter how many absurd plays he had done before. On the contrary, he showed deep curiosity and wanted to get to know the superb couple that Gao Ming brought back. Facing all the strange gazes, Gao Ming quickly opened the space crack, rushed into the different space before the sound came out, and then closed the crack. After entering the different space, as expected, both Wade and Vanessa were engaged in wrestling in disheveled clothes. I don't know if it was because of their reservedness as a woman, or because they were so pure that they had no time to take care of it. Wearing a few pieces of clothing, this guy Wade is naked, revealing his naked body. In the spatial cage, the red tank sat on the ground, watching silently, as if unmoved. But from his slightly bowed posture and the vague breathing sound from the iron helmet, it was obvious that this big guy didn't feel very good in his heart. Seeing the selfless joy of this couple, Gao Ming weakly held his forehead, closed his eyes, and shouted with a loud voice, "Calm down, go out to meet people." The sudden sound startled Wade. He trembled all over, turned his head, and said rather resentfully, "Can't you give me a little reminder? What if it makes me unable to be strong in the future?" "Shut up. You have self-healing ability, at worst. Cut it off and find another one," Gao Ming said angrily. "Now, pack up quickly and go out to meet other people." Hearing Gao Ming's murderous words, Wade couldn't help shrinking his head, and said angrily, "It's easy to say, but it will leave a big shadow in my heart." Muttering, Wade still put on clothes with Vanessa honestly. After they were dressed, Gao Ming opened his eyes and said angrily, "You are still so passionate in my space. Do you want to go to the White House to have fun?" Hearing this, Wade and Vanessa's eyes lit up, and they seemed to have some thoughts about to move. Wade said bluntly, "Honey, let's sneak into the White House next time, to the president's desk." Vanessa nodded approvingly. Gao Ming rubbed his temples feebly. This pair of unscrupulous men and women really dare to think. Wade was wearing the Deadpool uniform, but without the headgear, showing his confident and handsome face. Since his appearance was restored, Wade rarely wore the headgear. In his words, hiding such a handsome face is undoubtedly a waste of money, and of course good things should be shared. Embracing Vanessa, who was also well dressed, Wade whistled, and followed Gao Ming, who had a gloomy face, out of the different space. When he saw the Avengers, he covered his face exaggeratedly and shouted, It's the Avengers. I feel like I'm going to faint." After all, Wade still pretended to be about to fall into a coma, but he thought that no one would help him, so he bent down slightly with very poor acting skills and slow movements, and then flattened on the ground. He tilted his head, rolled his eyes, and stuck out his tongue, pretending to be in a coma. A group of Avengers. Is this guy here to be funny? Seeing that her man was pretending to be crazy again, Vanessa kicked Wade angrily. "Quickly die, Wade. Don't be ashamed." "Oh, you kicked my kidney. What if it breaks?" Wade clutched his lower back, grinned, and got up from the ground, complaining softly. Gao Ming pulled his face and introduced to everyone. "This is Deadpool, Wade Wilson, and his wife Vanessa Carlyle." "Hi everyone." Wade waved enthusiastically, and Vanessa also greeted politely. Everyone still looked at Wade with a weird smile on his face. Flint and Johnny, the two people brought back by Gao Ming, looked at Wade with scrutiny eyes, wanting to know that no matter how they looked at it, they couldn't understand it. "Toon guy, what's so unique about it that Gao Ming can catch his eye?" Wade walked up to Steve carelessly, stared straight for a while, then touched Steve's chest abruptly, and said in an envious tone, "The chest muscles are good. I really want to find 180 tubes of serum tri-injections. It's hard to find. Tao always insists on exercising in order to keep in shape, but that guy Ryan is too lazy to do it." Faced with Wade's unscrupulous hands, Steve couldn't help getting goosebumps all over his body. He pushed Wade's hand away silently, and then stepped back a little. After harassing Steve, Wade walked up to Tony and exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Oh, Mr. Stark, your mustache is still so eye-catching. By the way, what enemy do you have? Do you need to get rid of it? You can entrust me, and for the sake of new customers, I can give you a -% discount." Tony looked at the remaining long knife on Wade's back and the two pistols tied to his thighs, and laughed disdainfully. "I think my armor can guarantee my personal safety, but if something goes wrong in the future, the long-eyed clown pissed me off, so I'll consider asking you to teach me a lesson." Okay. Wade didn't care about the contempt in Tony's eyes. The person in front of him was Tony Stark, who had countless net worth and a lot of money. Wade would not be troubled by money. Turning his head, Wade couldn't help being stunned when he saw Dr. Banner, and said, "Where's Uncle Mark? Why is it melancholy Edward? Didn't you say you won't act?" Seeing that Wade looked at him and said some unclear words, Dr. Banner looked at his companion blankly, not knowing how to react. When he saw Pietro, Wade acted like he had seen a ghost again, and said in horror, "Quicksilver, didn't you get shot dead by random guns? Did you make some shady deal with the screenwriter? Did you get the chance to return to the screen?" Although Pietro couldn't understand the meaning of Wade's words, he was still very uncomfortable with some words, and said with a bad expression, "What do you mean by the deal? You understand." Wade cast a self-evident look, which almost didn't make Pietro angry. When looking at Wanda, Wade's eyes moved directly to her chest. "Oh May, I admire you very much. The old boy has watched it many times. Come, give me a hug." As he said that, Wade opened his arms, wanting to hug him. Wanda subconsciously had blood-like magic energy in his hands. Suddenly, Vision and Pietro stood in front of Wanda, blocking Wade's unconcerned kind gesture. Pietro glanced at Vision, a dangerous person who had gotten very close to his sister recently. Although he felt a little upset, he didn't say anything. Vision is still expressionless and calm, but the imitation soul gem on his forehead shines from time to time, showing his true inner feelings. "TCH, I just hugged one out of politeness." Wade withdrew his hand resentfully, looked at the gemstone on Vision's forehead, and said, "It's okay to fake technology, and I will definitely not be missed in the future." When his eyes swept over the Black Widow, Wade suddenly said to the air, "Ryan, look, your ex-wife Scarlet. How do you feel?" "The past is like smoke. Don't mention it anymore. What are you pretending to be literary? You? Is it because I'm afraid that Lively will mind?" No. I don't mean to deliberately destroy the relationship between your husband and wife." Seeing Wade talking to himself inexplicably, everyone looked at Shin Jingbing at him. Although Vanessa was used to Wade's crazy words from time to time, she was still very concerned about the eyes of other people who cared for the mentally retarded. Have no choice. Then, Wade looked at Falcon and Hawkeye, and continued chattering. "Ameo, find Bowsy, and come back to form a crosstalk group. Huaxiao friends can look forward to your combination. Hawkeye, lend me your bow and arrow. I can definitely imitate you very much." Falcon and Hawkeye continued to watch with cold eyes. Finally, Wade looked at Flint and Johnny, and said happily, "Gao Ming really didn't lie to me. He really brought you two here. Sony is vomiting blood now." As he said that, Wade walked up to Johnny, patted him on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Nicholas, you have to behave well. This is the Avengers. Don't force yourself into a bad movie." Johnny slapped Wade's hand away with a face full of displeasure. Blue and white flames faintly appeared in his pupils. When Wade greeted everyone warmly, Steve walked up to Gao Ming and asked in a low voice, "Gao Ming, your friend seems a little out of order?" Gao Ming smiled helplessly and said, "Just treat him as mentally abnormal. Talking into the air from time to time is a symptom of the disease. Just ignore it. Should I ask some of the world's top psychiatrists to show him his brain?" Tony complained. Gao Ming shook his head, but did not respond. After greeting everyone one by one, Wade said to the air again, "Look, there are so many superheroes. How can a low-cost movie like Deadpool survive? Let Marvel take back the X-Men as soon as possible. Copyright, then join the Avengers, so that you can take the opportunity to catch fire." Seeing everyone looking at him, Gao Ming had no choice but to come out, saying, Wade is an acquired mutant who has a strong self-healing ability. Even if he is killed in pieces, he can still recover slowly in the end, to grow a complete body. Hearing Gao Ming's introduction, everyone finally put aside their contempt for Wade, and after a little refreshment, Wade also held his head high with a proud expression on his face. Although I am surprised by Wade's immortal body, everyone can't change their view that he is a deep well ice. But it's okay, keep this view, and hear the information about reality and Marvel from Wade's mouth in the future. Everyone will not take it seriously. This is Wade's first meeting with the Avengers, successfully leaving a distinctive image on everyone. Nonsense, frivolous, insane. Well, this is very Deadpool, and normally this kind of vocabulary is difficult to see from Deadpool. Wade, what do you and Vanessa plan to do? Do you need us to arrange a place for you? Gao Ming asked. I live here. Well, it's too boring here, so I'd better find a place to live outside. Just as Wade was about to say that he lived here, he saw the cold light flashing in Gao Ming's eyes, and immediately changed his words. Gao Ming took out a bank card, handed it to Wade, and said, Here is this card. The password is 960,314. The money in it is enough for you to spend. Wade took the card and asked casually, How much money is in it? Well, I forgot, probably tens of millions. Gao Ming thought about it, but he was a little uncertain. Ahem, Wardfark, are you so rich? Wade's eyes lit up, and he quickly covered the card in his hand, for fear of accidentally losing it. Tony on the side said a little depressed. He has 1% of the shares of Stark Industries. Do you think he is short of money? Every time Tony thinks about exchanging 1% of his shares for Gao Ming's treatment, he can't help feeling regretful. The new energy arc reactor, the regeneration cradle, and even the extremist virus invented by Tony's enemy Killian can solve the problem of Tony's palladium poisoning. However, Tony used Gao Ming's chance to take a shot to treat palladium poisoning. Looking at Gao Ming's current strength, there is nothing he can't do. Every time Tony thinks about it, he can't wait to slap himself. Wade didn't notice the depression on Tony's face, but leaned in front of Gao Ming with a playful smile, and said, I didn't expect you to be a big moneymaker. If there is any job in the future, just entrust it to me. I'll give you a -% discount. Gao Ming glanced at Wade expressionlessly, and said, I asked you to kill Thanos, can you? Hearing this, Wade smiled sarcastically, and said, The difficulty is too high. I can't do it alone. Let's form a team. Gao Ming rolled his eyes and said, Okay, let's get acquainted with this place first. Do you need someone to take you around the city? Wade waved his hand and said casually, No, it's just a different universe. The place is not the same. That's right, you two can arrange it yourself later. We will help you arrange the identities here. As he said that, Gao Ming looked at Tony. The meaning was self-evident. You really think of me as a certificate holder? Tony said helplessly, and everyone else couldn't help laughing. Looking at the only long knife left behind Wade, Gao Ming stretched out his hand and said, Wade, show me your knife. Wade pulled out the long knife casually and threw it to Gao Ming. Gao Ming picked up the long knife and flicked his fingers on the knife. Boom. The sharp blade snapped off, and the broken tip fell to the ground. Holding the damaged long knife, Gao Ming said speechlessly, Your knife is not made of adamantium. Of course not. There is no wolf in my world. Wade held up the broken blade pretending to be heartbroken. This is the only knife I've left. You have to pay for it. The dark red reality gem particles escaped from Gao Ming's body, enveloping the broken knife in his hand. Then, the broken knife returned to its integrity, and the blade shone with a sharp cold light. Just by looking at it, one can tell that the quality of the knife has improved quite a lot. Then, Gao Ming repeated the old trick, using the reality gem to make an identical long knife, and then threw the two knives back to Wade, saying, I rebuilt the knife for you. The material of this knife is now its Jinjin. Hearing this, Wade immediately held the two long knives tightly. In his eyes, these two long knives are no longer weapons, but real money. You must know that this is the most precious metal vibrating gold in the Marvel Universe, and only Wakanda has output, and even the shield of the US team has become an indestructible shield because of the addition of vibrating gold. Wade is already thinking about selling these two knives if he runs out of money in the future. To be honest, Jinjin is not suitable for making weapons, but for armor. Adamantium alloy is the best material for weapons. However, because Gao Ming has never been in contact with adamantium alloy, he doesn't know adamant at all. Alloy material. In the final analysis, the power of the reality gem depends on the imagination of the user. Gao Ming has no idea about adamantium alloy, so he can't make it. He has to make do with vibrating gold. Vibrating gold has been in contact with it, so it is easier to manufacture. Although Gao Ming thinks it's just enough, others don't think so. Steve looked at the two vibrating gold long knives in Wade's hand, and then at his shield. The more ordinary, especially the illusion. The whole body is made of vibrating gold. Wade waved two vibrating long knives enthusiastically. The long knives pierced the air and made a sharp sound of piercing the air. There is no doubt that these two long knives can be blown off. Gao Ming looked at the crowd and finally said to Hawkeye, Patton, can you practice with Wade? Me? Hawkeye looked at Gao Ming in surprise, and then saw Wade shout impatiently. Okay, let's have a game. Hawkeye nodded, grabbed his own bow, and took out an arrow from the quiver behind his back. Okay, I also want to see how powerful our new friend is. Everyone else stepped aside with interest, leaving room for Wade and Hawkeye. Hawkeye placed the arrow on the bowstring and asked, Are you ready? Holding the knife in both hands, Deadpool waved at Hawkeye with his right hand, and said provocatively, Come on, little Hawkeye. A gleam of anger flashed across Hawkeye's eyes. His face was still indifferent. He raised his hand abruptly, drew the bow, and shot an arrow. Hawkeye's movements were very fast, just to catch people by surprise, but Hawkeye didn't attack, and only aimed at Wade's right shoulder. Boom. Unexpectedly, when the arrow shot over at high speed, Wade slashed backhand like lightning, and the whole arrow was split in two from the middle. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Their eagle eyes narrowed, and they finally raised their vigilance against Wade, an opponent. Wade's reaction speed and precise knife skills have changed everyone's opinion of him. This guy still has some skills, and he thought he could only play tricks. Wade swung the long knife coquettishly, and said in a strange way, Little Hawkeye, don't stop. I still want to see if I can chop off all your arrows. You can try. Hawkeye replied coldly, and took out an arrow again and put it on the bowstring. This time, he put all his energy into it, quickly drew the bow and shot the arrow, and then quickly pulled out the arrow, shooting continuously. SHHHH. Arrows were shot one after another, and Wade suddenly yelled strangely, Hey, a little too enthusiastic. I can't bear it. That being said, the knife in Wade's hand was not slow, and while screaming strangely, he swung the knife quickly and accurately picked up the arrow shot by Hawkeye. Boom. Suddenly, when Wade hit one of the arrow suddenly exploded, and Wade, who couldn't react, was blown upside down and fell to the ground. Ahem, this is cheating. I protest. After Wade got up from the ground, his whole body was a bit ashamed. The uniform on his body was torn, and the exposed parts were bloody, but the bleeding quickly stopped, scabs formed, and then recovered. And this scene also fell into the eyes of everyone. Seeing is believing, and they also saw Wade's amazing self-healing ability. Facing the noisy Wade, Hawkeye just said indifferently, You have a long knife made of Jinjin and self-healing ability. Is there any problem if I use some high-tech arrows? SP. Wade spat angrily, and then said not to be outdone. Come again. Deadpool came to the Marvel Cinematic Universe a month later, on the bustling street with people coming and going. At some point, a new bar opened, and the name of the bar decorated with neon lights showed the strange name of this bar, Road Bar. Although the name of the bar is very strange, the inside is no different from other bars, drunken customers, passionate music, sexy and enchanting strippers. This bar doesn't open every day. When the handsome but swearing-mouthed bar owner has something to go out, the bar won't open that night. It's just that capricious. The atmosphere of this bar is very open, even a bit chaotic. Guests who come to the bar can let go of all the troubles and immerse themselves in the visual stimulation brought by alcohol and strippers. The owner of the bar, that handsome but ruffian man, was leaning against the bar at this moment, chatting enthusiastically over drinks with a few men. Wade, you are doing a good job at this bar. Gao Ming picked up a glass of whiskey, took a sip, looked at the carnival crowd around him, and said, "The owner of this thug bar is naturally Wade. After Wade bought an apartment as his and Vanessa's new residence, he also bought the shop downstairs of the apartment, opened a bar, and named it the Thug Bar. Although the name is the Rogue Bar, there are no clowns, Voldemort, or Apocalypse here, and Thanos does not work as a cleaner here." Wearing a colorful short shirt, Wade, who looked like he was on a summer beach vacation, said triumphantly, "It's just running a bar. It's a no-brainer." Next to Gao Ming, there were still Steve, Sam, Johnny, and Flint. Hawkeye couldn't come because of a mission, and Tony had his own business to do, so only Gao Ming and the others had time to come to Wade's bar. For Wade, everyone gradually got used to it. Although he spoke freely and acted casually, he was not a bad person. After getting used to his chattering mouth and crazy behavior, there was nothing to reject him. After experiencing Vanessa's death once, Wade didn't dare to accept missions as before, assassinated targets everywhere, opened a bar, and occasionally took 1 or 2 missions to earn some extra money. Gao Ming and the others were not drunk. After all, they were all out of the ordinary. Ordinary alcohol would not work at all. They didn't come here to get drunk, they just gathered together to drink and chat casually. While Gao Ming and the others were drinking and chatting in Wade's bar, a thin and vigorous man was looking at the mirror in his own home, with a bow tie and a handsome black suit on his body. The name of this man is Stephen Strange. He is a well-known neurosurgery doctor. There is no patient who cannot be saved in his hands, and the current practice record is still perfect. Except for some intractable diseases, Stephen rationally did not take over to destroy his perfect record. His own medical skills are very superb. Even today, he rescued a wounded person who was on the verge of death with his medical skills. It is also this medical skill that has allowed him to gain countless honors, and Stephen himself is very proud, because he has this qualification, and he can be said to be a leader in the field of surgery. Tonight, Stephen is going to attend a banquet of the Neurology Association. He has attended many such banquets, and he will give a speech every time. He has already become a well-known expert in the field of surgery, the gift of the world. Steve opened the cabinet, picked out a brand name watch from a cabinet, and put it on his wrist, then drove a gray Lamborghini sports car and left home at high speed. While driving on the winding mountain road, Stephen called his assistant while driving, asking if there were any more challenging medical records worthy of his hand. "Billy, what's there?" Stephen asked casually. Assistant Billy replied on the phone. A 35-year-old Air Force colonel, wearing experimental armor, crushed his lower spine and fractured his middle thorax. Stephen whistled. "Well, I can help, but there are 50 other people in this world who can also help him find something worthwhile for me to do." There was no wave in Stephen's heart. He didn't look down on these minor surgeries that could be cured by others. What he needed was surgeries that could reflect his unique medical skills. With his status, those minor surgeries were simply not eye-catching. So many patients came to seek medical treatment, but were rejected by Stephen because they were not challenging. Stephen's arrogance made him disdain to do those minor surgeries. The Lamborghini sports car passed a car along the way as fast as lightning. Stephen glanced at the cars left behind by him, with a hint of disdain and mockery on his face. It was gradually raining lightly, and the wipers were swinging rapidly on the front windshield of the car. While listening to the medical records reported by the assistant, Stephen finally heard something that he was interested in, and asked the assistant to send over the X-ray photos of the patient's brain afterwards. Stephen became distracted looking at the X-rays, not noticing that his car was drifting to the right and was about to hit a car next to him. Bang! The Lamborghini crashed into the car next to him. Stephen panicked and tried to control the car, but the car rushed out like a wild horse and spun uncontrollably. Stephen felt that it was dark for a while, and the car crashed through the mountain road guardrail, fell down the mountain hard. The shattered glass pierced the skin of Stephen's hands, the ligaments were torn, and the nerves were severely damaged. Stephen's most proud surgery, the hands used for surgery, was completely ruined at this moment. Stephen didn't realize his situation. When the car fell down the mountain, he passed out. He didn't know that when he woke up, he would face a devastating blow. While the unconscious Stephen was waiting for rescue, Kamatage in the distance, and Gu-E in a white robe sat in a quiet tea room, sipping a cup of fragrant tea quietly. After putting down the teacup, Gu-E said something meaningful. "The inheritance has begun." After leaving Wade's bar with Steve and the others, Gao Ming drove the black Ferrari brought from the world of Deadpool and set foot on the way home after saying goodbye. Among them, Gao Ming stood out because the others came with motorcycles. Steve's ride was a World War II military motorcycle, and Johnny's was a motorcycle he assembled himself. Sam and Flint also each rode a regular motorcycle. "It seems that I have to consider buying a motorcycle. The black Ferrari is still too pretentious. How about buying a black Dodge Tomahawk motorcycle? Dodge Tomahawk claims to be the fastest motorcycle in the world, but I don't know how fast it is." Gao Ming was thinking wildly while driving. As an ordinary person, it would be easy to get distracted and cause a car accident, but Gao Ming can do 2 things at once, so there's no need to worry about accidents. Blah blah. Suddenly, a rescue helicopter flew rapidly through the air, and the propellers made a tattling sound. Seeing the rescue helicopter heading towards the hospital in the sky, Gao Ming felt a little curious. He seldom sees rescue helicopters on weekdays, and he sees more ambulances. Out of curiosity that suddenly rose in his heart, Gao Ming exuded an illusory power of mind to sense who was on the helicopter. Originally, Gao Ming was just bored and let out a little mental power to take a look, but when he sensed the wounded on the rescue helicopter, he suddenly became interested. Although the wounded man's face was bloody and he was wearing a respirator, he could still vaguely recognize his appearance. Stephen Strange, Dr. Strange. Interesting, I didn't expect him to be in a car accident tonight. Gao Ming didn't expect that the trough of Dr. Strange's life happened to be tonight, and he happened to meet him. He drove towards the hospital where the helicopter was flying to. Out of nowhere, Gao Ming had a sudden idea. If he healed Stephen's hand, wouldn't Dr. Strange not be born? Of course, Gao Ming was just thinking about it, and he would not heal Stephen just because of a whim, which caused Dr. Strange to fail to be born. Although Gao Ming really wanted to do this, if he cured Stephen, then Stephen would not go to Karmatage to seek help from Ancient One. He would not change his profession from a doctor to a magician, and Ancient One would not have an inheritor. But this kind of harm is not beneficial to oneself, just think about it. Gao Ming still needs the combat power of Dr. Strange. After arriving at the hospital, Gao Ming wandered around carelessly, and at the same time released the power of his mind to search for Stephen's location, and soon found the emergency room where Stephen was sent. After avoiding the surveillance cameras, Gao Ming quietly hid his body, came to Stephen's emergency room, leaned against the wall, and then his soul left his body and floated into the emergency room. In the emergency room, several doctors wearing masks were operating on the unconscious Stephen. Gao Ming watched with great interest as these doctors moved the knife on Stephen's hand anxiously, thinking that Stephen would wake up. What a crash. These hands are undoubtedly all of Stephen. The surgery that Stephen is famous for is all performed by these hands, and then the hands of God of this surgery will be shattered tonight. Gao Ming approached, and Gao Ming didn't feel much about the muscles, bones and flesh exposed by the doctors cutting Stephen's hand. After all, he is not the person who has never seen the world when he first traveled. This picture is trivial. Please don't disturb them, please. Mr. Gao Ming. Just as Gao Ming approached, a cold voice came from behind. Gao Ming turned around in surprise, and found Gu-E who was also in a state of soul. Gu-E was dressed in a plain robe, floating calmly in the air behind Gao Ming, with a dark golden metal pendant still hanging on his chest, the eye of Agamotto, time gem. Seeing the unopened eye of Agamotto on Gu-E's chest, Gao Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, and said unhappily, "Mage Gu-E, what's the matter with you?" Gu-E smiled lightly, and said, "Mr. Gao Ming, this person will become the next supreme mage. This is a preordained fate. Please don't stop it, okay?" Gao Ming snorted coldly, and said, "I didn't intend to stop it, so don't think too much about it. Among the futures I have seen, you have changed the future of Stephen Strange. In some, you have cured him, and in some, you have prevented the car accident in advance. This is enough to show that you still have this idea. Is it right?" Gu-E said with a half smile, Cut. It's impossible even if you think about it. Gao Ming's expression froze, and he replied resentfully. Gu Yi is really annoying. He can see countless timelines, see the past and the future, and make himself so unpredictable and omniscient. Gao Ming said angrily. I'm just curious and came to take a look. I won't make a move. You won't come here in person just for such a trivial matter, right? Mr. Gao Ming, I have been observing the multiverse. You have brought back a lot of people from other worlds. Gu Yi calmly said. Gao Ming crossed his arms and said calmly. So what? Are you going to punish me for smuggling? It's not a problem for you to bring these people back, but I want to remind you that they belong to their world after all. If you bring them here, you may trigger some unimaginable problems invisibly. The Ancient One is meaningful and authentic. Gao Ming's eyes narrowed, and he asked in a deep voice, what do you mean by that? Gu Yi shook his head and said, there are some things I can't reveal too much. I hope you can pay attention. I hate people like you who don't speak clearly. Gao Ming said unhappily, but Gu Yi didn't care and floated in the air calmly. After a moment of silence, Gao Ming asked, you said last time that I still have a successful future, so can you tell me, where am I on the world line now? The future is always uncertain. Once I tell you, the future will change. Gu Yi didn't talk about it and said another meaningless sentence. Are you kidding me? Gao Ming's face turned cold, and the space gem, reality gem, and mind gem appeared from the positions of his right hand, chest, and brain respectively, exuding a compelling aura. Gu Yi quickly made a strange gesture with his hands, and the eye of Agamotto on his chest immediately bloomed like a metal flower, revealing a bright green gemstone. Time gem. A densely patterned green magic circle appeared on Gu Yi's right palm, and 2 circles of green light circles with fine magic patterns wrapped around his right arm. Gu was expressionless, but his body was full of astonishing aura, and he said indifferently, Mr. Gao Ming, I have never been your enemy, and I don't want to be your enemy. Gao Ming looked at the magic circle in Gu Yi's right hand with apprehension, and recalled the scene in the movie where Dr. Strange was infinitely reborn with the time gem, and suddenly had a headache. Gu Yi would also use this rope trick, right? Gao Ming didn't want to be trapped in the circular time corridor forever, so he snorted coldly, put away the 3 infinity gems, and said coldly, the time gems may not be effective on the reality gems, and I still have the space gems and the soul gems. You can try it. The power of time is not as simple as we imagined. Gu Yi said with a smile. Don't mess with me. Mess with me. I will definitely try to snatch the time gem from you. Gao Ming is not to be outdone. In this regard, Gu Yi just smiled and did not reply, and the time magic in her hand did not cancel. Obviously, she did not dare to relax her vigilance against Gao Ming, who was carrying 3 infinite gems. Gao Ming cursed inwardly. Why don't you keep it so solid and not even give him a chance to take it away? Glancing at Stephen, who was still lying on the operating table for rescue, Gao Ming said angrily. Train up your successor well. His talent in magic is beyond your imagination, and the evil god Dormammu was defeated by him alone. I know. Gu Yi looked at Stephen on the operating table and showed a rare gratified smile. Glancing at Gu Yi, Gao Ming said goodbye before returning to his body. After the soul returned to the body, Gao Ming, relying on his strong spiritual perception, could still see Gu Yi nodded to him calmly and then floated out. Sensing that Gu Yi's aura disappeared with a flash of space fluctuation, Gao Ming knew that the supreme mage had returned to his temple. I'm so upset. Gao Ming held his breath, walked out of the hospital, and drove away quickly. What did they do? The next day, when Stephen woke up from the coma and saw his hands covered with 11 stainless steel needles, his heart completely collapsed. You lay on the operating table for 11 hours and look at these retainers, and nobody could have done it better. Stephen's close friend, female surgical trauma Dr. Christine, sat by the bed and said sadly. Stephen said angrily, I can do better. Stephen still held a trace of luck in his heart, hoping to heal his hands, but he didn't know that he was destined to be unable to heal his hands and become that famous surgical expert again, but he would embark on an unusual path the way. 2 months later, Nepal, Kathmandu. Excuse me, do you know where Karmitage is? With a haggard look, Stephen took a map and asked the passersby, but he never got any useful information, so he continued to wander in this overcrowded city, looking for the unknown Karmitage. After waking up from the car accident surgery, Stephen kept seeking ways to treat his hands and performed 7 surgeries, but his hands were still not healed. Looking at his trembling hands, Stephen knew that these hands could no longer hold a scalpel for when someone else had the operation. His pride and his future were all shattered. Desperate, Stephen heard a case from his nurse that a paralyzed person with a spinal fracture suddenly recovered miraculously, and Stephen visited the person himself and found that the person really healed without treatment. Stephen was like a man in the water grabbing the last straw, letting go of his arrogance, begging the other party, and the other party also told him a place, Karmitage, where the paralyzed injured received a special medical treatment. After treatment, the ability to walk was restored. So, Stephen rushed to Kathmandu, looking for the Karmitage that he had never heard of, and that was his last hope. After most of the day, Stephen still found nothing, and walked into an alley a little dejectedly. At this time, Stephen found 3 people walking towards him, with evil faces on their faces. It seemed that the visitors were not friendly. Stephen's heart skipped a beat, knowing that he was a robber. Stephen said helplessly, man, I have no money. Your watch. A bearded man with a hood said fiercely. Stephen begged bitterly, I only have this left. The 3 robbers were unmoved. Stephen suddenly punched the bearded man in front of him, but the fist was weak, and hit the bearded man, but relieved himself. Stephen grabbed his trembling hand, and then suffered a blow to his abdomen. When he received a heavy punch, he fell to the ground, and was kicked and punched by 3 robbers. He could only hug his head and curl up in embarrassment. Just as the 3 robbers beat Stephen violently, a man in a black robe with his face hidden under a hood came over and dealt with the 3 robbers. The mysterious man took Stephen's watch back from the robber, came to Stephen, pulled off his hat, and revealed his face. This is a black man, who is the disciple of the Ancient One, Modu. Modu returned the watch to Stephen and asked, are you looking for Karmitage? Hearing this, Stephen nodded hastily, his eyes full of longing. Modu signaled Stephen to follow, and Stephen hurriedly set off with Modu to the coveted Karmitage. The 2 people who left didn't see it. A figure suddenly appeared on the roof of the house next to the alley, quietly looked in their direction, and then disappeared again. Teach me. Stephen knelt in front of Gu Yi, looked at his trembling hands, and begged. Just now, Stephen was brought to the Ancient side by Modu. Unlike the expected medical skills, Ancient One showed him something unknown, magic. Stephen experienced the feeling of being out of his body, watched the colorful multiverses one by one, and finally saw the endless darkness, the evil god Dormammu. Stephen's worldview has been greatly impacted. He found himself so small, like a frog in a well, but seeing the wonder of magic, he also rekindled the fire of hope. However, facing Stephen's pleading, Gu Yi said ruthlessly, no. Stephen was thrown out, and the gate was closed. After Stephen got up from the ground, he ignored the strange eyes of the passersby around him, and shouted like crazy, no, 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 don't, open the door, please. Inside the room, Gu Yi picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said, Mr. Gao Ming, since you're here, why do you need to hide? Modu on the side was shocked when he heard Gu Yi's words. He took out his magic weapon stick and looked around vigilantly. There was no one else in the room except him and Gu Yi, but what Gu Yi said meant that there were still people in the room. There are others. The next moment, Gao Ming lifted his invisibility and appeared in front of Gu Yi and Modu. Seeing Gao Ming, Modu yelled sharply, how did you get in? I came in with you. Gao Ming said indifferently, walked up to Gu Yi, sat on a chair, picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and praised, good tea. Gu Yi smiled slightly and said, it's good that you were satisfied. And Modu, don't be nervous. Mr. Gao Ming is a guest. Please step back. Only then did Modu put away the magic weapon, and under Gao Ming's gaze, which seemed to be a smile but not a smile, he left with a sullen face, leaving room for the 2 of them to talk. After taking another sip from the teacup, Gu Yi calmly said, I don't know why Mr. Gao Ming is here today. Gao Ming put down his teacup and said, I want to learn magic. Oh, Gu Yi suddenly became interested. Why do you want to learn magic all of a sudden? It's good to learn more, and magic is also a novel knowledge, Gao Ming said slowly. So, will you allow me to learn magic in Karmatage? Gu Yi looked at Gao Ming quietly, smiled, and said, Karmatage welcomes you, Mr. Gao Ming. Gao Ming also smiled, thank you. Learning magic is just Gao Ming's temporary idea. The magic in the Marvel world is different from the magic that comprehends elements and enchanting spells in his impression. It belongs to another system of magic. How can Doctor Strange's power not be unique in the future? On the other hand, Gao Ming now needs all the power that can help him, not only those people brought from other universes, but also needs to become stronger. The power of the spell has come to an end. It is to learn useful skills as much as possible, and magic is also a good choice. The next day, in the end, Stephen was accepted by Gu Yi, put on a set of gray magic apprentice clothes, sat in front of Gu Yi, and listened carefully to her explaining the origin and composition of magic. What surprised Stephen was that besides Gu Yi and Stephen, there was another person sitting in the room, an Asian man in a black robe, whose appearance seemed to be somewhat impressive, as if he had seen it somewhere. The man in black robe smiled at Stephen. Stephen nodded to him politely, suppressed the doubts in his heart, and continued to listen carefully to Gu Yi's explanation. We absorb energy, Gu Yi gestured with his hands, and a golden halo faintly formed, energy from other dimensions of the multiverse. With a wave of both hands, a golden square border appeared outside the aperture. Gu Yi snapped his fingers, and immediately, countless dense magic lines appeared in the frame and aperture, forming an extremely complex magic circle. We use it to cast spells, conjure shields and weapons, and create magic. Boom. The formation of the magic circle made an astonishing momentum. Stephen watched this miraculous scene, and his heart was extremely shocked. Even if he had already experienced the strangeness of magic, he could not help but be shocked by this scene, and a trace of fanaticism and longing gradually appeared in his eyes. The golden magic circle dissipated. Stephen gradually calmed down, and hesitantly said, but even if my fingers can do it, my hands are just waving randomly. How can I reach your level? Gu Yi smiled lightly. Then how can you connect broken nerves and repair other people's spines one by one? Years of study and practice. Stephen replied without thinking, and then suddenly realized. Gu nodded. After continuing to explain some basic magic knowledge, Stephen resigned and went to the library to read books and supplement his knowledge. After Stephen left, Gao Ming, who had been quietly listening to the lecture, said, so this is magic. Under Gu Yi's gaze, Gao Ming thought back to Gu Yi's actions just now, and he calmed down to comprehend it carefully, and then with a swipe of his hands, an identical golden magic circle formed instantly. Gu Yi looked at the magic circle gathered by Gao Ming in surprise, and couldn't help admiring. I didn't expect your magic talent to be so high. With just one glance, he was able to imitate Gu Yi's actions to condense magic. It's no wonder that Gu Yi was shocked by this monstrous talent. Looking at the magic circle condensed in front of him, Gao Ming felt no disturbance in his heart. The reason why he was able to cast magic at a glance was because of the spell. The essence of spells is still magic, which belongs to the top level of magic. He has 12 kinds of spells. Even if Gao Ming does not have any magical talent, he will become suitable for magic with the blessing of spells. Although Karmatage's magic system absorbs energy from other dimensions of the multiverse to cast and create magic, it is difficult for many people to understand, especially for modern people who have grown up accepting science. It is even more difficult to get rid of it. The concept of science, to understand the mystical things such as magic. But for Gao Ming, this is not difficult at all. Under the natural blessing of the spell, Gao Ming has a very clear perception of magic, and learning magic comes naturally. Among all the spells, the Tiger Talisman once again played an important role. The energy absorbed from other dimensions of the multiverse is nothing more than what is commonly known as magic power. The Tiger Talisman, which balances and coordinates all energies, enables Gao Ming to easily mobilize rich magic power in an instant. To use the name of the game, Gao Ming's current MP value is very high, and he can spend it wantonly. He is not afraid that mana is not enough. What is lacking now is skills. The golden magic circle dissipated, and looking at Gu Yi who couldn't help but admire in front of him, Gao Ming smiled lightly and said, Master Gu Yi, I may be able to become a teacher soon. A few days later, Library Pavilion. Stephen came to Zhangshuj with 4 finished books, ready to return them. Stephen brought the 4 finished books to the guardian of the Library Pavilion. The guardian was an unsmiling fat Asian man with a bald head. He said to Stephen with a serious face, Mr. Strange. Stephen said politely, just call me Stephen. What should I call you? King. The king said expressionlessly. King, just one king? Stephen joked, like Adele. Wong still looked at Stephen blankly. Or, Aristotle, Drake, Bono, Eminem. Stephen spoke in a quieter voice, with a look of embarrassment on his face. Wong was completely unmoved, and he didn't even smile. He just took 4 books and looked at the cover, the Book of Magic Sun, New Astronomy, the Code of Ruler, the Key of Solomon. Have you read all of these? Stephen said proudly, yes. Follow me. It is good. As he said that, Wong led Stephen to the inner room of the library pavilion. As far as the eye could see, there were bookshelves filled with all kinds of books. What is more peculiar is that these books are wrapped with chains and hung on the bookshelves. This area is only open to mages, but with my permission, others can come in and see. Wong said to Stephen. Entering the inner room, Stephen saw Gao Ming wearing a black robe again. At this time, Gao Ming was sitting at the table, flipping through a magic book. The more you look at it, the more familiar it looks. Where did you see it? Stephen thought to himself. It's no wonder that Stephen didn't recognize Gao Ming at a glance. After all, Gao Ming is very low-key now, and all the daily trivial matters are left to the shadow core. As a result, he hasn't appeared in the sight of the crowd for a long time. The real face and other images appeared, so Stephen didn't recognize that the man in black robe was the well-known godfather of superheroes. Gao Ming was flipping through the magic book quietly, and happened to see a very interesting magic. The shape of icon can differentiate countless magics into physical clones. Seeing this magic, Gao Ming's interest suddenly increased. Isn't this the technique of multiple shadows? I didn't expect that there is a similar one here. This is a group fighting skill. Learned, absolutely must learn. After making up his mind to learn this cloning technique, Gao Ming immersed himself in it, and concentrated on learning this magic. When he saw Gao Ming, a fellow townsman, Wong's rare expression eased a lot. His eyes were full of appreciation and admiration. He did not introduce Gao Ming to Stephen, walked to a bookshelf, unchained it, and took out a book. Let's start with Maxim's Revelation. How is your Sanskrit? Wong went to another bookshelf and took down a book. Stephen curled his lips and said, I'm pretty good at Google Translate. Wong put the 2 books together and handed them to Stephen. Veda, Classical Sanskrit. Stephen took the book with some embarrassment, and suddenly glanced at a separate bookshelf. The books hanging on it looked very mysterious, and he couldn't help asking, what are these? Wong replied, these are all private collections of Master Gu Yi. Stephen asked curiously, so it's forbidden to read? Wong said solemnly. Karmatage has no forbidden knowledge, only some forbidden spells. Except for the Supreme Mage. Those books are too esoteric for others. Stephen took down the first book, flipped through it casually, and found that a few pages in the middle had been torn off. This book has missing pages. While fetching the book, Wong explained, that is the book of Cagliostro, which is about studying time. A mage who betrayed Karmatage tore up those pages. He is a fanatical believer, called Iker Cassius, who also hanged and beheaded the former librarian. Hearing this, Stephen was shocked. He looked at Wong, and Wong said solemnly, now I will guard these books. If a book is stolen, I will know. You will die before you leave here. Wong closed the book in Stephen's hand, took the book from the stiff-faced Stephen's hand, and hung it back on the shelf. Stephen glanced at it and found that there was an empty one, so he pointed to the vacant place and asked, why is there a book missing there? Has it been stolen? Wang turned around, looked at Gao Ming who was reading a book, and said, "That book is there. That person is reading it." Stephen finally couldn't help asking, "Who is that person? I feel familiar. I don't know his identity. I only know that his name is Gao Ming, and he came to Karmatage on the same day as you." The admiration in Wang's eyes was undisguised. He only saw Master Gu Yi perform it once, and he learned it. Condensed magic, and quickly mastered the basic use of magic, and now I am comprehending advanced magic. Hearing this, Stephen was taken aback. There is such a powerful person. Even though they are all beginners, it took a few days to jump to such an achievement. This frustrates Stephen a little. The pride that had been born from reading 4 books in just a few days immediately dissipated. Facing such a powerful person, Stephen naturally would not let go of the opportunity to get acquainted, holding the few books Wang gave him, and walked gently to Gao Ming. Noticing that someone was approaching, Gao Ming looked away from the book. At the same time, he mentally simulated the steps of casting the shape of icon. He felt that the degree of difficulty was not too great, and he needed to practice it. Turning his head, Gao Ming found Stephen and said with a smile, "Hi, what's the matter?" "Hello, I also just came to Karmatage to study. My name is Stephen Strange." Stephen extended a hand friendly. Gao Ming shook hands with Stephen and said, "Hello, Mr. Strange. Just call me Stephen." Stephen replied quickly. Gao Ming smiled and said, "Okay, Stephen, my name is Gao Ming. Nice to meet you." Letting go, Stephen pretended to be familiar and said, "I am also very happy to meet you. By the way, have we met somewhere? I always feel that you look familiar." Hearing this, Gao Ming couldn't help laughing and stood up. The next moment, under Stephen's astonished gaze, the black robe on Gao Ming's body suddenly writhed, wriggling and changing as if alive, and soon turned into a black tights. Although the color is not white as before, Stephen recognized it at a glance from the shape, and the answer in his heart blurted out, "Godfather." "It seems that I have not been forgotten." Gao Ming smiled and let the venom return to the shape of the robe. Knowing Gao Ming's identity, Stephen's tone couldn't help showing some respect, and said, "I didn't expect to see you here. It's really unexpected. There are always many chance encounters in life, and the encounter between you and me is just one of them." Gao Ming's face was unpredictable and authentic, which made Stephen feel confused when he heard it. Just as he was about to say something, Gao Ming laughed and said, "It's just a coincidence, so don't think too much about it." Stephen was a little stunned. He thought Gao Ming was a serious person like Gu Yi, but he looked friendly and ordinary. But when Stephen calmed down and observed, he realized that Gao Ming was extraordinary. The magic of the clothes on Gao Ming's body can be seen, and the ability to change at will is beyond the normal range. Stephen wonders if this is the so-called magic equipment, which is a magic prop like some kind of staff or invisibility cloak. In the past, I saw this legendary figure from newspapers and the internet. Now, when I observe him closely, apart from his handsome face that surpasses most men, Gao Ming also exudes a faint aura. Those eyes are mysterious. The deep amber color makes people feel subdued just by looking at it. Stephen understood in his heart why Gao Ming was able to achieve such achievements. Without him, it was his unfathomable strength. Until now, no one knew how far this invincible person would go all out. Maybe only at the end of the world will this person be able to go all out. But how could there be such a degree of disaster? Throughout the years, the most dangerous one is nothing more than the invasion of the alien army in the Battle of New York. It hasn't been resolved yet. Stephen thought disapprovingly, but he didn't expect that in 2 years' time, there would be a disaster affecting the safety of the entire universe. Noticing the book Gao Ming was reading, Stephen asked curiously, "What book are you reading?" "I heard from Wang that this is the private collection of Master Gu Yi, and the content inside is very profound and difficult to understand." "It's okay, it's a bit complicated, but it's understandable after watching and practicing more," Gao Ming said in a natural tone. Invisible coercion is the most deadly. Looking at Gao Ming's natural tone, and then looking at the few beginner's books in his hand, Stephen suddenly felt that he lacked confidence, and then his inner competitiveness rose. He doesn't like to lose to others, no matter what field, as long as you get involved. Since he can become a shining star in the medical field, it doesn't make sense that learning magic will be bleak now. Afterwards, Stephen said in awe-inspiring manner, "Mr. Gao, I'm going back to study. I look forward to our next meeting. Goodbye, goodbye." Gao Ming watched Stephen leave with a smile, closed the book on the table, and returned it to the administrator Wang. "Thank you, Wang, for letting me in to read," Wang said calmly. "Karmatage will not reject anyone who studies." For this talented compatriot, Wang still has a high opinion of him, and his behavior is not as rigid and serious as others. Click. Gao Ming left Zhangshuj, and with a wave of his hand, the space in front of him was like a fragmented mirror. After entering, he was in a sparkling space. Everything around him was still the same as outside, but it was distorted and broken. It's like a piece of mirrors pieced together. The mirror dimension opens the mirror space, a world that exists forever but is separated from reality. No matter what you do here, it will not affect reality. Since ancient times, space is king and time is respect. How could Gao Ming not learn this trick of space magic? Although there are already space gems, such artifacts in the space field, this does not affect Gao Ming's idea of learning the mirror dimension. There is still a big gap between the mirrored space opened by the mirror dimension and the different space opened by the space gem. As long as you learn the mirror dimension, you can enter the mirrored space, but the different space is different. Only the space gem can open it. On the one hand, the mirror dimension has lost a lot, but it is enough. After all, there are not many magicians in this world, and not all magicians can master the magic of mirror dimension. To learn this technique of mirror dimension, Gao Ming is only using it to practice magic. Some magic is very powerful, and the mirror space is a very suitable training ground. Of course, a different space is a better choice, but for the sake of Gu Yi letting go of Karmatage's ancient magic books for him to read and study, Gao Ming also gave her some face. Instead of using space gems, he used magic. Recalling the shape of Aiken magic that I just read in the book, Gao Ming made a strange gesture, and at the same time absorbed a lot of energy from other dimensions. Everywhere, they are all densely packed with identical Gao Mings. All Gao Ming looked at each other curiously, but Gao Ming discovered that although all the avatars were entities, they did not have independent consciousness, and he was the one leading them all. Standing together with all the clones, Gao Ming suddenly had an idea in his mind. Golden arcs appeared in his eyes. Gao Ming looked at the other clones and found that there was no lightning in the eyes of the other clones. It seems that the power of the spell cannot be copied and shared with each clone, and even from the long-lost black eyes of the clone, it can be seen that the power of the infinite gem cannot be shared. That's right, if powerful powers like spells and infinite gems can be copied and shared, then there's no point in playing. Just imagine, a single dragon blast is already extremely destructive, and countless dragon blasts at one time may blow up the entire Earth. Not to mention the black hole annihilation bomb made by the space gem. Countless black hole annihilation bombs are fired together, maybe creating a black hole that swallows everything. It's a pity that this is just an imagination after all. The clone magic of the shape of Aiken still can't share the power of spells and infinite gems. Although Gao Ming felt a little regretful, he didn't pay much attention to it. Although he couldn't achieve the shocking scene of countless clones blasting dragons together, it also reflected the necessity of learning magic. Gao Ming clasped his hands together. A faint golden light appeared in his palms. He yanked his right hand, and a golden whip was pulled out from the golden light in the palm of his left hand, condensed into a shape, and golden sparks fell from the whip to the ground. All the avatars also condensed a golden whip following Gao Ming's movements. In an instant, countless Gao Ming held golden whips. This scene made people's scalp tingle, fearing that there would be countless whips on their bodies in the next moment. That's sour. Although the power of spells and infinite gems cannot be shared, the knowledge of magic is possible. So the magic of the shape of Aiken is suitable for mastering certain offensive skills to achieve a grand scene of magic. It seems that I still need to learn a lot. A wave of dark red reality gem particles emerged from Gao Ming's body, condensing into a human form not far in front of him. The image of Thanos. Facing the humanoid target in the image of Thanos, Gao Ming waved the golden whip in his hand fiercely, and all the avatars also waved their whips neatly, and countless golden whips slammed on Thanos fiercely. Clap clap. Countless whips fell like a storm, and after whipping for a while, Gao Ming let out a sigh of relief, and withdrew his avatar and whips. It's refreshing. The human-shaped target in the image of Thanos remained unscathed under the whipping of countless magic whips, because it was formed by Gao Ming's vibrating gold made from reality gems, which was hard enough to guarantee. Well, I will use this for practice in the future. Gao Ming made his decision as a matter of course. After all, this is made of vibrating gold, and it is a qualified training target. Definitely not because the image is the reason for Thanos. In the practice field outside Karmatage, a group of apprentices are practicing magic, and Stephen is among them, but the future Supreme Mage is now in a very embarrassing situation. The other apprentices all around successfully assembled a magic circle, and Stephen anxiously took pictures of the gourd, but still nothing appeared, not even a spark appeared in front of him. This is embarrassing, but fortunately, the apprentices around are all of the type who are concentrated and unaffected. Otherwise, if they point and whisper to Stephen, Stephen may be so embarrassed that he wants to find a hole in the ground to get in. However, he couldn't even do the most basic converging magic circle, which made Stephen very discouraged, thinking that it was impossible for his crippled hands to cast magic smoothly. Then, in the next lesson, everyone got a strange ring that went through 2 fingers from mode 1 after another. Mastering the hanging ring is essential to learning magic. The hanging ring allows us to travel through the multiverse. All you need to do is to concentrate on imagining and outline the destination in your mind. While walking among the apprentices, Modu explained earnestly. The apprentices stretched out their left hands and waved their right hands in circles. A golden circle of light appeared in front of everyone. The size of the circle of light was different because each person had different degrees of mastery. Stephen still made no progress. Only sporadic sparks appeared in front of him, and his face was full of unwillingness. Just when all the apprentices were trying to expand the size of the aperture to a size that a person could pass through, suddenly, a golden aperture with a diameter of 2 meters appeared out of thin air, and Gao Ming in a black robe walked out, holding a glass of Coke in his left hand and a glass in his right, holding a burger, already taking a bite, and a family bucket full of fried chicken floating in the air behind you. Gao Ming chewed and swallowed the food in his mouth, and then greeted leisurely. Good morning, everyone. I went outside to buy breakfast. You go ahead. Looking at the figure of Gao Ming leaving slowly, there was still a family bucket floating behind him. All the apprentices were unsteady. The light circles in front of them were all extinguished and dissipated, and they looked at Gao Ming's back with complicated eyes. Why is there such a big gap between people? Among them, Stephen felt the deepest. They were all people who came in at the same time, but Gao Ming had already left everyone behind. Even though Stephen knew that the other party was the superhero with great powers, he still felt unwilling. Could it be that the superhero are you destined to be better than ordinary people? This made Stephen extremely frustrated. At this moment, Gu Yi, who was watching from the sidelines, suddenly said, I want to talk to Mr. Strange alone. Modu nodded and said, okay, then guide the other apprentices to leave with him. Stephen walked up to Gu Yi and said dejectedly, it's impossible for my hands to cast magic. This has nothing to do with your hand. Gu Yi said calmly, Master Hamel. As Gu Yi called, an old man dressed as a Taoist came over and pulled up the sleeve of his left hand. Stephen was surprised to find that Master Hamel's left arm was severed, bare, without a left hand. Only his right arm was intact. In this way, Master Hamel, with a good right arm and a mutilated left arm, gestured in front of Stephen to gather the posture of a magic circle, and a magic circle took shape impressively. Boom. The magic circle dissipated slowly, turned into sparks, and disappeared. Thank you, Master Hamel. Gu Yi nodded to Master Hamel. Hamel also nodded back, and then walked away. Looking at the silent Stephen, Gu said, you can't let the river follow you. You have to follow its flow and use its power for your own use. So I have to give up control in order to control it. Stephen said in astonishment, it doesn't make sense at all. Not everything makes sense, and it doesn't have to make sense. The knowledge you learned before has led your life, but it can't make you go any further. Learn to obey, Stephen, and let go of your ego. With that said, Gu Yi opened a portal and motioned for Stephen to follow her. After passing through the portal, Stephen was surprised to find that they were in a snow-capped mountain peak, and Stephen asked uncertainly, wait, this won't be Mount Everest. Gu Yi calmly said the answer in Stephen's heart. Isn't it beautiful? Stephen rubbed his body, tremblingly said, yeah, it's beautiful, it's cold, but beautiful. A human can only survive for 30 minutes at this temperature, and then he will permanently lose his body functions, Gu Yi said with a half smile. But you will go into shock in the first 2 minutes. Stephen felt bad. What? Obey, Stephen. Gu Yi returned to Karmatage through the portal, and Stephen rushed over, but the portal quickly disappeared. No, do not want. Stephen fell on the icy snow, and the cold wind made him jump up immediately. At this moment, Stephen felt as if 10,000 grass and mud horses ran past in his heart. Gu Yi, you are cruel. Under the threat of his life, Stephen finally exploded his potential, opened the portal without disappointment, and returned to Karmatage, trembling with snow covered in his body. After being forced by Gu Yi once, Stephen's magic learning progress skyrocketed, as if he had opened up Rindu's second channel, and he learned everything quickly. Stephen's mentality has also been adjusted. He is not as self-important as before, and he is learning magic in a down-to-earth manner. Of course, Gao Ming also played a large part of the influence. I don't know when it started, but Gao Ming didn't go to Zhangshij to read books. It's not because he has thoroughly read all the books and learned all the magics. In fact, Gao Ming only picked a few magics and didn't continue learning them. Well, it's not that the more you learn, the better. When fighting, how can you have so much time to think about moves, and learning a few useful ones is enough? But even so, Gao Ming has reached a height that Stephen can hardly catch up with, and the magic he has mastered has become superb, and he can reach out. Stephen asked Gu Yi, and Gu Yi said that if Gao Ming concentrates on studying magic, he will be able to do it soon. At her level, even Gao Ming's current magic level is no problem to inherit the position of the Supreme Mage. Stephen doesn't have any ambition to be competitive with Gao Ming now, but he just doesn't understand why Gao Ming refuses to continue learning magic. But when he thought of Gao Ming's original identity, Stephen also understood a little bit. Even if he didn't continue to learn magic, Gao Ming was still so powerful, with all kinds of magical abilities, and magic was just icing on the cake. Time passed day by day, and Stephen's magic level was getting higher and higher, and he could even open the portal to steal books from the library pavilion with ease. Of course, this was mainly a prank, and for this reason, Wong went to Gu Yi to sue. On this day, Stephen honestly came to Zhangshij to read a book. He was reading the book of Cagliostro, and happened to find the introduction of the Supreme Mage's inherited artifact, the Eye of Agamotto. Apple, look up and look forward. The Eye of Agamotto is placed on the platform in front of you. Stephen turned around furtively and shouted, King? No one responded. It seems that the king is not there. Stephen put down the apple, then walked to the platform, hung the Eye of Agamotto around his neck, returned to his seat, followed the steps in the book, and prepared to try the power of this artifact. Stephen didn't know that behind him, there were 2 souls watching him, Gu Yi and Gao Ming, whose souls are out of their bodies. Gu Yi watched quietly as Stephen opened the Eye of Agamotto, cast time magic, and aimed at the bitten apple. When he saw that Stephen used time magic to restore the torn pages of the book of Cagliostro, Gu Yi sighed. Gao Ming stared at the time gem on Stephen's chest with blazing eyes. If he wanted to take it, now is undoubtedly a good opportunity, but seeing the calm and composed Gu Yi next to him, Gao Ming reluctantly gave up his plan. Gao Ming said, he is going to find out the truth, won't you stop it? Gu Yi shook his head and said, everything is predestined. Let everything develop along the trajectory of fate. Hearing this, Gao Ming was a little silent, and said, even if you know that you are going to die? Gu Yi didn't reply, but the meaning was self-evident. At this moment, Gao Ming admired this mage a little bit. Even though she knew that she would face death, in order to cultivate Stephen, the inheritor, she could still accept death calmly. From the beginning to the end, Gui knew how everything would develop, but he didn't show it in front of outsiders. Stop! The king's angry shout sounded behind him, scaring Stephen to instantly cancel the time magic in his hand, and the opened eye of Agamotto closed again. Wang and Modu rushed over and scolded Stephen, scolding him for his reckless behavior of using the power of time at will without considering the consequences. Stephen bowed his head and accepted their criticism with a guilty conscience. After calming down, Wang and Modu couldn't help but sigh that Stephen is indeed a magic genius. The Eye of Agamotto, as the inherited artifact of the Supreme Mage, is not so easy to control, and Stephen was able to open the Eye of Agamotto smoothly and cast time magic. All confirmed his talent. You were born for magic. Modu couldn't help admiring. I can't bear this evaluation, Stephen thought of Gao Ming, with a wry smile on his face, and my hands are still shaking. Modu said, it's just shaking for the time being. Won't it be like this forever? Stephen asked back. We are not prophets. Stephen frowned and asked in a deep voice. When will you tell me what we are? Modu and Wang looked at each other, and then made a decision to take Stephen to explain the origin of Kamatage, as well as the enemy he faced, the evil god Damamu of the Dark Dimension. Seeing this scene, both Gao Ming and Gu Yi returned to their bodies, and they were in a quiet room. After the soul returned to its place, Gao Ming looked at Gu Yi, who was calm and composed, and couldn't help asking again. You're going to die tonight, don't you feel it? Gu Yi said indifferently. I have lived by absorbing the energy of the Dark Dimension until now, and I have lived for too long. It is time to pass on the position of Supreme Mage. Stephen, he is a suitable successor. Gao Ming laughed at himself and said, I also have eternal life, but I haven't lived that long. I don't understand your feelings, and I want to continue living. Do you not mind how Modu feels after knowing the truth? Gao Ming asked again. He is your faithful believer, and the truth is a deception to him, which will collapse his belief in you and even make him if you take a wrong path. You will stand on the opposite side of Stephen in the future. Hearing this, Gu Yi's eyes were a bit complicated. He sighed and said, he has the right to know the truth. As for the result after knowing the truth, everything depends on the arrangement of fate. Seeing Gu Yi's attitude of letting go of everything and calmly facing death, Gao Ming admired him. His eyes sparkled, and he had an idea. Bang! Stephen was kicked violently, smashed through the glass cabinet where the magical artifacts were stored, and fell to the ground in a state of embarrassment. Kamatage's traitor, Cassius, held a transparent sharp blade in both hands, and walked towards Stephen fiercely. Just now, after listening to Wang and Modu narrate the horror of the evil god Dormammu, Stephen felt a chill in his heart, and immediately said that he would quit. He came to heal his hand, not to deal with this kind of horror there are fights. But before they finished speaking, they heard the siren from the London temple. On the way to send them there, they encountered a dark magician headed by Cassius, and were hit hard. Mordo fell into a trap, and passed out. Wang also disappeared. Stephen had to fight alone, facing the 3 dark magicians. Stephen didn't have much actual combat experience, so he could only play tricks, knocking 2 dark magicians into any door of the temple one by one, and teleporting them to different places. Immediately afterwards, Stephen and the remaining Cassius had a one-on-one PK. However, with the reduction of 2 enemies, Stephen still did not have the advantage, and was defeated by Cassius. Just when Cassius raised the transparent sharp blade in his hand, and slashed at Stephen without hesitation, with his swish, the red cloak in the glass cabinet behind Stephen wraps around Cassius' hand spiritually, stop him from cutting Stephen. Cassius broke free from the entanglement of the red cloak, and swung his blade again to stab Stephen, but was still blocked by the red cloak. Just as Stephen was about to take the opportunity to escape, he was caught by Cassius, and then kicked down the stairs fiercely, and the red cloak flew down immediately. The next moment, the red cloak flew up slowly against Stephen's back. The fluttering red cloak made Stephen look majestic. Gao Ming, who saw this scene with the power of his mind, opened his eyes and said with a smile, the levitating cloak is really Stephen's destiny. Gu Yi drank tea calmly, and said, the levitating cloak is a mysterious magic weapon with various powerful abilities, but it has a sense of autonomy, and only the owner it chooses is qualified to use it. Stephen can using it means that he has been approved by the levitation cloak. The magical artifacts in the temple are really weird. Gao Ming showed some interest on his face. Hearing this, Gu Yi put down his teacup, smiled slightly, and said, you can also choose a magic weapon. I'm also curious, which magic weapon belongs to you? As soon as Gao Ming was about to reply, he felt dissatisfaction from the venom on his body, and a small upper body of venom appeared from the shoulders of the black robe, with teeth and claws, wide inverted triangle eyes, 2 rows of small sharp teeth, originally full of evil image, but because of the body shape, it looks pocket-sized and cute. Little Venom yelled at Gu Yi angrily, but because he was too small, he didn't shout loudly, and made a few chi voices with no clear meaning and no threat. You old woman, you actually asked my host to choose some magic weapon. My host doesn't need those rubbish. Afterwards, Venom looked at Gao Ming pitifully, like a puppy about to be abandoned by its owner, and uttered a few woo-woo sounds. My host, are you going to abandon me? How can I understand your heart in those lifeless instruments? Don't be fooled by this old woman. Seeing Venom's actions, Gao Ming and Gu Yi both laughed in unison. Gu Yi smiled faintly. This alien creature from other universes is full of spirituality and is your loyal partner, just like Stephen and the levitating cloak. Gao Ming touched the little Venom on his shoulder and said, with this guy around, it is much more convenient for me. As for the magic weapon, it is optional for me. The Venom is enough. Know what magic weapon should I choose? Hearing Gao Ming's words, Venom was satisfied and raised his fist triumphantly at Gu before blending into the black robe. Recalling the aggressive and evil Venom in Spider-Man 3 and comparing it to the current Venom that only retains its good side, Gao Ming couldn't help but smile. Maybe no one has seen such an interesting Venom before. In my impression, it is the evil creature in Spider-Man 3 that will blacken the host. Gao Ming didn't know that in the year after he crossed over, a Venom movie was released. The Venom in it would not blacken the host, and he had a lot of jokes with his host. During the conversation between Gao Ming and Gu Yi, the battle on Stephen's side gradually subsided. After all, Stephen was no match for Iker Cassius, who had absorbed the dark energy. His good friend Christine, a female surgical trauma doctor, helped him rescue him, but his soul went out of his body, and he continued to fight to the death with the dark magician, who also had his soul out of his body. The London temple was rioted by the 3 of Cassius, and even the guardians of the London temple were killed. The London temple fell completely, leaving only the New York temple and the Hong Kong temple. Gu Yi and Gao Ming stopped talking and stood up quietly. It's time for her to show up. Next, Gu Yi will fight Cassius, and then die. It's a pleasure to know such a powerful person as you in my life that is about to end, Mr. Gao Ming. I hope you can continue to protect the world. Gu Yi said lightly, and then walked out of the quiet room. Gao Ming sat quietly on the spot, picked up a cup of tea, blew on it, and whispered to himself, that's not necessarily. Stephen and Mordo fled in embarrassment. In front of Gu Yi and Modu, after telling the truth that Gu Yi maintained his life by absorbing the energy of the dark dimension, Gu Yi did not refute, but left the sentence, you need support, then turned and left. When Modu reprimanded Stephen for not slandering Ancient One, Cassius returned with 2 dark magicians, preparing to destroy the temple again. At the critical moment, Stephen cast mirror dimension magic, and he and Mo at a certain speed, together with the 3 dark magicians led by Cassius, they pulled into the mirror space. Because the mirror space is an independent space, what he does here will not affect the real world, so Cassius' attack did not work. Stephen originally thought that it would be more beneficial to be in the mirror space, but what he didn't expect was that the energy of the dark dimension made Cassius and others stronger in the mirror space, and everything in the mirror space changed as Cassius and others thought. You can see high-rise buildings twisting and rotating like genetic chains, and you can also see flat and straight roads folded at 90 degrees. The scene is very magical, appearing in an image that goes against common sense. The entire mirror space was changed by Cassius as he wished, and turned into a maze of killing Stephen and Modu. Stephen and Modu had no power to fight back and could only flee in a hurry. In the end, Stephen was overtaken by Cassius. Cassius pushed Stephen to the ground, took back his hanging ring from Stephen, and then condensed a transparent sharp blade, stabbing down on Stephen. Oh, Stephen was so frightened that he exclaimed. At the critical moment, Stephen's ground suddenly split, and he moved a position forward to avoid Cassius' attack. The next moment, the twisted and folded things around suddenly seemed to be attracted by something, and they were pieced together and merged into a venue with gorgeous patterns. I saw Gu Yi in a yellow robe standing in front of Cassius, with one hand behind his back, and with a random wave of his right hand, the surrounding things changed with her movements, forming a closed battlefield. Only those who have accepted the energy of the dark dimension can change the mirror space arbitrarily, and the Ancient One can do this. The answer is self-evident. It's true, she really draws energy from the dark dimension. Modu looked at Gu Yi with a broken face. He trusted Gu Yi so much, but Gu Yi deceived him and betrayed his belief. There is a bewitching red line on Gu Yi's forehead, which is the appearance of absorbing the energy of the dark dimension, because she only absorbs a small amount of energy of the dark dimension to maintain her life. So she is not like Cassius and others, who have many spots on her face, crack and demon eyes. It's just that Gu Yi didn't become depraved and lost because he absorbed relatively little, but he couldn't improve his strength much. Gu Yi glanced at Modu with complicated eyes, then shifted his gaze and looked at Cassius coldly. Cassius stood together with the other two dark magicians, condensed a transparent sharp blade at the same time, rushed towards Gu Yi without hesitation. Gu Yi nimbly avoided a dark magician's thrust, and his hands instantly condensed gold in the magic light shield blocked the pincer attack between Cassius and another dark magician, and combined with the fierce fist and kick fighting technique, a sweeping leg kicked Cassius to the ground. Boom. Cassius slapped the ground suddenly, and the ground rolled like a wave. Gu Yi was pushed up, and then Gu Yi also slapped the ground with his backhand. Boom. The ground rolled back in a more substantial wave, pushing Cassius directly and rolling several times. Just when Gu Yi restrained a dark magician's attack, Cassius rushed up suddenly, and the transparent sharp blade in his hand penetrated his companion's body, and also stabbed Gu Yi in front of him. Cassius pulled out his sharp blade with a wicked smile, and regardless of his fallen companion, he mercilessly kicked Gu Yi into the portal he had opened in advance, and kicked him back to the real world. Seeing this, Stephen and Modu hurriedly jumped out before the portal disappeared. After Gu Yi was lifted out of the mirror space, he appeared in the air of a building hundreds of meters high, fell straight, broke a layer of glass, and fell heavily to the ground. Stephen and Modu, who had just come out of the mirror space, watched Gu Yi fall from the building with tearful eyes, and hurried over to send Gu Yi to the hospital for emergency treatment. On the roof of the building, Gao Ming sat on the edge of the roof, looked at the messy scene below, shook his head, and muttered to himself. Is it worth it? Gu Yi, this ending can obviously be avoided. Drop drop. The ECG monitor made a rapid sound, showing that the heartbeat had returned to zero, and the undulating lines gradually became a straight line. Gu Yi was lying on the hospital bed, surrounded by a bunch of doctors rushing to carry out various rescue measures. Stephen was unable to participate in the operation because of his hand, so he could only stand aside and watch anxiously. Suddenly, Stephen felt something strange, and immediately his soul went out of his body, and he found that Gu Yi's soul had left his body and was flying away in one direction. What are you doing? Don't do this. You are dying. Stephen shouted hastily, and followed to catch up with Gu Yi. Gu Yi floated to the balcony of the recovery room, quietly watching the night scene of flowers blooming outside. Stephen flew over and persuaded anxiously. You have to get back into your body quickly. You don't have much time. Time is relative. Your body hasn't fallen to the ground yet. Gu Yi replied calmly. I've spent too many years looking into the future, seeing this moment. But after not seeing it, I stopped countless horrible future, time and time again. But it always brings me to this moment, and I end up in this moment. Gu Yi slowly narrated his last words, and at the end, he also smiled in relief. Look, it stands to reason that I should have been prepared for death after living for such a long time. But look at me, and extend the time infinitely, just to see the snow scene. Stephen looked at the snowflakes falling slowly from the sky, and was also attracted by this scene. Then he felt his hand loosen, and when he turned his head, Gu Yi had disappeared. In the emergency room, Gu Yi opened his eyes were dull, the surrounding doctors stopped moving, and declared the rescue failed in frustration. With tears in his eyes, Stephen solemnly put on the levitation cloak after saying goodbye to Christine. He still has a bad battle to fight. He must stop the evil god Dormammu. Stephen swaggered through the portal, and went to the Hong Kong temple with Mordo. In the emergency room, a doctor was just about to cover Gu Yi's body with a white cloth, when Gao Ming activated the super speed force and walked in. Under the superliminal speed, everything around seemed to be at a standstill, and the doctor maintained the motion of picking up the white cloth, and stood there motionless. Gao Ming came to Gu Yi's body, looked at Gu Yi's peaceful death, looked at it quietly for a while, and suddenly laughed out loud. If you want to retire so soon, then you can't. Casually put Gu Yi's body into the different space of the space gem, and then waved out a piece of dark red particles of the reality gem, condensing into a body that looked exactly like Gu Yi. After doing all this, Gao Ming didn't take out the hanging ring, and directly used the space gem to open a portal to the Hong Kong temple. Evil god Dormammu, I also want to see it. When Stephen and Modu came near the Hong Kong temple, the surroundings were in chaos. People were screaming, crying, and running away, and the Hong Kong temple had completely fallen, surrounded by a large purple dark light. The dark dimension has come. Dormammu is coming. It's too late. There's nothing to stop it. Modu said in despair. Stephen gritted his teeth, watching Cassius and the others walking towards them triumphantly. Not necessarily. Stephen made a gesture with his hands, and the eye of Agamotto on his chest opened, revealing the time gem glowing with dazzling green light. No. Cassius' complexion changed drastically, and he rushed over in a hurry, but Stephen had already condensed the magic circle of time magic, and pushed hard. Boom. The green light spread out from all directions, and the next moment, a magical scene appeared. Everything began to be reversed. The destroyed buildings returned to their original state. The raging flames were quickly extinguished, and the people who fell in the pool of blood quickly recovered from their injuries and returned to their original positions. Under the power of the time gem, time is reversed, and everything is back to before it happened. Looking at this miraculous scene of turning back time, Gao Ming, who stood watching from a distance, was surging with dark red particles. His right hand emitted a faint blue light, and his head emitted a soft golden glow. At the same time, his whole body was somewhat blurred, has already entered the superliminal movement. Under the 3 infinite gems and the superliminal movement, Gao Ming barely offset the effect of time reversal. Time stone. It seems that you are the most powerful infinity stone. Gao Ming looked at the time gem on Stephen's chest with piercing eyes. We have a second chance. Stephen twirled the time magic circle in his right hand, and shouted loudly to Modu beside him. Seeing the scene of going back in time, Modu also knew that it was not too late, and hurried to the Hong Kong temple, which was being restored to its integrity. He wants to seize this opportunity to start over again, and guard the Hong Kong temple together with everyone in the temple. The London temple and the New York temple were destroyed one after another, leaving only the Hong Kong temple, and the 3 temples are a combined large-scale formation to protect the entire earth from being eroded by the evil god Dormammu. If the Hong Kong temple also falls, then the whole world will be swallowed by endless darkness. Under the influence of the power of the time gem, Cassius kept retreating, but then with the help of dark energy, his whole body blurred for a while, and then he completely got rid of the influence of time reversal, and he resumed his actions and moved towards Stephen. Rushed over. Stephen and Cassius fought, and on the other side, Mordo faced the other 2 dark magicians with 1 against 2. Everything around is still returning to its original appearance as time goes back. After Mordo quickly got rid of the pincer attack of the two dark magicians, he immediately jumped from the upstairs when he saw Stephen retreating under the attack of Casillas going down. Grabbing the right moment, condensed a magic whip to wrap around Casillas, and then threw him onto a wall that was being restored. Countless rubble flew back to their original positions from the ground, forming an intact wall, which was also buried by Casillas. As pieces of rubble returned to the original building, Stephen also found the king buried in the rubble, and immediately used the time magic circle to target the king, so that the king could get rid of the influence of time reversal. Wong still maintained the aggressive posture when facing Casillas, and when he was out of time, he still looked like he had just woken up from a dream. Looking at the miraculous scene around him in surprise, Stephen raised his eyebrows and said, "It's wrong to break the laws of nature, I know. Don't stop now." Wong also realizes that now is the time to start again, and he doesn't care about the unforeseen consequences of using time. Looking at the gradually restored Hong Kong temple, Stephen said solemnly, "When the temple is restored, they will attack again. We have to defend this time. Let's go." With an order, the three ran towards the temple. At this time, Casillas broke through the wall and walked out. Seeing that Stephen and the three were running towards the temple, he immediately bent down and slapped his palm on the ground superior. Boom. There was an earth-shattering shock on the ground, and a strong shock wave hit the three of Stephen, who were knocked down to the ground immediately, and the time magic circle on Stephen's right hand also fragilely shattered and dissipated. The flow of time stopped. The pedestrians who came and went stood motionless in place. The buildings being restored also solidified, and the rubble, bricks and tiles stopped in midair and did not return to the original place. At this moment, the entire world is at a standstill. "Oh woo." Modu groaned in pain and got up. Wong also got up, and the two quickly took out their magic weapons, entered the combat state, and looked at Casillas and others who were slowly approaching with wary faces. "Get up. Strange, get up and fight. We can change the situation." Modu called out to Stephen, who was lying on the ground, and Stephen stood up with his hands on the ground. "You cannot resist the inevitable," Casillas said, strolling over. "Look, what a beautiful picture. A world beyond time, beyond death, beyond time." Casillas' dreamlike words stunned Stephen, and then he thought of something, and flew into the purple-shrouded sky without hesitation, and rushed into the wormhole of the dark dimension. "He's gone, and even Strange has left you behind, surrendering to Dormammu's power." Casillas looked sarcastically at Modu and Wong, who were in despair, and mercilessly attacked them verbally. "Is it ignorance and stupidity that Dormammu bestowed on you?" Just when Casillas was about to continue his declaration of victory, a stern voice suddenly sounded. He frowned, and looked in the direction of the voice with an expression of displeasure. Modu and Wong Zhe couldn't help showing joy, and they also looked over. Gao Ming, who was wearing a loose black robe, slowly descended from the sky. The robe on his body fluttered and fluttered without any wind. His deep amber pupils did not have a trace of emotion. Tiny and humble ants. Landing on the ground expressionlessly, Gao Ming gave Venom a thumbs up in his heart. This wave of coercion was well done, and Venom gave the black robe an effect of fluttering in the wind in a considerate way, which matched Gao Ming's temperament of looking down on the world. So that Gao Ming's appearance has been improved by N grades, which is even more shocking than the first appearance of Stephen being lifted up by the levitation cloak. Casillas said coldly, "Who are you? You don't deserve to know." Gao Ming said indifferently, not paying attention to Casillas and others at all. This angered Casillas. He smiled sinisterly, suddenly condensed a transparent sharp blade, and stabbed Gao Ming viciously. "Go to hell." Boom. Gao Ming calmly raised his hand, and a densely textured golden magic shield instantly appeared in front of him, easily blocking Casillas' thrusts. The solid luster and complex texture all proved that this magic shield with such sturdiness, the sharp blade in Casillas' hand couldn't even scratch a sporadic spark from the shield. What? Casillas looked at this scene in disbelief, and took a few steps back with great vigilance, standing with the other two dark magicians. Modu and Wong walked quickly to Gao Ming's side, and Modu said anxiously, "Strange has also fallen. Now only you can stop Dormammu." "Relax," Gao Ming smiled faintly. "Give Stephen more trust. He is going to deal with Dormammu's problem." Hearing this, Modu and Wong both looked disbelieving, and Casillas and others even laughed wantonly, mocking. "Only him? A rookie who doesn't even master magic combat can defeat the omnipotent man? What a fool's dream." Noisy. Gao Ming looked at Casillas and the others indifferently. "You are magicians, then I will let you die under the power of magic." After all, Gao Ming shook his hand violently, and a bright red ribbon flew out, binding Casillas and the three of them tightly in the blink of an eye, unable to break free at all. Ceterac Scarlet Necklace, also known as Sector's Red Belt or Scarlet Chain, is a powerful control magic that makes it difficult for the bound target to break free from the chain. Then, Gao Ming waved his hand casually, and a thick and violent bolt of lightning shot out in a hurry, bounced a few times on the ground, and finally hit the three of Casillas who were tied up straight. What? The burst of lightning caused the three of Casillas to feel the severe pain of the thunderbolt, and they couldn't help shaking violently, and then returned to death, turning into three charred corpses. Bossat's Thunder, a range attack magic, summons a burst of lightning to pierce within a certain range, and its power is very high. The fly in the ointment is that this move needs to be transmitted to each other. When facing a group of enemies, it can kill as much as you want. When facing a single enemy, it seems to be too slow, and the more agile enemies have enough time to dodge. With the scarlet chains removed, the three charred corpses lost their support and fell heavily on the ground, turning into countless small coke. After dealing with the three enemies, Gao Ming didn't care about the stunned expressions of Modu and Wong, and looked up at the wormhole in the purple sky, feeling the power of the evil god Dormammu. Dormammu, it's really scary. Gao Ming couldn't help but sighed and sighed. Don't watch the movie. Stephen successfully prevented Dormammu from invading and protected the world. In fact, Dormammu was defeated. It was Stephen playing a rogue. He let time go back in an infinite loop and trapped Dormammu in a time period, turning back time again and again. In the end, he had no choice but to accept Stephen's conditions and gave up the aggression. With Dormammu's strength, it is completely at the level of destroying the world, and Thanos, who has not collected all the infinite gems, cannot defeat Dormammu. Gao Ming shook his head regretfully. It's a pity that such a terrifying existence is the villain. "Dormammu, I'm here to negotiate." Countless sharp thorns sprayed over, and Stephen quickly opened two magic shields to block it, but a violent torrent of energy spit out from Dormammu's mouth, blasting Stephen to nothing. But at the next moment, Stephen appeared again intact, flew in front of Dormammu just like before, and shouted loudly, "Dormammu, I'm here to negotiate. You are here to die, your world will." Dormammu said viciously what he had said just now, and stopped abruptly in the middle of his speech, realizing something was wrong. What's going on? Is it a hallucination? That's good. After finishing speaking, a sharp long thorn fell from the sky, piercing Stephen's body in an instant. But Stephen appeared again intact. "Dormammu, I'm here to negotiate." "You, what's going on?" Dormammu shouted angrily. Stephen said confidently, "Just like you gave Casillas your dimensional power, I also brought a power from my world." Stephen raised his left hand, showing the green light circle on his wrist. "This is time, the endless loop of time." "You are so bold." Dormammu raised his giant fist angrily, and slammed it down on Stephen. "You can't do this forever." Dormammu looked at Stephen, who was back again, and shouted angrily. Stephen replied indifferently, "In fact, I can, you and I, be stuck in this moment, never ending." The exasperated Dormammu once again breathed out a violent torrent of energy, blasting Stephen away. "Dormammu, I'm here to negotiate." Stephen was stabbed to death. "Dormammu, I'm here to negotiate." Stephen was crushed to death by a huge meteorite mixed with energy. "Dormammu, I'm here to negotiate." Stephen was reborn time after time, said this sentence, and was killed by Dormammu. Spikes on the ground, twining vines, beams of light, dense spikes. Dormammu used one method after another to kill Stephen, but the annoying Dormammu I'm here to negotiate, will still sound the next moment. Stop. Dormammu was finally driven crazy. Let me go? What do you want? Take your fanatics away, end your invasion of my world, and never come back. Stephen maintained a spellcasting gesture, looking at Dormammu fearlessly. Do as you do, and I will end the cycle. Dormammu's body made of energy twitched, showing that it was extremely restless. Stephen's conditions were not negotiations at all, but threats to it. Dormammu was unwilling to give up his aggression against the earth, but was afraid of being permanently trapped in a moment and becoming a prisoner of time. After being silent for a while, Dormammu replied indifferently. There is one thing I can't do. I can't stand you refusing. Stephen replied in an unquestionable tone. Dormammu stared at Stephen with those ferocious giant eyes and said murderously, my believer was just killed on earth. What do you want me to take away? Well, if you do the next 2 points, I'll end the cycle. Hearing this, Stephen replied with some embarrassment, and at the same time wondered in his heart, did Modu and Wong settle Cassius and others when he came to negotiate? Are the two of them exploding? After going through all kinds of hardships, after performing Doctor Strange's countless ways to die, Stephen finally successfully pushed back Dormammu, although he didn't defeat him in an upright manner. On the earth, the dark dimensional energy densely covering the sky gradually dissipated. Stephen landed slowly on the ground, looking at Gao Ming standing in front of Modu and Wong in amazement. Mr. Gao. Seeing the charcoal all over the place, Stephen thought for a while, and guessed the predecessor of this pile of coke. Is Cassius and the others solved by you? Well, Gao Ming felt the violent dark dimensional energy in the sky gradually weaken. You pushed Dormammu back. Hearing this, Stephen said quite proudly, yes, I defeated Dormammu by myself. Faced with Stephen's shameless words, Modu and Wong, who didn't know anything, still looked blank, while Gao Ming couldn't help but cast a blank look, and said, Stephen, you trapped Dormammu in a rogue move that loops endlessly for a moment. Can it be considered as defeating it? How do you know? Stephen put away his complacency and said awkwardly. Gao Ming looked at everything around him that was still and calmly said, I know a lot. Well, let's restore everything to its original state. Stephen nodded, opened the Eye of Agamotto, mobilized the power of the time gem again, and rotated the time magic circle in his palm. Immediately, the static world resumed its motion and quickly regressed to before the disaster occurred. When the time-lapse magic ends, everything is back to normal. The destroyed buildings are intact, and the injured people return to normal, unaware that a major crisis has just occurred. Back in time, everyone's memory is back before the incident, and there is no memory of Dormammu's invasion. We made it. Looking at the bustling streets, Wong said with relief, and walked towards the restored Hong Kong temple. Gao Ming also followed slowly, and Stephen wanted to follow, but found that Modu stopped where he was, and had no intention of going together. We broke the rules just like her. The price will come sooner or later. One day will come, Modu said coldly. I won't go this way again. After finishing speaking, Modu left without looking back, leaving behind a determined and lonely back. Stephen and Wong watched Modu leave with complicated eyes, while Gao Ming looked indifferent, thinking about something in his heart. I don't know if Doctor Strange will release a second part after I time travel. If there is, it seems that this mortal will be blackened and become the enemy of the second part. Kamatosh. Stephen came to the platform where the Eye of Agamotto was originally placed. Under the gaze of the king, he took the Eye of Agamotto off his neck with some helplessness and reluctance, and put it back. After seeing the power of time, Stephen was really reluctant to part with this magical and powerful power. It's a wise move. You still have the chance to wear it in the future, after you can fully master its power. Wong said calmly with his hands behind his back. Before that, don't run around in the streets wearing the Infinity Stone. Wong sighed a little and said, the death of the ancient mage will soon spread across the multiverse. The earth is no longer guarded by the supreme mage. We must be prepared. Stephen said firmly. We will. Taking a last look at the Eye of Agamotto, Stephen and Wong left the secret room, and the mechanism door of the secret room was slowly closed. The Eye of Agamotto lies here quietly, waiting for the next time gem to bloom. As if seeing the light from the endless darkness, Gui slowly opened his eyes and sat up. It can be seen from the surrounding blue environment that this is in a different space created by the space gem. Gui couldn't help sighing, and said, can't you let me meet death quietly? After finishing his trip to Karmatosh, Gao Ming, whose attire changed from black robes to black casual clothes, said with a faint smile, Master Gui, death is an act of escape for you, and now it is very lacking in combat power. You should wait until you finish defeating Thanos before thinking about the issue of death. Gui shook his head helplessly, and had no choice but to accept the fact that he was resurrected by Gao Ming. She only saw her own death, but she didn't expect that she would be resurrected, which fulfilled her sentence. I saw this moment, but I couldn't see the future. As the supreme mage who guards the earth, Gui is very strong in her own right. She will die, but it is only her own choice. Although the overall combat level of the Marvel Cinematic Universe has been weakened a lot, Gui is still a character that cannot be underestimated. With such fighting power, if she really died, that would be a loss. Not enough, the combat power is not enough. Gao Ming muttered to himself. He still needs more help to be confident enough to fight Thanos. Hearing Gao Ming's self-talk, Gu's eyes sparkled. He hesitated to speak, and finally turned into a shallow sigh. She can't say some things, otherwise unimaginable consequences will happen. Gui wanted to remind Gao Ming that although he chose the most promising future, but it was too late. When Gao Ming appeared and changed the original trajectory, his ending was already doomed. Kamatosh. Stephen and Gao Ming sat in Guyi's former tea room, quietly savoring the tea. The tea room is still the same tea room, quiet and elegant, making people feel more relaxed, but the former owner is no longer there. It has been a week since Dormammu left. After cleaning up a lot of mess, Stephen invited Gao Ming to come to Karmatosh. Although it has not been disclosed to the public, Stephen undoubtedly took over the position of the Supreme Mage and inherited the responsibility of the Ancient One to protect the Earth. It was only after personal experience that Stephen felt that the position of the Supreme Mage was really hot, and he was very busy with various things. In the final analysis, it is still because he is too weak. If Stephen is strong enough, he will not be afraid of anything. Now he can only develop in a low-key manner, constantly hone himself on weekdays, learn more profound magic, and strive to become a veritable Supreme Mage as soon as possible. The Supreme Mage must not only make foreign enemies afraid, but also convince other magicians. After all, this symbolizes the highest status in the magic world, second only to the Supreme Trinity God Emperor Weishan. Gui is free, leaving me such a heavy gift. Stephen sighed with emotion in a low voice, with some sadness and depression in his eyes. What Stephen didn't notice was that when Gao Ming sipped his tea, a weird smile quietly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Stephen, you thought Gui was dead, but she is still alive and well. If you knew, how would you feel? After resurrecting Gui, Gao Ming allowed her to act on her own. After all, Gui is dead, on the surface, not suitable for bringing back to the Avengers, and there is no place to use it now. Gui cast some magic, disguised his appearance, and covered up his own existence. After ensuring that he would not be noticed, he embarked on a journey of practice alone. Now that Dormammu's crisis has been resolved, Gui has not continued to absorb the energy of the dark dimension, decide to travel the world, and settle down to practice. Eliminating the threat of Dormammu and taking down the position of the Supreme Mage, Gui is living a very comfortable life now. He is leisurely and elegant all the way. It feels like an ordinary person is traveling around the world. If Stephen knows, Stephen is sure will be pissed off. After reminiscing about the Ancient One, Stephen restrained his sad emotions and returned to normal. Sorry, I'm a little distracted. Gao Ming put down his teacup and said, Stephen, now you are the new Supreme Mage, and you must strive to catch up with the Ancient One. Stephen smiled bitterly and said, I understand, but I still have a long time to go to reach the level of Ancient One. As he said that, Stephen suddenly changed his tone and said teasingly, your magic is much stronger than mine. Why don't you? Think about it. You will be the Supreme Mage? Hearing this, Gao Ming was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said with a smile, No, magicians can just experience it once in a while. Compared with magic, I still like my own ability. Stephen laughed dumbly. Indeed, the magic that ordinary people dream of is just a kind of icing on the cake knowledge for Gao Ming. The power that Gao Ming has mastered alone is enough to be invincible and invincible in the world. Thinking of Gao Ming's invincible achievements in the past, Stephen couldn't help but sigh. Why is the gap between people so big? Stephen waved his hand and said helplessly. That's right, I almost forgot. You are a famous superhero. Why do you need to be an unknown supreme mage? There is also a sour taste in the words. The magician is an existence hidden behind the scenes and silently guarding, and there is no such thing as a superhero. Gao Ming smiled lightly and said, this world is always in crisis. Even if no one knows the existence of magicians, we must continue to protect the world and maintain peace. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Stephen nodded seriously and said, I remember. Afterwards, Stephen joked again, but with the Avengers here, our group of magicians can save a lot of trouble. Okay, it's time for me to say goodbye. Gao Ming stood up, came to Stephen and stretched out his hand. Stephen also stood up, shook Gao Ming's hand. Noticing Stephen's hand was still trembling slightly, Gao Ming wondered, Stephen, you have experienced the time gem strength. Huh, yeah, Stephen said authentically because he didn't know. Then why haven't you thought about using the time stone to restore your own hand? Gao Ming asked the questions of countless movie fans after watching the Doctor Strange movie in his previous life. Stephen used the time stone to restore it in various ways, but he never thought about restoring his disabled hand. Is it because he is used to being a handicapped party? Stephen. Oh, why didn't he think of it? Stephen only used the time stone a few times. The first time was to try the power of the time stone for the first time, switching a bitten apple between intact and decayed. And the second time to restore the Book of Cagliostro, a few pages were torn out. The third time was to go back to the destroyed Hong Kong. And the fourth time was to go back in time in an infinite loop and force Dormammu back. However, during the whole process, Stephen never thought of using the time gem to heal his hand. After Gao Ming's reminder, Stephen suddenly realized why he didn't use the time gem to heal his hand once and for all. Facing Gao Ming's question, Stephen coughed in embarrassment, and then said righteously, Ahem, I'm not yet proficient in the power of the time gem. I plan to wait until I master it, and then use it to heal my hands. Gao Ming looked at Stephen blankly. He almost wrote the words, do you think I'm stupid? On his face, and regained a pair of hands. Is it necessary to use them at a high level? Did not expose Stephen's lie, Gao Ming said. The Avengers have a technology called regeneration cradle, which can be used for wound repair, tissue and organ reconstruction, and human body reconstruction. It is more advanced than cloning technology. It is a very advanced technology. With advanced medical technology, healing your hand is not a problem at all. There is such a powerful medical technology. Stephen was shocked, and then smiled bitterly. It's no wonder I don't know anymore. After all, I was just a well-known surgeon before, and I didn't have access to the existence of the level of the Avengers. Afterwards, Stephen looked at Gao Ming with piercing eyes. Would the Avengers be willing to provide a regeneration cradle to help me heal? Gao Ming shook his head, and under Stephen's somewhat disappointed gaze, he said, where's the need for such trouble? I can heal your hand without regenerating the cradle. Turning around, Stephen thought that Gao Ming was refusing to help, but he didn't expect that Gao Ming wanted to heal his hand himself. Grabbing Stephen's hand, with a flash of white light, Stephen was surprised to find that his hand had recovered. She no longer trembled. She was steady and strong, and even the marks left by the operation on the back of her hand disappeared. He scratched his hand in disbelief, making sure it was not an illusion, but a real one. After returning to normal, Stephen couldn't help but burst into ecstasy, followed by a trace of melancholy. Thinking back, he dispersed all his property, tried his best, explored various treatment options, and performed many operations but failed to recover. But now he was cured so easily. Naturally, he felt a little disappointed. But after thinking about it, if it weren't for his disabled hands, he would not have come to Kamatage for help in desperation, nor would he have been exposed to magical magic and become a magician who silently guarded the world. How can we know that it is not a blessing if it is a blessing in disguise that if he hadn't suffered such a setback, Stephen might still be that self-important surgeon, not a hero who died countless times under Dormammu in order to save the world? After thinking everything through, Stephen smiled in relief and said, thank you for your help. You are welcome. After Carmitage left, Gao Ming returned home. Sophia was sitting at the computer desk in the study, typing on the keyboard of the laptop and writing her work report. As the secretary of Stark Industries CEO Pep Potts, Sophia is becoming more and more savvy and capable, and she handles affairs in an orderly manner, which has been affirmed by Pep. I am back. Gao Ming came quietly behind Sophia and suddenly hugged Sophia, startling her. And then seeing Gao Ming, Sophia patted her chest and said coquettishly, I'm still working. Let's put it aside for work or something. We haven't had a good communication for a long time. Gao Ming picked up Sophia with a smirk and walked into the bedroom amidst her coquettish cries. After applauding for love that lost time, Sophia leaned on Gao Ming's chest with a flushed face and suddenly asked softly, when are we going to have a baby? Gao Ming was stunned. This word is very strange to me, yet very familiar. Now it is 2016, and Gao Ming is 32 years old. In today's society, most men and women get married around 26, and they should have their own children around 28, but Gao Ming has no children yet. It is not uncommon for people in their 40s to get married and have children, but that is only a minority. Gao Ming laughed dryly and teased, what? Want to be a mother? Sophia blushed, covered Gao Ming's chest, and murmured as thin as a mosquito's silk, Eminem. There was a trace of hesitation in Gao Ming's eyes. He knew that he hadn't had a child yet. Of course, it wasn't a physical problem, but he subconsciously avoided it, so Sophia didn't get pregnant. The threat of the tyrant has always been on his mind, so Gao Ming dare not imagine too much. He is afraid to see Sophia disappear in ashes, afraid to see his children disappear before experiencing the beauty of this world. Too many worries made Gao Ming hesitate to have a child of his own. But Gao Ming's heart is longing to have a child. He is also a person of flesh and blood, and he also hopes to have his own offspring. After taking a deep breath, Gao Ming pretended to be relaxed and said, okay, then let's work hard. After all, under Sophia's exclamation, Gao Ming bullied himself again, setting off a new round of ups and downs. Child, should you come or not? This colorful but dangerous world. A few days later, Gao Ming was about to embark on a journey across plains again. Learning magic in Carmitage has been delayed for a long time. Magic is not very useful to Gao Ming, but Gao Ming taught magic to Sophia, and Sophia can also defend herself by learning magic. Sophia is still very interested in magic, but now she has a job, so she can't separate so much thought. So Gao Ming didn't teach much, and focused on teaching Sophia some basics, teaching to condense magic circles, magic shields, and magic whips. After downloading the relevant knowledge, let Sophia practice on her own. Let's divert attention. Sitting on the roof of a high-rise building, feeling the cool breeze, quietly looking at the quiet and deep night sky, it is becoming more and more difficult to see the scenery of the stars and the moon. Pulling the clothes on his body, Gao Ming stood up and said softly, it's time to go. On the calm face, strands of electric arcs appeared in the eyes, and gradually spread to the whole body, so that Gao Ming's whole body was wrapped in golden lightning, dazzling. Boom. Gao Ming soared into the sky, and a meteor-like trace was drawn across the sky, before disappearing. New York. Another sunny day. Right between the towering buildings, a red and blue figure walks through. His wrist sprays out white silk threads to stick to the buildings, and then swings flexibly among the buildings, with cheers from his mouth. Another good neighbor in New York. The time for Spider-Man to fight for justice. On the highway, a large transport truck rammed wantonly, followed by a dozen police cars. This large truck was a transport vehicle under the name of the Osborne Group, carrying precious plutonium, and was captured by 3 vicious robbers. Robbed. The bald robber in charge of the car laughed wildly, and the other 2 accomplices used tools to make a hole in the top of the car, jumped in, opened the safe for storing plutonium, and put them lightly into the box prepared in advance. Spider-Man jumped to the front of the car, stuck to the door, knocked on the window glass, and said in a friendly way, Mister, just don't ask me to eat in the middle of the night, understand? As he said that, seeing the bald robber driving down the glass, Spider-Man reached out his hand in a friendly way for a handshake. The bald robber held the steering wheel with one hand and made a fist with the other and punched Spider-Man hard, but Spider-Man shrinking down, dodging the punch, and then jumping onto the top of the car, sitting on top of the car, with his legs dangling outside the car window. Spider-Man bent down and looked down at the bald robber. Don't like shaking hands? Don't you like hugging? I like killing people. The bald bandit roughly picked up a submachine gun and fired randomly at the outside. Spider-Man immediately jumped to the roof of the car and avoided it. When Spider-Man and the carjacking robbers were confronting each other, a black man holding a pile of design blueprints hurriedly said to the pedestrians on the side of the road, "Please don't squeeze me. I'm holding the blueprint. Hey, can you do me a favor? Can someone help me?" Unsurprisingly, the drawings of the black man being knocked into his arms were scattered all over the place. The black man yelled a few words, but no one picked it up for him. This made him both angry and disappointed. The poor guy. Obviously he designed the power grid for the city, but who knew his name was Max Dillon? After all, he is just a nobody. The drawings rolled down to the road, and Max hurriedly bent down to pick them up. Just when he was in a state of desperation, a hand suddenly appeared in his sight and picked up the fallen drawings. Max looked up and found that it was an Asian man in a black jacket who helped him pick up the fallen drawings and handed them back to him with a smile on his face. Thanks, thanks. Unexpectedly, someone would pick up the drawings for him, which surprised Max, who was somewhat inferior, and thanked him again and again. After the Asian man pulled Max back to the sidewalk, he said kindly, "It's nothing. It's a small matter, Max. How do you know my name?" Max asked in surprise. The Asian man pointed to the work badge on Max's chest and said with a smile, "It's written here. By the way, my name is Gao Ming." Max said ecstatically, "Hi, hello, nice to meet you." For Max, who has always been ignored by others, someone said hello to him today, which made him feel for the first time that he was noticed by others. Boom. The big truck bumped into the traffic on both sides roughly, and Max was so scared that he almost threw all the blueprints in his arms out again. Gao Ming helped him in time, so that the blueprints in Max's arms did not fall again. Glancing at the swaying Spider-Man, Gao Ming smiled, and then said to Max, "Spider-Man is really awesome, isn't it?" Max looked at the figure of Spider-Man enviously. He was very eager to be like Spider-Man, attracting everyone's attention, and said in a low tone, "Yeah, it's not like me. It's just an inconspicuous unknown in the crowd." Gao Ming patted Max on the shoulder and said with a hearty smile, "Don't underestimate yourself. I am born to be useful. Everyone has his value, and you have it, but you haven't discovered it yet. Believe in yourself, Max." Gao Ming's words made Max feel a huge affirmation. This black man with low self-esteem couldn't help but say happily, "Yes, yes, yes, I can definitely do it. I believe in myself." Seeing that Gao Ming was about to leave, Max hurriedly said, "Well, Gao, Mr. Gao Ming, is it convenient for Fong to leave a contact information?" Gao Ming smiled and said meaningfully, "There will always be a chance to meet again. Goodbye, Max." After waving his hands, Max hurriedly waved his hands and said goodbye. Looking at Gao Ming's back, his heart was filled with the excitement of being affirmed. Holding a pile of blueprints, he walked forward with his head held high. After bidding farewell to this seemingly coincidental encounter, Gao Ming walked leisurely towards Midtown High School, thinking about his next plan. It has been 4 days since I came to this world, so there is no need to deliberately inquire. The topic Gao Ming heard most from people's conversations is the topic of Spider-Man, and then he personally followed Spider-Man secretly and found out who this Spider-Man is. The Amazing Spider-Man starring Andrew Garfield. Now the timeline has reached the second part, and the incident of the first Dr. Lizard has passed for some time. After careful consideration, Gao Ming did not travel back in time to the first plot, because the value of Dr. Lizard is nothing more than a severed limb. The genetic potion for regeneration has the side effect of mutating into a lizard man, so Gao Ming didn't bother to go back and recruit the doctor. Now is a good time. Gao Ming set his target this time on Electron. That is, the black man he met just now, Max Dillon. Max Dillon, an unassuming electrician from the Osborn group, has a weak personality and craves attention. But Max is a poor man. In the movie, because Spider-Man casually said, "I need you," he becomes a fanatic of Spider-Man. From the bottom of his heart, he thinks that Spider-Man is his good buddy, so he accidentally becomes Electron. When he was panicking, Spider-Man didn't remember him, which made Max very angry and decided to take revenge on Spider-Man. Apart from a little vanity, Max is a very simple person. As long as someone needs him, affirms him, and gives him equal respect, then he will treat the other party as the most sincere confidant. Gao Ming was ahead of Spider-Man this time and left a good impression on Max. After he accidentally became Electron, it would be easier to subdue him. Midtown High School. Today is the day for the graduation ceremony. All the fresh graduates came to the venue designated by the school and sat down. The auditorium behind them was full of parents of the students. Among the many students, one seat was vacant, and the owner of that seat was Peter Parker, that is, the Spider-Man who was busy dealing with the carjackers. When Gao Ming entered the school, it went smoothly. He deliberately transformed into an exquisite black suit, which made him look full of style. In addition, his extraordinary temperament made some students passing by stop and watch curiously. When Gao Ming came to the graduation ceremony, Gwen Stacy, the student representative, was giving a graduation speech. In this world, Peter Parker's girlfriend is no longer the somewhat vain Mary Jane, but this a young, promising, and knowledgeable Gwen Stacy. Of course, the Peter Parker in this world is not as dick-like as Peter in the old version of Spider-Man, tall and sunny. In comparison, he looks more like a promising young man. No wonder finding a girlfriend will be a higher level. The auditorium was full of parents of the students, and Gao Ming couldn't sit together, so he found an inconspicuous corner and stood there. On the stage, Gwen delivered her graduation speech in an orderly manner, but her eyes frequently stayed on the conspicuous empty seat, and she felt a little unhappy. Even though it was such an important day of graduation, she was still on stage to give a speech, and Peter was still late. Gao Ming casually looked at the auditorium. If I remember correctly, there should be. Yes, Gao Ming quickly found his target, an old man wearing sunglasses and a white suit. That's right, it's Mr. Stan Lee running around again. When Gao Ming looked at him, Stan Lee seemed to feel something in his heart. He looked at Gao Ming, a little surprised, and then nodded to Gao Ming with interest. Gao Ming also nodded politely. After saying hello to each other briefly, the two of them did not intend to reunite for a long time to exchange ideas. I said a long time ago that Stan Lee was just an observer and could not provide any help to Gao Ming. In order to avoid unnecessary troubles, Gao Ming should not disturb Stan Lee's actions. Just when Gwen finished his speech, Peter, wearing a Spider-Man uniform and holding a school bag, rushed to the school, swayed spider silk into the changing room, quickly changed into his graduation gown, and almost forgot when he came out. Taking off the Spider-Man hood, this scene was seen by Mr. Stan Lee. Stan Lee exaggeratedly shouted to the people next to him, "I think I know that person." Of course, no one noticed. Just in time, the graduation certificate awarding ceremony began on the stage, and the teacher in charge shouted into the microphone in dissatisfaction, "Peter Parker, Peter Parker. I am here." Peter ran up to the stage panting and managed to catch up with his graduation ceremony, but missed Gwen's graduation speech. Peter saw the dissatisfaction on Gwen's face, and his heart suddenly thumped. It came from a man's desire to survive, which made his brain run at high speed, came up with countermeasures. After receiving the graduation certificate from the teacher, Peter walked up to Gwen with an apologetic face, said, "I'm sorry," then hugged Gwen, and kissed on stage in front of everyone. Wow, even the students in the audience all cheered happily, completely ignoring the ugly face of the teacher on the stage. Anyway, they are graduating today, and the teacher can't care. After a deep kiss, Gwen stood shyly on the stage, and when Peter stepped off the stage, he gave a high five to the teacher representatives triumphantly. Although the teacher who issued the certificate was very upset, there was nothing he could do about it. After graduating, teachers like them can no longer manage this group of students by deducting credits from demerits. Seeing Peter kissing Gwen in public, Gao Ming was also amused and couldn't help sighing. "Peter, you really should learn from you in the parallel world. Be bold and open." Inevitably, Gao Ming thought of Peter in the old version of Spider-Man. Compared to him, that Peter was too cowardly. He liked Mary Jane, but dared not confess it. I was soaked, and I also experienced various bloody plots in the middle, which made people a little speechless. The graduation certificates were issued one by one. After delivering a concise and clear closing speech, the graduation ceremony officially ended. The students happily hugged and cheered with their parents, and some students revisited the school that was about to say goodbye sadly. Every corner. Gao Ming looked at this bustling scene, shook his head, turned around and left, feeling in his heart. How could he be as excited as they were after graduating from high school? Took a photo, took the college entrance examination, and then dragged his luggage to leave the college entrance examination venue. After going back for a while to get a graduation certificate, I said goodbye to the school, which was nothing special. That night, many students are celebrating their graduation tonight. Some go to the bar KTV in groups, and some have dinner at home with their families to celebrate. Peter came to a Chinese restaurant in Chinatown worriedly, and saw Gwen chatting with relatives and friends inside. Gwen also saw him, smiled and waved to him, but Peter did not go in, but walked away with a preoccupied look after opening. Gwen and the others left the table and walked out of the restaurant. In the restaurant, Gao Ming, who had changed into casual clothes, was sitting at a table with several Chinese. Their children were also one of today's graduates. Ming kindly invited these Chinese to sit at the same table. Although they didn't know each other, they were all Chinese. It didn't take long for them to chat in full swing. Gao Ming didn't have the usual aura. He was like an ordinary person, chatting, eating, and drinking with other people, very down to earth, like a real ordinary person. Seeing Gwen go out to look for Peter, Gao Ming had a bad taste in his heart. He said goodbye to the people at the same table, then went to the counter, took out the money, and told the boss that he would pay for his table. Left the restaurant after posting the bill. Let's break up. Peter leaned against the wall dejectedly and said sadly to Gwen. Since Gwen's father, Officer George Stacy, died in front of him, Peter often had hallucinations in front of his eyes, always seeing the figure of Officer George, warning him coldly to leave Gwen. Police Officer George knew that Peter was Spider-Man before he died, so he asked Peter to stay away from Gwen before he died, because he didn't want Gwen to be in danger because of Peter, and he could accept an ordinary boy as his daughter's object. But he can't accept a Spider-Man who is destined to be in danger and always be with him. Police Officer George's last words are like a lingering nightmare, immersing Peter in grief and remorse. As long as he continues to be Spider-Man, one day, Gwen will be implicated by him and die innocently like her father. Therefore, no matter how painful his heart was, Peter had to break up with Gwen. Gwen looked at Peter heartbroken and said word by word, I want to break up with you. After speaking, Gwen covered her face and wept and left without looking back. Peter leaned against the wall in a daze, and when Peter fell into deep sorrow, a voice suddenly came from beside him. You are not doing her well, Spider-Man. Peter was startled suddenly and instantly entered a fighting state, looking in the direction of the sound with great vigilance. How could it be? How could his identity be known? Peter heard the reputation and looked over, but this look startled him. He saw a Spider-Man with silk spinning on his wrist, hanging there upside down. The strange thing is that the uniform of this Spider-Man is completely black except for the eye goggles, which is full of dark and evil temperament. Peter shouted in shock. Who are you? Guess what? The black-clothed Spider-Man spoke strangely and authentically. This black-clothed Spider-Man is naturally Gao Ming, and turning Venom into a Spider-Man look is just a bad idea on the spur of the moment. At this time, the image of Gao Ming is the appearance of Peter after being possessed by Venom in Spider-Man 3, with the uniform as black as ink, the precise and delicate grid pattern, and the spider logo that distinguishes him from the Amazing Spider-Man. The Amazing Spider-Man spider logo is slender, as if it's a variation of the tall Peter. Gao Ming let go of the venom-changing spider thread, and under Peter's horrified gaze, the black spider thread suddenly wriggled and slowly merged into the body of the black-clothed Spider-Man in front of him. Wolfark, is this spider silk a living thing? Peter was a little nervous. He was in a defensive posture and was on guard. He was not in a hurry to make a move, and he didn't bring a uniform. Naturally, the spider web ejector on the uniform was not on his body, which meant that his attack methods were greatly reduced. Who are you? Peter asked aloud again. Hey, Spider-Man, Gao Ming said cynically. This is not the place to talk. After finishing speaking, Gao Ming suddenly raised his hand and flicked it. A black spider thread shot out quickly, spreading a black spider web, and stuck to Peter's chest. Peter was so startled that he subconsciously tried to tear it, but he couldn't get rid of the weird web. Black spider web. Gao Ming sprayed spider webs at the building with the other hand, dragged Peter with the other hand, threw himself high, and landed on the roof of a building. After landing, Gao Ming casually threw Peter in front of him, then retracted the venom spider silk, sat on the edge of the roof, and looked at Peter. After getting up from the ground, Peter said angrily, I'll ask you one last time. Who are you? What's your purpose? I don't like wasting words with people who just run away. Gao Ming mocked unceremoniously. What do you know? Peter angrily punched her. I don't want to put her in danger. Gao Ming easily jumped to the side, avoiding the punch, and continued to taunt. This is just your personal feeling. You think leaving her is good for her. Have you ever considered her feelings? You don't think so. Are you too presumptuous? Shut up. Peter threw his fists angrily, but he couldn't even touch Gao Ming's clothes. Gao Ming turned over, jumped behind Peter, stretched out his hand, pushed Peter to the ground, put one knee on his back, making him unable to move, and then sneered. Put away your naive thoughts. Peter, don't say anything for her own good. Since you love her and she loves you too, don't let go. If you are afraid that she will be hurt, then do everything you can to protect her. Escape is just a coward's choice, whether it's Peter Parker or Spider-Man. He's a man, like a man. After releasing Peter, who stopped struggling, Gao Ming stood up and said indifferently, Don't let yourself regret it, Peter, or you will suffer for your choice. After finishing speaking, Gao Ming swayed away without looking back, leaving Peter with a slumped face. Am I really wrong? Peter asked himself distraughtly. Turning into the image of Spider-Man in black is Gao Ming's bad taste, and scolding Peter is expressing his dissatisfaction. When watching The Amazing Spider-Man 2, Gao Ming was very upset about Peter's emotional handling. At the end of the first part, he mustered up the courage to walk with Gwen. At the beginning of the second part, there was a breakup. They got back together and decided to study abroad with Gwen, but Gwen actually died. Yes, that's right, the heroine is dead. When Gao Ming first watched it, he wanted to curse. Did the screenwriter drink too much and actually kill the heroine? The first movie killed the heroine's father, and the second movie directly killed the heroine. No wonder the third movie was cut. During the movie, the blame could be blamed on the screenwriter, but now that everything has turned into reality, it becomes Peter's own problem. He was actually afraid that Gwen would be implicated in danger by himself, so he proposed to break up coercively. What Peter did was just to escape. Just as he was thinking angrily, Gao Ming suddenly thought of himself, and his steps slowed down. He remained silent, with a wry smile on his face. Why isn't he escaping? Because he was afraid of Thanos. He didn't dare to have his own children. Even if he saw the future before marrying Sophia, he might reluctantly leave Sophia, right? Gao Ming walked alone in the noisy street, feeling lost. Time passed day by day, and everything was still as usual. Spider-Man still appeared in the streets and alleys, maintaining the law and order of the city. In the end, Peter still failed to muster up the courage to be gentle with Gwen. Like the original book, he always looked at Gwen furtively in the dark, and then sighed and felt sorry for himself alone. This made Gao Ming, who was observing secretly, feel a sense of hatred for iron and steel, so he simply ignored it. Anyway, it wasn't him who died in the end. Max sat at home a little disappointed, with a birthday cake in front of him. Today is his birthday, but as usual, no one knows. Max can only ridiculously buy himself a cake to celebrate for himself. Because Gao Ming was the first to gain favor with him, Max did not fanatically pursue Spider-Man, so he did not lie to himself like in the movie. Spider-Man knew his birthday and bought him a birthday cake. Happy birthday to me, happy birthday to me, happy birthday to me, happy birthday to me. Max sang the birthday song weakly, then blew out the candles on the cake, and said in frustration, "Happy birthday, Max." Inexplicably, Max suddenly thought of Gao Ming, this rare stranger who was friendly to him. Unfortunately, he was just a passerby after all. Max regretted why he didn't have the cheek to ask for the contact information of the other party. Otherwise, he might have a friend accompany me on my birthday. Putting the birthday cake back into the refrigerator, Max lifted his spirits, went to the bathroom mirror, shaved off his beard with a razor, combed his thinning hair, patted his cheeks, and pulled an ugly smile. Believe in yourself, Max. There will be a day when everyone will be watching. After encouraging himself a little, Max took the toolbox and, as usual, squeezed through the crowd all the way to work in the company. During this time, Max found out that the company adopted his own design on the urban power grid, but did not get the treatment he deserved. This made him very angry, but he did not dare to put forward any opinions. After another day without dignity, Max was about to step into the elevator and go home to eat his own birthday cake alone, but the supervisor stopped him. "Oh, Dylan, you have to stay. The genomics laboratory discovered a power failure. Go and see what's going on." The command tone is completely irresistible, and there is no attitude of negotiation at all. This is how Max is treated here, with all kinds of contempt and disregard. "But today is my birthday. Everyone else is gone. Why should I stay?" Max said a little unwillingly. However, in response to him, the supervisor said "Happy birthday" mockingly, and then watched the elevator doors slowly close. Max threw his coat on the ground angrily, then picked it up dejectedly, put it on again, and honestly went to the laboratory to check the power failure. There are several biological breeding warehouses in the genome laboratory, which are filled with water, and countless electric eels swim in the water. This is a project for studying biological power generation, and these electric eels are experimental products. Max found that the power failure was caused by a loose wire device above the biological breeding chamber, and sporadic sparks kept falling down. The person in the maintenance department was called, but was told that he was off work, so Max had no choice but to climb the ladder to the upstairs, and then stepped on the pedal carefully, ready to insert the device. But when the device was plugged in, there was a strong electric current, which made Max let out a painful scream. Ah dash! Max stumbled and fell down the stairs, and fell into a water tank full of electric eels. The electric eels bit Max's body mercilessly, and the electric current merged into Max's body unconsciously. Amidst the screams of pain, the water tank exploded, and Max, who was electrocuted into a charred corpse, lay on the cold ground without anyone knowing. Outside the Osborne Group building, Gao Ming, who observed the whole process with the power of his mind, smiled, withdrew his power of mind, and rode away on the Dodge Tomahawk motorcycle he bought. Tomorrow is the day when Electron will make his debut. Harry walked out of the meeting room at home with a gloomy face. He had not had a very pleasant chat with the gang of ambitious shareholders just now. Yesterday, Harry, who returned from studying abroad, saw his dying father for the last time. On his deathbed, his father told him that their family had a genetic disease, reverse cell hyperplasia, an incurable genetic terminal disease, which belonged to their Osborne family, the curse of the disease. When this disease occurs, the rest of his life will be harassed by the disease, and finally, he will die in pain. And Harry has reached the age when this genetic disease manifests. Before he died, his father put all his life's research in a USB flash drive, hoping that Harry could find a way to save himself from it. After his father's death, these shareholders couldn't wait to take him out as the newly appointed heir of Osborne. In their eyes, Harry was just a brat who couldn't control the huge Osborne empire. Not only has to deal with a group of shareholders who are eyeing tigers, but also find a way to save his own life. This makes Harry, who has returned from studying abroad and has no experience in the world, feel very tired. He had just heard from his assistant that his friend Peter Parker had come to visit, so Harry took the opportunity to end the meeting, which was becoming more and more intense, and angrily left the meeting room under the disdainful eyes of the shareholders. When he reached the stairs and saw Peter by the door below, Harry finally calmed down a bit and said, "Peter Parker, I can't believe it's you." Peter said friendlily, "Hi, Harry, long time no see. 10 years. Harry asked uncertainly. 8 years, Peter replied, "but it's closer to 10 years. Harry said silently, "What's the matter? I saw the news and heard that your father passed away, so I wanted to come and see you and see how you were doing." Peter walked upstairs slowly, with a concerned expression on his face. "I was in a meeting with a group of people just now." Harry said a little unnaturally, saying that it was a meeting, but rather that he was forced to hand over power by shareholders. But Peter thought he was interrupting Harry's business, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I don't know. It's just that although it's been a long time, I understand your situation somewhat. When my parents passed away, you were by my side, so here I am." Seeing the sincerity in Peter's eyes, Harry's inner depression gradually melted away. He understood that Peter was different from those people with ulterior motives, but a true friend. Then the haze disappeared from his face, and he smiled brightly. Although so many years had passed, at that moment, the strangeness disappeared quietly, and Peter and Harry laughed and complained to each other, as close as they were when they were young. Peter and Harry gave a hug, expressed their joy at being reunited as friends, and went outside for a leisurely stroll together. Harry talked about his experience in various countries over the years with great interest, and Peter also joked from time to time when he saw photos of Harry and supermodels in some magazines, came to the beach, picked up stones, chatted, and played for nothing. Chatting and chatting, they talked about Peter's late parents. Peter still doesn't understand why his parents left in a hurry, didn't take him with them, and had an accident on the way. This incident became a knot in his heart. Peter threw the stone in his hand unhappily, and it bounced off the sea surface for a long distance before sinking. Harry said in surprise, "Good arm strength." Hearing this, Peter was startled, only to realize that he had accidentally used force. After being bitten by a mutant spider, his physical fitness was beyond ordinary. To avoid Harry's suspicion, Peter quickly said, "It's just the wrist. The key is the wrist. Skills, you can also practice." Harry asked suspiciously, "Really?" Puff, puff. Just as Peter was chattering unnaturally, another stone was thrown out suddenly, and it was farther than what Peter threw. Peter and Harry looked around subconsciously, and found that the person who threw the stone was a man in a fine black suit. "Man," Gao Ming smiled slightly, and said, "Seeing that you guys are playing so hard, your hands are a little itchy. Don't you mind if I join in too?" "Young man." Peter and Harry looked at Gao Ming suspiciously. The man in front of him was dressed in a fine and detailed suit. Coupled with his indistinct temperament, he did not look like an ordinary person. Harry even wondered if the company sent him to monitor him, so he said indifferently, "Who are you?" Gao Ming picked up a stone disapprovingly, and threw it lightly, but the stone flew out like a football, bouncing on the sea surface for a long distance before sinking to the bottom of the sea. "I'm just a stranger passing by. Don't be too nervous." Gao Ming replied casually. Neither of them believed that Gao Ming was just passing by chance. Harry's face showed a trace of impatience, while Peter frowned. He always felt that this person's voice had some impression, but he couldn't remember where it was. "Heard. Are you someone they sent?" Harry said coldly. Naturally, he was referring to the shareholders of the company. Gao Ming raised his eyebrows, and said with some dissatisfaction, "If you mean the group of guys in the car opposite, then I tell you no." Hearing this, Harry was startled, and subconsciously looked towards the opposite side. Sure enough, there was a black commercial vehicle parked there, with a horn-shaped device on the top. "Listener." Harry reacted quickly, and then a surge of anger welled up in his heart. Do these shareholders really think they can firmly control him, to follow and monitor him? As if hearing Gao Ming's words from the monitor, the black commercial vehicle quickly started to leave under Harry's gaze. Before it was time to completely tear their skins apart, the shareholders would naturally not get out of the car and admit that they were spying on Harry. Inside the car, the aggressive shareholder in the meeting room gloomily said to his subordinates, Check out that man's information for me." Seeing that the car really drove away with a guilty conscience, Harry believed most of Gao Ming's words, but not all of them. After all, Gao Ming was still a person of unknown origin. A bit of anger remained on Harry's face, and he asked vigilantly, "Who are you?" "My name is Gao Ming." Gao Ming threw the stone in his hand. "Hello, Peter Parker, Harry Osborne. We are also acquaintances." Peter said suspiciously. I'm sure we haven't met, sir. Gao Ming smiled and thought to himself, of course you don't know me, but Peter and Harry in another world do know me. Gao Ming seemed to be talking to himself casually. Some wrong choices may make me regret for the rest of my life. This inexplicable sentence made Harry confused, but Peter's expression changed drastically. He finally remembered where he had heard Gao Ming's voice, that strange black-clothed Spider-Man. Peter's whole body tensed up immediately. Although Gao Ming didn't hurt him that night, he just reprimanded him in a playful way, but Peter couldn't figure out Gao Ming's character and what Gao Ming's position was. If he was the only one around, Peter would have no scruples, but Harry was still by his side, so he couldn't involve Harry, so Peter stared at Gao Ming intently and urged, it's really inexplicable. Harry, let's ignore this strange person, let's go. Harry nodded and was about to leave when he heard Gao Ming say something that shocked him. Harry, if you don't find a solution in the end, you can make this call, and I can help you get rid of the curse of the Osborn family. Harry frowned, but his heart was turbulent. Who was the other party? How do you know the genetic disease in their family? Seeing Gao Ming holding a slip of paper with a series of numbers written on it, Harry hesitated for a moment before snorting, took the slip of paper, and left with a dazed Peter. The curse of the Osborn family? Harry, what is he talking about? Peter frowned and asked worriedly. Harry smiled without changing his face. It's just some small troubles, and I can handle them myself. Harry's words couldn't convince Peter, but since Harry didn't want to say anything, Peter wouldn't ask, so he thought to himself to find a way to meet Gao Ming. He had many things to ask Gao Ming. With the greatly improved vision after the gene mutation, Peter silently read the number on the piece of paper and kept it in his heart. Watching Peter and Harry gradually walk away until they disappeared from sight, Gao Ming smiled, threw the stone in his hand vigorously, and then turned and left. Boom. The comm sea suddenly exploded, setting off a large area of spray. The sudden situation caused passersby on the shore to stop and check, wondering whether a bomb had been thrown into the sea and detonated. A stone sank slowly into the bottom of the sea, and several fine cracks appeared on the surface of the stone. During the sinking process, it fell apart. At night, in the morgue, the mortuary bed was covered with a white cloth. From the bulge of the white cloth, it could be seen that there was a corpse under the white cloth. Suddenly, the body that should have been dead suddenly trembled violently. One accidentally rolled out of bed, and the white cloth was torn off, revealing a person with strange skin. The reason why the skin is said to be strange is because the skin is bright blue, and the blue pupils are shining, like electric light intertwining. This glowing smurf is exactly Max, who fell into the biological water tank last night, was bitten by countless electric eels to generate electricity, and was electrocuted to death. Max looked at his body in horror. He didn't know what happened to his body. Suddenly, the electric cutting knife hanging on the steel wire above fell down. Seeing the sharp blade fall on his head, Maxie was so frightened that he raised his hand to block it, but a strong electric current shot out from his palm, which hit the cutting knife and bounced the cutting knife aside. What's wrong with me? Max was terrified in his heart, staggered to his feet, and shook off all the tattered clothes on his body. Max rummaged through the trash can to find a set of coat and trousers, put them on, and fled out in a panic. Max ran to the street precariously. He hadn't adapted to his changing body yet, but he felt that he didn't have much strength. He needed to replenish energy, and it was absorbing electricity. Just when Max walked on a deserted road, all the vehicles parked on both sides suddenly sounded the alarm because of his appearance. Max tentatively put his hand on the headlight of a car, and the slightest current conduction after coming over, the electric current entered the body, making Max feel that the exhausted energy was gradually enriched, and the body gradually gained strength. The headlights dimmed, and the car's electricity had been sucked up by Max, and Max's whole body was emitting a transparent blue light. But this power was not enough. The next moment, the brightly lit lighthouse and tall buildings ahead the building came into view, and Max subconsciously walked towards the city. Before taking a few steps, Max stopped because he saw a figure appearing at the end of the road, walking towards him slowly. The skin can also know that he is definitely not a normal person now. Immediately, Max wanted to run away to avoid being seen. Max. Hearing his own name suddenly, Max was stunned. He stopped and looked at the person in surprise. Did he know someone? Impossible. Max knows that his social circle is pitifully small, or even non-existent. People ignore and look down on him. How can they remember him, especially now that he has changed his appearance? How can anyone recognize him? The street lights on both sides became dim because of Max's appearance, so the visitor was almost shrouded in shadow. When he got close, Max realized that the visitor was Gao Ming, who had only met once. For this rare and friendly person, Max remembers very clearly. As long as someone treats him well, he will definitely keep that person in his heart. Gao Ming. Max was pleasantly surprised. The light on his body seemed to be strengthened and brighter because of his inner excitement, like a dazzling human-shaped lamppost. Gao Ming was still dressed in a black suit, very inconspicuous in the dark night. Only those deep eyes were so dazzling, shining with a mysterious and charming amber color. Gao Ming said calmly, I said, there is always a chance to see you again, Max. Looking at Max's appearance that is different from ordinary people, Gao Ming can feel the intense electric light flowing under the body surface only from the appearance. Gao Ming can't help but admire. Max, you are destined not to be mediocre. Look at you the way you are now. You can definitely be on the world stage. Max couldn't believe it. He raised his hands and looked at the electric current flashing across his arms. His transparent blue skin was still full of fear and anxiety about his mutated body, but now he heard Gao Ming's admiration. Max calmed down a little and felt his body carefully. After sinking his heart, Max also felt the difference in himself now. His body is no longer human flesh and blood, but in a strange state. Electric current fills his whole body. He can absorb electric current and store it in his body, or he can release the current. And even Max feels that he can become one with electricity, turn into an electric current, and move freely wherever there is electricity. Think about it. Electricity is needed almost everywhere in modern cities, and Max can basically appear in any corner of the city as he pleases. I have superpowers. Max yelled ecstatically. For everyone, extraordinary powers such as superpowers or magic are dreamed of but out of reach, but it is undeniable that everyone has fantasized more or less. Gaining the ability to manipulate electric currents, Max even forgot his anxiety about changing his appearance and danced with ecstasy. I need you, Max. Hearing this, Max froze, turned his head mechanically to Gao Ming, with a hint of disbelief and longing on his face, and asked nervously, do you need me? Gao Ming nodded and said with a smile, Max, I need you. I hope you can be my companion. As he spoke, Gao Ming slowly floated up, suspended in the air, with intense lightning flashing in his eyes, and wisps of crimson flames appeared in the palms of his hands. Gao Ming told Max with practical actions that he is also an extraordinary person, and he is of the same kind, although the form of ability is different. You need me, Max said excitedly. As a wretch with extremely low self-esteem, what Max desires most is that others can notice him and affirm him. It's just that simple. When Gao Ming reached out to help him pick up the drawings, he felt grateful to this stranger, and when Gao Ming said that he needed him, this was the greatest recognition and the best appreciation for him. Max instantly made up his mind to entrust his loyalty to the other party and live up to Gao Ming's trust. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, his decision is hasty and ridiculous, but for Max, who has been ridiculed by others all his life, Gao Ming's I need you is enough to make him give everything. Moreover, Gao Ming also showed his uniqueness. Gao Ming is also a person with extraordinary talents. For his current monster image, Max is still very concerned and afraid, and Gao Ming, as his kind, makes him involuntarily create a sense of identity. Under the superimposition of various factors, Max had no thought of refusing at all, and said excitedly, okay, I. Max was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Seeing Max's excited look, Gao Ming secretly sighed in his heart. He could have prevented Max from being mutated by the electric eel, but he didn't, because what he needed was an electric man, not the insignificant electrician Mike. Thanos is like a sharp sword hanging above his head. It may fall down at any time. Gao Ming needs more helpers to fight Thanos with him. The more the better. Even if Max is a poor guy, the world has never treated him kindly. He has been ridiculed by others, and no one even cares about his accidental death. Gao Ming can only suppress his little bit of the heart of the virgin, calmly watching Max being electrocuted by countless electric eels. He became a valuable electric man. Gao Ming showed up to recruit Max before he arrived in the urban area, which can be regarded as avoiding Max's next fate. In the movie, Max was subdued and sent to Osborn's laboratory because he lost control and destroyed the urban area, suffered horrific torture. Gao Ming slowly landed on the ground, looked at the excited Max, and smiled lightly. Max, from now on, your code name will be Electro. Max said excitedly. Electric Man, I have a code name, and from today onwards, I will be Electron Man. Looking at Max, who was in ecstasy, Gao Ming smiled and said, let's go. Max, find a place to charge you. You really need to replenish energy now. Max excitedly followed behind Gao Ming. The Electro-Optic Man has been recruited, and the goal of the trip has been achieved, but Gao Ming is not in a hurry to leave, and is interested in guessing whether Harry will call him. Because Max was taken away by Gao Ming, a disaster was imperceptibly disintegrated, and there was still laughter in the urban area. However, Peter was not in a very good mood. Just now he went to make friends with Gwen, and the relationship between the two eased a little and returned to the previous state. But Gwen told him the sudden news that she was admitted to Oxford University. Gwen hopes that Peter can go to England with her, but this means that Peter needs to give up being Spider-Man and the responsibility of guarding New York. Between love and heroic career, Peter is caught in a dilemma, so the two finally broke up. After returning home, the upset Peter wanted to find something to divert his attention, so he took out all the contents of his father's only relic, a briefcase, and seriously searched for the truth of the year. Peter still didn't understand why his parents abandoned him, left in a hurry, and then died accidentally on the road. He firmly believed that there must be some secrets that he didn't know. Looking at all kinds of past newspapers about his father's news, photos of his father, and maps of the city on the wall, all kinds of information are densely pasted on both walls. Peter fell into deep thought, but he couldn't find any clues. Thinking like this through the night with a headache. The next day, Peter, who lacked sleep, received a call from Harry. Hey, Harry, what time is it? I didn't sleep last night. Peter rubbed his temples and got up from the bed. I need to see you. On the other side of the phone, Harry's tired voice came. Peter worriedly said, are you okay? It's not really good. I'm dying, but I think you can save my life. Hearing this, the tiredness on Peter's face disappeared, and he asked anxiously, what's going on? Peter hurriedly changed his clothes and went out to meet Harry at the Osborn Group Company. Some diner. Gao Ming chewed and ate the food on the plate slowly. Max sat in front of Gao Ming and looked at other customers in the restaurant from time to time. After finding that no one noticed anything unusual, he couldn't help saying in surprise, Mr. Gao, your ability is amazing. At this time, Max is not the dazzling Smurf appearance, but no different from ordinary people. If there is any difference from the original Max appearance, it is that the appearance is much more pleasing to the eye, and he is not as frustrated as before. Gao Ming smiled lightly and said, this is just a healing power to make your mutation more perfect. Although Max was a blessing in disguise, after being bitten and shocked by the mutated electric eel, he became an existence similar to an electric element body. But after all, it was just an accidental product with many defects. So Gao Ming took action and used his healing power to help Max adjust his body, make the genes changed by the mutated electric eel more suitable. The mutated electric eel gene belongs to a higher gene. At least it can be seen from the fact that it can give Max control over the electric current. Therefore, after being perfectly stimulated by the power of healing, Max naturally also changed his appearance due to the optimization of the gene. Although he did not rise to the point of high-value appearance all at once, he also managed to get rid of the original frustrated image and looks more popular. There is only one weird thing, that is, Max has lost his hair, has a bald head, and has no eyebrows. This is a change brought about by the mutated electric eel gene, and it is irreversible. Fortunately, Max is black, and it is okay to have no eyebrows. It's not very conspicuous, and losing hair is nothing compared to gaining powerful electrical abilities. And bald heads and squinting eyes have been monsters since ancient times. Max is very satisfied with his current appearance. Through the reflection of the glass, looking at his pretty face, he said happily, I feel full of confidence. Because of Max's agitation, a slight blue electric arc suddenly appeared on his body. Gao Ming coughed and reminded Max. Only then did Max react, quickly put away the leaked current, and looked around anxiously. After finding that no one noticed, he was relieved. Max hasn't fully adapted to his new body, and he still leaks electricity if he doesn't pay attention for a while. Last night, Gao Ming took Max to a power plant and asked Max to have a good meal. Now, Max is a power plant in a saturated state. If it absorbs a little more electricity, it will exceed the capacity it can hold, turning into an astonishingly powerful human bomb. When Max releases and absorbs electricity, he will still turn into the image of the electric man, which is a bit like a transformation mode, and Max also likes this way of free transformation. When Gao Ming and Max were eating in the restaurant like ordinary people, suddenly, a bald middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes walked in. His brows were full of gloom, and his eyes were full of ambition. This person is none other than Mencken, the Osborn shareholder who wants to usurp Harry's power. Behind Mencken were two vicious black-clothed bodyguards. From some subtle behavioral details of the two bodyguards, it can be seen that the two bodyguards have rich combat experience and are probably specially invited mercenaries. The waist covered by the suit jacket is slightly bulging. It was not difficult to guess that there must be a pistol hidden under the coat. Gao Ming casually glanced outside. There was a black commercial vehicle parked outside. The power of the mind radiated out, and suddenly found several snipers waiting in ambush in several corners, aiming at Gao Ming and Max. Gao Ming sneered and watched as Mencken came in. The restaurant was gradually cleared. The guests and the restaurant owner and waiters were all asked to leave, leaving only Mencken and his two bodyguards, who came to Gao Ming, who was still sitting in his seat. In front of Max, Mencken smiled hypocritically. This gentleman. Let's talk about anything. Gao Ming said indifferently. Hearing this, Mencken looked at Gao Ming with a half smile and said, you took away our company's belongings, and we are going to take them back now. As for you, please come with us too. Owned. Gao Ming glanced at Max and said coldly, you mean Max? Mencken nodded of course and said, yes, Max is the product of our company's biological experiments, and his whole body belongs to our company. Hearing this, Max became angry, glared at Mencken, and said, I'm a human being. I'm nothing. Max is not as timid as before, and speaks his words firmly. Mencken said contemptuously, Max Dillon, as an employee of the Osborn Group, you actually took the company's property and left without permission. You should go back with us honestly and accept punishment. After checking the surveillance video, Mencken found Max, who had resurrected from the dead, and saw an incredible change in Max, so he immediately led people to capture Max, and asked his scientists to study Max. Controlling the power of electricity is an ability that humans cannot possess, and Max is the key to realizing this fantasy. Seeing that Mencken completely regarded him as something that could be disposed of at will, Max became angry, and electric currents began to burst out from his body, and blue arcs of sizzling lingered all over his body. Max's pupils turned fluorescent blue, and his skin also shattered, gradually stained with blue, become crystal clear, emitting a psychedelic blue light. Seeing that Max had turned into an Electroman, Mencken's expression changed, and he quickly retreated behind the two bodyguards, ordering the two bodyguards to step forward to subdue Max, and at the same time took out a walkie-talkie, and said in a deep voice, shoot. With an order, all the ambushing snipers shot without hesitation. The sniper rifles were loaded with tranquilizer bombs, and Mencken needed to catch them alive. A few bullets pierced the air and shot straight at Gao Ming and Max, but when the bullets shattered the glass of the restaurant and were about to hit Gao Ming and Max, the suit on Gao Ming suddenly turned into a ball like flowing liquid. The black substance instantly turned into a huge black shield, deflecting all the bullets away. Gao Ming calmly picked up the hot tea, looked at Mencken with a terrified expression, and said with a sneer, the guy who doesn't have long eyes is extremely stupid. The two bodyguards quickly drew their guns and prepared to shoot, but how could Max, who had become an electro-optical man, let the other party succeed? Two tiny electric currents shot out from his fingertips, which instantly shocked the two bodyguards to paralysis and passed out. Blue arcs shot out from Max's body, and his right hand, which was filled with electric current, pointed at Mencken, and when Gao Ming opened his mouth, he also stunned Mencken. As for why it was corona instead of electrocution, in the final analysis, Max did not destroy it by accident like the original work, and suffered a lot of torture. His mentality did not blacken, and he still retained his own weakness. Gao Ming drank hot tea indifferently, and with a thought. All the anesthesia bombs blocked by the venom were reflected back under the control of his thoughts, hitting every sniper accurately. Mencken remained calm when he didn't come back, and shouted sternly, "What do you want to do? Do you know that what you are doing now is illegal and criminal?" "Hee, the snipers are already dispatched, so are you legal?" Gao Ming said with a playful smile. "You are so majestic. Do you think that with Osborne's backing, you can have no scruples?" Mencken wanted to say something, but as soon as Gao Ming's eyes met, his mind went blank. Fear involuntarily filled his heart, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. This is not the eyes of human beings at all, but a high god, ignoring a humble ant. Gao Ming put down his teacup and said calmly, "Go away." Hearing this, Mencken seemed to have received an amnesty, and he barely managed to move his feet and left the restaurant. Mencken didn't want to stay here for a moment. Even with Max, the electro-optical man, and Gao Ming's shape-shifting unknown black creature, Mencken didn't dare to stay any longer. His ambition and greed were all left behind at this moment. He just wanted to get out of here quickly. Seeing Mencken rushing to the car in a frenzy, then urging the driver to drive in horror, and hurriedly leaving, Max put away the flashlight and turned it on, returning to normal, and said in a puzzled way, "Mr. Gao, just call me Gao Ming." Gao Ming picked up the hot tea and took another sip. "Gao Ming, why did you let him go?" Max asked. Hearing this, Gao Ming smiled, and asked back. After hearing what he said, "Do you feel angry?" Max nodded and said, "I'm very angry." Gao Ming then asked, "Will you kill him because of this?" "Oh." Max's face panicked, and he stammered a little. "No, it's not like that. Killing people, isn't it?" Gao Ming waved his hand and said, "Max, don't think that Mencken is a good man. He has done a lot of dirty things behind his back, even if he kills him. Of course, I'm not encouraging you to kill to solve the problem, but I hope you know that when you face some bad people, you should be ruthless, and at the same time, you must grasp your mentality, and don't wanton just because you have gained powerful power. Be presumptuous, lose yourself." Gao Ming sat up straight and said solemnly. He recruited Max in advance. Although Max avoided making mistakes and being tortured, on the other hand, Max had no experience of killing, and his mentality was still that of a cowardly electrician who was still hesitant about killing. Similarly, Gao Ming also needs to remind Max not to be obsessed with the sense of accomplishment brought by power. It is often difficult for a small person like Max to adjust his mentality when he suddenly acquires extraordinary power. Arrogant. Gao Ming used to be the same way. He had blind confidence in himself, and then he tasted the consequences. If he hadn't successfully saved him in the end, Gao Ming might regret his arrogance for the rest of his life. Max was a little excited at first, but when Gao Ming said this, he suddenly came to his senses, and the mood that had just appeared to be a little drifting disappeared without a trace, and respectfully said, "I remember." Gao Ming's expression relaxed, and he resumed his undisciplined posture. He leaned lazily on the chair and said, "And now is not the time for Mencken to learn a lesson. Go and force our young Mr. Osborne, and it will not be too late to deal with him when the time comes. I'm just curious now, what choice will Harry Osborne make?" Harry was lying on the sofa with a haggard face. In front of outsiders, he needed to maintain the majestic image of Osborne's new ruler, but when he was alone, he stopped pretending and curled up in pain. The genetic disease has been gradually onset, and it is hard for Harry to imagine how his father endured the pain and kept working. Harry felt that he was getting more and more uncomfortable, and he doubted that he would not be able to last long. Harry called Peter this morning and confessed to him about his illness, showing him a video of him working with Peter's respective fathers, Norman Osborn and Richard Parker, who worked on the study of human and a hybrid of spiders that extracts venom from the spider's glands and converts it into a potion that can heal diseased cells. The experiments that year had actually achieved a breakthrough, but Richard took away all the experimental data, and because of his accidental death, all the data were lost. Only those spiders that were used for experiments were stored in the laboratory. After Dr. Connor's Lizardman incident, in order to restore Osborn's company image, all related biological genetic experiments were stopped, and the experimental organisms were also destroyed. The experiment has not reached the stage of human experimentation, and no progress has been made in the past 14 years. In addition, the experiment has now been terminated. It stands to reason that Harry should give up hope, but Harry found a successful case, Spider-Man. Although he didn't know how Spider-Man was bitten by one of the mutated spiders and successfully mutated, Harry didn't know the reason and didn't want to understand. He only cared about Spider-Man. More precisely, it was Spider-Man's blood. Harry is cornered, so he pleads with Peter, hoping that Peter can arrange for Spider-Man to meet him, because Peter once took a photo of Spider-Man for the newspaper, and Harry believes that Peter has Spider-Man's contact information. Under Harry's repeated begging, Peter could only agree embarrassingly. "Mr. Osborn." Harry, who was lying on the sofa, suddenly heard a call, opened his eyes palely, and looked around, but there was no one there. "Look up, I heard you're looking for me." Harry looked up and saw that Spider-Man was hanging upside down on a spider silk, and slowly landed. Harry said in surprise as if seeing a savior, "I can't believe what I saw, Spider-Man." Harry stood up, walked to the wine table, poured himself a glass of wine, but did not expect Spider-Man to say, "Mr. Osborn, I really want to help you, but I can't give my blood to you. You, at least not now." "What?" Harry's smile froze, and he couldn't believe it. "Why? That's too dangerous. If our blood is incompatible, you will die." Spider-Man said slowly. Harry said tragically, "I'm not far from death. Your blood won't let me die one more time, but it might make you worse." Spider-Man said firmly. Harry was in a hurry, and directly admitted that he could give Spider-Man whatever he wanted, but Spider-Man refused, and Harry was so angry that he even fought with Spider-Man. In the end, Spider-Man said sorry. Under Harry's desperate gaze, he turned over and jumped out of the window, swinging farther and farther away, flicking the spider's silk. "What?" Harry overturned the table angrily, and lay back on the bed in pain again. After a long time, when his beautiful young secretary, Felicia, came, Harry was drinking wine decadently, and Felicia said worriedly, "Mr. Osborn, are you okay? Is there anything I can do? Help you? Not unless you can bring those spiders back to life." Harry said sarcastically, gulping down the wine in his glass. He was completely desperate. Spider-Man refused to cooperate, and Harry had no way to save himself. Inexplicably, Harry suddenly remembered that he and Peter saw the man in the black suit on the beach, and Gao Ming hinted that there was a way to save him. Maybe try it. Harry's heart skipped a beat. The slip of paper with the number on it was still in the bedside table in his bedroom. Harry feebly responded to Felicia, but he didn't expect Felicia to suddenly hesitate and say, "I think there are other ways to get what you want. I heard Mencken tell a security officer that the venom was extracted before destroying the spider." "What did you say?" Harry put down the drink in surprise, and temporarily put aside the thoughts that had arisen just now, and walked in front of Felicia impatiently. That way they don't get into a lawsuit, and they can keep the data in case they need it. Felicia explained. Hearing this, Harry was overjoyed, and quickly asked, "Where is it?" Felicia said solemnly, It's in this building, a place that says Special Project. After Felicia left, Harry couldn't wait to control the computer, access the company's database with his own authority, search for information on special projects, but found a project of 713 file, tentative, and authorized it was him, Harry Osborn. What the hell? Harry opened a video in the folder in surprise, and found that it was a video of a person falling into an electric eel breeding warehouse and being electrocuted to death. Someone died in the company. Why doesn't he know? Immediately afterwards, Harry clicked on the second video, this time in the morgue, and Harry was horrified to find that the person who was electrocuted was resurrected and turned into a glowing blue man. The most incredible thing is that the other party actually showed the ability to discharge. Harry took a closer look at the project information and saw the target's name, Max Dillon, and some personal information about Max below, and in the project process, it said, capture target in progress. Because Max was taken away by Gao Ming, there is no record of being captured for experimentation, so there is not much information about the project. Although Harry was amazed by Max's mutation, he realized that his current focus is to find the spider from the mutant spider. The venom extracted from his body saved his countdown life, so he hurriedly closed Max's project information to find information about spider venom. But before Harry could check the information, Osborn's exclusive intelligence system, Carrie, popped up suddenly, reminding, warning, your access permission has been revoked. Harry was startled. At this moment, he heard Felicia, who was guarding the door, anxiously. You can't go in. Mr. Osborn is busy, so you can't go in. Hearing the prestige, he saw Mencken rushing in with 2 company guards, ignoring Felicia's obstruction, and Harry suddenly exclaimed in shock, what are you doing? Mencken had just fled from Gao Ming, and when he gradually calmed down on the road, he felt that his face was dull. He happened to detect that Harry had used his authority to check company secrets, and immediately brought someone to the door, just in time to take the opportunity to seize power. When he came in front of Harry, Mencken couldn't help but frame him directly. What are you doing? An employee died, but you, as the CEO, covered up the matter. You covered up the matter. Harry roared angrily. You still want him to catch it back? Hearing this, Mencken thought of the loss he had just suffered from Gao Ming and Max, and immediately said angrily, now, considering your fraudulent criminal behavior, you are now, well, how can I express it more euphemistically? You're fired. Harry rushed over angrily, but was stopped by 2 guards. Don't even try to bury me. Mencken sneered and said, for me, you are already halfway underground. It's only a matter of time. You will die ugly, just like your father. The difference is that no one will miss you. Oh. Harry rushed forward angrily, but was held back by 2 guards. Mencken said with disgust, take him down. Wait a minute. Harry suddenly stopped struggling and said quietly, raising his head. His eyes were full of resentment. Harry smiled, which surprised Mencken. I will go by myself. Mencken motioned to the 2 guards without changing their expressions. The 2 guards let go of their hands and followed Harry from left to right, watching him leave. Felicia looked at Harry's ruthless expulsion with some sentimentality, feeling a sense of loss and sadness in her heart. She was just a small employee and could not help. Mencken looked at the back of Harry leaving in desperation and was extremely proud at the moment. The huge Osborn empire finally fell into his hands. Boom. Harry threw the wine glass out of his hand angrily and slumped on the ground dejectedly. He has nothing to do. Spider-Man refuses to provide blood, the last hope. The mutant spider venom is hidden in Osborn, but he was usurped by Mencken. Now, Harry is just helplessly watching himself into death pour countdown. It's over, it's over. The pain broke out again, and Harry's face showed unconcealable pain, as if he had been abandoned by the whole world, curled up like a helpless child. Ha ha, ah woo woo woo. Harry seemed to be insane, sometimes laughing, sometimes crying, sometimes roaring. Everything around him was knocked over by him, lying in a pile of messy things. Suddenly, Harry suddenly remembered something, got up staggeringly, ran into his bedroom trembling all over, rushed straight to the bedside table, opened one by one drawer roughly, and frantically rummaged through it. Where's where? Harry searched anxiously, like a hopeless person seeing a glimmer of hope, and he was indeed looking for the last remaining hope, a small piece of paper. He rummaged around, but couldn't find it. In desperation, Harry pulled out all the drawers, dumped all the contents on the ground, threw the drawer aside, pushed aside one thing after another, and finally found a crumpled piece of paper. This piece of paper, more precisely, is the owner of the number on the piece of paper, and it is Harry's last hope. Now that he has nowhere to go, he only hopes that the other party is not lying to him, but really has a way to save him. Harry took out his mobile phone, looked at the number on the piece of paper, and entered the number one by one very nervously. After entering the number, he checked it repeatedly to make sure that there were no mistakes, then pressed dial, and brought the phone to his ear. He held his breath and waited for the phone to connect. At this moment, Harry deeply felt what a second feels like a year. Every second that passed meant that Harry was suffering from illness and was getting closer and closer to death. Please, please, please. Finally, the phone was connected after Harry's long-awaited calls. As soon as the call was connected, Harry couldn't wait to ask for help. Help me. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. Help me. On the other end of the phone, Gao Ming heard Harry's begging, chuckled, and said, Harry, you have seized the last chance. Then, Gao Ming said again, do you want me to go over now or? Come here now, please. Harry begged impatiently. As you wish. Beep. As soon as he finished speaking, Harry, who was sitting on the ground holding a mobile phone, was stunned. It wasn't because the phone was hung up, but because a glowing with blue light appeared in front of him, and it expanded rapidly, and finally became a wormhole with billowing edges. Gao Ming walked out of the wormhole without haste, followed by Max with a curious expression on his face. Looking at the disfigured Harry, Gao Ming sighed slightly. No matter which world Harry Osborn is in, he is quite miserable. Knowing the curse of hereditary terminal illness in her family, she went astray step by step just to save herself from beginning to end. I am coming. Gao Ming just said something flat. Harry endured the discomfort caused by the illness, stood up. His eyes were full of hope for life. Please, since I'm here. Gao Ming raised his right hand, and the light of life appeared on his hand. Your fate will be rewritten. When the hand shrouded in white light rested on Harry's shoulder, he could feel an incredible flow of energy pouring into his body. Magical energy silently merged into all parts of Harry's body. Harry felt that this energy was like a ray of light, dispelling all the shadows in the desperate situation. Harry could clearly feel that the spirit of the Osborn family, the curse, the genetic disease that has brought pain and despair to countless generations, is disappearing little by little. The pale face gradually returned to healthy rosiness. The dim pupils regained their spirits. The pain and weakness disappeared, followed by a vigorous body, and the green marks that appeared on the side of the neck were genetic diseases in the end. It will become scales like atavistic phenomena, and now it has disappeared without a trace, returning to normal skin color. When the white light disappeared and Gao Ming withdrew his hand, Harry felt that the source of tormenting him had completely disappeared, and he regained his health, and he was completely free from the curse of countless generations of the Osborn family. After regaining his health, Harry straightened his back. His whole body was radiant, and he said gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Gao Ming." For his savior, Harry still remembered the other person's name. No matter what you need, Harry was about to make a promise to repay, when he suddenly remembered that he had been kicked off the throne of Osborn CEO, and the Osborn empire worth 2,000 billion had nothing to do with him anymore. What can he give Gao Ming in return? Thinking of this, Harry couldn't help but fell into embarrassment, and his voice became less confident. I was kicked out of Osborn, so I don't have much to repay. Hearing this, Gao Ming laughed and said, just treat me as a good person. The implication is that there is no need for Harry's return. In fact, even if Harry still held the power of Osborn, he could not give Gao Ming a satisfactory reward. In terms of money, although Gao Ming's property is not as good as the 2,000 billion Osborn Group, he also owns dash percent of the shares of Stark Industries, which surpasses Osborn. The dividends over the years are a huge number. Gao Ming's daily expenses are just a drop in the bucket, the tip of the iceberg. In terms of technology, although the Osborn Group's main development direction is the medical field and secretly researched and invented various things, Gao Ming is completely indifferent. In terms of medical technology alone, the Marvel Cinematic Universe is a regeneration cradle. It can instantly kill Osborn's medical career, and the genetic disease that plagues the Osborn family is just a trivial matter in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Talking about beauties, cough. Although Felicia, the female secretary, is quite handsome, Gao Ming is a dedicated man. As a married man, he will not be seduced by other women. The beautiful wife at home is also a secretary, and in terms of professional level, as the secretary of the Stark Industries CEO, Sophia is obviously much stronger than Felicia, who is the secretary of the Osborn Group CEO. Well, my wife is the best. Gao Ming naturally thought so. As for power and status, Gao Ming will not stay in this world. Those false names are not as good as a bottle of Fat House Happy Water. So in conclusion, Harry couldn't give Gao Ming a satisfactory reward at all. So Gao Ming could just be a good guy. Seeing Harry's embarrassment now, Gao Ming suddenly said, "Harry, do you want to take back Osborn?" Harry was stunned for a moment, and then said with cold eyes, "Yes, of course I want to. I wish I could trample those greedy and shameless people under my feet and sit back in my seat." After speaking, Harry was stunned again and asked in surprise, "Could it be? You can. I can help you." Gao Ming looked at Harry indifferently with surprise on his face. But this time, there are conditions. "You said," Harry said without hesitation. He also figured it out. Anyway, he had nothing left, and the other party would not just save him and then claim his life. As for money, people with superpowers like Gao Ming, it may not be worth it yet, and I have nothing to fear losing. Gao Ming said meaningfully. "Harry, do you want to be a superhero?" "What?" Harry was bewildered. In the office of the CEO of the Osborn Group, Mencken sat proudly on the chair, symbolizing Osborn's highest authority, overlooking the bustling scenery outside the window. He, Mencken, has finally reached the pinnacle of the city, and one day, he will lead Osborn to the pinnacle of the world. No, at that time, Osborn should also change his name. Norman Osborn has become a thing of the past, and the next will belong to him, the era of Mencken. Boom. Just when Mencken was immersed in his dream, suddenly, the door was opened rudely, and Mencken shouted with displeasure, "You." As soon as he uttered a word, Mencken stopped speaking abruptly. His face changed drastically, and the person who pushed the door open was the vigorously dressed Harry. Of course, this was not the reason why Mencken lost his sense of proportion. In his eyes, Harry was just a brat, worthless. What made him change his face was that Gao Ming and Max were still standing beside Harry. Although Gao Ming stood there casually, acting very ordinary, Mencken still couldn't help recalling the fear brought by those pupils. His soul seemed to tremble under the other's gaze, and he would be out of his wits at any moment. Mencken deliberately did not pay attention to Gao Ming and pretended to be calm. "What are you doing here? This is not the place for you. Get out." Facing Mencken's exit order, Harry didn't care, straightened his sleeves calmly, and said calmly, "Sorry, you are sitting in my seat now. The one who should get out is you." Hearing this, Mencken couldn't help laughing mockingly. "Ha, are you sick to the point of insanity? You committed fraudulent crimes and were expelled from Osborn. For your father's sake, you are now if I leave. I can let the past go. Otherwise, this time I will really show no mercy and send you to prison." Harry smiled secretly and said, "No need. I've already called the police for you." As he said that, a group of police officers rushed in and surrounded Mencken. "But they're here to catch you." Seeing a group of policemen aggressively surrounding him, Mencken remained dignified and said, "What crime have I committed? That's too much. How about I give some tips? 212 files, 314 files, 705 files. Harry sneered and said the numbers of several projects. Mencken's face darkened when he heard it. The projects Harry mentioned were all seriously illegal experiments authorized by him, including human experiments that disregarded human life. "What are you talking about? I don't understand at all." Mencken flatly denied it. Harry smiled calmly. "It's up to you to quibble. All the experimental data and evidence you participated in and authorized have been presented to the judiciary through procedures. If you have anything to say, you should leave it in the prison and share it with those friendly inmates bar." "You hot chicken." Mencken rushed over in a rage, was firmly grabbed by the police, and was escorted out forcefully. From a distance, Mencken roared angrily, "You are not worthy. You will destroy Osborn. Only me. Only I can." As the people drifted away, the voice became weaker and weaker, and finally returned to calm. Harry said disdainfully, "Don't worry. I will ask someone to deliver a box of soap to you every year." Gao Ming, who had been silent all this time, said at this time, "Sit up, Harry, and sit back in your seat." Hearing this, Harry said respectfully, "Thank you, Mr. Gao. If you hadn't helped me collect Mencken's illegal evidence, I wouldn't be able to get Osborn back." "You're welcome. It's a trivial matter." Gao Ming smiled lightly. Although he could directly kill Mencken and help Harry regain his power, it is still justifiable to regain Osborn's power, which is more conducive to improving Harry's prestige. As for how to break through the anti-theft wall of the Osborn database and get the evidence, we have to thank our Tony Stark. Apart from the steel suit, Tony is usually still researching artificial intelligence. What is activated is the Friday of the Week series. Although it is not as good as Jarvis, which has been upgraded over the years, it is also the most developed artificial intelligence in the world. A few years have passed since the Ultron incident. Tony's steel suit is being updated, and artificial intelligence has not been left behind in research. There are already many versions of artificial intelligence. Gao Ming had envied Tony's smart housekeeper when he traveled across time, and said that he would definitely get one from Tony in the future. Some time ago, Gao Ming happened to think that although he didn't need artificial intelligence now, in order to cash in, I once joked that Gao Ming asked Tony for an artificial intelligence. Tony chose one of his eliminated products for Gao Ming, named 011, which was taken from a festival that became popular in China, and because of this name, Gao Ming directly put this artificial intelligence into the Cold Palace. It has not been activated since. Of course, the most important thing for Gao Ming is to avoid Tony leaving any backhands in the artificial intelligence to monitor him. There is no doubt that Tony, a cautious guy, will definitely be able to do it. If Gao Ming's current strength has exceeded too much, Tony secretly, in the Anti-Avenger series of steel suits invented by research, the Anti-Godfather armor, may have been born out of nowhere. Although it is the version eliminated by Tony, and it has a festival name that cares about single people, but no matter what, it is also Tony's work, and its ability is beyond doubt. If it weren't for helping Harry take down Mencken in the judicial process, Gao Ming might not have remembered the artificial intelligence that Tony sent. After using 011 to easily crack Osborn's network protection, after obtaining the evidence, Gao Ming also generously handed over this artificial intelligence to Harry. Let 011 accompany Harry every day. After thanking him again and again, Harry stopped thanking Gao Ming with a wave of his hand, and walked step by step to the seat representing Osborn's ruler. Seeing this lost and regained seat, Harry felt a little emotional. This seat represented Osborn Ben's supreme power. He was close to losing it forever. If Osborn's power is lost in his hands, then he, Harry Osborn, is a disgrace to the Osborn family. Thinking of this, Harry felt a little apprehensive. Only after experiencing loss can we know how to cherish. Harry took a deep breath, and he was no longer as foolish as before. This setback seemed to make him a lot more mature and stable, and he sat down solemnly. The Osborn Group, I, Harry Osborn, have taken it back. This is my empire, and it will continue to be glorious in my hands, and continue to be passed on. Looking at the high-spirited Harry, Gao Ming couldn't help but reminded with a smile. Don't forget my conditions. Oh. Thinking of Gao Ming's unbelievable condition, Harry couldn't help laughing bitterly. This condition is really... On the road, when sat in a taxi heading to the airport, staring at the retreating scenery outside, Gwen passed the exams at Oxford University and is about to go to England, and this decision means that she and Peter are far away from each other and the fate between them. It's time to end. Just now, she called Peter and left a phone message to bid farewell to their relationship. Ooby. There was a heavy traffic jam under the expressway, and the horns of cars sounded everywhere, mixed with impatient curses from some car owners from time to time. It's Spider-Man. Gwen suddenly heard the taxi driver surprised and authentic, and looked in the direction the driver was looking. She was also very pleasantly surprised, and immediately got out of the car, looking across the bank at the Golden Gate Bridge in the distance. I saw that against the backdrop of dusk, the Golden Gate Bridge was dyed with a layer of golden afterglow, which is really charming. But this is not the reason for the passersby to stop and wait and see. But on the Golden Gate Bridge, there is a line written in spider silk, came out in large characters. I love you. Here's Spider-Man showing some love. Just as everyone was guessing what kind of woman she was, and became Spider-Man's favorite object, Gwen was already moved to tears. At this moment, Spider-Man suddenly grabbed the spider web, swayed over, and carried her away at the same time. Gwen. As Gwen exclaimed, Spider-Man brought Gwen to the top of the bridge, and Gwen took off Spider-Man's hood, revealing Peter's affectionate face. Have you heard from me? Peter asked. Gwen pretended not to know. What news? It's the one hanging there. Oh, that's yours. Gwen asked in surprise. Peter hugged Gwen tightly, and said with feigned anger, stop pretending. Let me tell you what it is. It says I love you, because I love you. With a relaxed expression, Peter said affectionately, you are a little wrong. You said that we are on different trajectories. No, you are the path I will go from now on. I know I can't be my best. I know there are so many reasons why we shouldn't be together, I know. But I've had enough. I don't want to hear any of them. If I had to choose, I would choose you. So what I think is, England, let's go together. Wherever you go, I will follow you. I will follow you for the rest of my life. At the end, Peter jokingly said, also, there are people in England who commit crimes. A bunch of people. By the way, they have. Jack the Ripper. People haven't caught him yet. Can you believe it? Gwen couldn't help kissing her, and Peter and Gwen fell into the passionate kiss. Standing on the top of the bridge, there was still a ray of light in the sky, forming a beautiful scene. This time, there will be no electric man destroying the city power grid, no little green goblin coming out to destroy it, and there will be no more tragedies, only a couple who start over. In the distance, Gao Ming, who was watching this scene, also smiled. Sure enough, happy end is the most satisfying. Naturally, the plane was late, so Gwen stayed for a few days. After Peter packed his luggage and reluctantly said goodbye to Aunt May who raised him, the two embarked on a journey to England together. On the way to England, Peter still couldn't let go of New York. To be precise, he was worried about what would happen to the citizens of New York after losing Spider-Man. So, after getting off the plane, he couldn't wait to search the internet for what happened in New York. Disaster. Then, Peter found some news that surprised him very much. Spider-Man, I got a new suit. Spider-Man in black bravely enters the fire scene. Noir, a more imposing Spider-Man. There are always several news about Spider-Man in black. Peter suddenly thought of Gao Ming, the mysterious Spider-Man in black. Could it be that the other party guarded New York instead of him? Puzzled, Peter recalled the number Gao Ming gave Harry on the slip of paper and dialed it. Hi, I'm Peter Parker. Oh, it's the little spider. Didn't you change the map and go to England to fight for justice? Gao Ming's lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. Peter didn't admit or deny the fact that he was Spider-Man, but asked, that Spider-Man in black, is you? Hee. If you're referring to the black-clothed Spider-Man on the news now, then I'll tell you. It's not me. Unexpectedly, Gao Ming denied it. How is it possible? Peter said in disbelief. I recognize your voice. I said, this is not me now. As for the one who beat you to the ground before, it was me. Gao Ming replied. His tone was not false at all. Now, Peter was also curious. Who is that? Gao Ming let out an inexplicable laugh. Guess. Beep. The phone hung up, and Peter called again, but no one answered. Who is it? Peter was a little depressed, a little curious, and suddenly had the urge to go back to New York to find out. Osborn House. At this time, the Spider-Man in black, who caused countless people in the city to talk about it, was actually here. Spider-Man in black took off his hood, revealing an unexpected face, Harry Osborn. That's right, the black-clothed Spider-Man who has caused heated discussions is none other than Harry. The conditions for Gao Ming to help Harry get back the Osborn group have also been revealed. That is, let Harry replace Peter, become Spider-Man, and continue to guard the city. Although Harry is quite puzzled why Gao Ming proposed such a strange condition, but he didn't refuse either. Anyway, as Osborn's highest authority, he also has a lot of free time, so he still has some time to be a Spider-Man. As for the various abilities of Spider-Man, let's take a look at the mutated spiders of the old version of Spider-Man. Gao Ming also brought a few mutated spiders that were artificially bred and bred. Adsorption, spinning, all in place. Harry smiled wryly and took off the black Spider-Man uniform. Harry was quite satisfied with the black style, which was different from the original Spider-Man's red and blue colors, and felt a little revenge for Spider-Man's refusal to help him. Being Spider-Man is pretty good, but I don't know how Spider-Man will feel when he sees it. Harry changed into a formal black suit, thinking with interest that he didn't know Spider-Man's true identity yet, and was only guessing vindicatively how Spider-Man would feel. Well, it's time to go on a date. After looking at his watch, Harry changed his clothes and drove to the agreed place. He asked Felicia to have dinner with her tonight. This girl resumed her position and became Harry's most trusted person who, given time, may become Osborn's chairman's wife. In the special project area of the Osborn group, several sets of equipment of various shapes are quietly stored here, including burly armor, twisting metal tentacles, and green armor with a glider. A man wearing a bowler hat and a windbreaker stood in front of several sets of armor. His face was full of gloom, and he said grimly, I won't give up. Some cemetery. An old man with white hair stood silently in front of two tombstones. One was engraved with Richard Parker, and the other was engraved with Mary Parker. They were the tombstones of Peter's parents. The old man watched quietly for a while, then turned and left, muttering to himself. Mary, Peter has lived up to our expectations. He grew up healthy and happy, and he has become a hero. If Peter had been here, he would have recognized that this old man was his father, the late Richard Parker. There are still many mysteries in this world, but none of them have anything to do with Gao Ming returning to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. This is your world. It feels no different from mine. Max, who had just returned with Gao Ming, looked at the city surrounded by steel and concrete. The streets were full of people and traffic, just like a picture of a bustling city. Gao Ming smiled and said, in the final analysis, this is just a parallel world. Except for some people and things that are different, this world is generally similar to your world. Max asked curiously, then is there a Spider-Man in this world? Yes. Gao Ming thought of the Dutch brother, and it was less than a year before the Dutch brother met the spider that changed his fate. Well, it's not far away. Let's go. I'll take you to have a drink first. As he said that, Gao Ming brought the somewhat restrained Max to the bar owned by Wade, the Rogue Bar. Because it was already night when they came back, and many Avengers had returned to their respective residences. Even Steve, the leader of the Avengers, could not stay at the base all the time. Unlike the movie, thanks to Gao Ming, Tiff, an old man in his 90s, can finally have his own family like ordinary people. Now he and Peggy Carter are a loving, elderly couple. Recently, they plan to create a small American team. Woolen Cloth. To be honest, Steve should really thank Gao Ming for not only helping him achieve a relationship that was 70 years late, but also avoiding the situation of immediately kissing his girlfriend's niece shortly after the death of his first girlfriend, without his knowledge. An unsafe behavior at the end of the day, Poor agent number 13, Sharon Carter, originally had great respect for Steve, a legendary figure, and even had feelings for the opposite sex, but she did not expect her aunt to regain her youth and walk with Steve in this regard. She can only suppress the relationship that ended before it started, and silently wish her aunt, Peggy Carter, and Steve happy forever. This couple is not easy. Waited for 70 years to be together as they wished. Now, Sharon also puts all her focus on her work and wants to become a legendary female agent like Carter. However, what makes her a little depressed is that every time she meets Steve always showing her the kind of love that elders treat juniors, especially facing Steve's young and handsome face. It makes her feel extremely weird. The topic is far away, because it's late, and Gao Ming doesn't want to disturb other people's lives, so I might as well bring Max to meet the other Avengers tomorrow. Tonight, let's go to Wade's bar for a night. Wade, that guy still has a lot of room to spare. The Road Bar still has such a passionate atmosphere. People are cheering and drinking recklessly, and the sexy and enchanting strip clothes dance mothers are still wearing revealing clothes and writhing hot dances on the stage. The air is filled with the psychedelic breath of alcohol and hormones. Hey bastards, you guys are here to get drunk and watch women again tonight. Remember to pay otherwise. Uncle Deadpool will make you feel so happy. At the DJ bar of the bar, Wade was wearing a cool beach shorts and shorts, but wearing a Deadpool hood on his head, holding a microphone, and still speaking all kinds of vulgar language in a cheap tone. F.U Wade. Wade, get me 2 dozen beers. What do you want me to do? Master Deadpool. The customers present have been to the Road Bar many times, and they are also familiar with Wade, a guy with a foul mouth, so they don't care about laughing and playing with Wade. It will blend into the atmosphere, become free from taboos, and export dirty. Near Emojihe, a bar opened by someone like Wade will naturally have a group of very individual customers. Seeing Gao Ming and Max come in, Wade threw the microphone aside, returned the position to the DJ, and walked excitedly to the bar of the bar. When Gao Ming brought Max to the bar, he was surprised to find that there were already 2 acquaintances sitting here, Johnny and Najia. Jia, on the other hand, was already very drunk, slumped on Johnny's body, humming with unknown meaning, and groping around Johnny's body unconsciously. And seeing that Johnny was so used to it, he took out the money and paid for the drink, and under Wade's smirk, he helped the drunk Najia to leave the bar. It seems that our Ghost Rider really hooked up with this woman who gave birth to the demon Mephisto. When he walked to the bar and sat down, Wade smiled unseriously. I didn't expect that this barbecue bone would find a woman, and I don't know what the scene of their wipe the gun is like. When I snapped, I suddenly changed. Gao Ming rolled his eyes and said angrily, "You need to worry about other people's affairs? Mix me a glass of wine casually. Don't use those cheap and bad wines to fill up the number." How could I be that kind of person? Wade took off his hood, showing a righteous expression, and quietly moved his hand to the cheap wine to those better wines, took out several wines, and poured them into the blender in the flagon, shake it casually a few times, then pour it into the cup, and push it in front of Gao Ming. Gao Ming picked up the glass of wine that Wade mixed up perfunctorily, took a sip, and immediately frowned. What the hell kind of taste is this? It's even weirder than cherry-flavored Coke. Ignoring the displeasure on Gao Ming's face, Wade turned his head to look at Max, who couldn't let go after entering the bar, and said, "What's the name of this new friend? It looks familiar. Please don't get me wrong. This is not the old man. I'm not gay, even though I have a handsome face that kills both men and women." "Max, my name is Max Dillon." Max, who liked the attention he got when he heard Wade asking himself, immediately said excitedly, "I have a code name. You can call me Electric Man." "Oh, Electro." It seems that he came from the world of little handsome guy Garfield. The third part of the Amazing Spider-Man died prematurely. I hope Deadpool will release a third part. You say you want to try hard to convince Hugh Jackman to join the third part, right? Wolverine is dead, and you still want to bring him back to heat up? Don't worry that Wolverine will steal the limelight from Deadpool. Wade began to babble to the air beside him again. Such an outburst performance made Max stunned for a moment, and asked in a low voice, "Gao Ming, your friend, isn't it? Just get used to it." Gao Ming resisted taking a sip of the strange mixed wine, finally gave up, and pushed it aside. Although this guy looks unreliable and like a lunatic, his skills are top-notch, and his vitality cockroaches are even more tenacious. If you fight him alone without becoming an electric current, the outcome is still unknown. Really? Max looked suspiciously at Wade, who was talking to himself, feeling very disbelieving in his heart. After all, he could control the electric current, and Wade didn't seem to have anything special about it. How could he not be able to beat it? As for his ability, despite Gao Ming's warning, Max is not blindly arrogant, but he is still very confident. He feels that he can't beat himself when dealing with ordinary people and even heavily armed soldiers. It's a pity that Wade is not an ordinary person, but an awakened mutant who has the self-healing ability that can be called immortal. If Max faces Wade, he may really have no way to win. There is no explanation. Anyway, Max will see Wade's ability in the future. After muttering to himself for a while, Wade stopped this neurotic behavior from outsiders and turned to look at Max. "Max, our sparkling friend, what do you want to drink?" "Ice water." Max replied casually, looking at himself with some doubts. "No discharge." Wade rolled his eyes, turned his back to Max, took out a bottle of something that didn't look like water at all, threw a few ice cubes into the glass, then poured a glass down, and finally poured it into the glass without changing his expression. "Ice water," pushed in front of Max. "Ice water you want." Without doubting him, Max picked up the cup and drank it all, and then said with a strange expression, "How does it feel? Like wine?" After speaking, Max fell down and passed out drunk. Facts have proved that the electro-optical man can also get drunk, but the capacity for alcohol is very poor, and he is the legendary Stuffy. Gao Ming looked at the white wine in Wade's hand speechlessly. "You're really a prankster." After throwing away Max and passed out drunk, Wade tried many small tricks to try to see if he could stimulate the drunk Max to transform into an electric man. Finally, after being unconsciously discharged by Max and numb for a while, this night fell. It is also safe and sound. The next day, Gao Ming took Max and Wade, who joined in the fun, to the Avengers base. After seeing Max transform into an electric man and send out shockingly powerful electric currents, no one dared to underestimate him. This usually timid and introverted black man. However, Max's electrical energy is not continuous. It needs to absorb electrical energy and store it in the body, and when the electrical energy is consumed, it needs to be reabsorbed and supplemented. In addition, Max's electric capacity has an upper limit, so Max's overall strength is actually compared to that of Sandman. Ghost Rider and Deadpool are still slightly inferior. Of course, this is not to say that Max is not strong. Compared with ordinary people such as the US team, Black Widow, and Hawkeye, he still has advantages in superpowers, and he can also integrate with electricity and become an electric current. Except where there is no electricity in nature, Max can come and go freely in the modern city. Cutting you along the wire is no longer a joke. Under Tony's somewhat displeased gaze, Gao Ming threw Max to him and asked him to arrange everything for Max. Although Tony was reluctant, he still skillfully helped Max with all necessary at the same time. He assigned a house to Max. Anyway, Gao Ming was in charge of bringing people back, and after that, he would act as the shopkeeper and leave it to Tony and Steve to arrange. Before leaving the base, Gao Ming approached Steve on purpose and told him, "Max's mentality needs to be tempered. You just train him as a soldier." Steve had a headache and said, "Are you sure he will cooperate with the training? As long as you give Max the basic respect and make him feel that he is being noticed, then it's not a big problem." After thinking for a while, Gao Ming added, "But for safety's sake, you should ask Tony to customize a put on an anti-electric uniform to avoid being caught by Max's flashlight during training." "Well, I will train Max to be a qualified fighter." Steve responded helplessly, but there was not much worry in his eyes. He could tell that Max was a person with good character, but he needed to establish correct concepts, not get lost in power, exercise his will, and not be soft-hearted. Before Steve became a superhero, he was first a soldier. He knew how to make Max, a cowardly man, into a strong and brave man. After settling Max down, Gao Ming planned to continue to explore other worlds, but when he found a cumbersome figure walking past him, he couldn't help but give up this idea. Mr. Stanley, are you all right? Gao Ming looked at Mr. Stanley, who was wearing a spacesuit and was struggling, speechless. Stanley seemed to have just discovered Gao Ming, and said with a surprised expression, young man, we meet again. Seeing Gao Ming staring intently at his spacesuit, Stanley said with great interest, without changing his face, I'm going to meet up with some observers and share what I've seen and heard during this time. Other observers? Does it appear in the movie? Gao Ming frowned suddenly and fell into deep thought. As we all know, Stan Lee appears in every superhero movie from Marvel. As a few seconds of Easter egg plots, some are obvious, and some will be ignored if you don't look carefully. Stan Lee appeared in front of Gao Ming with this image. To be honest, Gao Ming didn't believe it was a coincidence. Instead, he felt that it was a reminder from Stan Lee. Although Stan Lee seemed to mention it casually, his eyes kept staring at him. Gao Ming. I racked my brains to recall all the Easter eggs about Stan Lee. Thanks to someone who sorted out the Easter eggs about Stan Lee on the internet in the previous life, Gao Ming saw them in his spare time, and was surprised to find that Stan Lee was really in all the superheroes. He has made a cameo appearance in a hero movie, and there are many Easter eggs that Gao Ming himself has not noticed. Stan Lee's current spacesuit costume and what he said are clues, and soon Gao Ming found the corresponding Easter egg plot. Guardians of the Galaxy. Gao Ming muttered in a low voice. There was a flash of light in Stan Lee's eyes, and a trace of satisfaction flashed across his face, which was fleeting. He still had the posture of an old urchin, and said happily, it's getting late. I have to hurry up, or I'll be late. Saying that, in the next second, Stan Lee disappeared directly in front of Gao Ming, and went to a certain corner of the universe. After Stan Lee left, Gao Ming pondered for a moment, and finally changed his original plan, preparing to go to the universe to find the Guardians of the Galaxy. Although I don't know what Stan Lee's intention is, he undoubtedly gave Gao Ming a reminder. That is, the plot of Guardians of the Galaxy 2 has just started or is going on. Gao Ming didn't get to know the Guardians of the Galaxy because he didn't participate in the battle to defend the Kadar Star before, and Gao Ming, who was on the Earth, naturally couldn't affect the Guardians of the Galaxy who were adventuring in the universe, so the plot of the Guardians of the Galaxy remained unchanged. According to the development of the plot, the Guardians of the Galaxy headed by Shang Jue, after protecting the Kadar Star, handing over the power gem to the Nova Empire, and canceling the arrest warrant on their bodies, should now accept the employment mission of the Supreme Race to protect the energy battery from aliens. Dimensional creatures eat it, and then get hunted down because Rocket Raccoon stole an energy battery, and then met Star-Lord's own father. Although there is no benefit in participating in the plot of the Guardians of the Galaxy, the team of the Guardians of the Galaxy is also an important member of the Marvel superheroes, and it is worth Gao Ming to get acquainted with. Just think of it as going out for a walk and seeing the world. Gao Ming casually found a reason. Which planet is the Supreme Race on? Let me think about it. It seems to be the King planet, this group of rich aliens. By the way, where's that place? Gao Ming was in a daze. He didn't know how to go to Monarch planet. It's true that he had the space gem, but he didn't have the detailed planet coordinates. After all, he was just a native of Earth, unlike those interstellar adventurers. The aliens are familiar with a large number of planetary coordinates. Taking chances, Gao Ming stood in an open space, looked up at the sky, and shouted loudly, Heimdall. Nothing happened. Heimdall, do me a favor. I want to ask about the location of King King. Still nothing happened. I don't know whether Heimdall didn't hear it or ignored Gao Ming. In short, the Rainbow Bridge leading to Asgard did not fall. As the guard of the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall has a pair of eyes that can see any corner of the universe. He must know the location of King King, but Heimdall did not respond, and Gao Ming's plan was in vain. After thinking about it, Gao Ming could only sigh helplessly. It's just luck. Randomly opened a space door. To be precise, it was a random space door with no destination. Besides not appearing on the Earth, Gao Ming didn't know where he would be teleported to. It can only depend on luck. Don't expect the Oh Huang to be possessed and teleport to Monarch planet immediately, but at least go to a planet with civilization, and then ask the people on that planet. As for the problem of language communication, Gao Ming copied a universal language translation chip, took it out of the different space, and reattached it to the back of the neck to connect it to the nerve. Look at the character. Gao Ming passed through the space gate, and the next moment, he came to a barren land, and what he saw was a vast expanse of whiteness. There was nothing else on the moon, only pale soil everywhere, and pits of various sizes and depths. People can't help but feel lonely when they are here. Can't breathe? Gao Ming was surprised to find that he had difficulty breathing. He looked up and saw that blue planet in the distance. Isn't it Earth? Oh, so he's on the moon now. With the dog charm, Gao Ming was not dead, and the environmental changes between the planets did not have much impact on Gao Ming. After stepping on a few footprints at random, Gao Ming continued to open the space door. Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune. Except for the moon, which was a satellite at the beginning, Gao Ming missed Mercury and Venus, and 6 of the 8 planets. And finally, leave the scope of the solar system. If things go on like this, I don't know how long it will take to find a planet with civilization. In the end, Gao Ming had to strengthen the power output of the space gem and expand the range a little bit. White Flute Star. When Gao Ming came to this planet, he almost thought that his hands were black enough to teleport back to the Earth, because the people who come and go are all people from the Earth. But if you look carefully, the spaceships that occasionally fly by in the sky, the building clearly proves that this is an alien planet, but the people on this planet look similar to the people on Earth. It's not easy. I finally found a planet with civilization. Gao Ming sighed a little, and then stopped a short-haired man wearing a white windbreaker and a red scarf, holding 2 paper bags of unknown contents in his hand. His face was pale, with heavy dark circles under his eyes. It feels like the kind of home squatting at home all year round. Gao Ming said politely, hello, where's this place? The other party said with a strange expression, this is Baidi City. Baidi City? White Flute. Gao Ming suddenly remembered the Baidi Star that he had seen on Kadar last time, so he asked, is this Baidi Star? Hearing this, the other party asked puzzledly, are you from another planet? Gao Ming nodded and said with a smile, hello, my name is Gao Ming, and I come from a blue planet called Earth. Hello, my name is Lord Grimm. Lord Grimm introduced himself politely. Hearing the name of the other party, Gao Ming couldn't help complaining about whether the other party's parents went to Earth to read a novel about some internet addicts playing games, and then gave him the name. Without changing his face, he said, I'm looking for the location of Monarch Star, you know? Monarch Star? I don't know. Lord Grimm shook his head, and then said, you can go to the market to have a look. There should be star charts for sale there. Lord Grimm pointed out the location of the market to Gao Ming, and then continued to walk feebly. Before he left, Gao Ming glanced curiously at the things in the paper bag in his hand, and found that they were a few books. He vaguely saw an author's signature, whistled during the day. After arriving at the bazaar, Gao Ming successfully found a person who specialized in selling star maps, and paid the money by using the reality gem to make paper money for the Baidi Star, and then found the coordinates of the Monarch Star from the star map. Amid the shouts, he opened a space door and left. King Star. Chug. Boom boom. The sound of continuous shooting and the roar of explosions sounded, but none of these could suppress a piercing roar. Roar. A huge, octopus-shaped tentacle monster fiercely waved its tentacles, with a big bloody mouth, countless fangs exposed, and the thick and powerful tentacles flicked past. Attacking the tentacle monster's Guardians of the Galaxy, the team hurriedly dodged, so as not to be smashed into a pulp by the tentacles. The tentacle monster in front of him is a different dimensional creature. The Guardians of the Galaxy have accepted the employment mission of the Supreme Race to protect the energy batteries of the Supreme Race and prevent the tentacle monster from devouring it. Gamora held an energy gun and backed up while shooting support, and came to Drax, who had just been blown away by the tentacle monster. Drax got up from the ground and said angrily, this monster's skin is too thick. It's impenetrable from the outside. I'm going to cut it from the inside. Gamora made a suspicious sound in astonishment, and then she saw Drax holding double blades, laughing wildly, and rushing towards the tentacle monster. No, no. Drax, wait. Drax. Drax didn't listen to Gamora's dissuasion at all and rushed straight to the tentacle monster, and then was swallowed by the tentacle monster with its mouth wide open. Shinjua lifted the energy mask on his face and shouted angrily, "What the hell is he doing?" Gamora said helplessly, "He said the skin was too thick to penetrate from the outside, so its skin is the same thickness inside and out." Shinju shouted out a little tired. Gamora also replied very tiredly, "I know, but he won't listen. Drax, codenamed Destroyer, sounds very imposing, but he has no advantages other than thick skin and thick flesh. He has a reckless and impulsive personality." At this time, this Destroyer successfully entered after touching the tentacle monster's stomach. He screamed and stabbed with the two sharp knives in his hands, but he didn't even pierce the skin at all. Except for the tree figure Groot who was in his infancy, the other three were deeply saddened by Drax's IQ. They were not afraid of godlike opponents, but pig-like teammates. Rocket Raccoon even dodged shots nimbly, while laughing loudly. Is this guy trying to fill the monster's stomach with himself? Star-Lord and Gamora sighed at the same time. Star-Lord cheered up and was about to reveal a discovery that seemed to be a tentacle monster's weakness, its throat. Suddenly, a space gate that appeared out of nowhere made Shinjue stop talking and said in shock, "What the hell is this?" After Gao Ming came out of the space gate, he saw the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy who were fighting the tentacle monster, and he was also surprised. What a coincidence to catch up. Seeing Gao Ming coming out of the space gate, Gamora asked Shinjue with a strange expression, "Your friend?" Star-Lord shook his head blankly. After Gao Ming came out, he didn't take a closer look at the surrounding situation when he found a thick tentacle thrown towards him by the tentacle monster. The tentacle was full of power and pressure. Shinjue hurriedly shouted, "Be careful." The tentacle's attack was very fast, but Gao Ming instantly entered the state of super speed force, and the speed of the tentacles falling became extremely slow in his eyes. Gao Ming raised his right hand calmly and punched out. Boom. The tentacle that hit it was knocked back by Gao Ming's punch. Seeing this, Gao Ming showed a little interest. Although he didn't use much force in this punch, in the past, it was done with a random punch, and the tentacle monster in front of him, the skin is really thick. Of course, the defense of this tentacle monster is barely passable, not as good as the Hulk. Gao Ming didn't feel anything in his heart, but the scene where he punched back the tentacles shocked the three of them. Shinjue swallowed, and Rocket Raccoon controlled the aircraft behind him to pass between the tentacles' attacks, while continuing to fire with full force. Kai, surprised and said, "It's quite strong." Gao Ming raised his hand and waved it casually. The next moment, the tentacle monster stopped, and all the tentacles were uncontrollably entangled and tied into a knot, which looked extremely funny. All the tentacles were forcibly bound together by Gao Ming's telekinesis control, which made the tentacle monster lose its ability to fight, fell to the ground, and uttered ugly cries angrily. To shut up. Gao Ming coldly clenched his fist, and the tentacle monster's mouth full of sharp teeth was forcibly closed. The force was too great, causing the upper and lower teeth of the tentacle monster to collide heavily, breaking into pieces, or spraying out, or swallowing its stomach. Hiss. The three of Shinjue saw that Gao Ming just waved his hand and clenched his fist, without even moving. The tentacle monster seemed to be ravaged wantonly by an invisible big hand, which made them feel a little creepy. Gao Ming didn't know that his performance startled the three of them. Looking at the ugly tentacle monster in front of him, he thought about how to kill it. It's easiest to kill the tentacle monster with a straight punch, but it looks violent, so let's make a better impression in front of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Burning the tentacle monster with dragon flames is also quite good. The tentacle monster looks similar to an octopus, but Gao Ming is not Mr. Bay. Its weak point seems to be in the throat, where there is a wound. Shinjue said carefully. Hearing this, Gao Ming took a look and found a crack in the tentacle's throat. In the original book, Gamora pierced the wound with a sword, then disemboweled the tentacle and killed it with one blow. Although Gao Ming can easily deal with the tentacle monster by himself, since Shinjue has made his own suggestion, Gao Ming should follow his suggestion, which can increase his goodwill to some extent. The heart moved at will, and after receiving Gao Ming's thoughts, the venom immediately separated apart from the suit jacket, squirmed, and spread to Gao Ming's right hand, and turned into a black tang knife. He casually waved the tang dao transformed by the venom in his hand, feeling quite comfortable, walked up to the tentacle monster, and stabbed it in without hesitation. When the knife pierced in, the blade swelled and stretched violently until it hit the same thick inner cortex of the tentacle monster. When the hand was lifted up, the tentacle monster was cut in two from the throat to the top of the head, and the disgusting viscous yellow-green blood spurted out. Seeing this, Gao Ming quickly retreated a large distance to avoid the blood spray of the tentacle monster. Klaplala. The color is reminiscent of some kind of disgusting substance, and the blood is sprayed out like a fountain, but the picture is not beautiful. Drax was covered in thick yellow-green blood, crawled from the tentacle monster's stomach to the severed throat, crawled out smoothly, and then cheered loudly without knowing it. I am alone, get rid of this monster. Seeing Drax's flying image, the three of Shinjue took a few steps back with disgust on their faces and rolled their eyes at the same time. It's impossible to expect this guy to have a brain. After killing the tentacle monster, the Tang Dao in Gao Ming's hand also turned back into a ball of black liquid, which slowly crawled back onto the clothes and merged into one. Shinjue and Gamora were amazed when they saw the venom change, while Rocket Raccoon rubbed his hands in amazement, wondering if there was a way to steal some venom from Gao Ming. After Gao Ming came to Shinjue, he extended his hand friendly and said, "Hi, I'm Gao Ming from Earth. You are also from Earth, right?" "No, I'm from Missouri," Star-Lord replied subconsciously. "Missouri is on Earth." Gao Ming looked at Shinjue speechlessly. Gamora and Rocket Raccoon looked at Star-Lord, and Star-Lord coughed in a little embarrassment and said, "I know. I thought you asked me where I live. I'm Peter Quill. Yes, it's that famous Star-Lord." As he spoke, Shinjue puffed up his chest proudly, waiting for Gao Ming's reaction. The current Shinglord is indeed qualified to be proud. Since the Battle of the Kadar Star, the universe has spread the news of the rising star of the Guardians of the Galaxy. The once obscure Shinglord is now considered a little famous. However, after listening to Shinjue's self-introduction, Gao Ming still looked calm and said with a slight smile, "So it's the Guardians of the Galaxy. I've known you for a long time." The tone was calm, which made Shinjue a little depressed. He was more or less excited. Could it be that his reputation has declined? Shinjue didn't change his face and said casually, "It's nothing. I just prevented Ronan from destroying Kadar with the power gem and protected the people on Kadar." Gamora rolled her eyes when she heard Shinjue's seemingly casual remarks, which were actually boastful, and said, "Only you? Ahem. We all rely on the strength of the team." Shinjue quickly added, "It's amazing." Gao Ming praised indifferently. At this time, Gao Ming said that his heart was calm, and he even smiled a little. The deeds that Shinjue is proud of, to be honest, compared with Gao Ming's experience, it is simply nothing. Isn't it a world-class disaster? The Earth has experienced many times. It can be said to be weather-beaten. Even when it comes to the infinite gems, Shinjue only possessed the power gems for a short time, while Gao Ming has the three infinite gems of space, reality, and mind. Seeing Gao Ming's calm reaction, Shinjue was a little disappointed, but when he thought about the origin of the other party, he became a little curious. Now people on the Earth are as strong as you? Technology has already developed to this point. No, this is just my own power. Earth's technology has not yet developed to the level of interstellar travel. I can teleport it or rely on it. Gao Ming raised his right hand, and a blue round gem appeared faintly in his palm. Seeing this scene, Gamora's expression changed drastically, and he stared at it with piercing eyes. Space gem. Hearing this, Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon also changed their faces. They have heard the introduction of infinity gems from collectors, and they have also personally experienced the power of the power gem, which is also an infinity gem. The person in front of them actually has an infinity stone. The palm-sized Groot didn't understand. His big eyes were full of doubts, and he tilted his head. "I'm Groot." Also with a dazed look was Drax, who had a poor memory and had long forgotten what the collector had said. Gamora stared at Gao Ming and said cautiously, "Are you sent by Thanos?" Hearing this, everyone else's nerves were tense, and Drax was even more murderous. "You are Thanos, man? Go to hell." Drax swung a knife at Gao Ming aggressively. Gao Ming dodged Drax's attack and said helplessly, I am not Thanos. On the contrary, he is still my enemy. Xingjue stopped the impulsive Drax and said in doubt, really? Because of Ronin's experience of using the power gem to invade Kadar, they still have some doubts about Gao Ming's identity. And Gamora, who has a secret in her heart, is even more vigilant. Seeing everyone suddenly looked at him with a wary face, Gao Ming was really helpless. He actually misunderstood him as the man of Thanos, and he didn't even think about it. Even if he was the man of Thanos, what's the point of approaching them? There's nothing coveted about the Guardians of the Galaxy volume. Gao Ming doesn't know. There really is. Gamora was once sent by Thanos to find the whereabouts of the Soul Gem, and she really found it. Except that she is also the adopted daughter of Thanos, her righteous sister Nebula. Gamora mentioned to her, except that I found the Soul Gem, I never told anyone. It's a pity that Gao Ming has never watched Avengers 3, and he doesn't know that the only person who knows the mysterious Soul Gem is right in front of his eyes. Otherwise, he must immediately use the Soul Gem to check Gamora's memory, looking for the most mysterious Soul Gem. However, even if Gao Ming knew the whereabouts of the Soul Gem, he couldn't get it, because the method of obtaining it was too strict, and he had to sacrifice his favorite person in exchange for this Soul Gem. Gao Ming originally fought for the Infinity Stones to protect the one he loves, so how could he give up everything and sacrifice the one he loves for the Infinity Stones? Oh, I didn't want to be like this. Gao Ming shook his head helplessly. Seeing this, everyone thought that Gao Ming was about to make a move, and they took out their weapons one after another, ready to fight. In the next moment, apart from the space gem with blue light in his right hand, a coquettish blood-like red light flashed on Gao Ming's chest, and a gentle yellow light emitted from his forehead. Among the lights of different colors, there was an oval smooth gemstone. Space gem, reality gems, mind gem. This person actually has 3 infinite gems. Xingjue and the others were all stunned, and the vigilance in Gamora's eyes disappeared, leaving only sluggishness. Half of the infinity gems that Thanos worked so hard to fight for are in Gao Ming's hands. Gao Ming calmly said, I have 3 infinity gems. Do you think Thanos will be generous enough to distribute 3 infinity gems to his subordinates? I guess Thanos wants to destroy me the most. Indeed, Gao Ming, who is carrying 3 infinite gems, can never be Thanos' subordinate, but is Thanos' #1 target. After figuring this out, Xingjue and the others felt relieved. Later, Xingjue said with some admiration, amazing, buddy, you actually got 3 infinite gems. Xingjue's only boasting capital is that he has contacted and used the power gem, while Gao Ming has mastered 3 infinity gems, which is much stronger than him. Xingjue can also understand why the other party is indifferent to his deeds. Gamora looked at the 3 shining infinity gems on Gao Ming's body. Countless thoughts flashed in her heart, and said solemnly, you own half of the gems, and you will definitely be snatched by Thanos. Be careful, don't let the gem falls into the hands of Thanos, otherwise the ending will be unimaginable. Hearing this, Gao Ming narrowed his eyes, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes, although he was still smiling peacefully, but his tone became cold. Thanos, I will fight him to the death sooner or later. Gamora remained silent, with complicated eyes. Drax said murderously, I must kill Thanos and avenge my wife and children. Xingjue looked at Gao Ming, then at the reactions of his 2 companions, and shrugged. He and Thanos didn't have any deep hatred, so he didn't understand their feelings. Taking advantage of everyone's inattention, Rocket Raccoon sneaked to the energy battery that the Supreme Race asked them to protect, took out a small piece, hid it in his backpack, and then returned to everyone as if nothing happened. He urged, okay, don't worry about those messy things. Let's go to those golden guys to get the bounty first. Rocket Raccoon's words brought everyone back to their senses. The Xingjue only thought about their mission, now that the alien creature has been solved, although Gao Ming killed it. But it also successfully defended the energy battery and completed the commission of the Supreme Clan quest. It's time to go to the Supreme Race to get paid. Drax wiped the sticky blood off his body with a towel, glanced at the object they had just protected, and asked, what's this thing called? Annula's battery. Xingjue had disarmed the device of the energy suit, put on his leather jacket, and replied, oh, why don't you pull some batteries? Drax nodded with a sudden realization. The word Annula's battery is still a bit obscure for Drax. Xingjue said speechlessly, this is completely different from what I said. Afterwards, Xingjue turned his head to look at Gao Ming, and said, Gao Ming, come with us to meet the High Priest of the Supreme Clan, shall we? We'll have a good chat later. I still care about the current situation of the Earth. Okay. Gao Ming replied indifferently, and followed the Guardians of the Galaxy to meet the people of the Supreme Race. The Supreme Palace. Just like this resplendent palace, the people of the Supreme Race are also golden all over, as if made of gold, whether it is hair, skin, pupils, or mouth, all are golden yellow. The ruler of the Supreme Clan is the High Priest Aisha, who is like a high queen, sitting on the golden throne, looking down at the people below. Thank you for your help. We can't let our people take risks. Every citizen is carefully designed to be flawless both physically and mentally. Aisha said arrogantly, and the surrounding Supreme Clansmen also showed an incredible attitude, as if saying that her race is the most noble in the universe. Aisha's words are obviously saying that the lives of their Supreme Clan are precious, and they belong to high-level lives, while Xingjue and others are just low-level lives. Of course, such things as fighting monsters must be left to low-level people. For the sake of remuneration, and they couldn't face the huge Supreme Race. So although they were upset, the Guardians of the Galaxy and the others didn't express any dissatisfaction, and Drax and Groot didn't feel any dissatisfaction. The arrogance and contempt of the Supremes. However, seeing the arrogant Supreme Race, Gao Ming was not as tolerant as the Guardians of the Galaxy. His expression instantly became indifferent, and his eyes became emotionless. Noticing Gao Ming's indifferent eyes, Aisha showed displeasure, but she didn't bother to argue with ants, and was about to continue speaking, when suddenly, she found that Gao Ming's eyes had changed. The dull pupils suddenly appeared deep. The amber color is faintly flickering with electric arcs. For some reason, Aisha suddenly felt a tremor in her soul, as if she had been greatly stimulated. She was in a trance for a while, and the arrogance on her face could not be maintained, showing a bit of pain. The vision in Gao Ming's eyes was only fleeting, and the pupils returned to the almost pitch-black color after the amber darkened in the blink of an eye, and the fierce aura disappeared, and the waves returned to calm. Aisha was shocked and angry in her heart. This damned lowly person dared to be so presumptuous, but it was more of fear and fear. The eye killed double bonus of the reality gem, and the lightning eye is not so easy to bear. Gao Ming just frightened the opponent a little, suppressed Aisha's arrogance, and told her not to act aggressive in front of him. Otherwise, definitely let her, the arrogant Supreme family, taste the real pain. Xingjue and the others were surprised how the High Priest of the Supreme Clan suddenly stopped speaking, and he was not as arrogant as before. After calming down, Aisha's attitude improved a bit, but she still couldn't get rid of her pride, which was already a deep-rooted quality of their Supreme Race. Even if they were intimidated by Gao Ming, they only accepted it a little. Gamora stood up and said, you have also promised some rewards, and we will leave immediately after fulfilling them. Aisha raised her finger, and the guards escorted a person over and pushed him in front of Gamora. It is Gamora's adopted sister, Nebula. Nebula is a half-human, half-mechanical existence, and more than half of her body is mechanical. Like Gamora, she is the adopted daughter of Thanos, and she hates Thanos to the bone. After seeing Gamora, Nebula showed unwillingness. She didn't have a good relationship with her sister, and now she was going to be rescued by Gamora, which was a great shame to her. I know she's your sister, Aisha said proudly, holding her head high. When our soldiers caught her, she was stealing batteries. Now, she's going to be handed over to you. Gamora ignored Nebula's hateful gaze, grabbed her arm from the ground, and pushed her away from the palace. Star-Lord saluted pretendingly and said, "Farewell, High Priest Aisha." Seeing that Xingjue was about to turn around and leave, Aisha just wanted to inquire about Xingjue's life experience, because she noticed that Xingjue's bloodline was unusual, except for half of the ordinary bloodline from the Earth. The other half surprised her higher blood, but when she noticed Gao Ming's indifferent eyes, she swallowed the words that came to her mouth abruptly. Among this group of people, Gao Ming was the most incomprehensible to Aisha. Although Gao Ming was only a high-quality Earthling in terms of blood, he exuded an extremely dangerous aura. This group of people should leave quickly. She doesn't want to see these rude people for a moment. After seeing Gao Ming and the Guardians of the Galaxy leave, Aisha couldn't help but feel relieved, except for the supreme people who didn't know about them, who were still arrogant. Aisha regained her majesty as the ruler of the supreme clan, but in fact, she only recovered from arrogance to extreme arrogance. With an extremely arrogant attitude, she discussed important matters with the clansmen below, and the other high clansmen also looked like they were dragged to the sky one by one. While Aisha was discussing important matters with the clansmen, a guard who was in charge of checking the energy battery rushed into the hall and said angrily, "High Priest, those people stole a battery." "What?" Aisha slapped the armrest of the throne angrily, and the surrounding supreme clansmen were also very angry. "Send the fleet to hunt down these thieves. The energy battery is an important thing of the supreme race and cannot be lost. More importantly, if the battery is stolen, the face of the supreme race will be disgraced. Aisha must maintain the dignity of the supreme race." On the ship of the Guardians of the Galaxy, Gao Ming and Xingjue sat in the cabin, describing the current situation of the Earth. When describing, they did not forget to use the reality gem to project images in real time, so that Xingjue could understand more clearly. "I didn't expect that Captain America is still alive." When Gao Ming introduced the superhero, Xingjue couldn't help being filled with emotion. "When I was young, I often heard my mother mention Captain America. He is a very amazing hero." Starju's mother was a fan of Captain America when she was young, and she was lucky enough to communicate with Steve face to face. She belonged to that kind of fanatical little fangirl. Therefore, when Starju was young, his mother often told him about Captain America's deeds. Star-Lord was taken away from the Earth by Yondu, the notorious looter of the universe when he was a child, and he ventured between various planets. He has not returned to Earth for a long time. Like Steve, his impression of the Earth is still in the last century. The changes on the Earth only aroused Xingjue's emotions a little, and it didn't surprise him. After all, Xingjue has been to many planets, and the level of civilization on the Earth, in his opinion, is still lagging behind. As for those superheroes, Xingjue doesn't feel much. There are many weird races in the universe, and he has seen many people with magical abilities, and Xingjue doesn't think he will be worse than those superheroes. Even Xingjue was still thinking about whether he should go home sometime. An Earthling like him who travels among the stars can definitely become a world celebrity on Earth. In the bottom warehouse, Gamora handcuffed Xingyun to a steel frame. Xingyun glanced at the fruits of different shapes on the table and said, "I'm hungry. Give me some of that Yarrow fruit root." Gamora replied blankly, "No, it's not ripe yet, and I hate you. You hate me." Xingyun laughed angrily. "You stole the gem and left me there, but you are fine now, and you have become a heroine. I will unlock this chain and kill you, I swear." Gamora said without showing any weakness. "No, you will spend your next life in Xander's prison, and your fantasy can kill me." Gamora and Nebula glared at each other. Although they are hostile to each other on the surface, Gamora and Nebula still care about each other in essence, and Gamora only verbally threatened them. After that, she still planned to find a place to release Nebula's freedom. It's the same in Avengers 3. Thanos tortured Nebula cruelly in front of Gamora. In order to save Nebula, she told the location of the Soul Gem. In the fear of the tyrant, he attacked Thanos crazily and asked about Gamora's whereabouts. This pair of unrelated sisters looks like enemies on the surface, but they are actually like real sisters. Suddenly, a rapid siren sounded from the spaceship, and Gamora immediately left the base cabin and came to the cockpit. Gao Ming and Xingjue also stopped talking because of the sudden alarm. Xingjue frowned, hurried to the co-pilot seat and sat down, looked at the screen on the spacecraft monitor, and said puzzledly, "It's so strange. A monarch's fleet is coming after us." Gamora sat in his seat and asked, "Why?" Drax on the side replied casually, "Maybe it's because the rockets stole their batteries." Hearing this, Star-Lord turned his head to look at Rocket Raccoon in astonishment, and Rocket Raccoon looked at Drax who had slipped his tongue. "Dude. Well, he didn't steal those things. I don't know why they chased us. It's weird." Drax changed his words as if there was no silver 300 tails here. Boom. A laser ray flashed across the edge of the spaceship. Star-Lord didn't care about talking about Rocket Raccoon, and hurriedly controlled the spaceship to avoid the attack of the High Clan's fleet. Behind the spaceship, densely packed small fighter planes closely followed Star-Lord's spaceship, firing laser rays like a storm. Facing such a dense attack, Xingjue felt a lot of pressure. He manipulated the spaceship to dodge the attack in a thrilling manner, and at the same time couldn't help complaining. "What's on your mind?" "Man, that thing is too easy to steal." Rocket Raccoon replied. Gamora said helplessly, "Is that how you explain?" Rocket Raccoon quibbled. "Please, you also saw how that woman talked to us. I just taught her a lesson." "Hehe, I really didn't know that you had such selfless motives. The people from Monarch Star actually misunderstood your intentions. It's really outrageous, and they are still chasing us now." Star-Lord sneered. Rocket Raccoon said with a matter of course, "That's right. I'm talking ironic." Xingjue said angrily. Rocket Raccoon said angrily, "Your tone should be a little more similar. I'm so stupid now. Can you wait until later? Let's deal with the immediate trouble first." Gamora said with a headache, quickly operating the weapon system of the spacecraft. Xingjue exclaimed, "There are another bunch. That's great. I'm just about to kill someone." Rocket Raccoon said violently, manipulating the laser weapon of the spaceship to counterattack the fleet of Monarch, destroying one after another, and let out a triumphant laugh. "Ha." At this time, Gamora poured cold water on Rocket Raccoon. "You can't kill any of them. These are remote-controlled spaceships. The fighter planes that were chasing and killing were all remote-controlled drones. The Supreme Clan people cherish their lives very much. How could they take personal risks? Therefore, no matter how many fighter planes Rocket Raccoon destroyed, they did not cause any substantial damage to the Supreme Clan people. Fact, they are too cowardly." Rocket Raccoon cursed angrily, seeing more and more remote-control fighters chasing after him. Xingjue asked anxiously, "Where's the closest planet to us? A spaceship like theirs simply can't consume a steady stream of fighter jets, and it would be foolish to continue to fight recklessly. The most sensible thing to do is to find an opportunity to escape." Kumo pulls back the coordinates of a planet, which needs to pass through an asteroid belt, and it can be reached by a space jump. Just as Star-Lord is about to control the spaceship to move towards the goal, Rocket Raccoon takes control of the spaceship again. "I've been driving the spaceship since I was 10 years old, and I have passed the spaceship piloting engineer exam," Rocket said proudly while skillfully manipulating the spaceship to avoid the attack. "You passed the exam as a foolish engineer." Xingjue continued to mock. Gamora yelled, "Shut up." Only then did Xingjue put away his complaints, but Rocket Raccoon was upset and said to Xingjue, "When you sleep at night, the pillow will be wet, and you may be surprised. What the hell is this? Because I'm in it, let Papa go." Not to be outdone, Xingjue said, "You dare to poop on my bed, I will cut you." "Ha ha, that's not mine," Rocket Raccoon said with a strange smile. "I put Drax's." When Drax heard this, he laughed loudly. "Ha ha, my papa is definitely at the cosmic level." Gamora rolled her eyes speechlessly. The situation became more and more critical. Gao Ming, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "I'll go out and get rid of them." "What?" Everyone turned their heads in surprise, but Gao Ming was nowhere to be seen. Outside the spaceship, Gao Ming stood on the top of the spaceship, and the shoes transformed by venom under his feet were tightly attached to the spaceship, so that Gao Ming could stand firmly. Well, breathing is still a bit uncomfortable. Let's fix it quickly. As he spoke, Gao Ming raised his right hand, and a ball of flame appeared in his palm, fluttering restlessly, aiming at the overwhelming fleet. Gao Ming sent out the dragon blast in his hand. Boom. When the fireball was sent out, it immediately exploded and turned into a thousands-meter-long flaming dragon. It slammed into the fleet aggressively and exploded. Bang bang bang. The densely packed fighter planes were swept away by the fierce dragon flames, leaving only sporadic fish that slipped through the net. At this time, no matter it was the remote monitoring of the Supreme Clan or the entire team of the Guardians of the Galaxy, they were all stunned by Gao Ming's performance. This person is so terrifying. Who the hell is he? All the high-ranking people who saw this scene were terrified, and Aisha said in a trembling tone. Her tone was originally out of her demeanor as a high priest, but no one would notice at this time. After a dragon explosion destroyed the entire fleet, Gao Ming didn't bother to deal with the 3 or 2 surviving fighters and returned to the spaceship with a flash of blue light on his body. After returning to the spaceship, everyone looked at Gao Ming to see the monster. Gao Ming shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Let's go, continue to set off." The words are understated, as if they just did a trivial thing, and the fact is that it is just a bunch of unmanned fighter planes. Gao Ming has even killed the army of Chi Ruda and the army of Dark Elves. He doesn't pay attention to the Supreme Race. If this group of noble Supreme clans dared to come forward to pursue them dignifiedly, Gao Ming would think highly of them, and then reward them with the most fierce dragon blast to show respect for the enemy. Xingjue smiled unnaturally. "Huh. Buddy, I didn't expect you to set fire." Rocket Raccoon's eyes lit up, and he said eagerly, "Why don't you work with us? You can definitely make a lot of money." Gao Ming shook his head with a smile, pointed to the front, and reminded, "Pay attention to the front. There is a wormhole. A hexagonal wormhole is appearing right in front of the spacecraft, surrounded by dense hexagonal space walls, and it is unknown where it leads to. The fleet of Monarch Star has been dealt with by Gao Ming, so the Guardians of the Galaxy are actually not in a hurry to escape." Seeing the sudden appearance of the wormhole, they are a little undecided whether to go in or not. "Well," Gamora asked, and the others also looked at Star-Lord. As the captain of the Guardians of the Galaxy, although they usually fight around, at critical moments, they will still leave the issue to Star-Lord to decide. Xingjue frowned, a little hesitant. It was not a rational decision to rush in, but when he saw Gao Ming, his brows stretched again, and he said confidently, "Let's go in. With such a boss here, what are you afraid of?" Gao Ming looked at the wormhole in front of him and said nothing. The group of the Guardians of the Galaxy didn't know where the wormhole led to, but he knew the details. That is, to meet Ego, Star-Lord's father. Star-Lord's mysterious father is not a creature, but a planet with self-awareness, and he travels on various planets by manipulating molecules to transform into avatars. At the beginning, Ego transformed into the image of a person on Earth, met a woman named Meredith Quill on Earth, fell in love with her, and had the offspring of Star-Lord. The noble half of Xingjue's bloodline originated from the existence of Ego, who was similar to a god. However, Ego, the biological father of Star-Lord, is not simple. Just as Gao Ming was thinking, the spaceship had already passed through the wormhole, and it suddenly became clear that he had come from a dark universe to a planet with a beautiful environment, blue sky, white clouds, and a lush forest below. Everyone looked at this strange place curiously, inspected it, and finally found a place with few trees to land. After the spaceship landed, the hatch opened, and everyone came out. Even Nebula was locked and handcuffed by Gamora, and they got off the spaceship together. "Where's this place?" Drax asked curiously. Xingjue waved his hand and said, "I don't know. I don't know you still let us in." Rocket Raccoon yelled, "Shut up! If you, a stupid raccoon, hadn't stolen the battery, would we have been hunted down by the people from Monarch Planet?" Xingjue said angrily. Rocket Raccoon quarreled with Star-Lord again. "Do you know why I did this? Because I wanted to, idiot. And don't call me a raccoon." Xingjue rolled his eyes and said, "Oh, I'm really sorry. I didn't express it accurately enough. I should call you Trash Panda." Hearing this, Rocket Raccoon looked at the others uncertainly and asked, "Is this a good word?" Rocket Raccoon actually doesn't know what a raccoon is, but he often hears Star-Lord call him that, and it always feels like it's not a good name. Except for Gao Ming, none of them knew what a raccoon was, nor did they know that Garbage Panda was also an adjective for a raccoon. Xingjue said with a smirk on his face, "This is a bad word. It can't be worse. You turtle, son." Rocket Raccoon pounced on Star-Lord angrily, but was avoided by Star-Lord. When Xingjue was fighting with Rocket Raccoon, Gao Ming suddenly looked up at the sky and said in a deep voice, "Someone is here." Everyone immediately took out their weapons and looked over vigilantly. "Let go of me. I can help." Xingyan took the opportunity to say. Gamora said without looking back, "Once you are released, you will definitely attack me first." I saw an egg-shaped spaceship slowly descending from the sky, landing directly in front of everyone. For some reason, Xingjue felt something moved in his heart, as if the people in the spaceship had some kind of connection with him. He watched intently as the hatch of the spaceship opened, and an old man with a kind face came out, accompanied by an insect with tentacles on his forehead. A submissive woman. The old man was Ego, and the woman with tentacles was EGE's therapist, the insect woman. Ego said kindly, "I finally found you." Xingjue said blankly, "Who are you? It seems that my handsome beard makes you not recognize me." Egg raised his eyebrows jokingly. "My name is Egg. I'm your father, Peter." Night. Everyone gathered around a bonfire, and Ego casually held a spoon and ate food. "After your mother passed away, I asked Yongdu to pick you up, but he didn't return you to me, but stayed with me. I don't know why." Xingjue laughed at himself and said, "Okay, let me tell you why. Because I am a thin child, I can get into places that adults can't get in, so it's easy to steal." Gao Ming didn't care about this seemingly tender father-son reunion scene. Anyway, it was just an illusion. Ego was not as charitable as he appeared on the surface, and Xingjue didn't know that somewhere on EGE's planet, there were piles of bones, that they were all Xingjue's half-brothers and sisters who were killed by his father. "Let's go now, how about it?" Egg finished his food, got up, and offered an invitation. "Your friends are also welcome to come, and this monkey with a triangular face can come too." Hearing this, Rocket Raccoon bared his lips angrily, then touched his face in doubt, thinking about what a monkey is. "Do you look alike?" Ego looked at Xingjue kindly, and said, "I assure you, this place is different from any place you have ever seen here. I can give you a unique legacy, and be a good father. I have always wanted to be." Xingjue pursed his lips and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Gao Ming sneered in his heart. Ego was good at acting, and staged a tender play to deceive Xingjue's trust. If Xingjue hadn't finally successfully awakened his blood, he would definitely end up like his brothers and sisters who had never met before. Was killed by Ego and used to nourish EGE's star. Just after finishing some touching words, Egg changed his words again. "I'm sorry, I want to pee." Egg walked under a tree, whistled lightly, and moistened the ground. Xingjue came back to his senses, looked at the eyes of everyone, and said stiffly, "I won't recognize him. Let's go for a walk." Gamora said softly, and went for a walk in the woods with Xingjue. Sitting next to Drax, the insect girl pulled out a stiff smile. "I'm Mandy's." Drax looked at the insect girl with an unnatural smile on his face, and asked, "What are you doing?" "Smile." The insect girl maintained a very ugly smile. "I heard that a smile can make others like you. But if you laugh like that, others won't like you." Drax said once his IQ was on the line. Insect girl is simple-minded, with low self-esteem and cowardly personality. She doesn't understand many things, but she is eager to make friends with others. Rocket Raccoon stuck out his tongue and licked his hand, combed his hair, looked at the somewhat silly Rocket Raccoon. Gao Ming became interested, and said, "Rocket, what's the matter?" Rocket Raccoon stopped moving and asked, "I can save your life." Gao Ming's words made Rocket Raccoon's face change slightly. Rocket Raccoon, originally just an ordinary raccoon, became what it is now after undergoing genetic modification and mechanized transformation. The combination of animal and human genes has greatly improved his intelligence. He can speak like a human, while retaining the sense of smell and sensory ability of animals. Mechanized transformation has made him proficient in various weapons and mastered a series of superb tactics. However, there are gains and losses. The lifespan of a raccoon is not long, with an average of about 12 years. The Rocket Raccoon was forcibly transformed. On the surface, it was a success, but in fact the transformation was not perfect, and the lifespan of the Rocket Raccoon was also limited, thus greatly reduced. Haha, what are you talking about? I'm in good health. Rocket Raccoon responded casually to Gao Ming's words as if he didn't understand. He is naturally aware of his physical condition, but Rocket Raccoon will not easily believe what others say. Seeing Rocket Raccoon's casual appearance, but his eyes full of alertness, Gao Ming smiled, and without further ado, reached out to touch Rocket Raccoon's head. Rocket Raccoon subconsciously wanted to grin his teeth. After all, he didn't like being petted by others, but when he saw a faint yellow light in Gao Ming's eyes, for some reason, he calmed down and didn't resist. Just let you touch it. Rocket Raccoon thought to himself. It started with soft hair, no different from petting a kitten or puppy. Gao Ming's movements were so gentle that Rocket Raccoon squinted his eyes involuntarily, showing a comfortable expression. Ha ha ha. Rocket Raccoon was awakened by Drax's laughter. Drax pointed at him and laughed loudly. Rocket, you are like a well-behaved kitten now, huh? Hearing this, Rocket Raccoon got annoyed and was about to push Gao Ming's hand away to talk to Drax when suddenly, a warm feeling poured in from the top of his head and spread to every corner of his body, making him relax involuntarily, with an intoxicated look on his face. While stroking Rocket Raccoon's head, Gao Ming used his healing power to adjust the genetic structure of Rocket Raccoon. Rocket Raccoon, as a hybrid product of animal and human genes, should have obtained a lifespan similar to that of humans, but because the transformation surgery was not perfect, the genes have not been fully activated. Now it is only in a semi-developed state. Although the physique has improved, life expectancy does not increase but decreases. What Gao Ming has to do now is to make the genes in Rocket Raccoon more suitable for himself and activate the genes. This is not too difficult. Under the effect of the healing power, Rocket Raccoon's genetic defects have been perfected, and his physique has also improved. Because of the optimization of the gene, it has been improved again, and at the same time, the lifespan has also been greatly extended. When the white light dissipated, Gao Ming withdrew his hand and said with a slight smile, "How do you feel? I didn't lie to you, did I?" Feeling a burst of vitality in the body, even those mechanized parts became coordinated, without any jerky. The whole raccoon seemed to be reborn. Rocket Raccoon couldn't help being ecstatic and lightly thumped Gao Ming. Excellent, ah, dude, I didn't expect my life to be saved. Drax and Insect Girl on the side looked at Rocket Raccoon in ecstasy and bewilderment, not knowing what happened, and Groot also looked cute. But seeing Rocket Raccoon so happy, he danced happily stand up. And Ego, who came back from the relief, looked at Gao Ming meaningfully and said, "Young man, you are quite interesting. To each other, you are not simple." Gao Ming looked at Ego with a half smile. The two looked at each other quietly, and Star-Lord and Gamora came back from their walk, making them look away from each other. Did the rocket find good food in the trash? Seeing the rocket that couldn't help but be overjoyed, Xingjue couldn't help but wonder. Because of Gamora's enlightenment, Xingjue was finally not so hesitant and angry, and his attitude towards Igo eased a little, while Igo chatted with Xingjue as if nothing had happened. Gao Ming looked at Ego, who was pretending to be his father in front of Xingjue, smiled lightly, and did not speak. The next morning, after resting overnight, everyone prepared to go to EGE's star, EGE's body planet, together with Ego. However, the spaceship of the Guardians of the Galaxy still suffered some damage when avoiding the fleet of Monarch. Although it was not as serious as the original book, it was still a damage that cannot be ignored. Rocket Raccoon intends to repair the spaceship before setting off to avoid accidents along the way. Xingjue and others set off with Igo first, and Rocket Raccoon will catch up after repairing the spaceship. Gamora came to Rocket Raccoon and whispered, "Let's go there first, and Nebula will be in your care. If anything goes wrong, shoot her directly." "I know," Rocket Raccoon said. In this way, Rocket Raccoon and Groot, as well as the imprisoned Nebula, stayed, and the others set off for Ego first. When Gao Ming boarded the boat, he also reminded Rocket Raccoon, "Be careful, catch up quickly." Rocket Raccoon nodded and said, "Small problem, I can solve it soon." After everyone boarded the egg-shaped spaceship, the spaceship quickly flew away, leaving the planet and heading for Ego. The speed of the egg-shaped spaceship was very fast, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the mysterious star Ego. To be honest, Ego star is like a fairyland on Earth, with lush vegetation, colorful flowers dotted in it, soft sunlight scattered from the sky, and some colorful bubbles floating from nowhere. The picture is very beautiful. The spaceship landed at a specific landing point. Then, everyone stood on an aircraft and drove away from the spaceship, admiring the beauty of this fairyland. Drax curiously popped the floating colorful bubbles, and the colorful bubbles were divided into several smaller bubbles, continued to float slowly. Ego said with a little pride, "Welcome to my world." Xingjue said in surprise, "You really on a planet?" Ego said indifferently, "It's okay, it's only a little smaller than a lunar satellite. You are really humble." Xingjue couldn't help complaining. Looking at this beautiful scene, Gao Ming was also full of admiration. "It's really a beautiful place. Thank you for the compliment." Egg said with a smile, "I'm a bit reluctant to destroy it." Gao Ming added in his mind, "Although I appreciate this fairyland on Earth, from the very beginning, this planet is doomed to be destroyed. Otherwise, Ego will realize its plan to expand and swallow thousands of planets." Just when Xingjue and his party arrived on Ego, Rocket Raccoon also repaired the spaceship, but encountered a problem. Yondu's raider team is here. Because of Gao Ming's display of strength, the people of the Supreme Clan were deeply afraid and did not dare to send troops to chase after him, but they did not want to give up. The theft of energy batteries was related to the face of the Supreme Clan, so they immediately hired a team of looters to capture the Guardians of the Galaxy. The Marauder team, which was originally chasing after the Knight, arrived ahead of time. The most troublesome thing is that, unlike the movie, Rocket Raccoon didn't set up traps in the woods in advance, and the sky didn't darken. Cover of night. Rocket Raccoon asked Groot to stay in the spaceship and not to come out, so he put on his equipment and lurked in a tree, using the branches and leaves to hide himself. When seeing a squad of marauders pass under a tree, Rocket hops off the tree without hesitation, jumping on top of everyone's heads, while quickly sticking a small device around everyone's neck, and waits until Rocket when they landed. They pressed the device button with their hands, and the devices on those people's necks suddenly shot out a strong current, and the currents were connected together, stunning everyone instantly. Solve part of it. Rocket Raccoon said coldly, then grabbed a disc-shaped device without hesitation, hid back in the tree, and activated the device immediately when another group of people heard the sound and arrived. Boom. The disc device sent out a huge shockwave, shaking all the looters who came over into the air, and the looters could only be shocked into the air in panic and fell heavily again. Rocket Raccoon activated the device repeatedly, causing the group of looters to fall unconscious, then grabbed a self-modified machine gun and prepared to continue sniping. At this time, there was a crisp whistle, and Rocket Raccoon's face changed. Before he could react, an arrow with a trail of red light at the tail shot over, stopping only a few centimeters away from Rocket Raccoon's forehead. Rocket Raccoon froze immediately, not daring to move, and cursed, "What a bad luck." "Hey, Stinky Mouse." Yondu surrounded him with a group of men, with a cynical smile on his face. Rocket Raccoon replied unhappily, "How are you doing, Blue Fool?" The arrow in front of him is Yondu's weapon, which is matched with the fin-shaped device on the top of Yondu's head, and the arrow is controlled by whistling. As long as Rocket Raccoon dared to move easily, the arrow would penetrate his brain without hesitation, turning him into a raccoon corpse. "A big bounty on a pompous blonde. Let's send you and your group of friends to her, because she wants your lives." Yondu spoke casually, and the marauders around him also laughed wantonly, looking at the surrounded Rocket Raccoon maliciously. Inside the spaceship, Groot anxiously watched Rocket Raccoon fall into crisis, but he was helpless. He was still in his infancy and hadn't recovered to the ferocious strength he had when he was an adult, so he could only feel anxious ants on the ground, at a loss. At this time, Xingyun took the opportunity to trick and said, "Your friend is in danger. There are too many of them. He needs my help. If you care about him, please help me unshackle him. They will kill him." Hearing this, Groot hesitated, and finally gave up his heart, and stepped forward to help Xingyun unlock the chains. Outside, Yondu had a disagreement with other members. Yondu did not intend to hand over the Guardians of the Galaxy to the Supreme Race. He still maintained the adopted son of Star-Lord in his heart, and this made other members very dissatisfied. One of them had long been ambitious. The rebels even took the opportunity to encourage everyone to overthrow Yondu and make him a captain. Yondu looked at the group of men contemptuously. Without any pressure, with a sentry arrow, he could kill all of them in an instant. Just when Yondu was about to control the whistle arrow to subdue the gang of traitors, suddenly, a laser shot through the fin-shaped device on the top of Yondu's head from behind, and the device was damaged. The violent electric current made Yondu tremble all over, and fell unconscious on the ground. The whistle arrow suspended in front of Rocket Raccoon also lost control and fell to the ground. Everyone looked behind Yondu, and saw Xingyun standing there with a laser gun in his hand, and it was obvious that she attacked Yondu from behind. Immediately afterwards, Nebula fired another shot without hesitation, hitting Rocket Raccoon, and Rocket Raccoon was also stunned by the shot. Inside the spaceship, Groot looked at this unexpected scene and was very confused. He felt that he had deeply experienced the deception of the adult world. On Egg, after Ego brought everyone to his palace, he told about his past, and then brought Star-Lord to the field outside the palace, where only father and son had a conversation. "I love your mother, Peter," Egg cried excitedly. "You have no idea what I'm like without her. I know exactly what that feels like." Xingyue roared excitedly. "I watched her die with my own eyes." Ego said sadly. "Give me a chance and let me become the good father she wants. I still have a lot to teach you on this planet, and the future of the planet. Give me your hand, child." Ego kindly guided Xing-Ju to stretch out his hand. He was going to teach Xing-Ju to guide the power from his blood. What Xing-Ju didn't know was that, unlike EGE's superficial concern, there was no disturbance in EGE's heart at this time. Kill countless descendants who have not awakened their bloodlines. If Xing-Ju fails to awaken, then he will be reduced to the same fate as his brothers and sisters, and will be ruthlessly killed by Ego to serve as EGE's nourishment. In the beginning, Yondu accepted the employment of Igo, and sent Igo's descendants scattered all over the universe to the planet Igo. Because of this, Yondu violated the rule of robbers not abducting and selling children. Finally, Yondu discovered the truth, knowing that he had ruined the lives of countless children. So when he found Xingyue, he turned his back and did not hand Xingyue to Ego, but stayed with him. It's ironic. Yondu, the vicious adoptive father who kidnapped Star-Lord, is the one who really treats Star-Lord well, while Ego, the biological father who has never met, regards Star-Lord as a tool. If it is worthless, then will be killed. In fact, Ego didn't have much hope in his heart, because he had been disappointed countless times, and the cave where the descendants were disposed of had already piled up like a mountain of bones. Now, focus your energy on the center of this planet. Ego watched Star-Lord close his eyes to feel the power, and said expressionlessly, "Rush." Suddenly, two groups of bright lights appeared on Xingjue's hands. This sudden change finally made Ego change his face, and shouted excitedly, Okay. When he saw that Xingyue didn't control the power well, and the light in his hand disappeared, Ego said nervously, "Okay, it's okay. Don't be nervous. Concentrate. You can do it. Try again." Under EGE's anxious gaze, the light appeared again in Xingjue's hand, and he carefully gathered the light together, condensing it into a ball of light. Seeing this, Ego was extremely excited, which meant that Star-Lord had successfully awakened his bloodline and mastered this power. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. Egg's planetary expansion plan required the power of two gods to do it, so he kept traveling the universe and creating his offspring. However, only Xingyue has successfully awakened his bloodline, and those who have not awakened bloodline are not considered his descendants at all in Yigo's eyes, but just nutrients to nourish the body. Ego couldn't help saying, "Welcome home." In a room of the palace, Gao Ming sat cross-legged on the bed, with his eyes closed tightly. After a long time, his whole body was shaken. He opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "Everything is the same as before." Just now, with the help of the sheep charm's soul out of body, he peeped at the scene where Ego guided the Star-Lord, because Gao Ming is now on EGE's body, and any disturbance may be noticed, so Gao Ming chose the soul out of his body to avoid EGE's detection. Now, Star-Lord has awakened his bloodline like in the movie, and it should be Ego who takes Star-Lord to implement his planetary expansion plan. If Ming gets involved, it may not develop like a movie, so Gao Ming will definitely take action to destroy EGE's ambition. Destroying a planet, it's really touching to think about it. Thinking of the imminent destruction of a planet, Gao Ming couldn't help getting emotional. Only the power gem can easily destroy the planet. If Gao Ming were to come and blast it with the most destructive dragon, he would not be able to destroy it with one blow. He would have to come several times. Getting up and getting out of bed, Gao Ming walked out of the room, preparing for the next operation to destroy the stars. As soon as he came out, he saw Gamora walking by in a huff, and Xingyue was still standing on the balcony with some remaining anger and annoyance. Gao Ming walked towards Xingyue, leaning on the railing with both hands, looking at the beautiful scene in front of him, said with a slight smile, "Xingyue, sometimes the truth is not what you see." "What do you mean?" Xingyue asked, frowning. Gao Ming laughed lightly, shook his head, and said, "It's not interesting. By the way, you and Gamora quarreled? Why don't you go after her? She doesn't understand me at all." Xingyue said emotionally, then took a deep breath to calm down, then forced a smile, and said, "Sorry, excuse me." After speaking, Xingyue left sullenly. Looking at Xingjue's leaving back, Gao Ming said leisurely, "The truth will make you very angry. Hee. Egg, are you ready for your dreams to be shattered?" Gamora sat on the vast expanse of grass, and the afterglow of the setting sun covered the verdant grass with a faint golden veil. Gamora was already fascinated. She didn't know how to deal with the relationship between her and Xingyue, and she didn't know how she felt, so she swung her sharp sword and chopped off a piece of weeds around her, and said in a depressed voice, "Damn it." Suddenly, Gamora felt a sense of crisis, got up quickly, turned around, and saw a combat spaceship flying towards her in the far horizon, and the speed did not weaken at all, obviously coming towards her. Gamora's face suddenly changed, and he turned around and started to sprint. At this time, the spaceship also started to shoot continuously. The continuous bullets hit the grass, blowing up potholes, flying sand and rocks. Fleeing in embarrassment. Inside the spaceship, Nebula roared fiercely and kept firing at Gamora below. After helping the betrayed looters attack Yondu, Nebula reached an agreement with the high-ranking traitor, got a reward, exchanged a sophisticated mechanical arm, and then drove one of the spaceships to Yide Star, looking for Gamora takes revenge. "Are you crazy?" Gamora jumped down the hill in a thrilling manner, avoiding the impact of the sudden landing of the spaceship, fell to the ground, and cursed angrily. Quickly got up, Gamora ran again in a hurry, and Xingyun also drove the spaceship to chase after him, and continued the artillery fire. In a hurry, Gamora ran into a cave. The narrow hole was obviously not enough to let the spaceship pass, but Nebula rushed over without thinking. Even if the two wings of the spaceship were crashed, he didn't care, and continued to roar and fire at Gamora. Boom! When Gamora jumped off the cavern's low cliff, the spaceship finally crashed out, hitting the ground and igniting a raging fire. Nebula tried to leave the spaceship with an angry face, but his feet were trapped, and he couldn't leave. Gamora picked up the part of the machine gun that fell from the spaceship, connected the wires, and shot at the spaceship crazily. This time, it was Xingyun's turn to bow his head in embarrassment to avoid the bullets. This pair of sisters is also ruthless enough. No one will let the other. When the spaceship was blasted by continuous bullets and turned upside down, Nebula was still anxiously dragging his feet covered by the seat, and Gamora also threw away the machine gun and tore off the door of the spaceship, dragged Nebula to escape quickly. But the explosion of the spaceship still knocked the two of them into another small hidden cave. After getting up, Xingyun adjusted the mechanical body with a giggle, then threw Gamora to the ground, choking her neck tightly. Gamora cursed. Are you kidding me? Afterwards, the two fought fiercely again. You punched me and kicked each other directly, without sparing any strength. In the end, Nebula was slightly better, pinching Gamora's neck with his left hand and pulling out a fist with his right hand. Dagger. Nebula glared at Gamora fiercely, but didn't make a move for a long time. Finally, he yelled violently and pushed Gamora to the ground, throwing the dagger in his hand on the ground. I won, Xingyun said sharply with a hint of pride. I beat you in the battle. No, I saved your life, Gamora retorted. Xingyun said, that's because you are too stupid to save me. Not to be outdone, Gamora taunted. I'm not the one who flies across the universe just to win. You're the one who wants to win, Nebula yelled angrily. I just want a sister. Hearing this, Gamora was stunned. Xingyun lowered his head and said in frustration, you are my everything, but you are also the one who always wants to win. Thanos blinded my eyes, ripped off my brain, and you are the one who wants to win. Chopped off my arm, just because of you. From childhood to adulthood, Thanos made Gamora and Nebula fight each other, and Gamora won every time. And as punishment for failure, Nebula was destroyed by Thanos one by one and replaced with cold metal parts. For this, Gamora was very sorry, but she didn't know how to answer, and the two fell silent for a while. In Drax's room, Drax was sleeping soundly on the bed. At this time, the insect woman ran in anxiously and woke Drax up. Drax, we have to talk. Drax, who was woken up, said unhappily, I'm sorry, I only like women with flesh on their bones. Drax thought that he was euphemistically expressing that he could not accept insects as a partner, and even made an exaggerated gesture of vomiting. Of course, this was just that he thought too much, and the basic emotions of an ignorant insect girl I am not good at expressing. How can I understand the love between men and women? Listen, Ed got what he wanted. I should have told you. I'm stupid. You're in danger. The insect girl was very annoyed and guilty. Drax said in a daze, what danger? Ego wants to use Star-Lord's power to realize his planetary expansion plan, right? Little insect. Just as the insect girl was about to explain the situation, a voice came from outside the room, and the two of them looked over upon hearing the sound. Gao Ming leaned against the doorframe calmly and looked at them with a smile. Yes, that's it. The insect girl nodded and asked curiously, how do you know? Gao Ming pointed to his brain and said with an excuse, I can see what's going on in other people's minds. Let's go, stop egg. Gao Ming signaled the two to keep up and met Gamora and Nebula who had returned in the corridor. As soon as they met, Gamora angrily wanted to grab insect girl to the wall. She and Nebula found the girl in the cave. A mountain of eerie bones came back immediately and wanted to question the insect girl. Gao Ming stopped Gamora and said, she is also an innocent person. The most urgent thing is to save Star-Lord first. Hearing this, Gamora became anxious and said, what's wrong with Quill? It's just being deceived by a father with a human face and a beast's heart. Gao Ming said casually, if you don't leave, it will be too late. Everyone hurried towards the direction of the main hall, where Ego was going to hold the ceremony. I have spent thousands of years planting my clones on thousands of planets. I want to complete the only goal of life, to multiply and expand, to cover the entire universe, until everything becomes me. Egg stared at the screen projected by him with dazed eyes. In the screen, countless planets were eroded by his power and turned into his avatars. This is Yigo's planetary expansion plan, turning all the planets into him. And this huge project requires the energy of two gods to implement it. So Yigo perseveres in sowing seeds everywhere, hoping to have a descendant with an awakened bloodline, and he completes the plan together. At this time, Xingjue's eyes were no longer the normal pupil color and whites, but the vast universe in both eyes, dark and deep, dotted with shining stars. Xingjue's expression was also a little dazed, as if immersed in the awakened power of the gods and the grand blueprint displayed by Yigo. But when Yigo passionately said, I am no longer alone, hesitation appeared on Xingjue's face. Egg asked suspiciously, what's the matter, son? My friend. Xingjue frowned and said hesitantly, once the plan is implemented, many lives will be implicated, and his friends are no exception. Yigu said dissatisfiedly, look, this is your weakness as a human being. Peter, our celestial race is much nobler than them. I love your mother, and I have gone back to the earth to see her 3 times, but I know that if I go again, I will be reluctant to come back, and my ideas will lose their value, so I did what I should do. But I was also sad when the tumor was put in her brain. It seemed that because the plan was about to be realized, Ego didn't care about telling the truth back then, that he personally killed his wife, Star-Lord's mother, and severed his feelings. What? Xingjue's pupils quickly returned to normal, and he looked at Ego in disbelief. Okay, I know that's not a good idea. Ego waved his hands indifferently, but the next moment, Star-Lord drew his guns with both hands without hesitation and shot Ego fiercely. Bang bang bang. The gunshot stopped, and EGE's body was beaten into a shapeless shape. Dazzling light appeared on the incomplete position and quickly condensed back to the body. Ego said mockingly, how capable do you think you are? You killed my mother, Star-Lord shouted angrily.